In a fantastical world, I, Ling Xiao, found myself as a disciple of the revered Tai Holy Land after unexpectedly traveling through time. Awakening to a unique system called fishing in the heavens, I discovered that fishing was my innate talent, allowing me to absorb and conquer powerful forces around me. The immortal realm is vast, filled with boundless wilderness and ancient starry skies, where the strong reign supreme. However, I faced a dire situation, poisoned and on the brink of losing my cultivation. I felt like I was spiraling into weakness. Just when I thought I had hit rock bottom, a mechanical voice announced the activation of my fishing system, promising me treasures, techniques, and magical weapons from across the realms. Excited by this new chance, I learned that I could fish for powerful items and abilities, setting me on a path to reclaim my strength and dominate the void. With the novice gift package in hand, I eagerly opened it, ready to see what incredible treasures awaited me. The journey ahead promises to be exhilarating, as I navigate this fantasy world armed with my newfound powers and determination to rise above all challenges. Eternal Fairyland. The eternal immortal realm is massive, filled with countless realms, restricted areas, endless wilderness, and a breathtaking ancient starry sky. It's truly vast and serves as the origin of all heavens and worlds. Even those with incredible magical powers would struggle to explore the entire immortal realm in their lifetime. Welcome to the Shihua Dao domain, home to the Tai Holy Land. As the leader of the Shihua Dao domain, Tai Holy Land is a legendary religion of longevity that has stood the test of time through many eras and remains strong. Even in this immense eternal realm, Tai Holy Land ranks among the top immortal sects and families. In the Holy Land of Tai, floating sacred mountains radiate auspicious energy, and fairy lights dance in the air. Ancient vines and rare herbs flourish everywhere, while mystical birds and lucky creatures roam the mountains and fields. The essence of heaven and earth is so rich that it forms a misty river of spiritual energy flowing between the sacred peaks. Inside a grand palace, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Dressed in pristine white clothes, he looked impeccably clean and handsome, exuding an impressive aura. Yet, at that moment, his star-bright eyes were filled with confusion. I actually traveled through time? This is a fantasy world? Ling Xiao mumbled to himself. This place is a vast and limitless fantasy world, with the immortal realm at its core. There are 3,000 realms, all expansive and boundless. Here, the powerful can reach for the stars, soar into the sky, burn rivers, boil seas, and even bend time and space. They seem all-powerful. But it's also a world where might makes right, the strong have it all, while the weak are treated like grass, easily trampled upon. Ling Xiao is a true disciple of Tai Holy Land. I was poisoned, went crazy during my training, and died? His eyes flickered as he realized his body was in bad shape. A strange black light was lurking in his divine sea, constantly consuming his true energy, causing his cultivation to decline. This mysterious black light was left by someone unknown. While practicing the burning heaven magic, it caused an explosion of true energy, leading to his madness and death. Now, Ling Xiao had traveled through time and taken over the body of someone who shared his name. What is this weird black light? Even the burning heaven magic can't handle it. My cultivation has dropped to the divine sea realm, and it looks like it's still falling. Did I just cross over to become a total loser? Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the immortal realm, there's a concept of being reborn through the 8 realms, acquired in 8 divine sea Daoji Zifu Shinzong Heavenly Palace Life and Death. He was previously at the peak of the 9th level of Daoji, preparing to open his purple mansion and break through to the Zifu realm. But now, he found himself backsliding. Is this what hell mode feels like after time traveling? Everyone else gets cool powers, and here I am with nothing. Ling Xiao sighed. Is there a system here? He decided to ask. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've entered the immortal realm. The fishing system in the heavens is activating and binding, ding. The fishing system has been successfully bound. Ding! You've received a novice gift package. Do you want to activate it? Suddenly, mechanical sounds echoed in Ling Xiao's mind. A system? There really is a cheat? Ling Xiao was taken aback, his eyes wide with surprise. After traveling through the immortal realm and dealing with some serious setbacks, like being framed and watching his cultivation level drop, he felt completely lost. It was a rough start that had him panicking. But after a bit of initial shock, he started to calm down. Then, out of nowhere, the system activated. This was like finding a golden opportunity. I need to know what you can do. Ling Xiao said, trying to keep his excitement in check. The fishing in the heavens system can help you snag treasures, techniques, magical weapons, physiques, and more from all realms, the system replied in a mechanical tone. It will assist you in becoming the supreme power across all worlds. Fishing for treasures from everywhere? Ling Xiao couldn't believe it. The potential of this system was mind-blowing. Just think about the vastness of the heavens and worlds. If he could reel in treasures from all over, he might just reach the pinnacle of cultivation in the immortal realm and live on forever. Open the newbie gift package, he said eagerly. Ding! Opening novice gift package. Success! Congratulations, host. You've received 5 chances for undifferentiated fishing across the realms. What does undifferentiated mean? Ling Xiao questioned. The Fishing for All Heavens system allows you to fish for treasures categorized into 10 grades: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, star, king, supreme, emperor, avenue, and chaos. You now have 5 chances to fish indiscriminately. You can catch bronze treasures daily, silver treasures weekly, gold treasures bi-weekly, platinum treasures monthly, star treasures quarterly, king treasures yearly, supreme treasures every 5 years, emperor treasures every 10 years, avenue treasures every 20 years, and chaos treasures every century, the system explained. Got it. Let's open that newbie gift package. Ling Xiao nodded, his eyes shining with anticipation. What kind of treasures could he reel in with those 5 chances? Suddenly, chaotic light flooded his mind, revealing a mysterious scene of the heavens and worlds. A fishing rod lit up with 9 vibrant colors, radiating an eternal glow, and then it swung down as if casting into boundless chaos. In an instant, the chaos trembled, and the heavens shook. A series of dazzling orbs were caught by the fishing rod and appeared before Ling Xiao. Fishing the sky rod? Fishing the heavens? Who even created such an incredible system? Ling Xiao marveled. He opened his eyes slowly, focusing on the 5 glowing orbs before him, then reached out to grab one. The realms were divided into 8 realms of rebirth and 9 realms of life and death. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've obtained a star-level spiritual object, 3,000-year peaches, the system chimed in. As the voice echoed, Ling Xiao felt a warm light in his palm and pulled out a peach. It was crystal clear and bursting with fragrance, looking anything but ordinary. Wait, is this the legendary peach from the peach garden of the Queen Mother of the primordial world? He exclaimed in shock. Holding the peach, he instantly recognized its origin. The peaches from the peach garden are known as Xiantian Rinshui peach tree. There are 3,600 peach trees in total. The first 1,200 trees have tiny flowers and fruits, which ripen once every 3,000 years. If people eat them, they will become immortals. The middle 1,200 trees have layers of flowers and sweet fruits, which ripen once every 6,000 years. If people eat them, they will ascend to heaven and live forever. The last 1,200 trees have purple veins and fine cores, which ripen once every 9,000 years. If people eat them, they will live as long as the heaven and earth, and as long as the sun and the moon. Although they are only 3,000-year-old peaches, they are already extremely precious and can be ranked as a star-level treasure. With these 3,000-year-old peaches, I can greatly improve my cultivation. I wonder if I can fish out a treasure that can restrain the strange black light in my body? Ling Xiao's eyes were full of expectation. He took the 3,000-year-old peach and reached out to grab the second light ball. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supreme magical power, the Supreme Respect Eye. A pair of golden eyes appeared in Ling Xiao's palm. That golden eye seemed to be transformed by the Tao Rune, with chaotic light rising, symbols spreading, and golden clouds shining, as brilliant as the sun, exuding a majestic and ancient atmosphere. Supreme Second Pupil? It turned out to be the Supreme Second Pupil that can kill the true immortal, destroy the 9 netherworlds, and open the world with the double pupil? Ling Xiao was shocked, and his eyes were full of excitement. The Supreme Second Pupil's pupils were densely covered with symbols, mysterious and unpredictable, with shocking divine power, as if countless gods and demons fell, and the terrifying scene of the bloodshed of the immortal king emerged. System: how to use the Supreme Second Pupil? Ling Xiao asked. Answer the host: you can integrate it into your eyes and activate it with the power of the Yuanshan. The system replied. Ling Xiao's heart moved, and he immediately shot the Supreme Pupil directly into his eyes. Then the Supreme Pupil turned into a dazzling golden light, which instantly merged into Ling Xiao's eyes, densely covered with symbols, mysterious and unpredictable, with a shocking power. Ling Xiao's eyes were hot, and his mind moved, and the void in front of him suddenly became illusory. The formation in the palace, and even the many restrictions and formations of the Tai Holy Land in the distance, all appeared in front of him very clearly. However, his current cultivation, because it was too weak, after just looking at it for a moment, he felt a sense of weakness and stopped immediately. Buzz! In Ling Xiao's eyes, the supreme upper pupil disappeared, and his eyes became bright and dazzling again. Only the mysterious runes that occasionally flashed by made his eyes more mysterious, and the whole person added a bit of majesty and dignity. After getting the 3,000 years of peaches and the supreme upper pupil, Ling Xiao was more looking forward to the next treasure. He grabbed the other 2 light balls in succession. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Emperor-level skills devouring the Heaven Demon Art. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the supreme level of luck, the Golden Dragon of Luck. The voices of 2 systems sounded in succession. In Ling Xiao's palm, a black ancient scripture and a golden dragon appeared, but it exuded endless mysterious aura fluctuations. Devouring the Heaven Demon Art? Is it the supreme scripture created by the ruthless female emperor? According to legend, if one practices to the extreme, he can devour billions of physical bodies in the heavens and condense a chaotic body. Ling Xiao was shocked, his eyes were full of excitement. The ruthless empress is known as the most amazing woman in history, and the first ruthless person in history. She fought against heaven and earth, with a mortal body, killed all the kings, proud of the ancient and modern times, stepped onto the peak, and became one of the most powerful and strongest people in ancient and modern times. Being able to obtain the devouring Heaven Demon Art is absolutely an unimaginable great fortune for Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ling Xiao believes that as long as he practices the devouring Heaven Demon Art, the strange black light in his body will definitely be devoured and refined by the devouring Heaven Demon Art. In Ling Xiao's eyes, look, this heaven-devouring demon art is the most powerful in the world, even more terrifying than his heaven-burning divine art, and comparable to the complete heaven-burning emperor scripture of the Ling family. The text of the heaven-devouring demon art, like a black light, instantly merged into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness between his eyebrows, and he began to slowly absorb and comprehend it. Then, his eyes fell on the Golden Dragon of Luck. It is called the Supreme Luck, which shows that this Golden Dragon of Luck is definitely not simple. The countless geniuses and monsters in the fairyland are all people with great luck, so they can obtain countless opportunities and fortunes and reach the peak in a very short time. Ling Xiao thought secretly in his heart. On! As his mind moved, the Golden Dragon of Luck uttered an ancient and vast dragon roar, and then merged into his body in an instant. In an instant, Ling Xiao's body burst into a dazzling brilliance, and the aura of the whole person became more majestic and noble, and his foundation changed in an instant. If someone who is proficient in the art of looking at she looks at it, they can see that there is a golden dragon surrounding Ling Xiao, sprinkling down dazzling golden clouds, making his whole body. They all exude a mysterious aura that is invulnerable to all methods and in harmony with the Tao. With the luck golden dragon, Ling Xiao's luck is comparable to those of the top geniuses in the fairyland. With great luck, no matter where they go, they will have great opportunities and great fortunes. There are even treasures that take the initiative to recognize their masters, and geniuses and monsters take the initiative to follow them. Every move is in line with the natural power of heaven and is a leader. 3,000 years of peaches, the supreme pupil, the swallowing magic power, the luck golden dragon, these are enough to become the foundation for me to gain a foothold in Tai Holy Land and reach the top of the fairyland. But I don't know, what treasure is in this last ball of light? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with brilliance as he looked at the last ball of light. The last ball of light was the brightest among the 5 balls of light. The aura of Taoism it exuded made Ling Xiao extremely shocked. This was definitely the most powerful among the 5 balls of light. It must contain a supreme treasure that shook the world. Ling Xiao reached out and grabbed the ball of light. Chapter 3 Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Tao level physique, the innate holy body Tao fetus. Do you want to fuse? The voice of the system sounded. Ling Xiao was immediately shocked, his eyes full of excitement. It's actually the innate holy body Tao fetus? This is a combination of the human race's holy body and the innate Tao fetus, a supreme physique that is on par with the chaotic body, or even stronger than the chaotic body. As a traverser, how could Ling Xiao not know the power of the innate holy body Tao fetus? Unexpectedly, in the system, it was also evaluated as a Tao-level physique. It's simply against the sky to the extreme. It is worthy of being the most precious one among the 5 treasures. This innate holy body is the real foundation for me to look down on the eternal fairyland and step onto the peak. Fusion immediately. Ling Xiao said to himself excitedly. Boom! As his mind moved, the innate holy body merged with his body in an instant. A vast, ancient, mysterious and terrifying breath burst out from Ling Xiao's body in an instant, and then the purple air rose up like a pillar of light, rushing into the sky. On! Shiu! Roar! Mao! For ancient and vast Taoist sounds resounded through the void, and above the 9 heavens, it seemed that a dazzling fairy light poured down in an instant. The auspicious air was steaming, the fairy light was ethereal, and the divine sound of the Great Way was intertwined, completely covering Ling Zhao's entire body. Above the 9 heavens, the phantoms of the 4 great beasts, the true dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise, emerged, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura, as if they had crushed the sky in an instant. The 4 great beasts, interweaving the power of the vast Tao law, surrounded Ling Zhao, constantly spewing out mysterious auras of origin. Above Ling Zhao's head, it seemed as if there was a mysterious aura of chaos opening up and the sound of thousands of das. One after another, ancient and mysterious gods and demons walked out of the chaos and kept bowing to Ling Zhao. The purple air was vast for 30,000 miles. The immortal king traveled across the 9 heavens. The gods and demons of chaos all bowed. The sound of thousands of das shone through the past and present. The vision was vast and grand to the extreme. Not only did the entire Tai Holy Land shake instantly, but the vision also spread over a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, causing the entire Xihua Dao domain to boil instantly. Oh my god! The 4 spirit beasts, the real dragon, the white tiger, the red bird, and the black tortoise, appeared at the same time, and countless ancient gods and demons bowed their heads. Such a grand vision, could it be that some treasure has been born? No! It doesn't look like a treasure has been born, but it looks like a genius has been born. What kind of genius can emit such a terrifying vision? Looking at the location, it seems to be the direction of Tai Holy Land. Could it be that in Tai Holy Land, some amazing genius has been born? In Xihua Daoyu, many strong men opened their eyes at this moment, showing an extremely shocked look, looking in the direction of Tai Holy Land. That grand vision enveloped the area of hundreds of millions of miles, the vast fairy light rose, the purple air lingered, and the entire Xihua Daoyu seemed to be revived. The divine sound of the avenue intertwined, the power of the law permeated, and the divine chain of order intertwined above the 9 heavens into a mysterious vision, which was extremely gorgeous. At this moment, many old monsters who were in seclusion felt that the bottleneck of their realm was loosening, and many young cultivators made a breakthrough in their cultivation. There were even powerful men from the immortal realm who opened their eyes at this moment, penetrated the void, and looked towards the Xihua Dao realm. If this is the case in the outside world, let alone the Holy Land of Tai. The entire Tai Holy Land is flowing with mist-like fairy light aura, shrouded in the divine voice of the Great Avenue and the laws of order. I don't know how many disciples of Tai Holy Land felt the divine voice of the Great Tao at this moment, and immediately fell into the state of enlightenment, and their cultivation levels broke through one after another. This is our Tai Holy Land. A disciple has awakened a heaven-defying talent? What kind of talent does he have? It is unheard of that such a vision can appear. An elegant middle-aged man in white clothes stands tall in the sky, with his hands on his back and his feet in the sky. Time and space seem to have frozen around him, the avenues are ringing, and his breath is unfathomable. I'll wait to see the supreme leader. Many elders of Tai Holy Land saluted the middle-aged man in white. They didn't expect that even the supreme leader, who had been practicing in seclusion, would be alerted. The source of the vision is in the direction of the sacred mountain and fairy island of the true disciples. That seems to be Ling Zhao's sacred mountain cave? Ling Zhao? Impossible, right? He is just an ordinary disciple of the Ling family. Although his talent is pretty good, how could he possibly cause such a strange phenomenon? Who is that? Many elders and disciples were talking about it. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that our Tai Holy Land would have such an amazing and beautiful genius born. God has blessed me, Tai. At this moment, a burst of ecstatic laughter came, extremely old, but like a divine voice, shaking the void. In the forbidden area of Tai Holy Land, a coffin filled with purple energy soared into the sky, and an old man with white hair and beard, who was filled with deathly energy, climbed out of it. At this moment, he was dancing and dancing, his eyes full of excitement and excitement. What? That's the Supreme Elder? The Supreme Elder climbed out of the coffin? Someone exclaimed, with a look of extreme shock in their eyes. In the forbidden area of Tai Holy Land, there are many Supreme Elders and sect ancestors who are in retreat. Unless Tai Holy Land encounters a life and death crisis, they will not be born at all. Many people have joined Tai Holy Land for thousands of years, but have never seen those Supreme Elders and Patriarchs. Who would have thought that such a vision would even alarm the Supreme Elder in the coffin? Whoosh! 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 But this is just the beginning. In the forbidden area behind the mountain, more and more terrifying auras began to revive. More and more coffins rose into the sky, and many supreme elders and ancestors who were about to die crawled out of the coffins, dancing and dancing like children, and their whole bodies were shaking with excitement. The avenues chimed in unison, for spirits and beasts congratulated, and ancient gods and demons knelt down. Such mysterious visions were simply unheard of. Many old guys who were practicing in coffins and were about to die of old age felt that there was a bottleneck in their cultivation. Loose. They were naturally extremely shocked and were born directly. Everyone is singing together. How can there be such a heaven-defying physique in the world? This boy is extraordinary. I am Tai. In the void, there was chaos and mist, and an old figure wearing a Taoist robe emerged and whispered to himself. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, the chaotic light fell from his body, and in his eyes, there seemed to be a strange scene of the birth and death of the world and the death of all spirits, which shocked people's hearts. The ancestor was actually born too? At this moment, even the supreme headmaster of Tai Holy Land showed a look of shock. The strongest person in the Tai Holy Land has lived for an unknown number of years. According to legend, the ancestor has reached the mysterious and mysterious realm. Even the masters and master-level figures who taught Tai have obtained the ancestor of teaching. His old man was also alarmed. Chapter 4 Inside the Grand Palace. Ling Xiao sits cross-legged in the void, chaotic light rises around him, the runes of the avenue are intertwined, thousands of avenues sing in unison, the body is imprinted with the principles, and the whole body blooms with dazzling brilliance. From a place with a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, endless spiritual energy surged in, forming a vast ocean of spiritual energy around him, constantly washing away his physical body. He merged with the innate holy body in Tao embryo, and his whole body exuded a strange fragrance. His body was like glass, crystal clear, and his bones bloomed with bright golden clouds, imprinted with ancient runes. And the strange black light in his body melted like ice and snow almost instantly under the erosion of the Tao of the innate holy body Tao fetus. Boom! The divine sea within Ling Xiao's body set off huge waves. Washed away by the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the Dantian divine sea opened up in his body, which was originally only a few hundred miles in radius, began to expand crazily. 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles, 8,000 miles, 9,000 miles. In the end, the divine sea in Ling Xiao's body directly expanded to a size of thousands of miles in radius, and the innate true energy contained in it also increased 100 times and 1,000 times. The divine sea of 10,000 miles is also called the perfect divine sea. From ancient times to the present, only the most amazing and talented sons of destiny have the possibility to open up the thousands of miles of divine sea. It can be said that there are only a few in the entire fairyland. And those people all left their real names in the fairyland, shocking the past and present, being invincible, and astonishing a piece of ancient history. Now, after Ling Xiao broke and then stood up, and after integrating the innate holy body in the Tao fetus, he also instantly opened up a sea of thousands of miles. Rumble! In the center of the Sea of Divine, an ancient and mysterious Tao platform rose up, like a chaotic mountain, constantly surging. Ling Xiao's cultivation once again broke through to the realm of Tao Foundation, and the originally collapsed Tao Foundation began to condense, and it became more and more solid. That Tao Foundation rushed up from the Sea of Divine, with fairy light lingering, auspicious air steaming, and chaotic mist. Then, on the four sides of the Tao Foundation, the phantoms of the four spirits and fairy beasts emerged. They seemed to be imprinted on Ling Xiao's Tao Foundation, making Ling Xiao's Tao Foundation solid and immortal, exuding an eternal and immortal breath. At the same time, another chain of order fell down, and endless fairy light rose vastly. Above the 9 heavens, a figure of a fairy king with a terrifying breath appeared faintly. It was as if the fairy king had arrived in the 9 heavens. The vision was so grand that it was even projected on the sky of Tai Holy Land. Ling Xiao's foundation of Taoism also soared to a height of 10,000 feet before slowly calming down. For spirits build the foundation of Taoism. Immortal King arrives in the 9th heaven. The 10,000 feet of perfect Taoism laid a deep and unparalleled foundation for Ling Xiao. And this is not over yet. Ling Xiao felt that above his 10,000 feet of Taoism, the void was shaking, as if a mysterious purple mansion was about to be opened, exuding a mysterious Taoist atmosphere. His cultivation seemed to want to directly break through the Taoism realm, open up the purple mansion, and advance to the mysterious and unpredictable purple mansion realm. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's foundation was too backward, and although the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy was vast and boundless, it seemed that it was not enough to support Ling Xiao to open up the purple mansion. Today, we should make a concerted effort to open up the purple mansion. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he thought about it, and the 3,000 years of peaches were immediately taken out by him, and then swallowed directly into his stomach. At the same time, he activated the heaven-devouring magic art, constantly devouring and refining the magnificent energy of the peaches. What kind of fairy thing is the peach? Even if it is only the worst 3,000 years of peaches, it is enough to make people ascend to heaven. In this fairyland, it is also an unimaginable treasure. After being swallowed by Ling Xiao at this moment, even though the energy of the peaches is extremely gentle, the vast and unparalleled fairy spirit continues to wash Ling Xiao's body and merge into his limbs. Ling Xiao's pores burst out brilliant golden clouds, and the fairy light around him is ethereal, and the sound of Taoism is intertwined. The whole person's aura suddenly surged. Crack! It seems that some kind of bottleneck of cultivation in his body has been directly broken. And his cultivation was instantly promoted to the realm of Purple Mansion. Above the 10,000 feet of Tao Foundation, 3 dazzling purple mansion spaces, like the sun, were opened up, spewing out endless light, allowing Ling Xiao's cultivation to continue to surge. Almost instantly, Ling Xiao had opened up 3 purple palaces. And this was just the beginning. As Ling Xiao's aura continued to surge, the 4th purple palace was slowly opened up. Is it Ling Xiao, a disciple of the Ling family? Taiyi's headmaster's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he whispered to himself in his heart. At this moment, he had come to Lingxiao Palace with many great elders and ancestors of Taiyi Holy Land, and found the source of the strange phenomenon, and then knew Lingxiao's identity. Many elders and disciples were shocked. They had never thought that it would be Lingxiao who awakened such a heaven-defying talent. The Ling family is also a family of immortals with a very long heritage in the eternal immortal realm. Its strength is unfathomable and not much weaker than that of Taiyi Holy Land. But Lingxiao is just an ordinary disciple of the Ling family. His talent can only be said to be good. It was only for the sake of the immortal family that he was given a position as a true disciple. But he is not outstanding among the many geniuses of Taiyi Holy Land, and can even be said to be very ordinary. Who could have thought that it was Lingxiao who awakened such a heaven-defying talent? The Ling family is an immortal family, and the most powerful physique is the burning heaven immortal body, but this phenomenon does not look like the legendary burning heaven immortal body. Maybe it's some hidden innate physique? Such a phenomenon is simply unheard of in the fairyland. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid Ling Xiao will soar into the sky after today. Everyone was talking about it, with extremely shocked expressions in their eyes. At the same time, the 4 purple palaces appeared above the sky, emitting blazing rays of light, looking ancient and mysterious, like 4 bright suns. Has he opened up the purple palace and broken through to the purple palace realm? I don't know how many purple palaces he can open up. Someone exclaimed, with an extremely expectant look in his eyes. In the purple palace realm, most people open up 3 purple palaces. Those who can open up 4 or more purple palaces are already geniuses. And those who can open up 6 purple palaces are also geniuses like true disciples in Taiyi Holy Land. The top-level Tianjiao Supreme in the immortal realm can even open up 8 and 9 purple mansions. Now, the most dazzling first Saint Sun in Taiyi Holy Land has opened up 9 purple mansions, and his talent is shocking. Ling Xiao has awakened such a heaven-defying talent. Now that he can open up several purple mansions, it naturally arouses everyone's curiosity and expectations. Chapter 5 Boom. In the void, the 4 purple mansion spaces exude an ancient and vast atmosphere, as brilliant as 4 bright suns. But at this moment, around the 4 purple mansions, 2 more purple mansions instantly emerged. 6 purple mansions. It seems that it is not over yet. Hiss. The speed of opening up the purple mansion is so fast? Someone exclaimed, his eyes full of disbelief. To break through from the Daoji realm to the purple mansion realm, many people will practice for many years, and only when the accumulation is enough will they impact the purple mansion realm and open up the purple mansion space. But even so, they are very slow in opening up the purple mansion space. How can it be as easy as Ling Xiao? If others want to open up 6 purple mansions, they may not be able to complete it in a day, but Ling Xiao did it in an instant. Boom! At this moment, the 7th purple mansion also emerged with a bang, emitting infinite brilliance. Taiyi Patriarch, Taiyi Master, many supreme elders and sect masters gathered in front of Ling Xiao's palace, each with an extremely expectant look in their eyes. Ling Xiao should be able to open up 9 purple mansions, right? With such talent, he is not inferior to the first Saint Sun Yi Junlin. The first Saint Sun Yi Junlin has the legendary Void Saint body, which is ranked in the top 10 of the 3,000 saint bodies. It is extremely powerful, so he can open up 9 purple mansions. Although Ling Xiao's talent is strong, it is probably difficult for him to surpass Yi Junlin. It's hard to say. Didn't you see that the ancestor was alarmed? Yi Junlin at the beginning didn't alarm the ancestor. Everyone looked at the strange phenomenon above the void and talked about it. Boom! At this moment, the eighth purple mansion emerged, flowing with mysterious fairy light and mist, and a strange vision emerged, ancient and mysterious. Not long after the eighth purple mansion appeared, the ninth purple mansion also emerged with a bang. The nine purple mansion. It was like 9 suns across the sky, blooming with dazzling brilliance, and a stream of fairy light fell down, completely covering the palace below. The divine chain of order intertwined, the divine sound of the avenue rose, and various strange visions became more and more gorgeous and mysterious. 9 Purple Mansion. My Taiyi Holy Land has produced another Tianjiao Supreme. An elder with white hair and beard was trembling with excitement, and his eyes were full of extremely excited expressions. 9 Purple Mansion? In the void, the Taiyi ancestor, who was shrouded in chaotic mist, had mysterious and bright eyes, and a faint expectation. It seemed that the 9 Purple Mansion still made him dissatisfied. What is he still looking forward to? Boom! At this moment, millions of thunders rose from the sky, and chaotic light bloomed, as if the world was created, and an extremely terrifying scene emerged. The void twisted violently, and around the 9 purple palaces, in the endless thunderlight, a dazzling brilliance seemed to emerge. What? Could it be? Could it be? At this moment, even the Taiyi sect master couldn't remain calm, and his eyes were full of extremely horrified expressions. It was as if he thought of some legend. Crack! At this moment, an extremely huge purple palace, as if it could swallow the sky and the earth, burst out a blazing and dazzling brilliance, which was far more dazzling than the 9 purple palaces, and appeared above the 9 heavens. The 10th Purple Palace. At this moment, the whole world was paying attention. Everyone in the entire Taiyi Holy Land was stunned. Ha ha ha. Great! My path is not alone. 10 Purple Palaces, a talent that is unparalleled in the ages. This boy is the hope of my Taiyi Holy Land, and has the potential to become a true immortal. At this moment, Taiyi Patriarch laughed loudly, and his voice was as deep as thunder, resounding throughout Taiyi Holy Land. Hearing Taiyi Patriarch's laughter, Taiyi Sect Master, those supreme elders, and the ancestors who crawled out of the coffins were all dancing with excitement, their eyes full of extremely excited expressions. Even though they were full of expectations, they did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to open up 10 purple palaces. 10 purple palaces, this is a talent that is unparalleled in the ages. No wonder the ancestors said that he has the potential to become a true immortal. 10 purple palaces? The talent of a true immortal? Far beyond Yi Junlin's talent, how is this possible? In the depths of Taiyi Holy Land, on the suspended sacred mountains, there were figures with terrifying auras rising from the sky, standing for 9 days, looking in the direction of Ling Xiao. They were several young men and women with majestic figures, surrounded by immortal light and auspicious aura. Each of them was either outstanding or beautiful, showing all kinds of strange phenomena, which showed their extraordinariness. Because they were all the saints and saints of Taiyi Holy Land. Before, when Ling Xiao merged with the innate holy body and the Taoist fetus, they could still pretend to be calm, but they were already panicking in their hearts. At this moment, seeing Ling Xiao open up 10 purple palaces, and even the ancestors saying that Ling Xiao had the talent of a true immortal, they could no longer remain calm. 10 purple palaces? Such a monstrous talent only exists in legends. Only those young emperors and descendants of true immortals can possibly open up 10 purple palaces. That's right. This is already a taboo area. Even if the physique ranks in the top 10 of the 3,000 holy bodies, it is extremely difficult to open up 10 purple palaces. Haven't you heard of Ling Xiao before? As a long-lived family, the Ling family has a very long heritage. Ling Xiao has such a talent, I'm afraid the Ling family will not be able to remain calm. Ling Xiao's talent looks even more terrifying than Yi Junlin. Do you think he will be directly established as a Daozi? Many saints and saintesses talked about it, each with a complicated expression and incomparable shock. And when they heard the word Daozi, they were silent at the same time. Daozi is the true descendant of Taiyi Holy Land and the future Taiyi master. Originally, Daozi should be selected from their 8 saints and saintesses, and the first saint, Yi Junlin, has a void holy body and extraordinary talent, and is the most likely person to become Daozi. Although they knew that Yi Junlin was gifted, they also wanted to compete for the title of Daozi. At this moment, Ling Xiao showed such a great talent, I am afraid that he would be directly appointed as Daozi, right? It should be unlikely. Daozi is the descendant of my Taiyi Holy Land, and must lead all disciples and be the strongest among all people. Although Ling Xiao has extraordinary talent, his cultivation is still too weak. If he is appointed as Daozi, he will not be able to convince everyone. Yi Junlin, I am afraid he will be the first to challenge him. Someone pondered for a moment and said slowly. If so, then we still have a chance. That's right. Practice hard. In this era of great struggle, geniuses and monsters are born one after another, and we can't fall behind. Go back and retreat. I still have a great magical power that I haven't practiced successfully. All the saints felt the strong pressure. After taking a deep look in the direction of Ling Xiao, they immediately turned around and went back. In the end, there was only a young man wearing a purple robe with a tall head and horns left in the void. His whole body was filled with purple energy. He looked majestic and mysterious, but at this moment, his face was full of uncertainty. He is the 8th Holy Son, Wang Tengfei. Ling Xiao, not only did he not die, but he actually awakened such a talent? Damn it! However, this matter is no longer my decision. His heart was filled with unwillingness, and his eyes were full of cold murderous intent. After taking a deep look at the 10 great purple houses in the void, Wang Tengfei showed a trace of fear in his eyes, and finally gritted his teeth and turned around. P.S. Brothers, the 5th update has arrived, please vote for flowers. 1,000 flowers, 200 comments, and 5 rewards will all be added to the update. As long as the brothers are good enough, the update will be great. Thank you. Chapter 6 Inside the Grand Palace. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes bright and bright, as if there were traces of Taoism lingering around him, and his whole person exuded a transcendent and extraordinary aura, like a god coming to the dust. At this moment, he was completely transformed. The Taoist rhymes all over the body are intertwined with each other, echoing with the Great Road. The body is branded with Taoism, the immortal muscles and jade bones, and the blood in the body has turned into the color of pure gold, exuding the vast and majestic breath of life, just like Wang Yang. And he has opened up 10 major purple mansions, and his current cultivation level has directly reached the peak of the purple mansion realm. It's just one step away from cultivating the divine spirit in the Z mansion and breaking through to the realm of divine treasure. This innate holy body Dao fetus is indeed terrifyingly powerful. Ling Xiao admired in his heart. According to legend, there are 3,000 holy bodies in the eternal immortal realm, and the number 11 is the chaos body. Although the innate holy body Tao embryo he fused and awakened was not among the 3,000 holy bodies, it was comparable to the chaotic body in terms of its heaven-defying qualities. Ling Xiao is now completely transformed, his talent is unparalleled, and he is truly amazing. Just when he was practicing and making breakthroughs, Ling Xiao had already noticed that outside his palace, the headmaster of Taiyi and many other high-level officials from Taiyi Holy Land had arrived. After all, the vision he had while practicing was so terrifying that the entire Taiyi Holy Land was alarmed. Since I, Ling Xiao, have come to this world, I should set foot on the top of the mountain, conquer all eternity, and go to the extreme peak of the cultivation path to see what kind of scenery it is. Ling Xiao secretly thought in his heart, his eyes shining brightly, full of expectation. Boom! The palace door burst open. Ling Xiao stepped out from it. He has a majestic figure, extraordinary equipment, handsome and elegant face, and a Taoist charm intertwined all over his body. Every move he makes seems to be in harmony with the nature of heaven, and he has a transcendent and otherworldly temperament. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were bright and dazzling. When he saw the many figures outside the palace, he did not panic at all, but bowed gracefully. Ling Xiao, I have met the headmaster and all the elders of the sect. Ling Xiao said calmly. Ancestor Taiyi stepped forward, chaotic light rising around him, and he came directly in front of Ling Xiao. His eyes were deep in vicissitudes, containing a power that penetrated people's hearts, as if he could see through Ling Xiao's whole body. The great avenues all over the body are singing together, and the body is imprinted with the principles, which can stir up the great avenues of heaven and earth. This kind of physique is comparable to the chaotic body that destroys 10,000 ways, but it is two extremes. Good. 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 Taiyi Patriarch praised. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and after seeing the old man, he felt as if his whole body had frozen, as if the surrounding heaven and earth were shaking at the same time. The old man in front of him seemed to be no longer allowed to live in the world, exuding a strange aura. Ling Xiao, this is my ancestor from Taiyi Holy Land. Headmaster Taiyi said quickly. Ancestor of Taiyi Holy Land? Meet the ancestor. Ling Xiao was shocked, showing a hint of shock, and bowed quickly. How could he not know about the ancestors of Taiyi Holy Land? Although this Taiyi patriarch only exists in rumors and mostly practices in seclusion, he is the undisputed number one person in the Taiyi Holy Land. Some people say that he is the descendant of a true fairy, some say that he is the founder of the Taiyi Holy Land, and some say that he has experienced countless epochs and is immortal, and is the most ancient person. However, despite the divergent opinions, no one knows the true origin of Taiyi ancestor, which makes Taiyi ancestor even more mysterious. Ling Xiao only knew that during the several crises and catastrophes in the history of Taiyi Holy Land, it was this ancestor who turned the tide and set the course. He is the sea-fixing needle of Taiyi Holy Land and the pillar supporting the sky. Unexpectedly, even this ancestor was alarmed. Ling Xiao will be the ninth holy son of Taiyi Holy Land from today on. I will personally teach him, and he will be my hope of Taiyi Holy Land. Taiyi ancestor whispered to himself softly, but as if he was following his words, he contained an unquestionable majesty. Yes. Headmaster Taiyi and many elders were filled with fear and bowed to accept the order. There was undisguised disappointment in their eyes. They were all gearing up to find ways to accept Ling Xiao as their disciple. After all, it is a supreme honor for them to have such a disciple. But they didn't expect that the ancestor would teach Ling Xiao himself. However, the ancestor did not say that he would accept Ling Xiao as his disciple, but only wanted him to become the ninth holy son of Taiyi Holy Land. Otherwise, Ling Xiao's seniority would be frighteningly high. However, after thinking for a moment, Headmaster Taiyi and many supreme elders understood the intention of Patriarch Taiyi. With Ling Xiao's talent and qualifications, he can be directly established as Tai Daozi. But the ancestor had such good intentions. After all, even the supreme genius needs countless tempers before he can grow up. Let Ling Xiao become the ninth holy son, which means that the ancestor regards the 8 holy sons and saints as Ling Xiao's whetstones, and wants Ling Xiao to step on them and step into the position of Taoist son. Although this is a bit cruel to the other 8 saints and saints, it is absolutely necessary for Taiyi Holy Land. Yes, ancestor. Ling Xiao also bowed and said, his expression indifferent and calm. You old guys have seen enough, haven't you? Hurry and get back into your coffins. If you stay here any longer, your life will collapse and even I won't be able to save you. Taiyi ancestor looked at those old monsters lightly and said, ha ha ha. Ancestor, we are so happy. That's right. Ancestor, there is Ling Xiao in the Taiyi Holy Land, and he is expected to rule the eternal fairyland in the future. You must teach him well. If it weren't for the old man, I couldn't leave my coffin, otherwise I really want to be this kid's protector. Ancestor, I feel that my cultivation is about to break through. This guy's physique is so powerful that he can actually mobilize the power of 10,000 ways. If it doesn't work anymore, I have to go back to my coffin to retreat. Many old monsters said with a smile. Some of them had almost lost their hair and teeth, and their bodies were lifeless, but at this moment, their eyes were full of light and hope. However, after Taiyi Patriarch made a sound to chase away the people, they all turned around with a smile, crawled back into their coffins, and then flew back to the forbidden area and became silent again. When they saw such a genius born in Taiyi Holy Land, they were all happy from the bottom of their hearts. And seeing the thousands of paths singing together and the interweaving of laws today, they also felt something in their hearts. It seemed that the bottlenecks had been loosened a little. It didn't take long for the old guys to be gone. Ling Xiao, come with me. Ancestor Taiyi rolled up his sleeves, rolled up the sky, and flew towards the depths of Taiyi Holy Land. Chapter 7 In a Small World. The fairy light is misty, the mist rises, and the spiritual energy is so rich that it turns into mist and forms a stream, which looks peaceful and mysterious. This is the Taichu realm opened up by Patriarch Taiyi, where the rhymes of Tao are intertwined and the laws are rising. Here, it seems that one can be in the state of enlightenment at any time. This is the Taichu order. You can come to Taichu realm to find me at any time in the future. Ancestor Taiyi handed a simple token to Ling Xiaodao. Yes. Ling Xiao accepted it respectfully. Although you are a disciple of the Ling family, you are also my holy son of Taiyi Holy Land. You are more likely to be a disciple of Taoism in the future. So if you have been wronged in any way by the Ling family, just speak up. No one can insult the holy son of Taiyi Holy Land, not even the Changqing family. Ancestor Taiyi seemed to have profound meaning and said slowly, "Thank you, Ancestor." Ling Xiao's heart moved. It seemed that nothing could be hidden from Taiyi Patriarch. He also found the humiliating scenes that Ling Xiao suffered in the Ling family from his memory, as well as the trace of resentment that still remains. I'm afraid that the strange black light in his body has something to do with the Ling family. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart, some accounts must be recovered sooner or later, and some people must be settled sooner or later. As long as you understand. Today, I'm going to tell you about the 8 realms of rebirth. Tai Patriarch smiled indifferently, and then he and Ling Xiao came to the top of a sacred mountain and sat down cross-legged on the sea of clouds. Prepare to preach for Ling Xiao. As if seeing Ling Xiao's confusion, Tai Patriarch said slowly, the 8 realms of rebirth, acquired, innate, divine sea, Daoji, Zifu, divine treasure, heavenly palace, and life and death. Although many people know it, but they don't understand that the 8 realms of rebirth are the beginning of cultivation and the foundation for how far one can go. Only by cultivating each of the 8 realms of rebirth to the extreme and building the Supreme Tao Foundation, can we make rapid progress in subsequent cultivation? Therefore, many geniuses and supreme beings will spend a long time in the 8 realms of rebirth, polishing their cultivation. Otherwise, with Yi Junlin's qualifications and the resources of our Taiyi Holy Land, it would not be difficult to cross the 8 realms of rebirth, or even directly enter the divine realm, even in one day. But now, he is still stuck in the Tiangong realm. Ancestor Taiyi said slowly. There was a hint of understanding in Ling Xiao's eyes, and he nodded and said, Ancestor means that if the path of cultivation is a palace reaching the sky, then the 8 realms of rebirth are the foundation. If the foundation of the 8 realms of rebirth is not solid, even if the foundation is not solid, no matter how high the Tongtian palace is, it will collapse. Children can be taught. Ancestor Taiyi showed a hint of appreciation in his eyes. In the following time, I will start from the acquired realm and explain the 8 realms of rebirth for you in detail. As for magical powers and treasures, those are all side effects. With your own cultivation level, you should be able to understand them on your own. Ancestor Taiyi smiled calmly. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded and sat down, showing an attitude of being open-minded and willing to be taught. This is exactly what he wanted. He had just traveled to the fantasy world not long ago. Although he had a golden finger in his hand, he didn't know much about the cultivation path or the entire fairyland. It was exactly what he wanted for Taiyi Patriarch, an unfathomable and unparalleled powerhouse, to personally preach and enlighten him. The 8 realms of rebirth start from the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow returns to the innate world, which is when you shed your mortal body, return to the nature of heaven and earth, understand the laws of Taoism, and understand the principles of nature. The voice of Patriarch Taiyi was like a bell ringing in the Taichu realm. Boom! In the void, the fairy light fell like the Milky Way, the mist rose, and the flowers of the avenue bloomed. Around the two of them, golden lotuses seemed to emerge. Flowers are falling from the sky and golden lotuses are flowing from the ground. The auspicious energy rises and the fairy beasts dance. Patriarch Taiyi gave a sermon to Ling Xiao, which was profound and simple, but it seemed to contain the ultimate truth of heaven, causing the avenue to tremble, the path to droop, and the divine chain of order to penetrate the void. In this state, Ling Xiao immediately fell into the realm of enlightenment. He had a completely new understanding of the 8 realms of rebirth and the way of cultivation. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao awakened the innate holy body and swallowed flat peaches for 3,000 years, and his cultivation level went straight to the realm of Zifu. The speed of improvement was extremely fast, and the foundation was somewhat unstable. But at this moment, he had a new understanding of every major realm, and his whole cultivation aura became more and more unfathomable. Chapter 8. To the east is Daoyu. This is a vast and boundless territory, with a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, filled with fairy mountains and great swamps, full of an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. The ruler of Donglin Dao domain is the Ling family, a long-lasting family. The Ling family has a long heritage, and its heritage is unfathomable. It is said that it dates back to before the ancient era, and is even older than the inheritance of Taiyi Holy Land. It is said that the ancestors once produced invincible people who dominated the immortal realm and dominated the era. Ling family land. This is the place where hundreds of millions of dragon veins from the Donglin Dao domain gather, and it is the top-notch Dongtian blessed land in the Donglin Dao domain. In the void, sacred mountains and fairy islands float. There are many majestic heavenly palaces, thousands of fairy lights, and auspicious energy transpiring, looking ethereal and peaceful. Between the sacred mountains, there are all kinds of exotic flowers and herbs, ancient vines and precious medicines, and fairy birds and auspicious beasts dancing. The ancient giant beasts walk through it, their energy and blood rush into the sky, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. The fairy clouds are hanging down like a river of stars, and the waterfalls and springs flowing between the clouds and mist are all made of liquefied spiritual energy from heaven and earth, as if they can swallow countless spiritual energy with just one breath. Everything here looks like a scene from a myth, and you can see the horror of the Ling family's background. A continent with a radius of hundreds of millions of miles floats in the nine heavens. It is said to be a continent, but in fact it is the divine island of the Ling family and the residents of the Core tribe. It is surrounded by countless suspended sacred mountains dotted here and there. In a majestic and ancient fairy palace, sitting at the head was a proud woman with a graceful face, a pretty face, but full of indifference, and a powerful aura. There was a man in black robes standing below, his face shrouded in mist, and his face could not be seen clearly, but his eyes were deep and sharp. Trash! You can't even deal with Ling Xiao, and yet you made him the ninth holy son of Tai Holy Land? What does your young master do for a living? After hearing the report from the man in black robe, the arrogant woman's face was full of uncertainty, and she scolded in a cold voice. Madam, Ling Xiao was indeed poisoned by that kind of poison, and he was bound to die. But no one knows why he was able to survive, and he also awakened the heaven-defying talent and became the ninth holy son. In this regard, my young master, I can't even imagine what will happen next, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for my young master to take action. The man in black robe said calmly. Trash, all trash. That Ling Xiao is just a trash. How could he have such a talent that defies heaven? In his body, the arrogant woman said coldly, but as if she had said something she shouldn't have said, she stopped abruptly. The man in black robe was moved in his heart. He had long heard that when Ling Xiao was born, his talent was extremely extraordinary, but for some unknown reason, he was ignored by everyone and was even kicked out of the Ling family and entered the Tai Holy Land. It seems that some of the rumors may not be false. Could it be that this vicious woman in front of me took out Ling Xiao's talent and transplanted it into the talented and stunning young supreme of the Ling family? Tell your young master, if he can kill Ling Xiao, I can add another drop of the Emperor's essence and blood. The proud woman's face was full of uncertainty, but she finally gritted her teeth and said, Emperor essence and blood? Hearing the words of the arrogant woman, the man in black robe couldn't help but his eyes lit up. But he still shook his head with a wry smile and said, Madam, the Emperor's essence and blood are indeed exciting. But please forgive my young master for not being able to do it. That Ling Xiao is already valued by Tai ancestor. What? Hearing the words Tai patriarch, the arrogant woman couldn't help but change her color suddenly, and stood up from the throne, her eyes full of disbelief. This matter is known to everyone in Tai Holy Land. Madam, our deal ends here, farewell. The man in black robe cupped his hands towards the arrogant woman, and then black light rose around him, the void twisted, and his figure quietly disappeared into the fairy palace. Ancestor Tai, how could you value that little beast? His immortal veins have obviously been dug out by me. There was a trace of deep fear in the eyes of the arrogant woman, and she whispered to herself. Ancestor Tai is a great figure who shocks the entire immortal realm, with an unfathomable origin. Even the current ancestor of the Ling family values Tai ancestor very highly, and can even be said to respect him. If Ling Xiao was valued by Tai ancestor, things would be in trouble. No matter what, this little beast Ling Xiao must die. The arrogant woman's eyes were filled with extremely cold murderous intent. Blood evil. As the arrogant woman shouted indifferently, the void suddenly flashed slightly, and a figure wearing a bloody robe appeared behind her. Miss. The blood-robed figure bowed. You stay outside Tai Holy Land. As long as Ling Xiao dares to leave Tai Holy Land, kill him immediately. The arrogant woman said coldly. Yes. The blood-robed figure responded, and then disappeared instantly. Ling Xiao, you must die. The divine son of the Ling family, only my son is worthy of it. The arrogant woman's eyes were extremely deep, without the slightest emotion. Chapter 9 Taichu Realm. Ling Xiao has been listening to Tai Patriarch's sermons here for more than a month, and has an extremely deep understanding of the 8 realms of rebirth. Patriarch Tai's sermons were not profound, but they were like building a foundation, building a supreme Taoist foundation for Ling Xiao, allowing him to subtly transform himself. In fact, after Ling Xiao merged with the innate holy body in Tao embryo, he already had the supreme bone, the only one in all eternity. Ancestor Tai is not worried about Ling Xiao's talent. The only thing he is worried about is that Ling Xiao's foundation is not solid enough. He is eager for success, and he is arrogant. But during this time, Ling Xiao also made Tai Patriarch extremely satisfied. Although he has supreme talent, he is proud but not arrogant, his edge is restrained but not exposed, he is open-minded to ask for advice, and he is steady and down to earth. Not at all arrogant like those young geniuses. Of course, what Patriarch Tai didn't know was that Ling Xiao was a time traveler. Although he possessed the innate holy body, he knew nothing about the way to practice, so he eagerly sought the way. With Patriarch Tai as his guide, Ling Xiao finally integrated into this fantasy world. Ling Xiao, I have told you all the 8 realms of rebirth. How you practice next depends on you. However, before you leave, I will teach you a sword technique. Ancestor Tai smiled calmly. Sword technique? Could it be Dao slaying technique? Ling Zhao's heart suddenly moved, and his eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. It's the Dao killing technique. The Dao killing technique is one of the 3 major sword techniques in the immortal realm, and it is also the supreme inheritance of our Tai Holy Land. Your cultivation has now reached the Purple Mansion realm, and you are naturally close to Wan Dao. The principles of body branding are perfect for practicing this Dao killing technique. Ancestor Tai nodded. Hearing that it was the Dao killing technique, Ling Xiao became extremely excited. Dao cutting technique is one of the 3 major sword techniques in the immortal realm. The 3 great sword techniques in the immortal realm, Dao cutting technique, Ji Gu Ju, and immortal killing technique. These 3 supreme sword techniques are 3 supreme sword techniques. According to legend, they all came from countless eras ago and are the best in the immortal realm. Created by the strong. When you practice to the extreme, you can conquer the ages, kill enemies, and have unparalleled power. The Dao cutting Ju is divided into 3 swords: enlightenment, combination, and Dao cutting. It is necessary to clearly understand the Dao of heaven and earth and be in harmony with the Dao of heaven and earth before you can proceed to cut the Dao with one strike. All paths will be empty. You need to remember the mystery of the Dao Zutting Ju, in the heart but not in the form, in the Tao but not in the law, Ancestor Tai whispered. But his voice seemed to contain infinite charm, causing the void in all directions to vibrate, and purple energy rising, covering the entire Taichu realm. Ancestor Tai's brows are glowing, and there seems to be a golden little figure sitting in the chaotic void, eternal and immortal, exuding immeasurable sword energy, which can penetrate the eternal void and cut off the long river of time and space. As Patriarch Tai pointed out, the little golden figure spit out a golden sword energy, and then instantly, like the light of a flying fairy, it bloomed with 9 colors of divine glow and flew towards Ling Xiao. In an instant, it seemed as if the world was filled with billions of sword lights. Ling Xiao felt chills all over his body. If he hadn't known that Tai Patriarch would not hurt him, he almost thought that Tai Patriarch was going to cut him into pieces. Then, the golden sword energy sank into the sea of consciousness between Ling Xiao's eyebrows, and slowly fell silent. This is a sword seed of the Dao slaying technique. It contains the secret of the Dao slaying technique. If you study it carefully, I believe that you will be able to understand this sword technique in a short time. Ancestor Tai said slowly. Thank you, Ancestor. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, unable to hide the shock in his eyes, and bowed respectfully. Your cultivation has reached the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. Next, you can fuse the essence and blood of the ferocious beasts and break through to the divine treasure realm. Take the Taichu order and go to the Sex treasure house. There are several kinds of supreme fairy beast essence and blood in it. You can take it out for breakthrough use. In addition, the secret realm of the demonic ruins will be open soon, and you can enter it to try it out, or you may be able to find enough blood essence of ferocious beasts to get your own opportunities and fortune. Ancestor Tai warned. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded, memorized all Tai Patriarch's words, then turned to say goodbye and left Taichu realm. Seeing Ling Zhao's leaving figure, Tai Patriarch's eyes were extremely deep and he said softly, "Film." The void trembled slightly, and a grey-robed figure emerged silently, bowing to Tai Patriarch. Meet the master. From now on, you will be Ling Zhao's protector. Ancestor Tai pondered. Yes. The grey-robed figure nodded, and then disappeared into the void. The brilliant era is about to begin, and the supreme geniuses will be born one after another. However, in this era, who can prove immortality and gain eternal life, and who can be called invincible? Ancestor Tai sighed. There was a trace of extreme exhaustion in his eyes, and then he turned around and slowly disappeared into the Taichu realm. Holy Sun Ling Xiao, this is your sacred island. If anything happens to you in the future, just tell me and I will make sure everything is properly arranged for you. In front of a suspended holy island, an old man with white beard and hair who looked very kind and even flattering smiled at Ling Xiao. The old man is the elder of Tiangong Hall, and his cultivation has far exceeded the 8th stage of rebirth, but at this moment, he is still extremely respectful in front of Ling Xiao. Although the Holy Sun ranks higher than the elders in Tai Holy Land, he is actually much more noble than the elders. After all, the Holy Sun is the hope of the future of Tai Holy Land, and may even become the supreme leader. How can those elders be disrespectful? Especially Ling Xiao, who was personally named the 9th Holy Sun by Tai Ancestor and even personally taught him. Tiangong Hall was naturally extremely considerate and gave Ling Xiao an extremely precious holy island in Tai Holy Land. The 8 holy sons of the Tai Holy Land live on the 8 sacred islands of Xianuan, heaven, earth, and the great wilderness of the universe. Ling Xiao's sacred island is even more impressive than the Tianqing island of the first saint, Yi Junlin. I'm determined. Ling Xiao nodded. The sacred island in front of you is comparable to a suspended continent, with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The spiritual energy is as dense as mist, with thousands of rays of light, purple air rising, and a mysterious Taoist charm permeating it. The island has towering ancient trees, green sacred mountains, pavilions, and palaces. It is like a heavenly palace in myths and legends, extremely luxurious. On the sacred island alone, there are more than 10,000 disciples, servants, and guards serving Ling Xiao. This shows the nobility of the Holy Sun. You're welcome. If you need anything, come to me anytime. I'm taking my leave. The elder of Tiangong Hall said, somewhat flattered, then said goodbye and turned around. Chapter 10 9 Apertures Golden Pill, Secretly Plotting. Sacred Island. Ling Xiao headed towards the Ling Xiao Palace in the center of the island. Greetings to the Holy Sun. Lord Holy Sun, you are back. Lord Holy Sun, everything has been cleaned up. After seeing Ling Xiao, many disciples, servants, and guards on the island bowed and saluted, and their eyes were filled with incomparable awe. Ling Xiao smiled and nodded, and then came to Ling Xiao Palace. In the Ling Xiao Palace, there are thousands of celestial lights, steaming auspicious energy, and the ancient and mysterious spirit-gathering formations are engraved on it. The spiritual energy here is as rich as mist, and you can feel your cultivation level constantly growing by breathing casually. The richness of the spiritual energy here is more than 100 times stronger than the palace before Ling Xiao. In more than a month, I have accumulated more than 30 fishing opportunities. This time I want to see if there are any precious treasures. Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged in the palace, with a look of expectation in his eyes. Boom! As Ling Xiao's thoughts moved, chaotic light rose in his sea of consciousness, and the mysterious sky fishing rod swung, and endless chaotic light fell down, falling directly into the heavens and the world. Then, bright light groups emerged. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 10 bronze-level elixirs and 8 elixirs. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a bronze-level spiritual object 100 low-grade source stones. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a bronze-level spiritual object 10 low-grade treasure medicines. System sounds sounded one after another. But most of the fish caught were bronze-level treasures. Now they were not noticed by Ling Xiao, and he collected them all casually. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a bronze-level spiritual object 100 low-grade source stones. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a silver-level spiritual object 100 middle-grade source stones. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 10 gold-level pills Dioji pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the platinum-level elixir 9 Apertures Golden Elixir. The sound of the system keeps ringing. Even the silver-level treasures and gold-level treasures are a bit disdainful to Ling Xiao today. However, when he saw the platinum-level elixir 9 Aperture Golden Elixir, his eyes couldn't help but light up. This 9 Aperture Golden Pill is a good thing. Not only can it improve the strength of the physical body, but it can also subtly improve the qualifications. It may not be of use to me, but it can be used to train my subordinates and create a talented person. Ling Xiao thought secretly in his heart. As a time traveler, he naturally knows about the 9 Apertures Golden Pill. This is the treasure that comes from the eternal world, Fong Laoma's starting treasure, which allows Fong Laoma to be reborn, possessing supreme qualifications, and is worth a lot of money. But now that Ling Xiao has awakened the innate holy body Tao fetus and taken 3,000 years of coiling, both his talent and body have become extremely powerful to an extremely terrifying level. This 9 Aperture Golden Pill is naturally of no use to him. It seems that treasures below the platinum level are of little use to me. These ordinary resources can be used to train my subordinates in the future. As for the treasures above the platinum level, I can look forward to it. Ling Xiao thought secretly in his heart, and then put away the 9 Apertures Golden Pill. His current cultivation level is still at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. But Ling Xiao's aura at this moment was as deep as the sea, with an ethereal fairy light all over him and a Taoist charm pervading his body, giving him an otherworldly temperament. After a month of Tai Patriarch's sermons, although his cultivation level has not improved, his foundation has become deeper. Now, as long as he can obtain the essence and blood of the vicious beast and integrate it into the Z mansion, he can immediately break through to the divine treasure realm. The ancestor said that there is the essence and blood of the supreme immortal beast in the sex treasure house, so you can't miss it. Ling Xiao whispered to himself, and immediately decided to go to the sex treasure house to find the ferocious beast essence and blood suitable for him. The supreme immortal beast is an existence comparable to a true immortal. Its strength dominates the world. It is so powerful that it can destroy infinite worlds with just a thought. The essence and blood of such a terrifying existence must be extremely terrifying. If it can be integrated into the Z mansion, it will definitely be able to condense the supreme spirit and build the supreme foundation. Only the Tai Holy Land, an immortal religion with a long history, has such a foundation. Ling Xiao left the sacred island and headed towards the sex treasure house. Holy Island? Damn it! The people in Tiangong Palace are all a bunch of bastards. He, Ling Xiao, is not a Taoist disciple. Are you so eager to please him? On the deserted Holy Island, in a magnificent and ancient fairy palace, Wang Tengfei suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with an extremely cold look. He was wearing a purple robe, with an extraordinary handsome face, majestic posture, and powerful aura. There seemed to be divine light piercing the void in his eyes, which was very intimidating. But at this moment, his extremely handsome face was slightly distorted. He is the 8th Holy Son Wang Tengfei, and he is also the one who attacked Ling Xiao before and left a strange black light in Ling Xiao's body. Seeing that Ling Xiao not only survived, but also awakened the heaven-defying talent and became the 9th Holy Son of Tai Holy Land, a sense of crisis instantly arose in his heart, and he was filled with jealousy and unwillingness. Lord Holy Son, although Ling Xiao has extraordinary talents, he has just broken through the Purple Mansion realm, but you have already reached the Xinzong realm, and will be able to break through the Tiangong realm in a short time. Ling Xiao cannot make any trouble. A true disciple wearing a white robe below said respectfully. Lu Chuan, what you said is very light. But Ling Xiao is from the Shizi Mansion, and I am just from the 8 Purple Mansion. It won't be long before he can catch up with me. Wang Tengfei said with an ugly expression, a hint of cold murderous intent looming in his eyes. He didn't want to kill Ling Xiao all the time. Otherwise, when one day Ling Xiao finds out that he left the strange black light in Ling Xiao's body, he will definitely take revenge on him. Danger must be nipped in the bud. Lord Holy Son, if you want to kill Ling Xiao, what's the difficulty? You have now cultivated 7 gods. If you cultivate one more god, when the 8 gods are united, you can attack the heavenly palace. When the time comes, you can directly challenge Ling Xiao, open the ancient battlefield of life and death, have a life or death duel with him, and kill him in an upright manner. When the time comes, the ancestor will surely not stop it, right? Lu Chuan was dressed in white, handsome and elegant, but his eyes were full of cold murderous intent at this moment. Speaking of which, he and Wang Tengfei were like grasshoppers on the same rope. On the surface, he pretended to be on good terms with Ling Xiao, but secretly turned to Wang Tengfei. Therefore, he was able to quietly plant that strange black light into Ling Xiao's body. If Ling Xiao found out the truth, he and Wang Tengfei would be involved. Therefore, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao more than Wang Tengfei. The ancient battlefield of life and death? Wang Tengfei's eyes flashed, and he suddenly felt a little excited. Okay. It's settled. I will go to the sex treasury. My contribution will be enough to exchange for a drop of extremely precious essence and blood of the supreme immortal beast. When the time comes, the 8 Purple Mansion will be unified and promoted to the heavenly palace realm, and I will kill Ling Xiao. Wang Tengfei gritted his teeth and said, immediately stood up from the throne and said with murderous intent. P.S. Now there are more than 500 flowers and more than 100 evaluation votes. If there are 2,000 flowers and 500 evaluation votes tomorrow, we will continue to have 10 updates. Please help me with the new book. The old author of the Tian Bang has a new book. His character is guaranteed. So cool. Chapter 11. Deep in the Tai Holy Land, there is an ancient and majestic sacred mountain. This is the place where spiritual veins gather, where the great formations meet. Divine chains of order fall down, runes rise up, and they contain immeasurable murderous intent. When I came here, it was as if the energy of heaven and earth had completely changed. There was a horrifying murderous intention that locked countless creatures, making people feel cold all over their bodies and their souls trembled. This is where the sex treasure house of Tai Holy Land is located. Elders with powerful and terrifying auras, like the sun, sit in the void around the sacred mountain, guarding the sex treasure house. Ordinary people are not qualified to enter the sex treasure house. Even the 9 holy sons and many elders of Tai Holy Land can only come to the sect's treasure house to exchange treasures after they have accumulated enough contribution points. After Ling Xiao showed the Taichu order, he came to the sect's treasure house unimpeded. Holy Son Ling Xiao, you have the Taichu order from your ancestor and you can enter the sect's treasure house to select treasures. However, after all, you are not a Taoist disciple, so you can only select 5 treasures. Please understand. In front of the sect's treasure house, a guard with an extremely powerful aura who was guarding the treasure house said with a smile. I understand. What you mean is that I can choose any 5 treasures in the sect's treasure house? Ling Xiao nodded and asked. That's right. No matter what you like, you can take it out of the sect's treasure house. The guard nodded and said, his eyes full of envy. This 9th holy son is truly blessed to be so valued by his ancestor. You must know that even the other holy sons are not qualified to enter the sect's treasure house. They can only redeem corresponding treasures based on their contribution value. Who can be like Ling Xiao, who can enter the sect's treasure house and select all the treasures? It seems that this holy son of Ling Xiao is very likely to become the Taoist disciple of Tai Holy Land. Thinking of this, the smile on the guard's face became even stronger. I understand, thank you. Ling Xiao nodded. Boom! As the surrounding elders activated the runes, the 2 ancient gates of the sect's treasure house bloomed with dazzling brilliance, like being cast by divine gold, exuding a mysterious light. Runes rose up one after another, as if leading to an unknown place. Small world. These 2 gates are actually made of extremely metal? The foundation of Tai Holy Land is indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao looked at the divine chain of order wrapped around the 2 gates and the traces of Ji Dao aura, and couldn't help but have a look of shock in his eyes. This is the supreme material that can be used to cast the Ji Dao Emperor's weapons, but now it is only used to cast 2 gates, which shows the wealth of Tai Holy Land. Ling Xiao stepped into the sect's treasure house. Boom! The surrounding light was bright, and the fairy light was rising. He seemed to have arrived in an ancient world, full of ancient and mysterious aura fluctuations. This turned out to be a vast and boundless small world. In the void, there are bright light groups floating in the air, among which the treasure light is shining brightly, the Tao is intertwined, and the runes are permeated, containing extraordinary treasures. Those light clusters were like a dazzling galaxy. There were countless of them, and they were extremely mysterious. This shows that the foundation of Tai Holy Land is profound and terrifying. Meteor God Pill. 7 colorful soul lotus. Phoenix blood and tears gold. When Ling Xiao detected a ray of consciousness and detected the treasures in those light clusters, he was immediately shocked. The supreme elixir. Excellent holy medicine. Extreme metal. Just seeing a few of them made Ling Xiao want to put all these treasures into his pocket. There are countless treasures here, and if you take out any one of them, it will make people outside go crazy and cause a bloody storm. It seems that I still have to work hard to become a Taoist disciple of Tai Holy Land. If I can become a Taoist disciple, then the countless treasures in this sect's treasure house will naturally be at my disposal. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered, and he thought to himself. He gathered his mind and headed for the depths of the treasure house. He could only choose 5 treasures, so he naturally had to choose the treasure that suited him best, especially since his cultivation had reached the Purple Mansion realm. Next, he needed to fuse the blood of fierce beasts, so precious blood of fierce beasts, or even the blood of supreme immortal beasts, was the first choice. The ancestor said that there are several kinds of blood of supreme immortal beasts here. It seems that I can't miss it. Ling Xiao whispered to himself. Supreme immortal beasts are also extremely rare in the entire fairyland. They have immortal blood in their bodies, comparable to immortal immortals, and their strength is unfathomable. And it is difficult for even immortal immortals to hunt a supreme immortal beast. Therefore, the blood of supreme immortal beasts in Tai Holy Land should be left over from ancient times. For Tai Holy Land, it is extremely precious, and 1 drop less is 1 drop less. Soon, Ling Xiao came to the depths of the treasure house. Boom! There are thunder roars, immortal lights, and the laws of the Great Way interweave, making this place seem like a sea of laws, surging and shattering everything. And the light balls above the head are as bright as the immortal sun, emitting a blazing and dazzling brilliance, and there are all kinds of mysterious visions appearing, which shows that the treasures in it must be earth-shattering and unimaginable. Ling Xiao's body is also glowing, mysterious runes rise, the body blooms the law, and there are chains of order wrapped around him. Originally, there were thousands of ways here, and even if a strong man who far surpassed the 8th level of rebirth came here, he might be severely injured by the law, or even directly killed. But Ling Xiao has the innate holy body in the fetus, and is naturally close to the thousands of ways. At this moment, here, he actually feels that his cultivation has made great progress, and his aura is constantly surging, with a tendency to break through to the realm of God. Found it, the essence of the supreme immortal beast. Ling Zhao's eyes flickered with divine light, and suddenly fell on the 3 bright light balls in the void. On! Chirp! Roar! The mysterious and ancient sound, like the divine sound of the great Tao, shook the void. In the 3 brilliant light balls, there were 3 blood beads as brilliant as the sun, from which emerged a supreme dragon that penetrated the heaven and earth, a fairy phoenix that burned the sky and destroyed the earth, surrounded by endless flames, and a unicorn that was surrounded by dark yellow light and golden haze. True dragon blood. Fairy phoenix blood. Unicorn blood. It was indeed the blood of the supreme fairy beast. You should know that the true dragon, fairy phoenix and unicorn are the most terrifying beasts in the fairyland, and they are also called the supreme fairy beasts. They once suppressed several epochs and suppressed the eternal void. Ling Xiao didn't expect that there was the blood of the true dragon, fairy phoenix and unicorn in Tai Holy Land. This is really a big profit. Chapter 12 Buzz. Under his urging, the Taichu order in Ling Zhao's hand burst into brilliant light, and directly rose into the air, covering the 3 light balls. The restraining power outside the 3 light balls melted like ice and snow, and 3 drops of the essence of the supreme fairy beast flew down and were collected by Ling Xiao. The Taichu order was given by the Tai Patriarch, and it can almost dissolve all the restraining power in the sex treasury, so Ling Xiao is qualified to enter the sex treasury to select treasures. Otherwise, like the other 8 saints, even the first Saint Yi Junlin can only exchange treasures with contribution points. After collecting the essence of the true dragon, the essence of the fairy phoenix, and the essence of the unicorn, although Ling Xiao also found the essence of other fierce beasts, he no longer liked them, so he casually strolled in the treasury. After all, he can still collect 2 more treasures. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart, and his body Tao burst into a brilliant light, as if something made him feel something. He moved his heart and immediately went to the place where he felt something. In front of him, the chaotic light fell, the mist rose, and in a brilliant light ball, a chaotic stone emerged. It looked the size of a human head, with strange pores on it. At a glance, there were as many as 3,000 pores. The 3,000 pores were all emitting chaotic light, which looked mysterious and unpredictable, like the laws of the 3,000 great ways, which made people feel palpitations. This is Chaos Stone? Good stuff. Ling Xiao was shocked, and his eyes lit up immediately. Chaos Stone is a supreme immortal object that is born at the beginning of the creation of a big world, or at the time of extinction. It is rumored that Chaos Stone can refine real immortal weapons. But Chaos Stone is more famous for not being used to refine weapons, but for cultivation. After the Shenzong realm, there is the Tiangong realm. In the sea of consciousness of the primordial spirit, the Tiangong is built, carrying the destiny and nurturing the soul. It is the 7th realm of the 8 realms of rebirth and the most important one. And the Chaos Stone can build the immortal Tiangong, which is indestructible and protects the soul. It is extremely mysterious. It is rumored that using Chaos Stone to build the Tiangong can increase the chance of becoming an emperor or even breaking through the true immortal, which makes countless Tianjiu and supreme beings crazy. Ling Xiao never thought that there would be such a big piece of Chaos Stone in the sex treasury. I'm rich. Such a big piece of Chaos Stone is enough for me to build the immortal Tiangong and lay the supreme foundation and foundation. I must get it. Ling Zhao's eyes also showed a trace of excitement. He immediately stopped hesitating and took out the Taichu order, broke the restrictions around the Chaos Stone, and put the Chaos Stone in his pocket. This time I can get 3 drops of the blood essence of the supreme immortal beast, as well as the Chaos Stone. It can be said that the trip is worthwhile. There is also a treasure. I can choose a weapon. Ling Xiao thought secretly in his heart. Although the Ling family is an immortal family, he is just an ordinary disciple in the Ling family, so apart from the Ling family's inherited burning heaven magic technique, he has not received any powerful self-defense treasures. Today we came to the sex treasure house in Tai Holy Land, so naturally we couldn't miss it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao walked towards the magic weapons in the treasure house. Buzz! Wisps of fairy light rose up, and the evil spirit filled the air. The powerful weapons in front were intertwined with terrifying killing intent, as if they could tear apart all life. Among the light groups in front, there are dazzling divine swords, evil swords, ancient cauldrons that suppress all things, and fairy harps that resound through the infinite void. There are all kinds of powerful weapons. There are precious weapons, divine weapons, perfect holy weapons, and even supreme emperor weapons. That Ji Dao imperial weapon was an ancient tripod, surrounded by black and yellow qi, with the sun, moon, stars, vegetation, mountains and rivers engraved on it. It seemed to be able to suppress everything. The qi machine was as vast as the sea and terrifying to the extreme. Even though there were restrictions left by the most powerful people around him, Ling Xiao could still feel the heart-stopping aura from a long distance away. With my current level of cultivation, let alone the ultimate emperor's weapon, I can't control even the perfect holy weapon. Although Ling Xiao was extremely moved, he still said to himself with a wry smile. His current cultivation level is still too weak and he cannot control those powerful weapons at all. That ancient tripod was an extremely powerful imperial weapon, exuding an aura as vast as the sea, as if it could annihilate everything, making countless divine weapons and holy soldiers around it tremble slightly, as if to express their surrender. But Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly flashed, and he saw a bright ball of light in the distance. There was a weapon in it that actually exuded a terrifying aura that was not inferior to that of the ancient tripod, and had vague signs of rivaling that ancient tripod. In that ball of light was a grey dagger. But if you look closely, you can see that the tip of the sword is gone and it looks like a broken dagger. It exudes a terrible evil spirit and is extremely terrifying. That's a broken sword? It seems to have been wiped away from the power of the Supreme Emperor. There is no law fluctuation, but just the aura of the broken sword itself can actually compete with the Supreme Emperor's weapons? Ling Xiao was shocked, his eyes filled with disbelief. Even a broken sword can compete with the Ji Dao Emperor's weapons. Could it be a true immortal weapon in its heyday? Moreover, Ling Xiao took one look and felt as if there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The overwhelming evil aura filled the air. There were hundreds of millions of creatures bleeding. The horrific scene of endless gods and demons dying seemed to make him sink into it forever. This is a unique weapon. Immediately, Ling Xiao made a judgment. He suddenly lost any thoughts. Such a murderous weapon may not be something he can control now. But just when Ling Xiao was about to leave, the broken sword suddenly trembled slightly, exuding an aura that made Ling Xiao feel extremely friendly. The divine light around him was dazzling, and the Tao was rising. There was a vague connection between his innate holy body and the broken sword. It can make my innate holy body Tao fetus produce a reaction. Could there be some mystery behind this broken sword? Ling Xiao thought secretly in his heart. Moreover, as he got closer, the feeling became stronger and stronger. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, and then used the Taichu order to unlock the restriction of the light group. Boom! A monstrous aura suddenly exploded. It was as if the monstrous evil energy sealed in the broken sword began to spurt out, causing the entire Sex treasure house to become filled with evil energy, like the Azura hell, filled with a murderous aura. Moreover, the broken sword was instantly filled with overwhelming evil energy, like lightning, shooting across the sky towards Ling Xiao's eyebrows. Chapter 13. Ling Xiao's whole body felt as if he was in another world, with evil aura surging around him. The broken sword exuded peerless sharpness and was in front of his eyebrows in an instant. However, Ling Xiao's eyes remained extremely calm. He believed in his own feelings. This broken sword could make him feel something. He didn't feel any danger and it shouldn't hurt him. Buzz! The broken sword stopped instantly in front of Ling Xiao's eyebrows, trembling slightly and emitting a human wave. That feeling. Like she's acting coquettishly? Boom! The next moment, the broken sword instantly turned into a stream of light, directly integrated into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, and entrenched himself in his sea of consciousness. A vast and brilliant torrent of sword energy merged into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. And that broken sword, within Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, pulled all the laws and erupted with immeasurable light, as bright as the sun. On the sword body, two ancient and mysterious characters appeared. Kunwu. Is this sword called the Kunwu sword? It looks extremely old. The Tao and runes on it have been obliterated, but it has an immortal aura and can react with my innate holy body. Could it be that its previous owner was also an innate holy body? Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, with a hint of shock in his eyes. He secretly guessed that maybe this was the only possibility. Although this Kunwu broken sword now seems to be seriously damaged and the origin of Taoism has been obliterated, the material is extremely amazing, and it is filled with an immortal fluctuation. From Ling Xiao's perspective, this was probably a treasure refined from immortal gold. Moreover, if Ling Xiao activates the Taoist embryo of the innate holy body now, he can barely activate Kunwu's broken sword, but it is only with one blow. One blow is enough to kill a god. That's enough. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with divine light, and he thought secretly in his heart. This Kunwu sword can actually become his trump card. Moreover, as his cultivation becomes stronger, the power he can unleash from the Kunwu sword becomes stronger. This time in the sex treasury, Ling Xiao gained a lot, and Ling Xiao was extremely satisfied, and immediately walked out of the treasury. Ha! He actually got that sword? Interesting. In Taichu realm, Tai ancestor, whose whole body was shrouded in bright fairy light, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were wise in vicissitudes of life, and he couldn't help showing a hint of surprise at this moment. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the void and see the scene in the sex treasure house. Outside the sex treasure house, Wang Tengfei came outside the treasure house, his eyes full of great anticipation. Elder, I have accumulated 10 million contribution points, and I want to exchange them for a drop of immortal phoenix essence and blood. Wang Tengfei respectfully saluted an elder with white beard and hair outside the treasure house. That elder is the gatekeeper who guards the sex treasure house, but it is said that he is a giant in the Tai Holy Land. He is older than the headmaster of Tai, and his cultivation is unfathomable. Therefore, even if the 8 saint sons have an extraordinary status, they are still extremely respectful in front of this gatekeeper. Wang Tengfei has been at the peak of the divine treasure realm for 3 years because of that drop of immortal phoenix essence and blood. For this reason, he even took out many family heirloom treasures to exchange for contribution points, just for that drop of immortal phoenix essence and blood. He himself is the body of the fire spirit and has opened up 8 purple mansions. Most of the fusions in the previous 7 purple mansions are the essence and blood of fierce beasts with the fire attribute. But the 8th purple mansion is extremely important. If he can integrate the essence and blood of the immortal phoenix, he can make his 8 purple mansions extremely sublime and undergo unimaginable transformations. His fire spirit body may even transform into a fire spirit holy body. You can even use this to enter the realm of heaven in one fell swoop. Therefore, this immortal phoenix essence and blood is extremely important to him and cannot be lost. Immortal phoenix essence and blood? Wang Tengfei, I'm afraid you're too late. The last drop of immortal phoenix essence and blood has been taken away by Ling Xiao. The elder guarding the treasure house had a strange look in his eyes and said slowly. As the elder who guards the treasure house, he naturally knows all the treasures in the sex treasure house. Ling Xiao is now in the sex treasure house, and among the 5 treasures collected, the essence and blood of the immortal phoenix are included. What? Elder, didn't you say you wanted to keep that drop of immortal phoenix blood essence for me? How could you let Ling Xiao take it away? Wang Tengfei was shocked and suddenly became anxious. I did promise to leave the drop of immortal phoenix essence and blood for you, but Ling Xiao has the Taichu order given by his ancestor in his hand, and he can choose the treasures in the treasure house at will, and there is nothing I can do about it. The elder guarding the treasure house also said helplessly. Buzz. At this moment, the sex treasure house shone brightly, and a handsome and elegant figure stepped out of it. It's Ling Xiao. Elder, I have selected a total of 5 treasures this time, including True Dragon Blood Essence, Immortal Phoenix Blood Essence, Unicorn Blood Essence, Chaos Stone, and a Broken Sword. Please register them. Ling Xiao was in a good mood, light flickered in his palms, and 5 treasures suddenly appeared. He showed them to the elder and asked him to register them. At the same time, Ling Xiao also discovered Wang Tengfei before the treasure house. Wang Tengfei? A bright light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and there was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Although he had no evidence yet, based on the owner's original memory, he had a hunch that the strange black light in his body, and Wang Tengfei can't escape his involvement. Ling Xiao. When Wang Tengfei saw Ling Xiao, his eyes suddenly turned red. When he finally accumulated 10 million contribution points to exchange for the essence and blood of the immortal phoenix, he didn't expect that Ling Xiajie would get in first. And because Ling Xiao had awakened the heaven-defying talent, he was favored by his ancestor and was able to enter the sex treasure house to select 5 treasures. Those 5 treasures made Wang Tengfei go crazy with jealousy after seeing them. Unfair, so unfair. How could Ling Xiao get such preferential treatment from his ancestor? More importantly, he took away his immortal phoenix essence and blood. That was Wang Tengfei's supreme opportunity and good fortune, so how could he not go crazy? Give me the essence and blood of the immortal phoenix. Wang Tengfei said almost through gritted teeth, staring at Ling Xiao with a commanding attitude. Why? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and he said with a half smile. Chapter 14 Ling Xiao, the immortal phoenix essence and blood are extremely important to me. As long as you are willing to hand it over to me, I can give you 5 million sect contribution points and owe you a favor. Wang Tengfei gritted his teeth and said. Although he wished he could kill Ling Xiao directly now and steal the essence and blood of the immortal phoenix. But now Ling Xiao is not an ordinary disciple who can be manipulated by him, but the ninth holy son of Taiyi Holy Land, and he is valued by Taiyi ancestor, and his status is even higher than him. In order to get the essence and blood of the immortal phoenix, he could only endure it. You need the essence and blood of the immortal phoenix. What does it have to do with me? If you know the truth, get out of here immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Ling Xiao's eyes turned cold and he said coldly. Wang Tingfei wanted to kill him, so why didn't you want to kill Wang Tingfei? If you want to put him to death, this kind of person must be killed. Let alone 5 million contribution points, even if Wang Tingfei gave him 50 million contribution points, Ling Xiao would not be able to give up the essence and blood of the immortal phoenix. You are looking for death. Wang Tingfei's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and in an instant, terrifying aura fluctuations erupted all over his body. Boom! His cultivation at the peak of the divine treasure realm exploded, and his vast momentum seemed to be able to suppress the whole world. The blazing flames around him were about to burn out everything and move towards Ling Xiao to suppress it. Just you? Ling Xiao also sneered and said, a cold light flashed in his eyes, the golden clouds around him were bright, and the mysterious Tao suddenly burst out. The ancient and terrifying aura rose up, making him like an ancient supreme being who wanted to suppress this world, and moved towards Wang Tingfei to suppress it unscrupulously. What shocked Wang Tingfei was that his cultivation level was much higher than Ling Xiao's, but at this moment, in front of Ling Xiao, his momentum was actually suppressed by Ling Xiao. The Taoyuan around Ling Xiao rose, the laws intertwined, and various mysterious and unpredictable phenomena emerged, making him look like a young supreme being. At the same time, the Kunwa sword in Ling Xiao's eyebrow mine C had been activated. He only waited for Wang Tingfei to take the lead in attacking him, and then he exploded with a thunderous strike, killing Wang Tingfei directly before others could react. Stop! In this important place of the Sex Treasure House, no one is allowed to fight privately. At this moment, a thunderous voice sounded, and the gatekeeper elder who was watching coldly stood up, as if the world was opened, and his aura was extremely terrifying. With a wave of his sleeve, Ling Xiao and Wang Tingfei were immediately separated. Ling Xiao secretly thought that it was a pity. If the elder hadn't taken action, Wang Tingfei might have lost his mind and taken action against him today. But that's okay. There will be plenty of opportunities to kill Wang Tingfei in the future. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao was ready to turn around and leave. Wait! At this moment, Wang Tingfei stopped Ling Xiao, his eyes full of unwillingness. What? Are you really planning to attack me here? Ling Xiao said with a half smile. Ling Xiao! Do you dare to bet with me? Wang Tingfei gritted his teeth and said. The immortal phoenix essence and blood was too important to him, and he really didn't want to give up just like that, so he had to get the immortal phoenix essence and blood in his hands no matter what. What bet? Ling Xiao asked. You join me in a fair fight on the ancient battlefield. If I defeat you, you will give me the essence and blood of the immortal phoenix. If I lose, this is yours. Wang Tingfei gritted his teeth, and a crystal-clear jade bottle appeared in his palm, with a blood bead as bright as the sun in it. The evil aura of the blood beads filled the air, and there seemed to be a mysterious white tiger emerging from it, exuding an ancient and vast aura. As if he was afraid that Ling Xiao would not recognize it, Wang Tingfei continued, this is a drop of white tiger essence and blood, no less than your drop of immortal phoenix essence and blood. White tiger essence and blood? Are you sure you want to have a bet with me? Ling Xiao had a strange look in his eyes and said slowly. If Wang Tingfei brought out other treasures, maybe Ling Xiao wouldn't care. But Ling Xiao was naturally moved by the white tiger essence and blood. It is impossible for ordinary ancient sects to obtain the essence and blood of the supreme immortal beast. Only the immortal family and the immortal sect can have such a treasure. More importantly, this white tiger essence and blood is the treasure that Ling Xiao needs to nourish the Shitzi mansion, so he will naturally be moved. That's right. Wang Tingfei gritted his teeth and said. The ancient battlefield is a treasure of the Taiyi Holy Land. It contains inner space. It is said that it has been inherited from ancient times and can evolve all things in the mountains and rivers, even the stars in the sky. Disciples of Taiyi Holy Land can compete in ancient battlefields, and even fight to the death. However, Wang Tingfei did not say anything about a life or death fight in the end, but only said that he wanted to have a bet with Ling Xiao. Thinking of the aura emanating from Ling Xiao just now, he felt inexplicably frightened. Okay. If that's the case, then I'll make it happen for you. Ling Xiao nodded calmly. Although there is a big difference between Wang Tingfei and Wang Tingfei, he still has the belief of being invincible. Chapter 15 Boom. In the void, an ancient battlefield emerged. The bronze pillars looked rusty and exuded an ancient and vicissitudes of life. There were dots of blood on them, and they had turned black, filled with evil spirits, making people feel heart-stopping. This is the ancient battlefield of Tai Holy Land. Many people in Tai Holy Land were alarmed when they heard that the 8th Holy Sun Wang Tingfei and the 9th Holy Sun Ling Xiao had opened the ancient battlefield and were about to have a duel. Although there are many disciples in the Tai Holy Land, they often go to the ancient battlefield to duel in order to resolve their grievances. But duels between saints are still extremely rare. Not to mention, one of the 9th Holy Sons had just awakened a heaven-defying talent a month ago, and even alarmed Tai Patriarch Ling Xiao. Naturally, it is even more eye-catching. Ling Xiao and Wang Tengfei had just set foot on the ancient battlefield, and many elders and disciples from Tai Holy Land had already gathered around them, densely packed with curiosity and expectation in their eyes. Who do you think can win this battle? It should be the Holy Sun Wang Tengfei, right? After all, he is at the peak of Xinzong realm, and Ling Xiao just broke through to Zifu realm not long ago. There is a big difference between the two. Not necessarily. Ling Xiao's talent is unparalleled. The ancestors always show up to take him away and teach him personally. Maybe he can leapfrog in fight. It depends on who the opponent is when fighting at a higher level. If it were you and me, I believe that Holy Sun Ling Xiao will definitely be able to fight at a higher level, but his opponent is Holy Sun Wang Tingfei. He is also very talented and possesses a body of fire spirit. Everyone was talking a lot and speculating on the outcome of this battle. His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, you must kill Ling Xiao. Among the crowd, Lu Chuan, who was wearing a white robe, murmured to himself, his eyes full of uncertainty. He knew better than anyone else that he was probably the person Ling Xiao hated the most. After all, he was Ling Xiao's friend, but he betrayed Ling Xiao and poisoned Ling Xiao, causing Ling Xiao's death. How could Ling Xiao forget the hatred of such betrayal? Therefore, he can be said to be the person who wants Ling Xiao to die the most. In the ancient battlefield, the white clothes in the sky are better than the snow, and they are spotless. His face was handsome and elegant, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. The glow around him was lingering, the Taoist rhyme was rising, and the mysterious Taoism was blooming in his body. His whole body was as bright and dazzling as the sun, attracting everyone's attention. It's like a god descending from the dust. Opposite him, Wang Tingfei was dressed in purple robes, and his whole body seemed to be filled with purple flames. His figure was majestic, and the surrounding void was slightly distorted. He seemed to be a god of fire, staring at Ling Xiao in front of him without hiding the cold murderous intent in his eyes. Let's take action, I'm in a hurry. Ling Xiao looked at Wang Tingfei calmly. Arrogant. Wang Tingfei's eyes were cold and filled with indifferent anger. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so trusting. Do you really think you are invincible? Boom! Purple flames rose around Wang Tingfei, and behind him it seemed as if a purple sun rose up, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. Then he volleyed his palm in the air and slapped it down towards Ling Xiao. Xiang Mahamudra. This is a powerful magical power that he has cultivated. When the purple sun comes out, it will burn the sky and destroy the earth. Although he hated Ling Xiao very much, he did not act carelessly and directly used his most powerful magical means to suppress Ling Xiao directly. It turned out to be the purple Yang hand seal? I'm afraid Ling Xiao is in danger now. The Holy Sun Wang Tingfei once used the 9 Yang hand seal to kill the 3 powerful men in the divine treasure realm with one palm. Someone exclaimed. However, Ling Xiao's eyes were still very calm. Too weak. Seeing the purple sun rising up and heading towards him in a majestic manner, he just uttered a word. Then he formed seals with his hands, and the vast mana gushed out, turning into an ancient and mysterious treasure bottle in the void. Carrying the law and magic, interweaving the Tao and the principle, swallowing and spitting out the sun and moon of heaven and earth, suppressing the universe and the void, and rushing towards Wang Tingfei. This is the Tao treasure bottle, the supreme magical power recorded in the devouring heaven demon art. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation, activating the Tao treasure bottle, coupled with the blessing of his innate holy body, the power of the Tao treasure bottle reached its extreme. Crack! The purple sun collided with the Tao treasure bottle, shaking the heaven and earth in an instant. Cracks appeared, and the purple sun exploded. Then the Tao treasure bottle continued to move forward, like an ancient sacred mountain, suppressing Wang Tingfei. What? Wang Tingfei was shocked, his eyes full of disbelief. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao could break his purple sun handprint so easily, and the Tao Aquarius in front of him made him feel a fatal crisis. He tried to resist with both palms, but the Tao Aquarius instantly hit his body. Boom! His arms exploded, blood mist filled the air, and the whole person flew across the sky like being struck by lightning, and slammed hard on the hard ground in the distance. You lose. Ling Xiao glanced at Wang Tingfei indifferently, and then a light flashed in his palm, and he reached out and grabbed the white tiger blood essence in the distance. Turned away. He defeated Wang Tingfei, and the ancient battlefield judged him as the winner, so naturally the white tiger blood essence was given to him. Ling Xiao, you, Wang Tingfei struggled to stand up, but when he saw the white tiger blood essence being taken away, Ling Xiao turned around and left without even looking at him. He was so angry that he suddenly spurted out a mouthful of reverse blood, and the whole person fainted directly. Ling Xiao won? Around the ancient battlefield, many elders and disciples were also stunned. Chapter 16. Originally, they thought that there would be a fierce battle between Ling Xiao and Wang Tingfei. But they never thought that the battle of the Holy Sun would end so quickly. Even though Wang Tingfei used the purple sun handprint as soon as he came up, he was still defeated by Ling Xiao in one move, which made them feel extremely dreamy. What kind of magical power is that treasure bottle that is like a mountain? Wang Tingfei is one realm higher than Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect to be defeated miserably by Ling Xiao. How can he be so strong? In the crowd, Lu Chuan's eyes were full of disbelief, and his face turned extremely blue in an instant. Wang Tingfei lost. And it was a miserable defeat. Deep in his heart, a huge sense of panic emerged. What should he do? At this moment, Lu Chuan saw Ling Xiao leaving the ancient battlefield. He was surrounded by rosy clouds, and the rime of Taoism intertwined. He exuded a transcendent temperament all over his body, and walked forward. The people around him consciously made way for a passage. And Ling Xiao's direction was exactly where Lu Chuan was. Lu Chuan was shocked and wanted to turn around and leave immediately. Lu Chuan, do you want to leave so soon? Ling Xiao's indifferent voice sounded. Lu Chuan's body froze, and the whole person seemed to be fixed there. He slowly turned around and squeezed out a very ugly smile. Greetings to the Holy Sun Ling Xiao. He saluted respectfully. Although he was a true disciple, the gap between a true disciple and a holy son was huge, and he also needed to salute when he saw the holy sun. Moreover, Lu Chuan was a little panicked in his heart. He knew why Ling Xiao came, so he didn't dare to look at Ling Xiao's eyes at all, and his scalp was a little numb. Lu Chuan, I regard you as a close friend, why did you poison me? Ling Xiao sighed lightly. There were some waves in his eyes. Although Ling Xiao is a disciple of the Changsheng family, he is only a collateral disciple. He came to Tai Holy Land to save his life because of a major change. Ling Xiao was extremely lonely at that time, so when Lu Chuan approached him, he really regarded Lu Chuan as a friend. Although Ling Xiao came from a time travel, he could still feel the emotions left in this body. It was a kind of anger, sadness, and questioning of betrayal. So, he asked this question for Ling Xiao, who was poisoned to death. And Ling Xiao's words instantly caused an uproar. Everyone around was shocked. Lu Chuan actually poisoned the Son of God? This is a capital crime. And those who knew the relationship between Ling Xiao and Lu Chuan found it unbelievable. After all, they were good friends. Lu Chuan actually did such a despicable thing? Your Highness the Son of God, I don't know what you are talking about. Lu Chuan was completely panicked and said with an unnatural face. He had already made up his mind and would never admit it. After all, Ling Xiao had no evidence to prove that he was the one who poisoned. Lu Chuan's heart was filled with a sense of crisis. He even decided that after a few days, he would leave Tai Holy Land and return to his family, and never come out again. I can't beat you, Ling Xiao, but I can always hide, right? Really? Lu Chuan, raise your head. Ling Xiao smiled coldly, and then suddenly shouted. Boom! His voice was like thunder, containing a strange rhyme of Taoism, shaking the void in all directions, causing Lu Chuan to tremble all over and raise his head involuntarily. In Ling Xiao's eyes, there was a chaotic light, dense symbols, mysterious and majestic, and a mysterious and terrifying aura enveloped Lu Chuan in front of him. Lu Chuan trembled all over, as if he had come to the beginning of the world. He saw countless gods and demons roaring and fighting, countless immortal kings falling, and all kinds of terrifying scenes. He was originally only at the Purple Mansion realm. At this moment, Ling Xiao activated the Supreme Respect Pupil, which caught him off guard and immediately made his mind tremble. The whole person was shrouded in a great fear. No! It's not me, Ling Xiao, I was wrong, I shouldn't poison you, but it was Wang Tingfei who instructed me to do it. He asked me to poison you, don't kill me. Lu Chuan trembled all over, his eyes were full of extreme fear, and he couldn't help but blurt out. What? Everyone around was shocked. They didn't expect to hear such a shocking secret from Lu Chuan's mouth. Wang Tingfei instructed Lu Chuan to poison Ling Xiao? This is a big deal, and it is bound to shake the entire Tai Holy Land. Given Ling Xiao's current importance, I'm afraid that the Tai sect master and countless elders will be furious. But, how could Lu Chuan say such a thing? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with awe in their eyes. The methods of this Ling Xiao saint are really terrible. Lu Chuan, what nonsense are you talking about? At this moment, Wang Tingfei, who had woken up in the distance, was so angry that he trembled all over after hearing Lu Chuan's words, and another mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. This was purely out of anger. He really wanted to slap Lu Chuan to death now. Lu Chuan's words not only confirmed the fact that Ling Xiao was poisoned, but also exposed him. After hearing Wang Tengfei's roar, Lu Chuan shuddered all over and immediately broke free from the terrifying vision of the Supreme Master. At this time, he only thought of what he had just said, and his face suddenly turned extremely pale and ashen. Everything is finished. Boom! A figure with a terrifying aura, like the sun coming across the sky, appeared in front of Ling Xiao and transformed into an old man with an extremely cold face. The Great Elder of Law Enforcement? Someone trembled and immediately recognized the old man's identity. Tai Holy Land is the most frightening person, even scarier than the leader of Tai. The Great Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall is in charge of the punishment and precepts of Tai Holy Land. Countless disciples and elders of Tai Holy Land, and even several saints, will feel numb when they see him. But no one expected that the ruthless law enforcement elder, known as the Iron-Faced King of Hell, would actually smile at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, don't worry, Lu Chuan and Wang Tengfei actually dared to plot to kill you? I will definitely deal with them in accordance with the sect's precepts. The law enforcement elder smiled. The reason why he had such an attitude towards Ling Xiao was not only because Ling Xiao was extremely talented and even valued by Tai Patriarch. Many elders are speculating that the Taoist disciple of Tai Holy Land will be born between the first Holy Sun Yi Junlin and the ninth Holy Sun Ling Xiao. More importantly, when Ling Xiao awakened the Taoist body of the innate holy body, all the ways came together, and the laws of the Tao were about to come, which loosened the bottleneck of the law enforcement elder's cultivation for many years. He naturally has a very good attitude towards Ling Xiao. Thank you, Great Elder. Ling Xiao nodded. With the help of the chief law enforcement elder, Wang Tengfei and Lu Chuan were completely finished. Lu Chuan is probably dead, and Wang Tengfei has a special status. Even though he will not die, his position as the Holy Sun may be deprived of him. In the odd eyes of everyone, Ling Xiao left the ancient battlefield. Since I have taken over your body, I have taken over your cause and effect. Some people and some things will be settled sooner or later. And I will also set foot on the top of the fairyland to see the supreme scenery. Ling Xiao whispered to himself. He felt that the last trace of emotion belonging to the master had completely dissipated, and he and Ling Xiao were completely integrated, without any hindrance. I already have the essence and blood of the four supreme immortal beasts, the true dragon, the immortal phoenix, the white tiger, and the qilin, in my hands. It's time to integrate them into the Z mansion and advance to the realm of the divine treasure. Ling Xiao thought secretly in his heart. Chapter 17 Sacred Island. When Ling Xiao returned to the sacred island, he encountered an uninvited guest. Senior Sister Tianxian, why are you here? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and he asked softly. In front of him is a woman. Tianxian Saint. Her white clothes are as beautiful as the snow, and she is as beautiful as the snow lotus on the mountain. She has an independent and otherworldly temperament. Her eyes, in particular, were as bright as stars, and her whole person exuded a magnificent aura. Tianxian Saint, ranked third in Tai Holy Land. She is also the only woman among the 8 saints and saints who has some friendship with Ling Xiao. According to Ling Xiao's memory, since Ling Xiao entered Tai Holy Land, Saint Tianxian has given him many cultivation resources and also offered her protection, which made Ling Xiao's situation less difficult. Therefore, Ling Xiao was extremely grateful to this Saint Tianxian. However, Ling Xiao could feel that Saint Tianxuan's attitude towards him was very strange. Although she would help him, she revealed a kind of indifference that rejected people thousands of miles away. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect that you would awaken a heaven-defying talent and be valued by the ancestor. Now you have become the 9th Holy Sun. Congratulations! The holy goddess Tianxian glanced at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression and said, Thank you, Senior Sister. This may be my luck. Senior Sister, how about you please come to my sacred island for a cup of tea? Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Good. Saint Tianxian nodded in agreement. Ling Xiao opened the barrier of the sacred island, and the two of them flew towards the ancient palace in the center. Seeing the sacred island lined with fairy mountains, towering ancient trees, extremely rich spiritual energy, and intertwined with Taoist rhymes, it seemed as if some kind of formation of enlightenment was engraved on it. It was even more vast and boundless, and its momentum was extraordinary. There was also a hint of surprise in the eyes of Saint Tianxian. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao would be so valued by Taiyi Holy Land. Inside the ancient palace, Ling Xiao and Saint Tianxian sat opposite each other, with green smoke curling up in front of their eyes and the fragrance of tea overflowing. Ling Xiao brewed a cup of spiritual tea and placed it in front of Saint Tianxian. I came here this time because I was entrusted by others. Saint Tianxian took a sip, feeling the fragrance filling her teeth, and spoke slowly. Who? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. I can't tell you yet. However, if you can become the Taoist disciple of Taiyi Holy Land, I will naturally tell you that this is what that person asked me to give you. Saint Tianxian shook her head and said, then took out a jade box and pushed it in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao opened the jade box and found two crystal-clear porcelain bottles inside, containing 2 dazzling drops of blood. One red and one black. On top of the 2 blood beads, one has the appearance of a 3-legged golden crow, and the other has the appearance of a ferocious basalt. At the same time, there are immortal law symbols intertwined, which look ancient and mysterious. It turned out to be 2 drops of the blood essence of the supreme fairy beast. Golden crow essence and blood? Xuanwu essence and blood? It seems that the person behind you is really generous. Ling Xiao said with some surprise. The only people who can easily take out 2 drops of the essence and blood of the supreme immortal beast are the great figures in the immortal family, the immortal sect, or those in the eternal immortal court. Now that your cultivation has reached the peak of the cave heaven realm, you need the ferocious beast's essence and blood to be integrated into the cave heaven to break through to the divine treasure realm. These 2 drops of ferocious beast's essence and blood are her thoughts, please accept them. Saint Tianxian said slowly. The person behind you is Di Hongwan, right? Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Saint Tianxian and said. You, how do you know? Saint Tianxian was shocked and looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. The little princess of the fairy garden of light, the peerless genius with the supreme body of light, how could I not know about it? Ling Xiao whispered to himself, there seemed to be a look of nostalgia between his eyebrows. The bright immortal court is the eternal immortal court, one of the top forces in the immortal domain. The eternal immortal court is an immortal force created by the powerful immortal emperor. It has endured for countless eras and is dominating the land of immortal realm. Its strength is more terrifying than many immortal families and immortal sections. Ling Xiao's grandfather, by chance, rescued Di Hongwan and her father, and brought them back to the Ling family to live for a while. The young Ling Xiao and Di Hongwan had some interactions. But that was all in my youth. Ling Xiao also didn't expect that Saint Tianxian, who had been helping him in Taiyi Holy Land, was actually arranged by Emperor Hongwan. Ling Xiao, since you know, I won't hide it from you. Your Highness, the princess, is unparalleled in beauty and talent. The supreme body of light is the physique possessed by the ancestor of the immortal emperor of the bright immortal court. She is destined to be in the future. To become the empress of the fairy garden of light, you are not worthy of her. Even if you have extraordinary talents now and even hope to become a disciple of Taiyi Holy Land, it is still not enough. If you want to stay and fly with Her Highness the Princess, then you must stand higher, go further, and even make countless people look up to you. Only then is this possible. Saint Tianxian looked at Ling Xiao seriously. Ahem, senior sister Tianxian, when did I say that I wanted to stay and fly together with Di Hongwan? Ling Xiao coughed violently and said helplessly. Not to mention, it was just a feeling of youth. Even if it still exists, it is still the original love between Ling Xiao and Di Hongwan. Today, Ling Xiao feels nothing. You, bastard. The holy maiden of Tianxian was furious, stood up suddenly, and glared at Ling Xiao. How could you do this when the princess is so devoted to you? Ling Xiao, if you were a man, you would practice hard and catch up with the princess as soon as possible, instead of giving up here. The holy maiden of Tianxian glared at Ling Xiao, then turned around and left. She was so angry that even Ling Xiao rarely saw her. What is this? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. He originally thought it was a cliched plot of breaking off the engagement, because in his memory, Di Hongwan's father did promise to let Di Hongwan and Ling Xiao meet the bride. But now it has become that Di Hongwan is still devoted to him? Forget it, don't think about these messes. What will happen in the future, let it go, at most I will repay her later. Ling Xiao rubbed his eyebrows, and finally took the 2 drops of the essence of the supreme fairy beast. He turned and entered the secret room, preparing to practice in seclusion. fuse the blood of fierce beasts, and impact the realm of Shinzong. Chapter 18 Inside the Secret Room. True Dragon. Immortal Phoenix. White Tiger. Black Tortoise. Karen. Golden Crow. 6 drops of blood of supreme immortal beasts floated, like 6 dazzling suns, emitting mysterious and immortal light. Rumble. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged, with a vast and mysterious aura fluctuation all over his body. The void behind him shook, the divine light surged, and the 10 purple mansion spaces emerged, emitting blazing rays of light, as if leading to a mysterious world. His body was branded with the Tao, and mysterious divine chains of order emerged around him, the Tao rhyme intertwined, the divine power was like the sea, and the aura was extremely powerful. Today, fuse the blood of the supreme immortal beast, break the purple mansion, and enter the Shinzong. Ling Xiao whispered to himself, his eyes were dazzling, and his body was emitting brilliant and dazzling rays of light. On! A vast and ancient dragon roar sounded, and as Ling Xiao activated the heaven-devouring demonic art, a drop of true dragon blood essence suddenly appeared and merged into his first purple mansion. Boom! It was as if there was a 9-day thunder explosion, and in that purple mansion, there was a chaotic light rising and falling, and the true dragon blood essence bloomed with infinite brilliance, turning into an ancient true dragon. To break through from the purple mansion realm to the divine storage realm, one must integrate the blood essence of fierce beasts into the purple mansion to nourish the gods. The more powerful the blood essence of fierce beasts that are naturally integrated, the more powerful the gods that are bred. The true dragon blood essence is extremely precious even in the eternal fairyland, and very few people can get it. At this moment, it was integrated into the purple mansion by Ling Xiao. His purple mansion immediately changed. The purple mansion that was originally extremely illusory quickly became extremely solid at this moment. In the chaotic light, that purple mansion began to spread in all directions as if it was the beginning of the world. The real dragon in the purple mansion was also growing rapidly. The dragon's might was vast, and the dragon's roar shook the world, as if the real dragon of the ancient times had revived. The terrifying dragon's might made people tremble. 100-foot purple mansion. 1,000-foot purple mansion. A 10,000-foot purple mansion. Finally, after fusing the essence and blood of the real dragon, Ling Xiao's first purple mansion directly spread to a radius of 180,000 miles, vast and boundless, like a small world. Endless chaotic light rose, and the face of the ancient real dragon became extremely similar to Ling Xiao. At the same time, accompanied by billions of chaotic thunders, it seemed to break the universe, break the eternal void, and open up an eternal and immortal world. And Ling Xiao's cultivation was also completely promoted from the Purple Mansion realm to the Shinzong realm. But, this is just the beginning. Boom! As Ling Xiao activated the heaven-devouring magic art, his 10 purple palaces all burst into brilliant light, gushing out chaotic mist, like a vortex that swallowed everything, emitting mysterious and incomparable power. And the remaining 5 drops of beast blood instantly turned into dazzling rays of light and merged into Ling Xiao's purple palace. Chirp! Roar! Moo! Hiss! Around Ling Xiao, the laws of order intertwined, the divine light of the avenue surged, and all kinds of mysterious visions emerged. The immortal phoenix burned the sky and destroyed the earth. The white tiger broke through the sky. The black tortoise destroyed all living beings. The Kirin suppressed the heavens. The golden crow shined through the ages. At the same time, Ling Xiao's purple palace continued to become solid from illusory, and chaotic light gushed out from it, starting to open up a real space. That terrifying aura even rushed out of the magnificent palace, rushed out of the sacred island, enveloped the entire Taiyi Holy Land, and even spread in all directions. So, everyone in Taiyi Holy Land could see it. Above the sacred island, the phantoms of the 6 supreme immortal beasts, the real dragon, the immortal phoenix, the white tiger, the black tortoise, the unicorn, and the golden crow, appeared. At the same time, an immortal king shrouded in the chaotic air seemed to be coming from the 9 heavens, surrounded by 6 ancient beasts, and his aura shocked all directions. Countless gods and demons fought, and the strange scene of chaos opened up appeared in the void. Buzz! The sound of the great way resounded through the void. One after another, the divine chains of order intertwined and fell from the 9 heavens, covering the entire Taiyi Holy Land. Taiyi Holy Land was shrouded in the rime of Tao, and countless elders and disciples were instantly trapped in the state of enlightenment. Such an amazing vision came from the sacred island? The 9th holy son Ling Xiao, he broke through the realm, and he was able to attract the sound of the great Tao and the law of heaven? Hiss! Too scary! This is the blessing that His Royal Highness the Holy Sun has given us. We must seize the opportunity and practice well. Many elders and disciples were shocked. They were surprised and happy, and their eyes were full of excitement. The strange phenomenon from the Holy Island should be Ling Xiao fusing the blood of the fierce beast and breaking through the Shinzong realm. But breaking through the realm can attract the sound of the great Tao, which is simply unheard of for them. With a shocked and excited mood, they all sat down and practiced immediately. Boom! 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 In the depths of Tai Holy Land, brilliant divine light rushed into the sky. Those old monsters were startled again. The divine sound of the great Tao? Ha ha ha! My cultivation level was already weakened last time, but I didn't expect Ling Xiao to attract the divine sound of the great Tao again. This time, I must break through and get rid of this damn coffin. An old man with a dead look and no teeth crawled out of the coffin, with an ecstatic look on his face, and rushed towards the Holy Island. I have been practicing the Kaitian sword art, which has not made any progress in the past 10,000 years. Such a strange phenomenon has actually made my sword art show signs of sublimation? Ling Xiao is the lucky star of my Tai Holy Land. An old man in white clothes as white as snow and flying white hair, with millions of sword lights hanging down from his body, was also excitedly rushing towards the Holy Island at this moment. Whoosh! 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 Many old guys rushed out from the depths of Tai Holy Land and headed for the Holy Island. Because the Holy Island is the place where the Tao divine sound and Tao principles are most intertwined. They even rushed directly to the gate of Ling Xiao's retreat palace, sat cross-legged, and comprehended the Tao principle, wanting to break through the bottleneck. Breaking through the realm can make all the Taos resound and attract the Tao divine sound. This kind of physique is more terrifying than the legendary chaos body. Could it be that kind of taboo body? In the void, Tai Patriarch also emerged. Looking at the various strange phenomena in front of him, he seemed to have thought of something and showed a trace of shock. Chapter 19 on the Holy Island. The Tao divine sound trembled, and the purple air rose majestically. The spiritual energy of the heaven and earth here is extremely rich, and there are wisps of strange mist, and the light of flying immortals blooms. Many of the great elders and old monsters of Tai Holy Land were alarmed and came to the sacred island one after another, sitting cross-legged in front of the palace where Ling Xiao practiced. In the void, there were drums beating. There were piano sounds. There were thunders. There were ethereal immortal sounds. The sound of Tao heard by each person was different. There were sounds of killing, there were sounds of floating immortals, there were sounds of changing years. They all seemed to have fallen into a strange state of enlightenment. Their cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds, and even the bottleneck that had been unable to break through for countless years began to loosen. At this moment, even the Tai ancestor was shocked. The laws of the Great Way were intertwined around him, and the sound of Tao was surging, which made him feel something, and felt that his cultivation had improved a little. Ling Xiao's talent was simply against the sky. In the magnificent palace, Ling Xiao was surrounded by a brilliant glow. His body was as flawless and transparent as glass, his bones were shining with fairy light, his body was branded with the Tao, and his aura was ethereal and mysterious. Behind him, among the 10 purple palaces, 6 of them became extremely solid, opening up small worlds. True Dragon, Fairy Phoenix, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, Kirin, Golden Crow. 6 terrifying gods appeared, exuding a majestic and ancient aura, suppressing the 6 purple palaces, as if there was a mysterious scene of breaking through the air and suppressing the heavens. Ling Xiao felt that his whole body was full of explosive power. His body was originally extremely strong because of the fusion of the innate holy body Tao fetus. At this moment, he refined the blood essence of 6 supreme fairy beasts, which made his body baptized. His whole body exuded a kind of immortal aura fluctuation. Boom! Ling Xiao punched out, and the unmatched fist print was surrounded by chaotic light, like an ancient sacred mountain, suppressing it with great force, and it was extremely powerful. The void was trembling violently, and the mysterious shadows of the 6 ancient beasts were lingering around Ling Xiao, making his body extremely strong. Crack! At this moment, the sky suddenly cracked. The blazing rays of light gushed out from it, and endless chaotic light rose up. An ancient chaotic stone tablet, thousands of feet high, like an ancient and immortal mountain, appeared above the 9 heavens. The vast laws of the avenue gushed out, the immortal fairy light bloomed, and a magnificent and mysterious power wave spread, as if it could suppress the eternal void. That is, the origin of the Heavenly Way tablet? An elder of the Tai Holy Land suddenly exclaimed, his eyes full of disbelief. The origin Heavenly Tao monument is the manifestation of the Heavenly Tao law of the immortal realm. According to legend, there are 3 origin Heavenly Tao monuments in the 8 realms of rebirth, representing the physical realm, the law realm, and the soul realm respectively. If the physical body breaks through the realm, it can cause the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument to be moved and emerge from the void. It can be said that the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument is the embodiment of the Heavenly Tao. It is the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument of the physical realm. In this case, Ling Xiao's physical body breaks through the realm and is about to ascend to the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument. An old guy who crawled out of the coffin also showed a look of surprise and joy. The physical body breaks through the realm and ascends to the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument. That is the supreme honor. At this moment, everyone is looking at the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument in the void, full of shock and expectation. The Origin Heavenly Tao Monument is surrounded by chaotic light, purple air rises, interweaving with the divine chain of order, and spewing out endless divine light of law. Above, 10 dazzling names, shining through the ages. Emperor Shirtian, 50 million Jin. Ji Tianyi, 47 million Jin. Dao Jun of Killing, 44 million Jin. Emperor of Killing, 42 million Jin. Jun Padian, 40 million Jin. Immortal King of Light, 38 million Jin. Ling Yi, 30 million Jin. 1 Jin of Force equals 10,000 Jin. There are only 10 people who can leave their names on the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument. These 10 dazzling names are all the most amazing and brilliant geniuses and sons of destiny in countless epics. Each of them has dominated an era and eclipsed countless geniuses. Ling Xiao also saw the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument in the void. Moreover, he immediately understood in his heart. He needs to burst out the power of his physical body to bombard the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument and leave his name on it. If you can leave your name on the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument, you will be able to receive the gift of Heavenly Tao. Origin Heavenly Tao Monument? Ling Xiao's eyes were bright and dazzling, and he whispered to himself. Looking at the 10 dazzling names above, Ling Xiao's heart was instantly filled with lofty ambitions. Fight! He suddenly shouted, and the dazzling rays of light around him burst forth, shaking the void in all directions. He instantly soared into the sky, with the phantoms of 6 ancient beasts lingering around him, and the 10 purple palaces completely blossomed, emitting infinite rays of light. Then, he mobilized all the strength in his body and suddenly punched the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument. Crack! The unmatched Chaos Fist Seal seemed to be able to penetrate billions of time and space in an instant. That powerful and vast punch hit the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument, like beating a heavy drum, making a sound like thunder. Then, the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument burst into a blazing and dazzling ray of light in an instant. Are you going to leave your name on the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument? Everyone was shocked, and their eyes showed an extremely expectant look. It can cause the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument to produce a response, but it does not necessarily mean that you can leave your name on the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument. In the past, countless Tianjiao failed. After all, there are only 10 names on the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument, shining through the ages and dominating countless eras. Can Ling Xiao really leave his name on the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument? Chapter 20 Boom! When the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument appeared over the Taiyi Holy Land, the entire 3,000 Tao domains of the immortal realm seemed to have a response. Countless powerful people turned their eyes to the direction of the Taiyi Holy Land. Especially in many ancient cities in the Xihua Dao domain, countless practitioners all raised their heads and saw the ancient and mysterious Origin Heavenly Tao Monument. In Taiyi Holy Land, someone actually triggered the Origin of Heavenly Tao Monument? The ultimate realm of the physical body. This is the ultimate realm of the physical body that was born out of the 8 realms. Who is it? It can activate the Origin of Heavenly Tao Monument, but there are only 10 names on it. It is too difficult to leave a name on the Origin of Heavenly Tao Monument. Everyone was talking about it. Boom! At this moment, the ancient and simple Origin of Heavenly Tao Monument suddenly made a rumble like thunder, and burst into a blazing ray of light. Endless chaotic light spurted out, the laws of the Great Road filled the air, and the divine chains of order were intertwined. The 10 ancient names on it all shook violently at this moment. Then, a dazzling ray of light, like a pillar of light rising into the sky, shot straight up from the end of the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument. Soon, on the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument, the number 1 Emperor Shirtian slowly dissipated and appeared in the 2nd position. And the number 1 position became Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, 99.99 million. That line of handwriting is imprinted on the Origin Heavenly Tao steel, shining brightly and shining for eternity, exuding an aura of eternity. Everyone was stunned when they saw that line of writing. Dead silence. Then, everyone in the entire Xihua Dao domain was excited. 99,999,000? Hiss! Such a terrifying physical power. If I were in front of him, I'm afraid I would be blown up by him with one punch and turn into a bloody mist, right? A monk in the realm of life and death opened his eyes wide with a look of disbelief. Ling Xiao? His surname is Ling. I wonder if he has any relationship with the Ling family, the longevity family? I have never heard of this Ling Xiao. There is no holy son named Ling Xiao in Tai Holy Land. Could it be that he is a disciple he has just accepted recently? To be ranked first in the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument, defeating Emperor Shirtian, you must know that Emperor Shirtian was the immortal emperor several epochs ago. He once founded the immortal Court of Light and dominated an epoch. This Ling Xiao's physical strength is almost twice that of Emperor Shirtian. It's so terrifying. Everyone was talking a lot, and countless forces were trying to find out about Ling Xiao. Climbing to the top of the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument and breaking through the extreme realm of the physical body, it is conceivable that the name Ling Xiao will definitely shake the 3000 Tao realm. Everyone seems to have seen that a rising peerless genius is about to make the entire fairyland tremble. The Holy Land of Tai. Ancestor Tai was stunned for a moment. As for those old monsters, they were almost going crazy with excitement, and their eyes were full of excitement. 99,999,000 pounds? The physical body broke through the extreme realm and climbed to the top of the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument. Ha ha ha. I have Ling Xiao in Tai Holy Land, so I have no worries. I was just worried about whether he could leave his name on the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument. It seems that I underestimated him. This kid really scared my heart out. TSK. The original Heavenly Tao Monument ranks first, and the physical body is unparalleled throughout the ages. This boy's talent is too terrifying. Many old guys were howling and screaming, and their beards were trembling with excitement. There is no other way. Being able to leave one's name on the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument is already an extremely glorious thing. As for reaching the top of the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument, this is something that no one has ever thought about. After all, it's too difficult. Emperor Shirtian, the genius from several eras ago, was said to have dominated the immortal realm for an era, eclipsing countless geniuses and monsters. In the end, Emperor Shirtian rose up against the sky, became the immortal emperor, created the lineage of the immortal Court of Light, and became a superpower in the immortal realm. In this case, doesn't Ling Xiao have the qualifications to become an immortal emperor? How could those old guys from Tai Holy Land not be excited? Buzz. At this moment, the original Tiandao steel bloomed with dazzling brilliance, and a mysterious scripture fell from the sky and merged into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Visualization of chaos gods and demons. It was a simple and mysterious picture scroll surrounded by chaotic fairy light. After slowly unfolding, there seemed to be a mysterious scene of chaos opening up and countless gods and demons conquering. In that scene, Ling Xiao's soul seemed to be completely wiped out. This visualization diagram of the chaos gods and demons is the supreme method of visualizing the chaos gods and demons to gradually make the soul stronger. In the end, it can even become immortal and extremely powerful. With this visualization of the chaos gods and demons, my soul will be able to continuously transform and condense the Yuan Shen as soon as possible. Perhaps one day, I can break through the ultimate realm of the Yuan Shen and once again activate the original Heavenly Tao Monument. Ling Xiao's eyes were bright and dazzling, and he whispered to himself. Just now, I seem to see that the 10th name on the Origin of Heavenly Tao Monument was Ling Yi. Now, has he fallen off the Origin of Heavenly Tao Monument? There was a strange look in Ling Xiao's eyes. P.S. Today is the 10th update. Please support me, brothers. If the flowers exceed 5,000, the evaluation votes exceed 500, or there are 5 rewards tomorrow, we will continue to update 10 times. Explosive update, please support. Chapter 21. Ling Yi is Ling Xiao's cousin and the heir to the main line of the Ling family. He is known as the most amazing and talented son of the Ling family. Among the 9 major sequences of the Ling family, Ling Yi deserves to be ranked first. Because, Ling Yi possesses 2 immortal veins. Known as the treasure of a true immortal. When Ling Yi was born, the immortal veins in his body bloomed with brilliant brilliance, the heavenly generals followed the law, purple energy rose, and a vision of a python swallowing the sky appeared above the Ling family. Ling Xiao, who was born at the same time as Ling Yi, seemed very ordinary, without any unusual phenomena. But later, by chance, Ling Yi saw that in Ling Xiao's body, the Tao was blooming, the dragon's might was rising, and there was actually a hidden immortal vein. So Ling Yi's mother used a poisonous trick to forcibly dig out Ling Xiao's immortal vein and merge it into Ling Yi's body. From then on, the python swallowed the dragon, and the 2 immortal veins blessed Ling Yi, allowing him to have the qualifications of a true immortal, and he was about to be established as the son of God of the Ling family. Digging my immortal vein, why does it sound so familiar? Isn't this the experience of the arbitrary and eternal Emperor Huan Tian when he was young? Ling Zhao's eyes showed a strange look. However, although he was a time traveler, he still couldn't hide his anger and murderous intent when he thought of those scenes. He has become Ling Xiao, and has also taken on Ling Zhao's cause and effect. It can be said that he can personally feel the extreme pain at the time. He could not forget the viciousness of that poisonous woman and the indifference of Ling Yi. I want to take back Ling Zhao's immortal vein with my own hands. The blood debt of the Ling family must be repaid. Ling Zhao's eyes were extremely cold, and he thought secretly in his heart. Speaking of which, it was because Ling Xiao was a disciple of a branch lineage, and when he was young, his parents and grandfather went out to find the blood of fierce beasts to cleanse his body, but they found nothing. In addition, the immortal vein in his body was a hidden vein, and no one else knew about it except his parents, grandfather, and a few others. Therefore, the poisonous woman was able to easily cut off his immortal vein. If it weren't for an elder of the Ling family who couldn't bear it and helped to protect Ling Xiao and sent him to the Taiyi Holy Land for refuge, I'm afraid he couldn't escape the poisonous hand and would have been dead long ago. Ling family. On a divine island surrounded by immortal air, covered with ancient vines and precious medicines, and with a number of heavenly palaces and temples, in the most central immortal palace. A young man, who was covered in golden clouds and filled with dragon power, and looked extraordinary, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were deep and sharp, but at this moment, he showed a trace of shock that could not be concealed. Mother, my real name has fallen from the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument. The young man said slowly. He is Ling Yi. He is the first among the top 10 sequences of the Ling family and is known as the most talented and brilliant son of heaven in the Ling family. What? How is it possible? Who ascended the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument? Ling Yi's mother, Madame Ling, had an unbelievable look in her eyes and her face became extremely ugly. As the son of heaven of the Ling family, Ling Yi has extraordinary talent. Now he has reached the level of Heavenly Palace. It won't take long for him to break through to the life and death realm. The most important thing is that Ling Xiao once shook the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument with a divine power of 30 million Jin and left his real name on it. He was also given by the Heavenly Tao and obtained a supreme magical power. Now, he was actually replaced by someone else and kicked off the Origin of Heavenly Tao Monument? This is difficult for Mrs. Ling to accept. It's Ling Xiao. Although Ling Yi's voice was extremely calm, there were still some waves. The moment Ling Xiao climbed onto the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument, he had already felt it, which made him extremely surprised. He did not expect that Ling Xiao would be tapped into the immortal veins of immortality, but would awaken even more terrifying and heaven-defying talents, which would cause some disturbances in his calm state of mind. Ling Xiao? Damn it, it's that loser again. Could it be that he has reached the 10th place on the Tiandao Monument? You don't have to be discouraged, he must still be inferior to you. My son has the talent of a true immortal, so what about that loser Ling Xiao? Can it be compared? Mrs. Ling's expression was gloomy, but she still gritted her teeth and said, No. Mother, Ling Xiao, the ancestor of the immortal emperor who ascended to the top of the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument, broke through the eternal realm with his body, and overran the bright immortal court, Emperor Shi Tian. Ling Yi shook his head and said slowly. What? At this time, Mrs. Ling was completely stunned. She knows better than anyone else what it means to have the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument reach the top and break through the extreme realm of the physical body. That meant that Ling Zhao's talent and physical body were already unimaginably powerful. Even Ling Yi is far inferior. But how is this possible? Damn it! Damn it! Ling Zhao's immortal veins have been dug out, how can he still have such a heaven-defying talent? No, he must die, not even a moment can be left. Mrs. Ling's pretty face was a little distorted, her eyes were full of shock and anger, and there was even a trace of unconcealable fear. She immediately turned around and left in a hurry to arrange it. Ling Zhao's threat is too great. It was so big that she couldn't sit still, and she had to kill Ling Xiao immediately to make her feel at ease. Ling Xiao? My good brother, I want to see you more and more. In the dazzling fairy light, Ling Yi whispered to himself. His eyes were bright and sharp, and there was dragon power permeating his body. There seemed to be a golden dragon and a black python looming vaguely, making his aura become more and more unfathomable. Chapter 22 The divine sound of the great avenue and the fairy light and purple energy gradually dissipated. And those old monsters in Taiyi Holy Land all had expressions of unfinished expression. They felt that if they could practice for 10 days and a half in the state where the divine sounds of the Great Avenue and the law of purple energy were intertwined, their cultivation would definitely be able to break through. When the time comes, we can throw away those damn coffin boards. But even so, they were all extremely satisfied. Although the time is short, their realm bottleneck has been loosened. As long as you practice with concentration for tens or hundreds of years, you should be able to break through the realm. Boom! The palace door slowly opened. Ling Xiao stepped out from it. His white clothes are as white as snow, spotless, with a faint smile on his lips. He looks elegant and handsome, like a handsome young man in a troubled world. Integrated with 6 drops of ferocious beast essence and blood, Ling Xiao's cultivation level broke through to the Xinzong realm. His current strength has increased more than 10 times compared to before. His physical body broke through the extreme realm and climbed to the top of the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument. With one punch, even the monks in the life and death realm would be blasted by his punch. When those old guys saw Ling Xiao, their eyes shone with excitement. Ling Xiao, you are worthy of being the holy son of my Tai Holy Land. I think even a Taoist son will have hope in the future. This is a 9-leaf purple ginseng that lasts 10,000 years. You must accept it. A supreme elder with all his teeth missing said inarticulately, and put a holy elixir filled with purple energy and precious light into Ling Xiao's hand. Ling Xiao, this is a piece of extraterrestrial star iron, which can be used to forge a legendary holy weapon. I give it to you. Ling Xiao, this is the God-strengthening pill that I refined with 7 or 49 kinds of top-grade precious medicines. It can enhance the power of the soul. Take it. Ling Xiao, I don't have any treasures, but this style of swordsmanship was created by me observing the evolution of the stars for thousands of years. After practicing to the extreme, a blade of grass can destroy the stars. Ling Xiao, these are 100,000 divine sources, please accept them. The old guys from Tai Holy Land took out various treasures and stuffed them all into Ling Xiao's hands. Ling Xiao was stunned. However, he soon understood. When he merged with 6 drops of the essence and blood of the supreme immortal beast, and broke through to the divine treasure realm, the innate holy body Tao embryo pulled the laws of the avenue, causing all the paths to sing in unison, and descended the divine voice of the avenue. They were practicing on the sacred island, and it could be said that they all owed Ling Xiao a favor. So they all took out various treasures and gave them to Ling Xiao. Thank you, elders and ancestors. Ling Xiao thanked him with a smile that was neither humble nor arrogant, and then put away all the treasures. Okay, get out. You have listened to the divine voice of the Great Avenue twice. If you still can't break through, I will smash the coffin board for you. Ancestor Tai said calmly. When those old guys heard what their ancestor said, they all shrank their heads, smiled and turned around to leave. Those who should crawl back into the coffin should crawl back into the coffin. Those who should be self-proclaimed are once again self-proclaimed. What was rushed out of the soil was buried in the soil again. Soon, the sacred island was empty. Only the ancestor and Master Tai were left. Ling Xiao, the secret realm of demonic ruins will be opened in the next 2 days. Get ready and go to the secret realm of demonic ruins to experience it. The ancestor looked at Ling Xiao and said, Yes. Ling Xiao's heart moved and he nodded. The master will tell you the details. Practice well, and if you have any questions, you can come to me at any time. The ancestor glanced at Ling Xiao with satisfaction, and then the figure slowly disappeared into the void. This is just a projection of the ancestor, the real body is not here. Ling Xiao, on this jade slip, there is some information about the secret realm of the demon ruins. Set off in 3 days, you will go to the demon emperor city in the Qianhuan Dao realm. This trip to the secret realm of the demonic ruins will be attended by several saints and saints. They are all led by you. I hope you can protect their safety. Headmaster Tai handed a jade slip to Ling Xiao. Then, he gave Ling Xiao some instructions and left the sacred island. This also includes the treatment of Wang Tingfei. Although Wang Tengfei was a disciple of the Changqing family, this time he tried to murder Ling Xiao, so he was directly deposed as the Holy Son and expelled from the Tai Holy Land. The secret realm of the demonic ruins? Ling Xiao accepted the jade slip and looked at it with a trace of his spiritual consciousness. After a moment, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. The secret realm of the demon ruins is rumored to be the place where the ancient demon clan's great masters returned to the ruins. There are extremely precious demon clan inheritances in it, and there are also various magical places that can provide people with supreme good fortune and opportunities. Although the demonic ruins secret realm belongs to the demon clan, some immortal sects and immortal families of the human race have also reached agreements with the demon clan and obtained some quotas.
Only monks from the 8th realm of rebirth can enter the secret realm of demonic ruins.
Therefore, it is a suitable place for experience for major holy places and immortal families. If I can find the essence and blood of the 4 supreme immortal beasts in the secret realm of the demon ruins, I can completely transform my Shitsi mansion. When the time comes, I will be promoted to the realm of the heavenly palace, and I will not be able to attack the legendary 30, the realm of the 3rd heaven. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of expectation. He is not in a hurry to improve his cultivation, but focuses on perfecting every realm and building the supreme foundation so that he can go further in the future. 3 days later. In the sky above the Tai Holy Land, strange beasts appeared in the sky, as if they were carrying the blue sky on their backs, exuding a wild and ancient atmosphere. The divine bird flew up, its wings were like divine gold, and there were strange runes flashing, as if it could tear the void in all directions. It was an extremely divine horse. A series of ancient chariots float in the void, simple and mysterious, intertwined with all kinds of sharp traces such as swords, guns, swords and halberds, with mysterious runes rising. It is something extraordinary at first glance. An old man wearing Taoist robes, with an old face and deep and weathered eyes stood tall in the sky, exuding unfathomable aura fluctuations all over his body. He is a great elder of Tai Holy Land, named Shi Yunfeng. He is also the leader of the trip to the demonic ruin secret realm. Chapter 23 Boom. At this moment, thunder roared in the void, and a purple chariot came across the sky, pulled by 9 strange beasts, and arrived in front of everyone in an instant. On top of the chariot, sitting cross-legged, was a young man with a majestic figure and wearing silver armor. He looked extraordinarily handsome and his eyes were extremely cold and stern. Another fairy light bloomed, and a divine bird shrouded in flames came across the sky, holding a white jade chariot, with light gauze wrapped around it, and flames rising. Sitting cross-legged was a fairy with jade bones, a majestic and unparalleled red chariot.
Women in skirts. Is it the 2nd Saint Sun Zhao Zhenchuan and the 6th Saint Tang Zian? Someone exclaimed.
Immediately, many disciples bowed and saluted. The 2nd Saint Sun, Zhao Zhenchuan, is a cultivator at the Tiangong realm and is extremely powerful. According to legend, he possesses a thunder treasure body and has practiced the thunder god heavenly art, which is extremely powerful. The 6th Saint, Tang Zian, although she is a human race, has awakened a trace of phoenix blood. When she was born, the phantom of the phoenix shone for 9 days, the auspicious clouds rose, and the sea of fire burned the sky. There is even a trace of the true fire of nirvana in her body, which can burn the sky and destroy the earth. Her talent is terrifying. According to legend, she has unparalleled talent in alchemy. Now she has reached the level of a master in alchemy and can refine the supreme holy elixir. It is also the cultivation level of the heavenly palace realm. This time, most of the people who went to the demon ruins secret realm for the trial were some true disciples of the Zifu realm. After all, they needed the essence and blood of the ferocious beasts to fuse with the Zifu to break through the divine treasure realm. But they didn't expect that Zhao Zhenchuan and Tang Zian would both come. Hold head high. Roar. At this moment, the roar of dragons and tigers sounded, shaking the void in all directions. Deep in the Tai Holy Land, a golden chariot came across the sky, like the sun rising, exuding a dazzling brilliance. Especially in front, the 6 ancient beasts, the true dragon, the white tiger, the immortal phoenix, the black tortoise, the qilin, and the golden crow, exuded a fierce and monstrous aura, and pulled the golden chariot towards them at great speed. That primitive and ancient aura hit their faces, making everyone tremble involuntarily and their faces turned extremely pale. It wasn't until the golden chariot approached that they saw the figure above. The visitor was dressed in white clothes, spotless, as if he were an elegant young man who had stepped out of an ink painting, or like a banished immortal above the 9 heavens. He had an otherworldly and flawless temperament that was not stained by dust. He has a slender figure, with Tao rhymes interwoven around his body, and the power of law rising. He sits cross-legged on a golden chariot, like the incarnation of the Tao. When people look at it, they can't help but feel worshipped. His face was unreal, shrouded in a layer of chaotic mist, with only a pair of eyes like the abyss, deep and bright, with vague symbols emerging. It seems that I can penetrate this whole world. Is it the 9th holy sun Ling Xiao? Someone exclaimed, their eyes full of awe. It was not until this moment that they discovered that the 6 ancient ferocious beasts with terrifying aura were not their real bodies, but were transformed by some kind of magical power. They looked lifelike and filled with evil aura. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding strange beasts and birds were all restless, as if they felt a suppression coming from the depths of their blood. The heavenly emperor's chariot? The ancestor really loves him so much that he even gave him the heavenly emperor's chariot. There was a trace of shock in Zhao Zhenchuan's eyes, as if he recognized the origin of the golden chariot. He couldn't help but show a hint of envy in his eyes.
Is he Ling Xiao?
He inspired the divine voice of the great Tao twice, climbed to the top of the origin heavenly Tao monument, and alarmed the Ling family disciples of our ancestors?
He is quite handsome.
Tang Zian also glanced at Ling Xiao with interest, her beautiful eyes filled with color.
I've met the elder.
Ling Xiao sat cross-legged on the heavenly emperor's chariot, his eyes calm and indifferent, and he saluted Qi Yunfeng from afar.
You're welcome, holy son, ha. Since you've arrived, shall we set off now?
Qi Yunfeng asked with a smile.
This scene shocked everyone.
You know, when Zhao Zhenchuan and Tang Zian arrived just now, they only made Qi Yunfeng nodded slightly, but Ling Xiao actually made the elder Qi Yunfeng so kind? They didn't know that Qi Yunfeng's attitude was not only due to Ling Xiao's extraordinary talent, but more importantly, Qi Yunfeng had also benefited a lot from the Holy Island in the past few days. He wished that Ling Xiao could activate the divine sounds of the Great Avenue a few more times to help him break through the realm of cultivation, so naturally he was extremely affectionate towards Ling Xiao.
Then let's go.
Ling Xiao said calmly. Headmaster Tai had already told him that this trip to the secret realm of the demonic ruins would be led by him. Although Great Elder Qi Yunfeng was the team leader, he was mainly there to protect them. Therefore, he naturally did his part.
Okay. Let's go then.
Qi Yunfeng nodded, and then light flickered in his palm, and a simple and mysterious token appeared. The token shined brightly, instantly causing the void to tremble and twist violently, and void passages like the Milky Way emerged. Then, the strange beasts roared, the divine birds chirped, and chariots rose up from the sky, covering the sky and rushing directly into the void channel.
Ling
Xiao sat cross-legged on the emperor's chariot. After he entered the void channel, divine light bloomed in his eyes, chaotic light rose, and mysterious symbols bloomed. He vaguely saw that there seemed to be a looming shadow, flashing from a distance. And that shadow exuded an extremely cold murderous intent, and the target was him.
Is it someone from the Ling family?
Ling Xiao sneered in his heart, and instantly guessed the identity of the person who came.
However, he did not make any move.
As the son of the Tai Holy Land, and also valued by the Tai Patriarch, he must be followed by a protector, so he was not worried at all. In the void, a black figure, emitting an unfathomable aura, as vast as the abyss, blocked a blood-robed man. Get out of here, or you'll die. The blood-robed man's eyes were extremely cold, as if there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and the terrifying scene of the endless gods and demons falling appeared.
The Ling family?
The ghosts are still here. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. The black figure was hidden in the mist, and his face couldn't be seen clearly, but the deep and old eyes seemed to have seen the disillusionment of the heavens and experienced endless years. There was a kind of immortality like a rock. He slapped the blood-robed man with a light palm. Under the palm print, it was as if the world was destroyed and all living beings fell, and the blood-robed man was covered in an instant.
You are, that person? No, impossible.
The blood-robed man suddenly trembled all over, as if he recognized something, and let out a cry of surprise. He turned around in an instant and turned into a bloodlight and was about to escape.
Boom!
But the time and space around him seemed to be solidified, and there was no possibility of escape at all. The palm fell. The blood-robed man disappeared in an instant, as if he had been wiped out from this time and space.
Chapter 24 Demon Emperor City.
This is an ancient and mysterious giant city, located adjacent to Qianuan Daoyu and Xihua Daoyu, billions of miles away from Tai Holy Land. It is rumored that there was a demon clan saint who became an emperor here, so it was later called Demon Emperor City. Because Demon Emperor City is close to the Demon Ruin secret realm, although Demon Emperor City belongs to the Demon Clan territory, there are also many human races here, and commercial trade is very developed.
There are tens of millions of lives in Demon Emperor City.
On this day, over the Demon Emperor City, strange beasts and divine birds crossed the sky, and ancient chariots crushed the sky and rushed past.
One after another, figures with terrifying auras kept tearing through the void and descended into Demon Emperor City.
The Demon Ruin's secret realm was opened, and several immortal sects, longevity families, and countless demon clan geniuses in the nearby Dao realm all came to Demon Emperor City. That young man with wings on his back, who is extraordinary and heroic, seems to be the son of the Pantheon.
The Qin family, a family of immortality, is here too. I wonder if the goddess known as the Pearl of the Qin family is here. There is also the Ling family of immortality.
It is said that the proud son of the Ling family will soon become the son of the Ling family.
I wonder if he is among the people of the Ling family. The 9-headed Golden Lion clan is here.
The Howling Moon Wolf clan is also here. The Golden Winged Dapeng clan, the Pisho clan, in the Demon Emperor city. Many cultivators were talking about it, looking at the strange beasts, divine birds, and ancient chariots whizzing through the void with great envy and shock. Although the Demon Emperor city is extraordinary, it is still far behind those immortal families and immortal sections. They had only heard of those geniuses and evildoers and young supremes who were famous in various Dao domains, but had never seen them before. It is precisely because of the opening of the Demon Ruin's secret realm that so many geniuses gathered in the Demon Emperor city.
Rumble.
At this moment, a dazzling void passage came across like a rainbow bridge. Huge beasts covered the sky, divine birds were shining, and on the ancient chariots, there were young men and women sitting cross-legged with heroic postures. Ancient flags fluttered in the wind, with 2 dazzling and ancient divine characters embroidered on them.
Tai. The people from Tai Holy Land have arrived.
Someone exclaimed, and immediately attracted everyone's attention. During this period, Tai Holy Land can be said to be famous in all major Dao domains.
Tai Holy Land has produced a peerless genius.
When his talent awakened, the divine sound of the Dao was coming, and the purple air came from the east for 30,000 miles. And that peerless genius had triggered the Origin Heavenly Dao Monument not long ago. Directly suppressed countless geniuses and ascended to the first place in the Origin Heavenly Dao Monument.
That person is called Ling Xiao.
At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on the Emperor's chariot at the same time, with expressions of shock and awe. The Emperor's chariot was really too eye-catching. Especially the 6 ancient beasts pulling the chariot, including the real dragon, the fairy phoenix, the white tiger, the black tortoise, the unicorn and the golden crow, all of which were the strongest among the demons.
Hiss! The 6 supreme beasts, such as the real dragon and the fairy phoenix, are pulling the cart? Is this Ling Xiao from the Tai Holy Land? Who else could it be?
Although the 6 supreme beasts are just transformed by magical powers, they are so lifelike, which is amazing enough. I heard that Ling Xiao is from the Changshengling family.
With such a heaven-defying talent, the Changshengling family is willing to let him join the Tai Holy Land? Such publicity is probably a disaster rather than a blessing. Those monsters are the most arrogant and domineering.
Seeing this scene, I'm afraid they will not let it go. In the Monster Emperor city, many cultivators showed extremely shocked expressions. And when those monster cultivators saw the scene, their eyes were bloodshot, revealing extremely cold anger and murderous intent. The 6 supreme beasts, such as the real dragon and the fairy phoenix, are all the strongest of the monsters.
The royal family that exists in the legend is comparable to their ancestors. Now, their ancestors are actually used to pull carts for the human race? It's simply unbearable.
The ancient demon race is arrogant and domineering, and its origin is even older than that of the human race, with a deeper foundation and stronger strength. Therefore, they don't take the human race seriously at all. Even though the human race now occupies most of the 3,000 Dao domains in the fairyland, and even more powerful people have emerged. But the demon race has always been the most proud.
Chirp!
At this moment, a cry that pierces gold and splits rocks sounded, shaking the void. The blazing golden clouds rose up, and golden wings emerged, as if cast from divine gold, filled with a mysterious breath of law. Those golden wings, in an instant, were like arrows, shooting towards Ling Xiao on the chariot of the Emperor of Heaven.
Bold! Looking for death. The disciples of Tai Holy Land were instantly furious. Too arrogant. Dare to attack their son in front of Tai Holy Land? This is simply a slap in the face of Tai Holy Land.
Shi Yunfeng's eyes were also extremely cold, but he did not react, allowing the sword lights to shoot towards Ling Xiao. The one who attacked Ling Xiao was a young genius from the Golden Winged Dapeng clan. This was to give Ling Xiao a warning. However, Shi Yunfeng also understood that this was a battle between juniors, and he could not intervene.
Buzz!
Those golden arrows were extremely sharp, piercing through the void, and even a cultivator in the realm of life and death would find it difficult to resist. But when they appeared around the Emperor's chariot, they seemed to be fixed and solidified there in an instant. On the Emperor's chariot, Ling Xiao's eyes were calm and deep, and he waved his hand casually, and the golden light suddenly shattered. At the same time, Ling Xiao also saw the unruly young man standing on the top of a palace in the Demon Emperor city. That was a proud figure of the Golden Winged Dapeng clan, wearing a golden robe, with a majestic figure, a prominent head, a sharp gaze like a sword, and a cold smile on his lips. His magical power was easily broken by Ling Xiao, and he seemed not to be surprised at all.
Are you Ling Xiao? You dare to pull a carriage with a real dragon and a fairy phoenix? Are you provoking my demon clan? You are lucky to have the protection of the elders of Taiyi Holy Land today, but after entering the demon ruined secret realm, you may not be so lucky. The Tianjiu of the golden-winged Dapeng clan sneered. His voice was full of domineering, arrogant and infinite arrogance. He was threatening Ling Xiao in front of Qi Yunfeng. The reason why he took action was not only because he couldn't stand Ling Xiao pulling the cart with the real dragon and the fairy phoenix, but more importantly, he was testing Ling Xiao's cultivation. If he could save Ling Xiao's face, it would be the best. If not, he could also test Ling Xiao's strength. So the seemingly reckless behavior was actually the result of careful consideration. After leaving an arrogant word, he turned around and left. At this moment, Ling Xiao spoke. Since you have attacked me, then take my move. If you can take it, I will spare your life today. Ling Xiao said calmly. Then, he attacked instantly. Chapter 25 Boom. Ling Xiao punched out. It seemed like a random punch, but it seemed as if it was separated from the void, and a fierce and unmatched chaotic fist print burst out. That fist was surrounded by blazing divine light, like the rising sun, emitting infinite light, and instantly penetrated the void, suppressing the golden-winged Dapeng clan's Tianjiu and the demon emperor city. You dare? The eyes of the golden-winged Dapeng clan's Tianjiu flashed with cold light, and he didn't expect Ling Xiao to dare to attack him. You know, this demon emperor city is the territory of the demon clan. A mere human race is more arrogant than him? But in an instant, he felt an extremely strong sense of crisis, and then he didn't think about it, and instantly set up the golden light and moved away. The golden-winged Dapeng clan has extreme speed, and when they practice to the extreme, they can travel billions of miles in an instant. He naturally knew that Ling Xiao's body broke the extreme, and perhaps he was not Ling Xiao's opponent, but he was confident that he could dodge this punch. What? But then, he was shrouded in a deep fear. The space around him seemed to have solidified, and he was stuck in the mud, unable to break free. The unparalleled fierce chaos fist seal seemed to freeze the void. It didn't seem to be fast, but it hit him in an instant. Boom! The genius of the golden-winged Dapeng clan was shaken all over, and in an instant, a blazing and dazzling divine light exploded. The defensive treasures on his body shattered and flew out like broken copper and iron. And his whole body exploded directly in the void. How is this possible? This Jinming of the golden-winged Dapeng tribe, a genius of the demon tribe, possessing a trace of the blood of the golden-winged Dapeng, was actually blasted by Ling Xiao's punch? Everyone in Demon Emperor City was stunned. Their eyes were full of disbelief, and they felt very unreal. Don't forget, Ling Xiao is the person who has broken through the extreme realm of the physical body and climbed to the top of the original heavenly monument. Even the monks in the life and death realm may not be able to block his punch, let alone Jin Ming, who only has the heavenly palace realm. It's so terrifying. Although that punch was not directed at me, it made me feel as if an ancient divine mountain was suppressing it, and my soul was about to burst. Is this the fighting power that breaks the limits of the physical body? Jin Ming really kicked the iron plate now. At this moment, not only the many human monks, but also the many demon geniuses in the Demon Emperor City had extremely solemn looks in their eyes. Ling Xiao showed such terrifying combat power, which made them all feel great pressure. Buzz! There was a flash of light in the void, and Jin Ming reappeared, but his face was extremely pale and his eyes were full of deep fear. Death puppet? You demon tribe really has a lot of treasures. But for the sake of you dying once, get out. On the Emperor's chariot, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and he said lightly. His voice reached everyone's ears extremely clearly, containing an indescribable domineering power. The scapegoat puppet is extremely precious. It requires countless kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to be refined. It can be used as a life. If Jin Ming hadn't killed the puppet just now, he would have died under Ling Xiao's punch. Ling Xiao, you, Jin Ming's face was white and blue, full of anger and cold murderous intent, but when it touched Ling Xiao's deep gaze, he couldn't help but tremble all over. His eyes were full of unconcealable fear, and he didn't dare to say harsh words, so he turned around and moved away. Even though there was a surrogate puppet, the feeling of having just died was really uncomfortable. Ling Xiao's punch was so fierce that even the protectors behind him didn't expect Ling Xiao's combat power to be so terrifying. At this point, no one in the Demon Emperor City dared to look down upon Ling Xiao. Many people looked at the figure on the Emperor's chariot with awe. The ultimate fighting power of the physical body, that punch. I can't take it. The second Saint Sun Zhaozhinshuan also smiled sadly when he recalled the punch Ling Xiao had just received. This guy looks elegant and extraordinary, but I didn't expect that his physical body would be so terrifying. He is simply a ferocious beast in human form. Tang Xian also secretly smacked her tongue.
Elder Qi Yunfeng's eyes were filled with admiration.
That punch was so cool. This is what the Taoist disciple of Taiyi Holy Land still looks like, suppressing invincibly and sweeping away the geniuses. Maybe Ling Xiao is really suitable to become the Taoist disciple of Taiyi Holy Land? Boom!
The people in Taiyi Holy Land were like a torrent, crushing over the sky above Demon Emperor City and flying towards the depths of Demon Emperor City.
There is the residence of Taiyi Holy Land.
On top of an ancient and magnificent restaurant. Two heroic young men sat opposite each other. Both of them had seen the scene that had just happened above the Demon Emperor City.
Brother Ling, I heard that Ling Xiao is also a disciple of the Ling family? The Ling family is actually willing to let him join Taiyi Holy Land?
A young man with wings on his back and wearing silver armor, with a very strange face, smiled calmly. His name is Yang Junfan, and he is the holy son of the 10,000 Gods sect. He has a cultivation level in the heavenly palace realm and has extraordinary strength. The young man opposite him had an ordinary appearance and was dressed in black. His whole body was filled with evil aura, and his eyes were like blades, as if they could tear the world apart. But no one dared to underestimate him. Because he is the second of the top 10 members of the Ling family, Ling Shura. Ling Xiaolua was also at the heavenly palace realm. Although he did not possess the heaven-defying talent like Ling Yi, he possessed 2 immortal veins. However, he has superb understanding, innate sword intention, extraordinary attainments in the art of swordsmanship, and unparalleled strength. The reason why Ling Yi has not yet become the divine son of the Ling family is because of him. It is said that in terms of combat power alone, Ling Yi may not be able to defeat him. Ling Xiao is indeed a disciple of the Ling family, but why he joined Taiyi Holy Land, I don't know. As for his awakening talent, that was only after joining Taiyi Holy Land. Ling Shura's eyes showed a hint of complexity, and he thought of some rumors about the Ling family.
That's it.
But it's okay, Ling Xiao is extremely talented, and Ling Yi of the Ling family is also called the Ling family Qilin. The two of them can be said to be peerless twins.
The Ling family has this relationship with Taiyi Holy Land. I'm afraid it will become stronger and stronger. Yang Junfan smiled calmly. Maybe.
Ling Xiaolua said without comment.
Brother Ling, you can consider what I said. If we cooperate, we will definitely get the greatest benefit. Yang Junfan's eyes flashed and he smiled slightly. Let me think about this matter.
I will reply to Brother Yang before entering the secret realm.
Ling Xiaolua nodded. Chapter 26 The Lord of the Demon Emperor City is named Bai Yuan.
He is an elegant and easygoing old man with a trace of Bai Zhe blood.
He belongs to the Bai Zhe clan.
His ancestors once suppressed the invincible emperor.
He treats the human race not as arrogant as other demons. He is closer to the human race.
Therefore, as the Lord of the Demon Emperor City, the human race and the demon race have maintained a general peace in the Demon Emperor City, and there are no major conflicts. The Demon Emperor City is also becoming more and more prosperous.
Hello, Brother Qi.
Bai Yuan greeted Qi Yunfeng, and Qi Yunfeng responded with a smile. The two of them were old acquaintances, and it seemed that they had a close personal relationship, so they spoke very casually.
Is this the holy son Ling Xiao?
Bai Yuan's eyes fell on Ling Xiao, with a bit of curiosity.
Hello, Senior Bai Yuan.
Ling Xiao returned the greeting calmly.
You are indeed the supreme young man, with extraordinary talent.
Tomorrow, the Tao Mirror will be opened, and I am looking forward to your performance.
Maybe you can be baptized by the Tao Mirror. Bai Yuan said with a smile. The Tao Mirror?
Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance.
The Tao Mirror is a rare treasure of the Demon Emperor City. Legend has it that it was left by the Demon Emperor back then.
It is mysterious and unpredictable, and can touch the heart of the Tao and connect to the laws of the Tao. If you can get the recognition of the Tao Mirror, you will be baptized by the Tao Mirror and be reborn. Before each opening of the Demon Ruin Secret Realm, the Demon Emperor City will also activate the Tao Mirror to let many Tianjiao touch the heart of the Tao and seek the Tao. Ling Xiao is naturally very clear about this. That night, everyone from Taiyi Holy Land temporarily lived in several ancient palaces prepared by Bai Yuan.
The next day. Buzz. A strange wave spread out, covering the entire Demon Emperor City.
Above the Demon Emperor City, there were thousands of rays of light and auspicious colors. The void was constantly twisting, and mysterious and dazzling rune laws gushed out. An ancient mirror floated above the 9 heavens, crystal clear, simple and mysterious, as if it was a clear lake inverted on the sky, imprinting the entire Demon Emperor City in it.
Is it the Taoism mirror? The Taoism mirror has appeared. Hurry up! If you can get the approval of the Tao Mirror, you can be baptized by the immortal light and be reborn. This is the greatest opportunity in my Demon Emperor city, and you must not miss it. The many cultivators in the Demon Emperor city were all boiling, and their eyes were full of extremely excited expressions. Even those geniuses, disciples of the ancient clans, descendants of the immortal family and the immortal sect, all rushed towards the Tao Mirror. In the center of the Demon Emperor city, the Tao Mirror floated above the 9 heavens, surrounded by chaotic light, spewing endless lawbreath, mysterious and unpredictable. A huge barrier covered an area of hundreds of thousands of feet. It was the power of the law of the Tao Mirror. Only by passing through the law barrier can it be recognized by the Tao Mirror, and you can go to ask the Tao Heart and comprehend the law of the Tao. Ask the Tao Mirror, ask the Tao Heart, and comprehend the Tao. It has little to do with the innate constitution. As long as the heart of Tao is firm and the comprehension is extraordinary, the mirror of Taoism will recognize it and baptize it with the immortal light. But generally speaking, only those with strong talents and precious bodies can comprehend the laws of the Tao more easily and have stronger comprehension. Among ordinary bodies, those with a firm heart of Taoism and extraordinary comprehension are rare. So although countless cultivators in the Demon Emperor city want to try their luck and want to pass through the law barrier, only a few thousand people can finally come in. Most of these people are the disciples of the immortal family, the immortal sect and the major demon clans. Buzz. One after another, figures passed through the dazzling barrier and came to the bottom of the Taoism mirror. The law barrier is mysterious and unpredictable, as if it is engraved with Taoism and law. It must be comprehended by one's own heart of Taoism and cracked by the law it cultivates. Naturally, the firmer the heart of Taoism and the stronger the comprehension, the easier it is to pass. At this moment, a figure walked towards the Taoism mirror. Buzz! The law barrier vibrated and shone with a blazing and dazzling glow. Before the figure approached the law barrier slowly separated to the sides and a portal appeared automatically. At the same time, the surrounding glow was bright, runes were rising, and it was humming and vibrating. There was actually an extremely human joy wave. What? The law barrier automatically opened the portal? How did it do that? Someone exclaimed. The countless Tianzhou in the barrier also showed a look of shock, staring at the figure. They all relied on their own strength to enter the barrier, but even if their Tao heart was strong and their comprehension was strong, it would take at least a few breaths to break the barrier. And that figure could actually make the barrier open the portal by itself? Who was it? Chapter 27. That figure, dressed in white, surrounded by fairy light, with a Taoist charm all over his body, and his eyes were bright and bright. It was like a banished immortal descending to the earth. If not Ling Xiao, who else could it be? Is it him? Ling Xiao, the holy son of Tai Holy Land? It is rumored that he possesses a chaos body that can make all the Daos resound. Could it be that the rumor is true? Hiss! Chaos body, that is the chaos body ranked first among the 3,000 holy bodies in the immortal realm. It can destroy all laws and merge all Daos. Those who possess this physique are all peerless geniuses among 10,000. It's just a rumor, and no one can be sure. But being able to make the law boundary open its own door shows that it is indeed extremely terrifying. Many young geniuses looked at Ling Xiao. Although their expressions were different, they all attached great importance to him in their hearts. Even if he has a heaven-defying physique and talent, what does it matter? This Tao mirror is to ask the Tao heart and test the understanding. It has little to do with physique and talent. He may not be able to be baptized by the immortal light. Someone sneered. It was a young man wearing golden armor, with a handsome and indifferent face. His golden hair was flying, thick and shiny, and there seemed to be mysterious laws and thunder flowing around him. He is the descendant of the 9-headed golden lion clan Xinju? Someone exclaimed, with a look of awe in his eyes. That's right. He is indeed the descendant of the 9-headed golden lion clan. The 9-headed golden lion is the royal family of the demon clan. There was a demon king who commanded all demons and dominated an era. I heard that he has extraordinary comprehension and has cultivated the supreme treasure of the 9-headed golden lion clan. An old man of the human race said with a solemn look. Xinju stood there, as bright as the sun. Beside him, there were several young geniuses of the demon clan, all of whom were very respectful to him. Under the star-studded moon, he seemed even more extraordinary. Ling Xiao glanced at Xinju calmly and found that Xinju had a strong aura. The blood in his body was as bright as the sun, flowing with golden blood, extremely pure.
His cultivation had reached the peak of the heavenly palace realm, and he might have built at least 30 layers of heavenly palace.
The Tianjiao Jin Ming of the Golden Winged Dapeng clan was standing next to Shirexayenju, and his aura was much weaker than Shirexayenju.
At this moment, Jin Ming also saw Ling Xiao, and his eyes were full of coldness. The Tao mirror is open, and everyone can knock on the Tao heart and have the opportunity to be baptized by the immortal light. You only need to activate your cultivation and knock on the Tao mirror with the Tao heart, and the Tao mirror will produce a response. In the void, the voice of Bai Yuan, the lord of the demon emperor city, slowly sounded. Everyone's heart moved, and their eyes looking at the Tao mirror were full of expectations.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
At the same time, powerful auras rushed up into the sky, and many Tianjiao strongmen urged their cultivation and knocked on the Tao mirror with their Tao hearts. In the void, the Tao mirror roared and trembled, like thunder in the sky, exploding between heaven and earth. An ancient and vast aura spread, the brilliant fairy light flowed, and the mysterious light intertwined, like a waterfall, covering everyone below.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
It was like the beating of a heavenly drum, making everyone's heart beat with it, and the blood in their bodies surged, as if boiling. In a trance, they seemed to dream back to the ancient times and saw a scene from the ancient prehistoric period. One by one, the gods and demons as tall as mountains fought each other, tearing the sky and splitting the earth, and their roars seemed to shatter the stars. The blood of the huge beasts was like a wolf smoke, rushing straight into the sky, and the divine bird that covered the sky and the sun, with its wings spread, was tens of thousands of miles away. Countless terrifying and powerful creatures were fighting and conquering each other. In that tragic and terrifying scene, those with weak hearts broke free almost instantly, staggering back, their faces extremely pale. They failed and did not get the recognition of the Tao mirror. And those with strong hearts seemed to have personally witnessed the horrific scene of the gods and demons conquering and the beasts fighting in the ancient times. At the same time, mysterious lines were intertwined between heaven and earth, with flames rising, winds howling, thunder surging, and ice covering thousands of miles. Countless laws of power emerged, mysterious and unpredictable, and presented in front of everyone in a strange way. Buzz! At this moment, the Tao mirror vibrated, and brilliant fairy light flowed from it, like a river falling from the sky.
In an instant, fairy light fell and enveloped the people below. This is someone who has been recognized by the Tao mirror and has been baptized by fairy light.
Chapter 28. A young man with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, with sword intent rising all over his body and a sharp and extraordinary aura, was now shrouded by 3 immortal lights. He was recognized by the Tao mirror and sent down 3 immortal lights. The 3 immortal lights were ethereal and mysterious, constantly merging into his body, tempering his body, making his aura more and more ethereal and mysterious.
Is it the eldest brother of the Tianjin sect? He actually attracted 3 immortal lights, which is not bad.
Someone recognized the origin of the young man. Although many disciples and elders of the Tianjin sect could not enter the barrier, they all saw the scene, and each of them showed an extremely excited look. The heavenly Tao realm floated above the 9 heavens, interweaving with the mysterious power of laws, as if it was branded with a mysterious world. Immortal lights continued to gush out from it, causing the void on all sides to tremble violently. The mysterious power of laws rose, as if there were bells and drums ringing, light sounds interweaving, and there were mysterious scenes of fierce beasts roaring, and gods and demons roaring. One after another, immortal lights fell from the 9 heavens and merged into the bodies of many Tianjiao below. There was at least 1 immortal light, and at most 7 or 8 immortal lights. Those Tianjiao were all people with strong Taoism hearts and extraordinary comprehension. They were recognized by the Taoism mirror, and the Taoism mirror sent down immortal light baptism. Those immortal lights would not directly improve their cultivation, but would temper their bodies, cleanse their souls, and improve their comprehension.
Let them undergo a complete transformation. This is supreme good fortune and opportunity.
Even those young supremes and peerless geniuses cannot help but be moved.
Boom!
A young demon clan member, with an unfathomable aura, actually attracted 9 rays of immortal light, which enveloped him. Behind him, a fierce beast roared, and a huge green wolf appeared, as if it could swallow the sun and the moon, mysterious and unpredictable. It's the genius of the Howling Moon Wolf clan.
9 rays of immortal light? Too strong! Someone exclaimed.
Many elders of the Howling Moon Wolf clan stood in the void, looking at the young man below, their eyes full of excitement and excitement. The Howling Moon Wolf clan is not considered strong among the demon clans, but there have been great saints in the clan. At this moment, seeing the genius in the clan is so extraordinary, they are naturally very happy.
Boom!
At the same time, Jin Ming of the Golden Winged Peng clan was surrounded by golden clouds, and a golden peng bird seemed to appear behind him, which was unruly, fierce, and powerful.
32 immortal lights fell down. Jin Ming attracted 32 immortal lights? Too amazing. I wonder how many immortal lights Ling Xiao of Tai Holy Land can attract. Someone exclaimed. Many human cultivators showed great envy in their eyes. This Tao mirror was left by the strongest of the demon clan after all. Although it tortured the heart and understanding of the Tao, the demon clan had the power of blood and was naturally close to the Tao mirror. Naturally, many demon clan geniuses received more immortal light baptisms. And the most of the human geniuses only received 6 immortal light baptisms, which was indeed much worse than the demon clan geniuses. However, their eyes looking at Ling Xiao were full of expectations. After all, the existence that can kill Jin Ming with one punch and ascend to the first place in the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument, the fairy light that can be attracted must be able to surpass Jin Ming, right? Boom! At this moment, above the sky, thunder roared, the sound of Tao trembled, and the law gushed out. All kinds of mysterious visions filled the entire sky. One after another, the bright fairy light fell from the sky, like a meteor, dense and dazzling to the extreme. A figure below was covered with golden clouds, and the golden hair was extremely thick, as if there was a bright sun rising behind it. Roar! The ancient and vast roar seemed to be able to shatter the stars in the sky. A huge golden lion emerged, with vast and majestic blood and chi, covering this side of the sky, with 9 heads, each of which was as bright as the sun. Moreover, the 9 heads gushed out golden light, flames, thunder, strong winds and other powerful forces, as if they could kill countless gods and demons. Is it the descendant of the 9-headed golden lion clan, Shi Xinjue? He actually triggered the baptism of 108 immortal lights? Too scary! Someone exclaimed, his voice trembling. Who else could that figure covered in golden clouds be Shi Xinjue?
108 immortal lights fell, like 108 pillars of light that penetrated the sky and the earth, dazzling to the extreme.
He was set off like a god.
Chapter 29 Shi Xinjue knocked on the asking mirror and was baptized by 108 immortal lights.
This scene shocked everyone.
Even Bai Yuan, the lord of the demon emperor city in the void, Shi Yunfeng, the great elder of the Tai Holy Land, and the elders of other immortal families all showed extremely solemn expressions.
Ha ha ha. As expected of the descendant of my 9-headed golden lion clan, who can match the baptism of 108 immortal lights? In the history of the opening of the Tao mirror, can you also rank among the top?
An elder of the 9-headed golden lion clan laughed loudly, his eyes full of incomparable pride. In the history of the opening of the Tao mirror, the one who received the most immortal light baptisms was the descendant of Jinlong Ridge 10 million years ago, who received 360 immortal light baptisms.
Shi Xinjue is enough to rank among the top 5.
As if to confirm the words of the elder, Bai Yuan said slowly. You know, the Tao mirror has existed for hundreds of millions of years, and it can even be traced back to the last era. To be able to rank among the top 5 in this history of hundreds of millions of years, Shi Xinjue's Tao heart and understanding are so strong that they are unprecedented. In the entire fairyland, he is also a young supreme, with the potential to be an emperor.
Shi Xinju, I'm afraid he will be the champion of this opening of the Tao mirror. I don't know what kind of fortune he can get from the Tao mirror.
An old man of the demon clan said slowly, his eyes full of envy. Every time the Tao mirror is opened, the person who receives the most baptism of immortal light is called the champion, and will receive additional gifts from the Tao mirror.
In their opinion, it is almost certain that Shi Xinju will become the champion.
Even if Ling Xiao has extraordinary talent, it is almost impossible to get the baptism of 108 immortal lights. At the same time, Yang Junfan of the Pantheon and the goddess of the Changshengqin family also have dazzling immortal light blooming around them.
The Pantheon is also an immortal sect.
Although it is not as long-standing as the Tai Holy Land, its ancestors have also produced immortal true immortals who dominate the world.
As the son of the Pantheon, Yang Junfan is naturally gifted.
He triggered the baptism of 36 immortal lights, which immediately attracted the attention of countless people. You know, many human geniuses before him did not have more than 10 immortal lights, but he attracted 36 immortal lights, which shows how strong his Tao heart and understanding are.
Yang Junfan and many elders of the Pantheon were naturally very satisfied.
And the goddess of the Qin family, dressed in a white dress, was cold and extraordinary, and looked aloof and extraordinary. Although her face could not be seen clearly because it was covered by the void, her eyes were like a dream, revealing the indifference of rejecting people thousands of miles away. She was like a fairy in the sky, as if she did not exist in this void. She was surrounded by ethereal immortal lights, and attracted 81 immortal lights, making her whole person dazzling and shining, and she was even more beautiful and extraordinary.
81 immortal light baptism? Hiss. Isn't this Qin family goddess too scary? The Qin family goddess, according to legend, possesses the Taiyin holy body. Is that true? Too scary. Is the Tao heart and comprehension of the human race really so scary? I'm afraid she is not much worse than Lion Heart Absolute, right?
The Qin family goddess triggered the 81 immortal light baptism, which immediately caused a sensation. Many demon clan geniuses looked at her sideways and were shocked.
My goddess is still at a disadvantage. After all, she is still young, otherwise, she would definitely be able to surpass Lion Heart Absolute, and it is impossible for her to have only 81 immortal light baptism. An elder with white hair and beard of the Qin family frowned slightly inside. The Qin family goddess is only 15 years old now. She is a few years younger than Ling Xiao. When she was born, purple air rose, the moonstar shone with infinite brilliance, and the area of hundreds of millions of miles was shrouded in the rime of Tao, and there was a phantom of the immortal king, high in the ninth heaven. The vision was extremely amazing. So when she was born, she was established as the goddess of the Qin family, and also carried the future and hope of the Qin family. Asking the mirror of Tao, asking about the heart of Tao and understanding, the goddess of the Qin family is still young. If she is a few years older, she will definitely be baptized by more than 81 immortal lights. Next, many demon clan geniuses also received the baptism of immortal light. Among them, the two most powerful ones, one is the young master of the Pisho clan, who received the baptism of 60 immortal lights. One is the descendant of the Earth Demon Tiger clan, who received the baptism of 14 immortal lights. And the human race performed mediocrely.
Zhao Xinchuan of Taiyi Holy Land triggered 30 immortal light baptisms. And Tang Zian and Yang Junfan were similar, triggering 36 immortal light baptisms.
It's not bad.
After all, the Tao mirror is a treasure left by the strongest of the demon race, so it is inevitable that they have a preference for the demon race.
The only two people who did not move were left. Ling family, Ling Xiaolua. Taiyi Holy Land, Ling Xiao.
Chapter 30 Ling Xiaolua is the second of the 10 great sequences of the Changsheng Ling family, second only to the young true immortal Lingyi of the Ling family. It is said that he is just a mortal body, but he has an extraordinary understanding of the way of the sword.
I am afraid that he can also attract a lot of immortal light baptism, right?
Ling Xiao is a disciple of the Taiyi Holy Land. When he awakened his talent not long ago, all the ways were singing together, and the divine voice of the Great Avenue was about to come. He even ranked first on the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument, which is also very exciting. It is said that Ling Xiao is also a disciple of the Changsheng Ling family, which is interesting.
I don't know who has triggered more baptisms of fairy light, Ling Shura or Ling Xiao. Everyone was talking, their eyes lingering on Ling Shura and Ling Xiao, full of curiosity. The Ling family, like the Qin family, is an immortal family. An immortal appeared in our ancestors. Although the Ling family has declined in recent years, the Ling family has a talented Supreme Lingyi.
Legend has it that Lingyi possesses the immortal veins and has the qualifications to become a true immortal. If Lingyi can really prove the path of true immortality and become immortal, perhaps the Ling family can restore its ancestral glory and rebuild its glory. Ling Xiao was also a disciple of the Ling family, but the Ling family ignored him and allowed Ling Xiao to become the holy son of Taiyi Holy Land. After all, in the eyes of many people, Ling Xiao is extremely talented and is suspected of possessing a chaotic body. Compared with the young immortal Lingyi from the Ling family, he is probably not much different. The Ling family was unmoved by such a talented person.
No matter how you look at it, it looks weird. Boom!
At this moment, Ling Shura in the distance had sword intent all over his body, and a sharp sword light bloomed from behind him, slashing towards the sky in an instant. That sword light was extremely bright and fierce. The questioning mirror seemed to be touched by the sword's intention, instantly blooming with blazing light, and rays of fairy light fell down, instantly shrouding Ling Shura.
Hiss! So many baptisms of fairy light? Is it possible that he can't surpass Lionheart, the descendant of the nine-headed golden lion clan? Someone exclaimed, their eyes full of disbelief.
Those dazzling fairy lights were like stars falling down, filled with mist, flowing with crystal-clear brilliance, constantly integrating into Ling Shura's body. Ling Shura's body was full of sword intent, filled with evil energy, like a Shura god and demon who was killing the heaven and the earth, exuding heart-stopping aura fluctuations.
10 rays of fairy light. 20 rays of fairy light. 30 rays of fairy light. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of fairy lights fell down, and the scene was extremely majestic. However, he still did not surpass Lionheart Jew in the end. He only had a total of 107 baptisms of fairy light, one less than Lionheart Jew. Even so, everyone was extremely shocked. After all, Ling Shura was immortal, and with his strong Taoist heart and strong understanding, he actually triggered the baptism of 107 immortal lights, which was indeed extremely terrifying. Even Lionheart Jew felt something in his heart and looked at Ling Shura with a serious look. His Taoist heart and understanding are so terrifying? Not far away, Yang Junfan glanced at Ling Shura with some jealousy, his eyes full of unwillingness and disbelief. He only triggered the baptism of 36 immortal lights, and Ling Shura was almost 3 times as powerful as him. Doesn't this mean that he is far inferior to Ling Shura? Strange, why hasn't Ling Xiao triggered the baptism of fairy light? Could it be that he can't ring the interrogation mirror? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, who was motionless, with strange expressions in their eyes. It stands to reason that Jin Ming has triggered 32 rays of immortal light. Ling Xiao is the first being to ascend the Origin Heavenly Dao Monument, so he should not be weaker than Jin Ming. Strong strength does not mean that the Dao heart is strong and the understanding is extraordinary. He blindly pursues improving his strength, but he does not have a strong Dao heart. How can he induce the baptism of immortal light? Jin Ming sneered. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't trigger a ray of fairy light to baptize him, he felt bad in his heart, so he couldn't wait to start taunting him. What is that? At this moment, someone exclaimed. Boom! It was as if there were billions of thunders exploding in the 9 heavens, the divine voice of the avenue roared and trembled, and an ancient and mysterious aura filled the air. The light of the Taoist mirror instantly intensified 10 times and 100 times, and streams of dazzling fairy light spewed out from it, flowing down mightily like the Milky Way pouring down. The fairy light is misty and bright, mysterious and unpredictable to the extreme. It is so densely packed that I don't know how many paths there are. At this moment, the vast fairy light completely enveloped Ling Xiao below. What? Jin Ming trembled all over and froze immediately. P.S. Today is another 10 updates, but the data is a bit bleak. There are only more than 2,000 flowers. Please help me, brothers. If there are 5,000 flowers or 1,000 evaluation votes tomorrow, we will continue to have 10 updates. Hey, as long as everyone works hard, the author will definitely work hard, thank you. Chapter 31. The flowing fairy light is dazzling, misty with the mysterious aura of law, like a sea of fairy light, covering Ling Xiao. No one could see Ling Xiao's figure clearly, but everyone was stunned at this moment. There were countless rays of densely packed celestial light, as if they were free of charge, spurting out from the mirror. The mysterious law of the Great Avenue is surging, and the divine sound of the Great Avenue blooms between heaven and earth, intertwined with the mysterious rhyme of the Tao, making the entire Demon Emperor city shrouded in the mysterious light of the immortal light. Is there only tens of thousands of them? Tens of thousands of rays of fairy light baptize, city lord by, is there such a monster in the history of Demon Emperor city? An old human raceman with grey hair and beard, his whole body was shaking with excitement, his eyes were full of disbelief. No! Bai Yuan smiled bitterly, and his eyes couldn't hide the shock. The scene in front of him was beyond his imagination. In the history of the opening of the Dao Mirror, the strongest person only triggered the baptism of 360 immortal lights. But at this moment, the Dao Mirror treated Ling Xiao as if he were his own son, and the baptism of immortal lights poured down like it was free. This child, perhaps he is really the legendary Chaos Body. A powerful demon clan, with eyes like blood moons, emitting a deep light, said slowly. Chaos Body? As soon as these 3 words came out, everyone was shocked and showed different expressions on their faces. Especially those powerful demon clans, their eyes were bright and dark, flashing with hidden murderous intent. They all felt threatened. Chaos Body, the first of the 3,000 holy bodies in the fairyland. It is said to destroy all the ways, sweep across the heavens, and be invulnerable to all methods. From ancient times to the present, those who have Chaos Body have all stood at the top of the fairyland in the end, and the worst have become immortal immortals, living forever. If Ling Xiao is really a Chaos Body, then the rise of Taiyi Holy Land will be unstoppable. Given the relationship between the demon race and the human race, the demon race naturally does not want such a heaven-defying Tianjiao Supreme to appear in the human race. Pa! And Jin Ming, the Tianjiao of the Golden Winged Dapeng clan, felt his cheeks burning, his face was extremely blue, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Ling Xiao showed such a heaven-defying talent, which can be said to have slapped him in the face. Even Shi Xinjue was eclipsed in front of Ling Xiao. The gap is too big. Ling Xiao? What a pity. In the void, an elder of the Ling family had a complicated look in his eyes. He also knew something about the past. How great would it be if Ling Xiao was still a disciple of the Ling family? In that case, Ling Xiao, Ling Yi, and Ling Xiaoluo, the three kings of the Ling family, would be enough to shine through the ages, shake the entire fairyland, and even restore the glory of their ancestors. But after what happened back then, Ling Xiao hated the Ling family to the core, so how could he still consider himself a disciple of the Ling family? If he hates the Ling family, I'm afraid it will be the biggest hidden danger for the Ling family. This matter must be reported to the head of the family as soon as possible, so that he can make a decision early. The elder of the Ling family thought secretly in his heart. Boom! The dazzling fairy light baptism, misty with the mysterious La aura, enveloped Ling Xiao in it, and continued to merge into Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao possesses the innate holy body in Tao embryo, and is born with the understanding of all the ways of heaven and earth, so he can make all the ways sing in unison and send down the divine sound of the great avenue. But there are still hidden dangers in him. He is a time traveler, and his soul has taken over this body, but it is still impossible to integrate it perfectly. Although this flaw is extremely small, as Ling Xiao's cultivation level gets higher and higher, it may even become a fatal hidden danger. But at this moment, the vast immortal light in the Taoist mirror was integrated into Ling Xiao's body, and it seemed to tear him apart directly. Ling Xiao's flesh and blood turned into the most original particles, and his soul was floating in the fairy light, as if wrapped in warm water, becoming more and more crystal clear. His flesh and blood are being reorganized, and his soul is becoming purer and stronger in the baptism of fairy light. His whole person seemed to be completely transformed, undergoing an extremely strange change. This is the true innate holy body. A hint of enlightenment appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. His flesh and blood were reorganized and reborn, completely erasing all the aura and marks of Ling Xiao, and completely transformed into Ling Xiao's physical body. During the process of reorganization of his body, the runes imprinted on it seemed to have turned into a body of laws, forming a mysterious resonance with the surrounding avenues of heaven and earth. That kind of resonance power is the chorus of all things, the gestation of heaven and earth, and the ultimate sublimation. In the end, with the help of the baptism of thousands of rays of fairy light, Ling Xiao was reborn, and his whole person became more ethereal and mysterious. Although his cultivation level has not improved much, Ling Xiao has received the greatest opportunity and fortune. From now on, he is Ling Xiao, the only one who is truly me. He has completely integrated into this world. Even the immortal emperor couldn't tell his identity as a time traveler. Buzz. At this moment, the interrogation mirror buzzed and trembled, and a mysterious and twisted light came across the sky in an instant and merged into the sea of consciousness between Ling Xiao's eyebrows. Is this a gift from the questioning mirror? Ling Xiao's heart moved, and a ray of soul was detected, heading towards the bright light. Then, an ancient and mysterious picture scroll slowly unfolded in his sea of consciousness. Chapter 32. This is the map of the demonic ruins secret realm? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a strange look. Among the jade slips handed to him by Headmaster Tai, there was a simplified map of the secret realm of demonic ruins, but it was far less detailed than the map in the Sea of Consciousness. There is actually a map of the demon ruins secret realm in the interrogation mirror, and it points to the depths of the demon ruins secret realm, as if something exists in it. This interrogating mirror in Demon Emperor City is rumored to have been left by the Demon Emperor. Could it be that the Demon Emperor left something behind in the secret realm of demon ruins? Ling Xiao's heart moved slightly. A treasure left behind by the invincible Demon Emperor who swept across the world, not to mention him, even the heads of the major immortal families, the headmaster of the Holy Land, and the leader of the great sect would be moved by it. Ling Xiao is planning to go to the secret realm of the demonic ruins and explore it thoroughly. Damn it! That creation should be mine, but it was snatched away by this damn human race. Lionheart Ju's eyes were full of unwillingness and anger, like a furious lion, with bright golden clouds erupting all over his body. Everyone saw the bright light emitted from the interrogation mirror. They all also understood that it was the gift of the Taoist mirror. In the past, every time the Taoist mirror was opened, the person who received the most baptism of fairy light would be gifted with the Taoist mirror. Either heavenly materials or earthly treasures, or magical powers and techniques. Today Ling Xiao showed such a heaven-defying talent and was baptized by a massive amount of fairy light. Needless to say, what the Taoist mirror gave him must be an unimaginable blessing. Even the elders of the demon tribe had strange thoughts in their eyes. Snort!
At this moment, a cold snort sounded, like a muffled thunder exploding, overwhelming for 9 days.
Everyone couldn't help but trembled. Even Bai Yuan, the lord of Demon Emperor City, showed an extremely solemn expression. Qi Yunfeng.
They all felt a great threat from Qi Yunfeng.
Could it be that Qi Yunfeng has already entered that realm?
Everyone, Ling Xiao is a disciple of my Tai Holy Land, and he has been valued by my ancestors. Whoever dares to have any thoughts about him should put it away as soon as possible, otherwise he will fight with me at Tai Holy Land until death.
Qi Yunfeng gave everyone a warning look. Ancestor Tai? After hearing Qi Yunfeng's words, many elders couldn't help but shrink their eyes.
Even if they had any thoughts, they were immediately wiped out.
There is no way, these 4 words Tai ancestor are too intimidating in the immortal realm. According to rumors, Tai Patriarch is the oldest person in the immortal realm.
No one knows how many years he has lived.
Anyway, the ancestors of the 10,000 God sect, the Qin family, the Ling family, and even the major demon clans present, the Tai Patriarch was already the Tai Patriarch when he was young.
With such an earth-shattering figure sitting in charge, who would dare to have any thoughts? At the same time, they were all secretly guessing that Ling Xiao was really pregnant with the chaos body, otherwise how could he possibly alert Tai Patriarch?
Boom!
At this moment, the sky in the distance seemed to split instantly. The blazing divine light burst out, the void twisted, and a huge black vortex appeared, vaguely seeming to lead to an unknown world. An ancient, vast and majestic atmosphere filled the air, and there were divine birds that covered the sky and the sun, and giant beasts that carried mountains and drove seas emerged. All kinds of mysterious scenes make people feel as if they have returned to ancient times.
Yes, the secret realm of the demonic ruins has been opened. Someone exclaimed. It is true that the demonic ruins secret realm has been opened.
It seems that the strange movement of the Taoist mirror today has caused the demonic ruins secret realm to be opened in advance.
Everyone quickly enters the demonic ruins secret realm.
Don't remember that the demonic ruins secret realm is only open for 1 month. 1 month if you don't return later, you will be trapped there for 10,000 years. The lord of Baiyuan City's eyes flashed with light, and he immediately said solemnly. In fact, he had also doubted the relationship between the Taoist mirror and the secret realm of the demonic ruins. After all, the Taoist mirror is extremely mysterious. There was once a supreme quasi-emperor who dominated the world and wanted to collect the Taoist mirror, but he failed. When it comes to the appearance of the asking mirror, it is difficult to find traces.
The Taoist mirror will only appear when the demon ruins secret realm is about to open.
Today, Ling Xiao was baptized by the vast immortal light, which opened the secret realm of the demon ruins in advance.
Walk!
Many talented and powerful people, all with expressions full of great expectations, rose into the sky and flew towards the secret realm of the demon ruins. Especially the geniuses of the demon race, each one screamed and rushed over as if they had been given a shot of blood. Buzz! At this moment, Ling Xiao felt that the map in the sea of consciousness trembled slightly, and a bright light bloomed, as if pointing to a certain place in the secret realm of the demon ruins. Ling Xiao's heart moved, and he jumped up without any hesitation.
Boom!
Everyone passed through the twisted whirlpool passage and felt a dazzling light blooming, and the mysterious power of law flowing around.
After the light disappeared, the scene in front of them became clear. They appeared in an ancient and strange small world. Exactly, the secret realm of the demonic ruins. Chapter 33. Outside Demon Emperor City, the void was twisted.
2 figures emerged.
Young master, do you really want to take action against Ling Xiao? He is valued by Tai ancestor.
If you can't kill him, I'm afraid it will cause great trouble to the family. A thin middle-aged man in black robes said worriedly.
What are you afraid of?
Wang Ji, you cut yourself with a knife, and now you only have the cultivation level at the peak of the life and death realm. When you enter the secret realm of the demon ruins and swallow the magic pill I gave you, you can immediately restore all your cultivation level and become a statue.
The powerful god is enough to sweep everything.
Coupled with my trump cards and various methods, Ling Xiao will definitely die. In the secret realm of demonic ruins, even his protectors cannot enter, so this is the best time to kill him. A young man wearing a purple robe with a handsome but slightly twisted face sneered.
It's Wang Tengfei.
Because of Ling Xiao, he was deposed as the Holy Son and expelled from Tai Holy Land. Even if he returns to the family, he will be in an extremely embarrassing situation and will not receive attention and training. Therefore, he hated Ling Xiao deeply.
Okay. This time we must keep him in the secret realm of the demonic ruins, otherwise we will be dead too.
Wang Ji's eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. Ling Xiao, he must die. Wang Tengfei said coldly, and then together with Wang Ji, he gathered his aura and flew towards the huge whirlpool channel in the void. There were some words that he did not say to Wang Ji. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Besides hating Ling Xiao deeply, there was also a more important reason. Ling Xiao had the immortal veins extracted from his body and became a waste, but he suddenly awakened his heaven-defying talent and became a peerless genius.
Wang Tengfei didn't believe it at all if there was nothing fishy about it.
So he guessed that Ling Xiao might have received some kind of heaven-defying blessing. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao, not only to avenge him, but also to rob Ling Xiao of his heaven-defying destiny.
The secret realm of demon ruins. This is an ancient and mysterious little world.
1,000-foot-high mountains rise from the ground, towering ancient trees stand, and the roars of ferocious beasts can be heard in the distance. It is vast and ancient, revealing an indescribable barbaric atmosphere. In the void, there is a strange and cold black evil aura, which seems to be able to arouse the purest murderous intention in people's hearts. Roar! 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 Many geniuses had just entered the secret realm of the demon ruins when they heard the roars of fierce beasts, shaking the void in all directions. In front of them, many ferocious beasts with terrifying auras appeared, densely packed like a tide, exuding overwhelming evil aura. Their eyes were blood red, full of cruel and cold killing intent.
No! It's a tide of beasts whose intelligence has been eroded by evil spirits.
They don't know pain and are not afraid of death.
Leave here first! Someone shouted. The battle broke out almost instantly. Although those ferocious beasts were eroded by evil spirits, their strength was still there, even more powerful and terrifying.
The surging beast tide surged in crazily, and each powerful beast burst out with unparalleled fighting power and rushed towards the many young geniuses. Those beasts have lost their intelligence, so there is no difference whether they are humans or monsters.
They are attacking indiscriminately. Roar!
The blazing divine light bloomed, and the golden clouds around Lionheart Ju's body were dazzling, bathed in the dazzling thunderlight, and an earth-shattering roar came from his mouth.
It was a powerful sonic attack power.
It was like sound waves that were materialized, spreading towards the eyes.
Countless ferocious beasts were shocked to the point of being dizzy and even bleeding from their 7 orifices. The ferocious beasts with weaker cultivation were knocked unconscious and then trampled into pulp by countless beasts. Boom!
Lionheart Ju reached for his claws in the air, and the claws were so sharp that the void was slightly distorted. He grabbed a small mountain-like ferocious beast and tore it into pieces. Blood was flying everywhere, and there were broken limbs and broken arms everywhere.
Although those ferocious beasts are strong, they are no match for him.
He was surrounded by many geniuses from the demon clan, all of whom were led by him. They constantly fought against the ferocious beasts, opening up a bloody path and killing them in the distance.
Click!
Ling Shulawa's eyes were sharp, and a black sword appeared in his palm, exuding a monstrous evil spirit, and then he slashed it down in the air. The sharp sword light spread across the void, as if it could destroy everything.
In an instant, dozens of ferocious beasts were directly blasted by Ling Shura. His combat prowess is extraordinary, and his powerful cultivation in the Tiangong realm explodes. With every sword strike, several powerful ferocious beasts will be killed. Under his leadership, many Ling family disciples also moved away. The sword light around Yang Junfan rose up, and thousands of sword lights emerged, as if forming a dazzling sword formation, constantly strangling the ferocious beasts. The goddess of the Qin family was surrounded by fairy light and was extremely holy. When she waved her slender jade hands, it seemed as if rays of dazzling moonlight were blooming, like petals blooming. That brilliance and holiness contained the most ferocious murderous intent. The moonlight and petals pierced through the eyebrows of the ferocious beasts and directly obliterated their souls. The ferocious beasts fell to the ground in swarms and died. Roar! 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 At this moment, ancient beast roars came from behind the beast tide, shaking the void and making people's blood boil. Is he the beast king in the realm of life and death? Get out of here quickly!
Yang Juanfan's expression changed. He strangled all the ferocious beasts around him, and then moved away with the disciples of the 10,000 gods religion. It would be dangerous if you were entangled by the beast king in the life and death realm, fell into the endless tide of beasts, and fought until you were exhausted. Therefore, many geniuses got rid of the ferocious beasts in front of them and flew in all directions. Chapter 34 Ling Xiao, Zhao Zhenchuan, Tang Zian, and many disciples of Tai Holy Land were also fighting against the beasts. They fought and retreated. All the beasts that jumped in front of Ling Xiao were killed by him. Zhao Zhenchuan held a silver spear, and the power of thunder flowed around him. The spear light penetrated the void. Every shot could penetrate a powerful beast in the heavenly palace realm. Flames rose around Tang Xian, and the red whip in his hand was like a dragon, sweeping through the void, and it was unmatched. It also killed the beasts in front of them. They were also constantly moving away, trying to get away from the beast tide. Chirp! At this moment, a cry that pierced gold and split rocks sounded. Above the sky in front, a huge divine bird with a length of thousands of feet appeared, with green wings surrounded by thunder, blood-red eyes, and sharp claws, as if cast from divine gold. Another beast king in the realm of life and death. With beast kings attacking from both sides, even Zhao Zhenchuan and Tang Xian looked a little solemn, and couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao. This time, Ling Xiao led the trip to the Demon Ruin's secret realm, and they were a little unconvinced. But everything in the Demon Emperor's city made them realize how powerful Ling Xiao was. Although they were still a little unconvinced, when they encountered something, they chose to listen to Ling Xiao's opinion at the first time. Don't pay attention, keep moving forward. Ling Xiao casually killed a purple mansion beast and said lightly. Although everyone was worried, they still instinctively chose to believe Ling Xiao. Boom! The speed of the divine beast king was extremely fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of Ling Xiao and others, surrounded by a monstrous murderous aura, and its wings were like clouds hanging from the sky. It swooped down and killed Ling Xiao and others. Get out! Ling Xiao shouted lightly, and then punched out. It was like the explosion of the nine heavens' divine thunder, containing an indescribable majesty, like the power of heaven, making people tremble all over. Boom! That fist print rushed into the sky, and in an instant it burst into infinite brilliance, as if it filled the sky. Like the ancient chaos divine mountain, it suppressed the divine beast king. The divine beast king let out a sharp hissing sound, and its sharp claws greeted, trying to tear apart Ling Xiao's fistlight. Crack! However, only a crisp sound was heard. The divine beast king's sharp claws exploded. The punch continued to move forward, and directly hit the divine beast king, like billions of divine powers bursting out, causing the void to roar violently. The divine bird and beast king instantly exploded into a bloody mist. Blood rain flew in the void, and evil aura filled the air. But Ling Xiao's white clothes were better than the snow, spotless, not stained by the slightest trace of blood, and he still stepped forward in the air, heading forward. He never even glanced at the divine bird and beast king. It was as easy as killing the beast king with one punch, just like swatting away flies. He is too strong. Zhao Zhenchuan and Tang Xian glanced at each other in unison, and both saw the shock in their eyes. The two of them are also very strong, and can also kill the beast king in the life and death realm, but they have to go through a hard battle, which is far from as easy as Ling Xiao. The disciples of Taiyi Holy Land looked at Ling Xiao with eyes filled with fanatical admiration. Soon, they flew tens of thousands of miles and completely got rid of the beast tide. Zhao Zhenchuan, Tang Xian, you and your junior brothers are trying to find treasures in the secret realm. As long as you don't encounter a large-scale beast tide, there should be no danger. I have something to do and need to take a step first. Ling Xiao turned around and smiled slightly at Zhao Zhenchuan and Tang Xian. Need help? Zhao Zhenchuan spoke in a rare voice. No need for the moment, farewell. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, then a stream of light flashed under his feet, and he floated away in the sky. Zhao Zhenchuan, with Ling Xiao's terrifying talent and strong strength, he should be able to become my Tai Dao disciple, right? Looking at Ling Xiao's back, Tang Xian asked softly. It's hard to say. Zhao Zhenchuan shook his head and said. Why? Is Yi Junlin so strong? Tang Xian was a little surprised. She didn't have much contact with Yi Junlin, and she didn't know how strong Yi Junlin was. She only knew that Yi Junlin spent most of his time either practicing in seclusion in the sect or in the secret realm of the outside world for trials. As the second holy son, Zhao Zhenchuan was the only one who had ever fought against Yi Junlin. Very strong. At least, I don't have the courage to take action in front of him. Maybe Yi Junlin's talent is not as good as Ling Xiao's, but his strength is too terrifying. As if he thought of something extremely terrifying, when he mentioned Yi Junlin, Zhao Zhenchuan also had a hint of fear in his eyes. However, Ling Xiao is capable of fighting against Yi Junlin. It is still unknown which of them can become Tai Daozi. Zhao Zhenchuan said after considering it. Is Yi Junlin so strong? Tang Xian was a little shocked. You know, Ling Xiao casually killed a beast king in the life and death realm, and Ling Xiao's cultivation is now in the divine treasure realm. In Zhao Zhenchuan's opinion, even with such incredible fighting power, he could not defeat Yi Junlin for sure. What kind of person is Yi Junlin? Chapter 35. There are many treasures of heaven and earth in the secret realm of demon ruins. This is the place where the most powerful ancient monsters fell. They transformed here, intertwined their laws, ascended their runes, and gave birth to all kinds of strange treasures.
This place is also full of dangers. Not only are there powerful ferocious beasts, but there are also various ancient formations and killing restrictions. If you are not careful and fall into it, you will end up dead. However, those treasures did not attract Ling Xiao. In this secret realm of the demonic ruins, what could attract him was the essence and blood of vicious beasts, and it was the essence and blood of the supreme immortal beast. At the same time, the map obtained from the interrogation mirror was guiding him to fly towards the depths of the secret realm of the demon ruins. Whoosh! A ray of divine light fell from the sky. It was Ling Xiao. It should be right here. A divine light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. Looking at the majestic ancient sacred mountain in front of him, he whispered to himself. This sacred mountain is tens of thousands of feet high, connecting the sky and the earth. It is filled with mysterious mist. It is extremely extraordinary at first glance. It seems to contain a wave of aura that makes people feel heart-stopping. This is where the map ultimately leads. I've been following you for so long, can you come out now? Ling Xiao glanced at the void behind him and said lightly. You can actually find me? Ling Xiao, you are not bad at all. A slightly surprised voice sounded. The void was slightly distorted, and a majestic man wearing golden armor and with flying blonde hair emerged. He looked mysterious and majestic, with a pair of eyes as bright as the sun. He is the descendant of the nine-headed golden lion clan, Lionheart Ju. Shi Xinjue looked at Ling Xiao with great interest, his eyes full of teasing, and then said in a commanding tone, Ling Xiao, if you don't want to die, I will give you what you got from the asking mirror. Good fortune, hand it over. This is his real purpose. He hid his figure and followed Ling Xiao all the way here, just because he wanted to get Ling Xiao's blessing. Do you want to know what the interrogation mirror gave me? Ling Xiao smiled calmly. What is it? Lionheart Ju asked subconsciously. A map. Map? Does that map point to here? What exactly is here? Lionheart Ju was shocked, and suddenly showed an extremely fiery expression. I happen to be short of a mount. How about you being my mount and I tell you? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. You are looking for death. Lionheart Ju was furious. Who is he? The descendant of the nine-headed golden lion clan, the true young supreme. The nine-headed golden lion clan is a true imperial clan. Their ancestors produced the supreme existence of the demon emperor. The nine-headed golden lion can even fight against real dragons. He is determined to inherit the spirit of the nine-headed golden lion clan, step onto the peak, become the supreme emperor who sweeps across the world, and even go one step further to become the immortal true immortal. Who dares to let him be a mount? Even the descendants of the true immortals are not worthy. Ling Xiao's words completely angered him. Boom! The brilliant golden clouds around him burst out, and the shadows of the 30 ancient heavenly palaces seemed to appear behind him. With a violent and unparalleled aura, he reached out and grabbed towards Ling Xiao. Sky-tearing claws. The nine-headed golden lion clan's most powerful magic, he wanted to tear Ling Xiao apart completely before he could vent his hatred. I'm afraid you will be the mount today. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, and then slapped his palm across the air. Boom! The divine light of the laws burst out from his body, the rhyme of Tao intertwined, and the unmatched physical strength completely exploded. He once broke the limit of his physical body and ascended to the first place in the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument. His physical body was so strong that even the Beast King in the realm of life and death could be killed with one punch. Who can take his blow? That palm came across the sky, like the hand of a god covering the sky and the sun, intertwined with a large amount of divine light of Tao, as if to break through the chaos and open up the world. Boom! Although the sky-tearing claws of Shi Xinjue were sharp, they could not tear apart Ling Xiao's palm, and it exploded with a bang. Then, that palm slapped on Shi Xinjue's body, causing Shi Xinjue's whole body to tremble violently, and the blazing divine light around him burst out, and along with the light golden blood, he flew out directly. Boom! In the distance, a small hill was smashed into pieces by Ling Xiao, and Shi Xinjue was even more stunned and bloody. If it weren't for his strong body and blood that was almost atavistic, Ling Xiao's palm would have been able to blast him directly. Ha! 30-layer heavenly palace? Your talent is pretty good, you can barely be my mount. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and he said with some surprise. The heavenly palace realm is to open up the heavenly palace in the sea of consciousness and nourish the soul. The limit of the heavenly palace realm is the 33-layer heavenly palace. But from ancient times to the present, almost no one can reach this extreme. Being able to open up more than 20 layers of heavenly palace is already considered a genius. Lionheart Ju opened up the 30-layer heavenly palace, which can be called the supreme pride of heaven, and he is expected to become an emperor in the future. He has the potential to become an emperor. I will kill you. Lionheart Jew was so angry that he was mad and roared. Boom! He burst out a dazzling golden glow all over his body, and suddenly transformed into a 1,000-foot-tall golden lion. His whole body was shining with golden glow, and his golden hair was thick and shiny, flowing with strange light. On his neck, there were 9 ferocious and majestic heads, exuding a terrifying and murderous aura. Lionheart Jew actually showed his true body directly. Chapter 36 9-Headed Golden Lion, Powerful and Unmatched. 9 heads can spray out 9 kinds of law power, such as water, fire, wind, and thunder. It is said that if each kind is cultivated to the extreme, it can be used to prove the way to become an emperor. As the descendant of the 9-headed Golden Lion clan, Shi Shinjua's bloodline is almost atavistic, and he is close to the ancestor who achieved enlightenment and became an emperor, so he was valued and established as the descendant. Ling Zhao's strength not only did not make him feel the slightest fear, but instead aroused the ferocity in his heart, and directly manifested his true body. Roar! The terrifying lion roar turned into a materialized torrent, covering Ling Zhao like a sound wave. At the same time, 9 different laws of divine light burst out from Shi Shinjua's 9 heads, interweaving into a divine chain of order, which was so sharp that it was about to penetrate Ling Zhao's body. His huge claws grabbed across the air, trying to directly explode Ling Zhao's head. Boom! Ling Zhao's body was full of mysterious laws, and symbols rose. The innate holy body Dao fetus was revived. The innate holy body can make all the ways resonate, and it is naturally close to the laws of the Great Way. It can easily find the flaws of the laws, and it can burst out with a shocking power with a casual attack. This power of turning decay into magic is unique to the innate holy body. Ling Zhao took a step forward, and the void seemed to surrender under his feet, and the mysterious and powerful light of the law rose. The powerful lion roar magic power disappeared into thin air in an instant after touching the symbols of the law around him. Then, he punched out. Crack! The unparalleled fist print, containing the extremely sublimated power of the innate holy body, struck across the sky in an instant, directly tearing apart the mysterious beams of light gushing out of the 9 heads of Lionheart Absolute. Then, his fist print collided with the claws of Lionheart Absolute. The blazing light bloomed, like a small sun exploding directly. Lionheart Absolute felt as if he had hit an ancient sacred mountain, and his whole body trembled violently, and the whole person flew out directly. Whoosh! Ling Zhao's feet flashed with light, and he caught up with Shi Xianju, then turned over and rode directly on Shi Xianju's body. Get off! Shi Xianju was furious, suffering a great humiliation. The descendant of the 9-headed Golden Lion clan was actually ridden by someone? This was simply unbearable. His body was shining brightly, and the divine power imprinted in his body seemed to be revived, forming a fatal blow to knock Ling Zhao down. Boom! At this moment, Ling Zhao punched down. The runes on Shi Xianju's body were instantly shattered, and the divine power was also dispersed. His whole body trembled violently, and he coughed up blood. Do you accept it? Ling Zhao asked calmly. No. Even if you kill me, I, Shi Xianju, will never be your mount. Shi Xianju roared and soared into the sky. Boom! He swooped down from the sky and crashed into the mountain in the distance, breaking the mountain. The earth rumbled, sand and rocks flew, and countless towering ancient trees turned into dust. But Ling Zhao rode firmly on him, leaving him no way to break free. Boom! 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 Fists kept hitting Shi Xianju's body and head, causing him to bleed from all 7 orifices, his internal organs to shake, and his bones, which were as hard as gold and iron, all cracked. This was the result of Ling Zhao showing mercy. Otherwise, with Ling Zhao's physical strength that broke through the extreme realm, he could have directly blown Shi Xianju up with one punch. Do you accept it? No. I won't accept it even if you kill me. Really? How can I, the descendant of the 9-headed Golden Lion clan, submit to you, the human race? If you don't accept it, then I'll have to beat you to death. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. It hurts me to death. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me, I accept it. Aren't you dissatisfied? Since you are so proud, I'll just fulfill your wish. Master Ling Zhao, Uncle Ling Zhao, Ancestor Ling Zhao. I am really convinced, please spare me. In front of the magnificent and ancient sacred mountain, Shi Shinjue was covered in blood, and light golden blood kept dripping from the corners of his mouth. He was tearful and looked very miserable. The descendant of the 9-headed Golden Lion was beaten to tears? Ling Zhao was too terrifying. The unparalleled fist print seemed to contain tens of millions of strengths, tearing his flesh and blood,
making him feel unbearable pain. Originally, he was still very stubborn and unwilling to beg for mercy.
But in the end, seeing that Ling Xiao was really going to beat him to death, Shi Xinjue was scared. Damn it!
This demon ruin's secret realm has a law suppression, which makes my strongest trump card unable to be used.
When I get out of the demon ruin's secret realm, I must stab this damn Ling Xiao to death.
Shi Xinjue thought with gritted teeth in his heart. However, he also understood that Ling Xiao, as the heir of Tai Holy Land, would only have stronger cards than him, not worse. Even if all his cards were revealed, he was no match for Ling Xiao.
Are you thinking of killing me after leaving the demon ruin's secret realm? Ling Xiao seemed to see what Shirexanju was thinking, patted Shirexanju's furry head, and asked with a smile. Shirexanju was shocked, and hurriedly shook his head, showing a flattering smile and said, How? How is it possible?
Master Ling Xiao, I have been conquered by your divine power and will never dare to betray you.
From now on, I, Shirexanju, will be your mount. That's good. Don't you want to know what treasures are hidden in the places on the map? Come on, I'll take you to open your eyes.
Ling Xiao said with a smile.
He knew that Shirexanju was not telling the truth, but it didn't matter.
He was confident that he could completely subdue this guy before leaving the demon ruin's secret realm. Lionheart Ju was shocked, and his eyes suddenly lit up.
Chapter 37 The Sacred Mountain is Majestic.
Ling Xiao rode 9 golden lions to a glorious stone wall halfway up the mountain. Buzz! In the sea of consciousness between Ling Xiao's eyebrows, the ancient picture scroll bloomed with light, an array of fairy light runes flew out and merged into the stone wall. Originally, the stone wall looked ordinary, but now it suddenly shone brightly. A series of simple and mysterious runes bloomed, as if an ancient formation had been revived, and the aura was mysterious and unpredictable. On the stone wall, the space twisted, and an ancient and mysterious portal emerged.
Could this be the inheritance of the demon emperor? The 9 golden lions were trembling all over, and their saliva was about to flow out. Go in and take a look before we talk.
Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely deep, filled with mysterious symbols, and the chaotic light rose. The supreme eyes were activated by him, and it could be vaguely seen that it was a long corridor. It leads deep into the mountain, where there seems to be an underground palace. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, the 9 golden lions immediately rushed into the portal. In front of you is a long and wide corridor. It seemed as if no one had been here for countless years, and there was an aura of decay and death. There are some corpses in the corridor. Those bones include human bones, monster bones, and some broken weapons. However, countless years have passed, and those bones and weapons have lost their spirituality, and they turn into ashes when touched casually. On the walls of the corridor, there are scratches from swords, guns, swords and halberds, as if there had been a great battle here in ancient times. And there is still a vague dark atmosphere in the air, which makes people feel upset. Be careful. Ling Xiao said slowly, his eyes were bright and he sensed the danger. Whoosh! At this moment, a black shadow appeared behind Ling Xiao, stretched out a dry and sharp claw, and silently grabbed Ling Xiao's head. Boom! Ling Xiao seemed to have eyes in his back, and punched out behind him, colliding with the withered claws. There was a muffled sound in the void, as if there was the sound of gold and iron clashing. The black shadow was not directly killed by Ling Xiao, but staggered back. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and he realized that the shadow turned out to be a human race, but it looked very scary at the moment. His whole body was dry, without any vitality or blood, his face was twisted and strange, and his eyes were beating like will-o'-the-wisps. But its speed was extremely fast, and its claws were sharp, leaving afterimages in the void. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, several more black shadows appeared, including humans and monsters. They trapped Ling Xiao and the 9 golden lions in the center. The will-o'-the-wisps in their eyes exuded a strange aura and rushed towards them at the same time. What the hell is this? The 9 golden lions all felt hairy all over their bodies, their eyes were full of shock, and they couldn't help but exclaimed. Boom! 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 Ling Xiao moved very quickly, blasting dozens of punches in an instant, knocking back the black shadows. The 9 golden lions let out a roar, and powerful circular sound waves spread in all directions. The black figures couldn't help but stagnate, but quickly broke away and rushed towards them. Boom! 2 golden axes spurted out from the mouth of the 9-headed golden lion. He actually stood up on his hind legs, grabbed the 2 golden axes with his 2 front legs, and slashed at the black figures. At the same time, he spurted fire, thunder, and ice from his mouth, and smashed his head and face. But those black figures turned out to be invulnerable, with sparks flying around them, and then they pounced on them like nothing happened. Buzz! At this moment, light flashed in Ling Zhao's palm, and half of the Kunwa sword emerged. The sharp sword light seemed to be able to chop everything. He swung his sword, and a gray sword light struck him, instantly splitting the two black figures in half. In their heads, there was a strange black light that twisted and disappeared into the void instantly. And their bodies fell to the ground and instantly turned into ashes. What are those weird black lights? Ling Zhao's heart moved slightly, but he was merciless in his attacks. The Kunwu sword was unparalleled and could kill everything. The gray sword light slashed out and quickly killed those black shadows. Without exception, a strange black light flew out of the heads of those black figures, and then they fell to the ground and turned into ashes. Why is there always an evil atmosphere here? These ghosts are so powerful that even monks in the realm of life and death would have a hard time dealing with them. The nine-headed golden lion said, feeling a little scared. If Ling Xiao really gave him the map, even if he entered here, he might not be able to deal with those black shadows. Inexplicably, the nine-headed golden lion felt a sense of security standing next to Ling Xiao. When we get to that underground palace, we will naturally know the answer. Ling Xiao's eyes were deep and sharp, and the mysterious symbols flickered, making him exude an inexplicable majesty. He noticed that all those strange black lights just flew into the deep underground palace. Chapter 38 Ling Xiao rode the 9 golden lions and headed towards the depths of the corridor. This corridor was very long, and they traveled hundreds of miles without even reaching the end. Occasionally, black shadows would appear and want to attack Ling Xiao and the 9 golden lions, but they were all killed by him with the Kunwu sword. It was extremely dark inside the corridor, and I couldn't see my fingers. However, with Ling Xiao clearing away the dark shadows, they moved very quickly and left the corridor not long after. My eyes suddenly opened up. A simple and majestic underground palace appeared in front of them. The underground palace seemed to be cast in bronze, exuding a mysterious fairy light and intertwined with runes. Chaos energy spurted out all around, and the void seemed to be slightly distorted. Standing in front of the underground palace, Ling Xiao and the 9 golden lions felt very insignificant. Ha! There is more than one corridor, but there are other passages? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and he discovered that there were a total of 3 corridors leading to this underground palace. The corridor he and the 9 golden lions came from was the central one. There are 2 corridors on both sides. Is there anyone else who can come here? Ling Xiao's heart moved. At this moment, he heard the sound of fierce fighting coming from the corridor on the left, and then 2 extremely embarrassed figures suddenly rushed out. Behind them, there were more than a dozen black shadows, each one extremely strange and possessed of extreme speed, following closely behind them. Is it them? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and he recognized the 2 figures. The holy son of the 10,000 gods sect, Yang Junfan. Ling family, Ling Shura. Ling Xiao did not expect that Yang Junfan and Ling Xiaolua would come together and even come to this underground palace. Boom! The underground palace bloomed with dazzling brilliance, as if inspired by some kind of power. Rays of divine light surged in. The dozen or so black shadows, shrouded by the bright divine light, instantly melted like ice and snow, and strange black lights emerged, which were instantly swallowed up by the underground palace. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt a mysterious and terrifying Ji Dao aura, as if it could penetrate the sky. That is the power of the extreme. Is this underground palace really related to the Demon Emperor? Ling Xiao thought secretly in his heart. At the same time, Yang Junfan and Ling Xiaolua also discovered Ling Xiao, especially Yang Junfan, with extremely shocked looks in their eyes. You can actually come here? Is it a mirror? Yang Junfan's eyes flashed, he stared at Ling Xiao and said slowly. He immediately thought that Ling Xiao's ability to come here was probably related to the interrogating mirror in Demon Emperor City. You can come, why can't I come? Ling Xiao said calmly. Of course. Brother Ling, in this underground palace, it is rumored that there is a legacy left by the Demon Emperor back then. There should be relevant records about what you get from the Taoist mirror. Yang Junfan took a deep look at Ling Xiao and smiled slightly. Where did you learn about this place? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and he said non-committally. He did not expect that Yang Junfan would directly tell him about the inheritance of the Demon Emperor here. Of course it's a coincidence. Brother Ling, since we are all here, how about we cooperate? Brother Ling also saw that there are many crises here, and those black shadows are very dangerous. There are no dangers in the underground palace yet. If we work together, maybe we can get the inheritance of the Demon Emperor. Yang Junfan smiled slightly. Do you know how to open the underground palace? Ling Xiao asked back. Of course I know a thing or two. I believe Brother Ling knows better than me.
Although this underground palace has a seal, countless years have passed. As long as we bombard the portal with secret treasures, we can easily penetrate it. Yang Junfan said calmly.
At the same time, he glanced at the 9 golden lions without revealing any trace, and there was an uproar in his heart. He knows better than anyone else how powerful the 9 golden lions are, and Lionheart Ju is so powerful that he can rank among the top 3 among the many geniuses. But now he is being ridden by Ling Xiao and has become Ling Xiao's mount. Ling Xiao's strength is more terrifying than he imagined.
If we cooperate, you can count me in.
At this moment, a cold voice sounded. In the distance, the bright moonlight came across the sky like a rainbow bridge, and a woman in a white dress fluttering, cold and out of the dust, stepped forward. She has a pair of dreamlike eyes, aloof and arrogant, and her face is covered by a gauze, making it difficult for people to see her face clearly. But her appearance made both Yang Junfan and Ling Shuluo tremble.
The goddess of the Qin family, Qin Bingyao.
Qin Bingyao, like Ling Xiao, only has the cultivation level of Xinzong realm. But no one dared to underestimate her.
She possesses the legendary Taiyin holy body.
Originally, she should not be able to set her sights on the demonic ruin's secret realm. After all, she is not short of treasures, let alone the essence and blood of ferocious beasts. But she's still here. If it weren't for Ling Xiao's dazzling light, Qin Bingyao would definitely be the most dazzling among the many geniuses.
With Miss Qin here, we are naturally more powerful than a tiger, and we are very happy. Yang Junfan showed an elegant smile.
Then, he took out a treasure from the Sumeru ring, which was an ancient scroll. He slowly opened it, as if a sharp sword light was blooming. This is a secret treasure that can explode with earth-shattering power.
Boom!
As Yang Junfan sacrificed the scroll, a sharp sword light suddenly struck across the sky towards the 2 bronze doors of the underground palace. Ling Shura and Qin Bingyao also sacrificed powerful secret treasures one after another, which turned into a shocking sword light and a dazzling mirror, and also flew away in the sky. Ling Xiao's eyes moved and he took out the Kunwa sword. The gray sword light was mysterious and he also slashed out.
Boom!
The 4 geniuses took action at the same time, and various secret treasures erupted with shocking power, causing the underground palace to tremble violently in an instant. There were dim runes on the 2 ancient gates, which were constantly being obliterated. The underground palace actually shows signs of being opened.
Chapter 39. The ancient underground palace roared and trembled.
The void in all directions spurted out chaotic light, and runes rose up one after another. Although it looked a bit bleak, a lot of divine power was wiped away with the passage of time.
But those rune restrictions still exude a heart-stopping aura fluctuation.
The 4 powerful secret treasures erupted with power far beyond the 8th realm of rebirth, and continuously bombarded the gate of the underground palace, obliterating the runic restrictions above.
Click!
Clear sounds sounded one after another, and the restrictions were shattered. In the end, all the runes were wiped out, and the door to the underground palace burst open.
Between heaven and earth, the void is twisted in chaos and mist surge.
In the underground palace, there seemed to be a sacred voice from the great avenue, shaking the void in all directions.
Boom!
A strange black light spurted out from the underground palace like a tide, exuding a cold, dark, and evil aura. Black shadows looked extremely illusory, like innocent souls, jumping out of them crazily. The originally simple and mysterious underground palace immediately became eerie and cold, like the 9 nether hell, which made people feel palpitating. Swish! Ling Xiao summoned the Kunwa sword, and a gray sword energy crisscrossed the void, slashing several strange black shadows.
Why are there so many resentful souls? Is this really the place where the demon emperor inherited his legacy? Could it be a place where some peerless evil demons were suppressed?
The 9-headed golden lion spewed out a blazing thunder, shattering a strange black shadow, and said in disbelief,
"No matter what, we have to go in and take a look first."
Yang Junfan was also a little uncertain, but he still gritted his teeth and said. But he had already come here and opened the underground palace.
If he left like this, he would be unwilling. Boom!
Although Qin Bingyao did not speak, a bright moonlight shot out, instantly shattering dozens of strange black shadows. There were bright flowers of ice and snow blooming around her, and the aura of the moon was lingering, ethereal and out of the world, rushing towards the underground palace. Seeing this, Yang Junfan also rushed into the underground palace with Ling Shuluo.
"Let's go in and take a look." Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and he said calmly.
The 9-headed golden lion was excited and nervous, and also threw its 4 hooves and rushed into the underground palace.
Boom!
In the underground palace, evil spirits rose and the cold was piercing. Ling Zhao's body bloomed with bright light, the Tao was intertwined, the runes rose, and there was an aura of invulnerability. Those resentful souls that collided with it were instantly melted like ice and snow. However, the underground palace was not as fairy-like as imagined, but like a ghost cave of Shura, with the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling everywhere. The interweaving of evil spirits and cold air made people tremble all over.
Damn it! Why is it so cold? Ling Xiao, how about we go?
The nine-headed golden lion shrank his head, felt his teeth chattering, and felt an extremely uncomfortable feeling. He said a little uneasily.
Boom!
But at this moment, a brilliant light suddenly bloomed in the underground palace. Immediately afterwards, a series of light beams rose across the sky, interweaving with mysterious and ancient runes, as if they could erase everything. The resentful souls and strange black lights around were struggling to escape, but they were swept away by the rune divine light and shattered one after another.
The underground palace was cleared.
At the same time, Ling Xiao and others also saw the scene in the underground palace clearly. In front of them, there were 10,000-foot statues, which looked simple and mysterious. Not only was it made of any material, but it had a wild and ancient atmosphere.
Especially that kind of charm, which made people tremble.
At a glance, it felt as if the 10 statues were about to revive. True dragon, fairy phoenix, white tiger, black tortoise, unicorn, hiss.
These are the legendary 10 supreme fairy beasts of the ancient times?
The 9-headed golden lion was shocked, and his eyes were full of extremely excited expressions. The 10 supreme fairy beasts of the ancient times were rumored to be powerful creatures born at the beginning of the era. They were also the supreme rulers of the demon race, and their strength was extremely strong. Those 10 supreme fairy beasts can be called immortal. They had fought against true immortals, fought against immortal kings, fought against heaven and earth, and were the most dazzling creatures in the mythological era. Therefore, the descendants of the 10 supreme immortal beasts, such as the true dragon ridge, the immortal phoenix nest, etc., are all the top immortal forces, comparable to the longevity families and immortal sects of the human race.
Is that the essence of the supreme immortal beast?
Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a divine light, and he instantly saw that above the heads of the supreme immortal beast statues, each of them floated a blood bead as bright as the sun, emitting an immortal breath fluctuation.
The blood bead was very large, and it was unknown how many essences of blood were condensed in it.
Just now, it was the blood bead on the head of the supreme immortal beast statue that triggered some kind of mysterious imperial formation restriction, which swept away the weirdness and evil in the underground palace.
Is that the demon emperor has revived? At this moment, Yang Junfan also showed a look of horror, and his voice was trembling.
Everyone followed his gaze. The statues of the supreme beasts were placed on both sides, with divine runes rising and interweaving, and there was a chaotic mist in front. On the throne at the top, the mist was thick, and a mysterious figure emerged. He wore a purple gold imperial robe, a flat crown on his head, and cloud boots on his feet. Although he looked very thin, as if his blood had dried up, his supreme aura that dominated the universe made him look as if he was supporting this void. More importantly, his eyes were deep and sharp, looking at Ling Xiao and others, as if he was still alive. The 9-headed golden lion was immediately furious when he saw that. Even Ling Xiao felt creepy. P.S. There are now more than 4,000 flowers and more than 700 evaluation votes.
Thank you for your help.
If there are 1,000 evaluation votes and 8,000 flowers today, 10 more chapters will continue to burst out. Seeing that the author is so hard-working, please vote more.
Thank you.
Chapter 40. It's not the demon emperor who has revived, but an emperor's corpse. Symbols rose in Ling Xiao's eyes, and chaotic mist filled the air, as if he could see through everything, and he spoke slowly. The figure at the top was as bright as the sun, which made Ling Xiao's eyes hurt, but it was filled with a strong aura of death. There was no vitality at all. It was just that the figure was too strong. His Talon Fa condensed on his body, and it lasted for a long time, as if it was immortal. After countless years, it was still lifelike, as if it was still alive. But he was indeed dead.
An emperor's corpse? Could it be the demon emperor?
Yang Junfan breathed a sigh of relief and said solemnly. His back was already wet. The momentum emitted by the emperor's corpse seemed to be able to cover the 9 heavens and 10 earths, sweep across the heavens and the worlds, and had a unique and invincible aura. After seeing it, people seemed to kneel down and worship deeply. At this time, everyone discovered that the 10 supreme fairy beast statues were placed on both sides, and they seemed to be saluting the emperor corpse at the top. It is hard not to doubt that this person is the legendary demon emperor who can make the 10 supreme fairy beast statues salute. Buzz. At this moment, in the sea of consciousness between Ling Zhao's eyebrows, the ancient scroll bloomed with brilliant light, and then flew across the sky and flew towards the emperor corpse. On the scroll, the ancient runes seemed to be completely revived, exuding mysterious divine power, which made people tremble. A great power filled the world. Rumble. The emperor corpse seemed to be completely alive at this moment, with the great power rising around it, and the ordered divine chains intertwined, and the power of law permeated. The void twisted violently, and there was a chaotic light rising, as if an ancient world was opened up in the chaos. What is that? At this moment, Yang Junfan, Ling Xiaoluo, Qin Bingyao and the nine-headed golden lion were all trembling, their eyes were filled with extremely solemn expressions, and their faces were a little pale. Ling Zhao's eyes were also shining with divine light. This vast and mysterious scene in front of him also shocked him. But he did not show any fear. He did not feel any danger. Roar! Kill! 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 Kill the sun in the nine heavens and cut off the source of darkness. I will perish forever in exchange for the annihilation of darkness and the transcendence of all living beings. The roar and shouting shook the western void. The ancient world appeared, and Ling Xiao and others were shocked, as if they had traveled back to the ancient times and saw everything that had happened before. At that time, the dark disaster broke out. Endless dark aura enveloped this big world, and countless dark creatures rushed out from the void, wanting to destroy this big world. Among the dark creatures, there were even many emperors. The Dark Emperor was extremely powerful. With a casual blow, he could penetrate the starry sky, break the earth, and kill hundreds of millions of creatures. In that ancient world, there were powerful beasts, whose bodies were as terrifying as mountains. They burst out with monstrous blood and energy, rushed into the sky, and fought and conquered the dark creatures. There were gods and demons who stood tall and upright, who shattered the starry sky with a roar, crushed the mountains with one foot, and could kill countless dark creatures with a casual blow. The Emperor of the Demon Clan. The great saint of the human race. The God King of the ancient clan. Countless powerful people rushed into the sky and killed the source of the dark disaster at the same time. Boom! It was a world-shaking war that swept across the heavens and the worlds, countless creatures perished, and countless powerful people were bleeding. That war destroyed countless worlds, and the scene was extremely terrible. At this moment, a great emperor wearing a purple gold imperial robe and a flat crown appeared out of nowhere, and the power of the extreme way filled the sky. He covered the sky with one palm and destroyed billions of dark creatures. The sword light in his eyes instantly cut through infinite time and space, nailing the hidden dark strongman there. Even if the Dark Emperor rushed out and fought with him, he was not his opponent. He was beaten by him until his body cracked, coughed up blood and retreated. That amazing and brilliant emperor, with a dazzling light to the extreme, possessed invincible combat power, and killed several dark emperors in a row, and kept killing towards the source of darkness. He reversed the direction of the war with his own strength, and wanted to suppress the source of darkness with his invincible talent. He is the great emperor of the human race. Ling Xiao was deeply shocked, and his eyes were full of emotion. Although they were bystanders who witnessed the earth-shaking battle in that world, the feeling of being there still made their blood boil. Especially the amazing great emperor of the human race, who rose up against the sky and fought against the dark creatures, showing his invincible fighting power. He killed so many people that no one dared to claim the title. Chapter 41 There is the emperor of the human race, named Kunwu. But, a shocking change happened in an instant. The source of darkness was like a black hole that swallowed up the heavens and the worlds, and three twisted and terrifying figures emerged from it. They were more powerful than the Emperor of Darkness, with an immortal and mysterious power, and they burst out with supreme power with every move. The great emperor of the human race was immediately besieged by the three figures and fell into danger. It was an extremely tragic and difficult battle. The great emperor of the human race sacrificed a dazzling immortal sword, and the sword light seemed to be able to penetrate everything, killing the three dark figures. They shattered the infinite world, and even fought along the long river of time, wanting to reverse the years and destroy the other party's Tao body in the long river of time. The infinite chaos was shattered and turned into nothingness. Their battle seemed to last for countless years, and they fought to the border of the heavens and the worlds, and even the Tao was about to be wiped out. In the end, the three terrifying dark figures were severely injured, roared unwillingly, and retreated back to the source of darkness. The endless dark creatures also retreated like a tide. But the immortal sword of the great human emperor was broken, and he was almost at the end of his life. I am Kunwu of the human race. I rose from obscurity and fought 37,821 battles in my life without a single defeat.
However, when the darkness came and the darkest moment came, I fought the source of darkness with my insignificant body. The source of darkness has temporarily retreated, but one day, it will come back. Now my lamp is extinguished, my origin is wiped out, I am powerless to save the world, and will return to the Tao. I will suppress the source of darkness with my remaining body, and use the blood of the 10 supreme beasts as a formation to seal the source of darkness for billions of years. I hope that those who come after me will carry on my legacy, clear the source of darkness, and clear the universe. I hope that all living beings will be like dragons and not fall into the cycle of darkness. The ancient and mysterious voice, like a huge bell, rang in the ears of Ling Xiao and the others, shaking them all over, with unbelievable looks in their eyes. It's not the demon emperor, but the human emperor? Could it be? Is that a supreme immortal emperor? The invincible one who suppressed the source of darkness and reversed the situation. Yang Junfan trembled all over, his eyes full of horror that could not be concealed. The Kunwu immortal emperor once suppressed the source of darkness. Could it be? Is this the place where the source of darkness is? Is this secret realm of demon ruins also the remains of that battle? The nine-headed golden lion also widened its eyes. He felt as if he had encountered some kind of shocking secret. The picture scroll that Ling Xiao got from the asking mirror resonated with the emperor's corpse, showing the imprint of that battle. They were like dreaming back to ancient times, witnessing that battle. It was an ancient history buried in the long river of time, and perhaps no one remembers it now. But it really existed. A human immortal emperor who once suppressed the source of darkness was buried by time, and no one knows about it? As cold as Qin Bingyao was, her eyes looking at the emperor's corpse were full of respect and emotion. Kunwu immortal emperor? Kunwu sword? At this moment, Ling Zhao's heart was in turmoil. Because he felt that the half of the Kunwu sword in his sea of consciousness was trembling slightly, like a whale. Could it be that this Kunwu sword was the sword in the palm of the Kunwu immortal emperor that he had just seen? A powerful treasure of the immortal emperor? Ling Xiao was stunned. Ha! This is not the real Kunwu emperor's corpse, but a statue? At this moment, the nine-headed golden lion couldn't help but exclaimed. At the top, the emperor's corpse underwent a strange change. After showing the scene that was buried by time just now, the divine power in the emperor's corpse seemed to be gradually exhausted. The chaotic mist gradually dissipated, revealing its true appearance. It was not the corpse of the emperor, but a lifelike statue of a god. It was made of unknown material, and it once left the divine power left by the Kunwu immortal emperor. It's not the corpse of the emperor, but it should also be related to the Kunwu immortal emperor. Could it be, the owner of the Tao Mirror also accompanied the Kunwu immortal emperor and experienced that battle, so he left the original imprint seen here for future generations to remember? Qin Bingyao rarely spoke, her voice was extremely cold. However, her guess was indeed close to the truth. It should be more than that. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he slowly said, the strange black light in those black shadows just now should be the power of darkness. This place is not a place to commemorate and remember. I'm afraid it is also a place to suppress darkness. A place to suppress darkness? After hearing Ling Zhao's words, everyone's face changed. After all, they had just witnessed the horror of the source of the dark disaster. If it weren't for the appearance of the Kunwu immortal emperor, the heavens and the worlds would have been completely destroyed by the darkness. The power of darkness was extremely strange, as if it could corrode light, corrode spiritual wisdom, and turn people into dark puppets who only knew how to kill. Boom! At this moment, the statues of the 10 supreme immortal beasts were trembling slightly, and cracks appeared, and there seemed to be a strange dark aura spreading out of them. The void became increasingly cold, making people frightened and feeling a strong sense of crisis. It seems that my guess was not wrong. We are in trouble next. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and he said slowly. Boom! As soon as his voice fell, the cracks on the statues of the 10 supreme beasts became larger and larger, and strange dark auras emerged from them. They turned into extremely ferocious dark creatures. Although they looked a little unreal, the strange, all-corrosive evil still made people feel cold all over. Then, those dark creatures laughed out a creepy laugh and suddenly rushed towards Ling Xiao and his companions. Chapter 42. Those dark creatures were suppressed for hundreds of millions of years by the formation formed by the statues of the 10 supreme beasts. The weak ones had naturally died long ago. Those who were still alive were all the strongest among the dark creatures, and the dark creatures seemed to have some kind of immortal characteristics and were almost not eroded by time. But the formation formed by the statues of the 10 supreme beasts was extremely powerful and contained the power of the emperor. It was suppressed for hundreds of millions of years.
Even the strongest among the dark creatures were now only 1/10,000th of their strength. Almost most of them only have the strength of the 8th level of rebirth. But for dark creatures, strength is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that there are too many dark creatures. Moreover, the power of darkness can erode spiritual intelligence, weird and unpredictable, and people can't defend against it. Therefore, the statues of the 10 supreme immortal beasts were broken, and those dark creatures rushed out of them. Ling Xiao and others looked extremely solemn, and they all used powerful killing methods to kill those dark creatures. Clang! Yang Junfan sacrificed a magic sword. The sword light was sharp and unmatched, as fast as lightning, and in an instant it pierced through the body of a dark creature and nailed it to death on the spot. Ling Xiaolua held a war knife, exuding a monstrous murderous aura, and the blade light was fierce and domineering, as if it could destroy everything, and attached a kind of divine power. He came with a knife and kept killing dark creatures one by one. There were strange ice and snowflowers blooming around Qin Bingyao, and the moonlight was dazzling, like dancing, with an extremely graceful posture. But every time she attacked, she could freeze a dark creature and then kill it directly and forcefully. As for the 9-headed golden lion, it was also very powerful. From the 9 heads, blazing and dazzling beams of light burst out, frost, flames, strong winds, thunder, and rushed towards those dark creatures. They were all young geniuses, with extraordinary talents, unparalleled combat power, and able to fight beyond their level. They also had various trump cards on their bodies. So although those dark creatures were strange and powerful, and there were many of them, they all died in their hands. Boom! Chaos light rose around Ling Xiao, and the Tao was intertwined, as dazzling as the sun. He stepped forward, exuding a sense of invulnerability, mysterious and unpredictable. The Tao treasure bottle emerged from his palm, and instantly rose into the air, swallowing dozens of dark creatures directly into it, and then refined them into ashes. His fingers were as crystal as jade, with brilliant runes blooming, and around him, flowers of the great Tao were blooming. And there were 3,000 flowers of the great Tao, each of which gave birth to a figure, which, although extremely illusory, looked very similar to Ling Xiao. There were too many dark creatures around. Ling Xiao performed the supreme secret method and burst out the magical power recorded in the heaven-devouring demon art. The Wanhua sacred art can transform all the laws in the world. And Yin Yan Hua Kai Jun Lin Tian Xia can even transform into a series of dharma bodies, constantly slashing at those dark creatures. In an instant, a large number of dark creatures were killed. When those dark creatures touched Ling Xiao's body, they melted quickly like ice and snow and disappeared without a trace. What secret method is that? Qin Bingyao saw the strange phenomenon around Ling Xiao, and there was a trace of shock in her eyes. The Wanhua sacred art, combined with Yin Yan Hua Kai Jun Lin Tian Xia, burst out with unpredictable power, which shocked the Qin family goddess. She even instinctively felt that the secret technique was extremely powerful, as if it was very compatible with her physique. If she could learn it, it would definitely increase her strength by several levels. Based on her understanding of Taiyi Holy Land, Taiyi Holy Land did not seem to have such a secret technique. She became more and more curious about Ling Xiao. Buzz! Ling Xiao strolled leisurely, and his moves were easy and carefree, constantly killing dark creatures. And his efficiency in killing dark creatures was even more terrifying than that of Qin Bingyao and others combined. He came to a broken statue of a fierce beast, and then reached out and grabbed the blood bead of the fierce beast on top into his palm. His purpose of going to the demon ruin's secret realm this time was to obtain the essence and blood of the supreme fairy beast, so as to integrate the purple mansion and nourish the gods. The statues of the 10 supreme fairy beasts have now been broken, and the dark creatures have broken the seal and come out, so those blood beads are naturally useless. Seeing Ling Xiao collecting the essence and blood of the fierce beasts, Yang Junfan, Ling Xiaolua and others couldn't help but be moved. This is the essence and blood of the 10 supreme beasts of the ancient times. Even after countless years, most of the divine power has been wiped out, but it is still extremely precious. The essence and blood of the supreme fairy beast can not only integrate the purple mansion, nourish the gods, and advance to the Xinzong realm. More importantly, the essence of the supreme immortal beast can cleanse the body and transform people. Especially the 9-headed golden lion, seeing the essence of those fierce beasts, his eyes glowed and his saliva was about to flow out. He also gave up the battle with the dark creatures and rushed towards the essence of those supreme immortal beasts. Boom! At this moment, the statue of Kunwu Immortal Emperor suddenly burst into a dazzling brilliance. A ray of immortal light lingered, and the mysterious immortal scripture emerged. The divine chains of order intertwined, the divine light of law rose, and the phantoms of various immortal beasts and divine birds emerged, and the gods and demons in the sky seemed to be kneeling and worshipping. As soon as the Fairy Island scripture appeared, this ghostly underground palace instantly became full of immortal air and auspicious air.
Could it be the inherited immortal scripture of Kunwu Immortal Emperor?
Ling Xiaoluo was shocked, his eyes suddenly lit up, and even his breathing became a little hurried.
Boom!
Yang Juanfan's eyes were also extremely fiery, and he instantly turned into a dazzling swordlight, and rushed towards the immortal scripture at an extremely fast speed. Qin Bingyao and Ling Xiaoluo followed closely behind, giving up the idea of collecting the essence of the supreme immortal beast, and also rushed towards the immortal scripture. Although the essence of the supreme immortal beast is precious, it is simply like dirt compared to the inherited immortal scripture.
There is no comparison at all.
Chapter 43. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with divine light, and the supreme upper pupil bloomed with mysterious symbols, and chaotic light rose out. He looked at the immortal scripture, as if he could instantly penetrate the void and see through everything.
Ling
Zhao's heart moved, and he found that the immortal scripture seemed to have ethereal immortal light, but it contained a strong breath of the origin of darkness. That kind of dark power would make people tremble at a glance. Thinking of this, he did not fight for the immortal scripture, but continued to collect the essence of the supreme immortal beast. The nine-headed golden lion looked at the immortal scripture and hesitated, but then looked at Qin Bingyao, Yang Junfan, and Ling Xiaoluo, and finally shook his big head and continued to collect the essence of the beast. Although he was also jealous of the immortal scripture, Qin Bingyao, Yang Junfan, and Ling Xiaoluo looked very difficult to deal with and very powerful.
He might as well collect the essence of the beast first, and then see if there is any chance. After all, he is a demon.
The essence of the supreme immortal beast is of great use to him and cannot be estimated. If he can refine the essence of the supreme immortal beast, maybe his bloodline can be completely restored to his ancestral lineage, and he will have the bloodline of the demon emperor, and his future will definitely be smooth.
Ling Zhao's speed is extremely fast.
He performed the Wanhua Shengju, combined with the technique of Yin Hua Kaijun Tianxia, transformed into 3,000 Dao bodies, pushed forward invincible, and crushed those dark creatures one after another. In a blink of an eye, he collected the essence and blood of 5 or 6 supreme immortal beasts.
Brother, leave some for me.
The nine-headed golden lion suddenly became anxious and shouted at Ling Xiao. He had already collected the essence and blood of the white tiger beast, and then rushed towards the essence and blood of the immortal phoenix beast.
However, he was a demon, and his blood was strong.
Those dark creatures rushed towards him fearlessly, as if they regarded him as a supreme delicacy, wanting to eat his flesh and drink his blood. As a result, he fell into a state of siege, and it was difficult to move forward.
Whoosh!
At the same time, Yang Junfan had already arrived in front of the immortal scripture, and stretched out his hand to grab the immortal scripture. A sharp and unparalleled swordlight slashed down from the sky, like a river falling from the sky, extremely sharp, blocking Yang Junfan in front of him.
Ling Shura, you actually attacked me? Help me stop Qin Bingyao. How about you and I study the immortal scriptures together?
Yang Juanfan's face looked a little ugly, and he used a divine sword to resist, but he still suppressed his anger. With such a good fortune, everyone should use their own methods. Ling Shura's face was extremely indifferent, but he was merciless in his attacks.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
In the blink of an eye, he and Yang Junfan had a few hard blows. The sword light and sword energy collided, blooming with a dazzling light, covering the entire underground palace. At the same time, Qin Bingyao also jumped up, stretched out her slender hands, and grabbed the immortal scriptures. Yang Junfan and Ling Xiaoluo's eyes flashed, and their sword light and sword energy unanimously changed their direction and slashed towards Qin Bingyao.
Boom!
Qin Bingyao's whole body was blooming with brilliance, and a full moon seemed to be rising behind her. The cold and ethereal divine light of Taiyin bloomed, like a bright glacier, coming across the sky in an instant and blocking in front of Yang Junfan and Ling Shura.
Boom!
The sharp sword light slashed down, and the blazing sword light penetrated everything, collided with the glacier, and then instantly chopped it into pieces. But as the lunar light rose, the glacier emerged again. Moreover, the lunar light that could freeze thousands of miles permeated the air, as if it was going to freeze both Yang Junfan and Ling Shura. Whoosh! At this moment, mysterious runes rose up around Yang Junfan, and the void distorted. His figure disappeared directly into the void and appeared in front of the immortal scriptures. His timing was just right. Ling Shura had to resist with all his strength when the ethereal Taiyin divine light struck, but he was still greatly affected. His whole body became stiff and his speed slowed down a lot. Stop! Seeing Yang Junfan grabbing the immortal scriptures, Qin Bingyao's eyes turned cold, and a ray of lunar light flew across the sky at an extremely fast speed. Buzz! But at this moment, the void twisted slightly, and an invisible barrier blocked the lunar light and enveloped the entire underground palace.
Also includes Ling Xiao and 9 golden lions. Holy Dao Realm Talisman? Yang Junfan, I didn't expect you had a plan.
Ling Shura's eyes flashed and his face became a little ugly. That barrier was extremely powerful. It was refined by the powerful great sage and was extremely powerful and terrifying. With their cultivation, even if they have many trump cards, it is still difficult to break them. This was Yang Juanfan's long-awaited plan. When he entered the underground palace, he quietly sacrificed the Holy Dao Boundary Talisman and enveloped the entire underground palace. Finally, at the critical moment, he was prompted to trap everyone and wanted to monopolize the immortal scriptures.
This immortal scripture is destined to me. You guys should stay here and kill the dark creatures.
Yang Junfan sneered, reached out and grabbed the immortal scriptures in his palm, and then wanted to escape from the underground palace in an instant.
Boom!
But at this moment, a fierce fist seal bloomed, as bright as the sun, and directly hit the barrier. Suddenly, the barrier trembled violently, runes exploded into pieces, and cracks appeared, as if they were about to break apart at any time.
What? Yang Juanfan's expression changed and he quickly looked up. The person who took action was none other than Ling Xiao.
Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely indifferent, and his fist seals were extremely sharp, shrouded in grey sword energy, containing a power that could penetrate everything.
That's a trace of the sword intent of Kunwa sword.
With the blessing of Kunwa sword's sword intention, Ling Xiao's fist seal has the power to destroy everything.
Click!
Ling Xiao punched out again, and the supreme fist seal bloomed, directly breaking through the barrier. The unparalleled powerful holy path barrier shattered like a mirror.
Hand it over or die.
Ling Xiao took a step forward, like a misty fairy light, traveling through the void and standing in front of Yang Junfan in an instant. His expression was extremely indifferent and his voice was calm, but it contained a kind of domineering and majesty that could not be resolute.
Yang Juanfan's face instantly became extremely ugly. Chapter 44 Why? Yang Junfan gritted his teeth and said.
He originally hoped to use the Holy Dao Boundary Talisman to trap everyone in it, so that he could take the opportunity to leave with the immortal Dao scriptures. But he didn't expect Ling Xiao's combat power to be so incredible. Ling Xiao put great pressure on him, and he retreated cautiously while quickly looking for a way to escape.
Boom!
Ling Xiao punched out, and the chaotic light exploded, like a rising sun, heading towards Yang Junfan. Yang Junfan never thought that Ling Xiao had no intention of bargaining with him and took action directly.
Caught off guard, Yang Junfan used a divine sword to resist.
Buzz! The divine sword buzzed and trembled, and the runes on it bloomed, as if it had received unparalleled divine power, and flew out directly. Yang Junfan received a punch from Ling Xiao, and instantly half of his body cracked, blood flew everywhere, and his whole body suffered heavy injuries.
Ling Xiao, do you really think I'm afraid of you?
Yang Junfan was shocked and angry, his eyes filled with cold evil aura.
You can withstand my punch. It seems that you do have a secret. Hand over the immortal scriptures and the secrets on your body.
Ling Xiao's expression was indifferent, his eyes were densely covered with symbols, and there was a vague mysterious scene of chaos opening up the sky.
It was very scary, as if he had seen everything about Yang Junfan.
He showed the power of the supreme pupil, and the music could see that there seemed to be a strange light group in Yang Junfan's body, mysterious and unpredictable, intertwined with Tao and reason. At this moment, Qin Bingyao and Ling Xiaoluo also looked extremely solemn. Ling Xiao puts too much pressure on them. The existence that broke through the extreme realm of the physical body and ascended to the original heavenly Dao monument, with one punch, all methods are useless, and even the monks in the life and death realm can be killed with one punch. Although Qin Bingyao possessed the Taiyin holy body, she thought that she would not be able to block Ling Xiao's punch if she did not use her trump card. Yang Junfan practiced swordsmanship, but his physical body was also surprisingly powerful.
Ling Xiao, you are looking for death.
Yang Junfan was so angry that he was trembling all over, murderous intent burst out in his eyes, and a mysterious ancient mirror rose up in the palm of his hand, shooting a bright beam of light, piercing towards Ling Xiao. He did not expect that Ling Xiaojing would be so arrogant. Not only was he asked to hand over the immortal scriptures, he was also asked to hand over his creation and secrets.
It's so deceiving. I can't bear it.
Yang Juanfan's whole body bloomed with brilliance, and the majestic breath of life spurted out, quickly repairing his body, and his injuries began to improve at a speed visible to the naked eye. That ancient mirror is a rare treasure, and the beam of destruction it shoots can destroy a person's body, which is extremely terrifying.
He was forced by Ling Xiao and revealed his secrets to kill Ling Xiao.
Whoosh! A simple broken sword flew out of Ling Xiao's body and turned into a gray sword light to meet him in the air. Ling Xiao discovered that although the Kunwa sword was broken and even the runes on it were obliterated, it was filled with evil energy and unrivaled sharpness. The only characteristic is sharpness. Able to kill everything. The Holy Dao Realm talisman just now was destroyed by the Kunwa sword. Although that ancient mirror was powerful, it was still no match for the Kunwa sword. It was cut in half by the gray light of the Kunwa sword. Kill! Yang Junfan shouted violently, a mysterious light bloomed in his body, and his aura instantly began to surge. The cultivation level that was originally in the Heavenly Palace realm suddenly skyrocketed to the life and death realm. Moreover, an illusory shadow appeared behind him. Although he couldn't see clearly, there was a sharp sword light that seemed to be able to penetrate time and space and merge with him, slashing from the sky across the sky. Sure enough, he has hidden his strength. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and he also punched away. He is now only at the Xinzong realm, 2 realms behind Yang Junfan, but he is physically invincible and can overwhelm everything. With invincible attitude and confidence. Boom! Ling Xiao and Yang Junfan collided instantly. Sword light, divine light soaring into the sky, thunder that annihilates everything, flames that burn the sky, all kinds of terrifying visions appeared behind Ling Xiao and Yang Junfan. Their fight was like the collision of stars. Every blow caused the void in all directions to tremble and shake violently. That scene was so terrifying, it was like the creation of the world, and chaos was about to reappear. Why are these 2 guys so scary? Fortunately, I didn't mess with this evil star. It seems that when he dealt with me, he didn't use all his strength at all. The 9-headed golden lion's eyes widened, watching the battle between Ling Xiao and Yang Junfan, full of shock. He was a little lucky in his heart. The terrifying combat power displayed by Ling Xiao now would probably blow him away with just one punch. It is indeed an existence that has broken the extreme state of the physical body. These 2 people are incredibly talented and have great opportunities. I'm afraid not many young people of their generation will be their opponents. Qin Bingyao's expression was cold, but there was something special about her beautiful eyes. I don't know, what will be the outcome if Ling Xiao fights with Ling Yi? An idea suddenly popped into Ling Shura's mind. Thinking of the things in the rumors, he couldn't help but sigh. If the Ling family could be fair to Ling Xiao, how could they miss such a supreme genius? Is it true that the branch veins can only be killed and taken away by your main vein? Thinking of this, there was a hint of chill in Ling Shura's eyes. Boom! Although Yang Junfan hid his strength and had incredible combat power, he was still no match for Ling Zhao's invincible body. In the dazzling divine light, Yang Junfan flew out directly, overflowing with a touch of golden blood, looking extremely embarrassed, and slammed into the underground palace in the distance. He still lost. Yang Junfan's eyes were cold, full of unwillingness and shock. Ling Zhao's power exceeded his imagination. There is a mysterious Tao divine light rising in his body, trying to repair his physical body. At this moment, Ling Xiao took a step forward, reached out and grabbed Yang Junfan, and instantly grabbed Yang Junfan's throat and lifted him up. Then, he grabbed Yang Junfan's chest. Puff! Bloody light filled the air, and Ling Xiao captured the light group that was as bright as the sun in Yang Junfan's chest. Ah! Yang Junfan let out a scream. But Ling Xiao's expression was extremely indifferent, and his eyes fell on the ball of light. That ray of light was a crystal-clear jade piece, intertwined with mysterious Taoist runes, and looked ethereal and unpredictable. At this moment, it was buzzing and trembling, as if it was struggling to fly away from Ling Zhao's hand. Ding! If you find a fragment of the way of heaven, you can fish all the heavens. Without distinction. Do you want to start fishing? At this moment, the system that had been silent for a long time sounded in Ling Zhao's mind. P.S. Let me explain the issue of fishing times. Many readers said that I did not write that Ling Xiao fished for treasures every day. The main reason is that most of the treasures fished in the early stage were bronze, silver, and gold level treasures, which were not of much use to Ling Xiao, and fishing the number of times can be accumulated. In order to keep the word count down, I will focus more on the plot, so I will fix it for a period of time and fish for treasures in a unified way. Special types of treasures will be written in detail. Thank you for your support. Chapter 45 Ling Zhao's heart moved. This ball of light in Yang Junfan's body is actually a fragment of heaven? System, what are fragments of heaven? Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to fish, but asked. The fragments of heavenly Tao are manifestations of the origin of heavenly Tao. They can reshape people, improve their understanding, and understand the laws of heaven and earth. Most importantly, they can increase the chance of becoming an immortal. The system replied.
Is there any chance of improving your ability to become an immortal?
Ling Xiao pondered slightly in his heart. As for reborn and improving his understanding, it is of no use to him.
The innate holy body is the most powerful body.
Even the legendary chaos body, which ranks first among the 3,000 holy bodies in the fairyland, may not be as good as the innate holy body.
The chance of becoming an immortal is still far away for Ling Xiao. However, when used to fish in the heavens, although the level is ignored, it is possible to catch bronze-level treasures, and it is also possible to catch avenue-level, or even chaos-level treasures. This is a question of probability. Start fishing.
Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and then said slowly.
Although this fragment of heaven seems precious, it is useless to him now.
It is better to choose to fish in the heavens, maybe he can catch precious treasures. Buzz. The fragments of heavenly Tao turned into a bright light, which instantly merged into the sea of consciousness between Ling Zhao's eyebrows, and was absorbed by the sky fishing rod. The fishing pole shined brightly, blooming into 9 colors of divine glow, swirling with chaotic light, instantly penetrating through time and space, and falling towards the vast and boundless world of the heavens. In an instant, chaotic light exploded and the heavens shook. A dazzling ball of light was fished out by a fishing pole and appeared in the sea of consciousness between Ling Zhao's eyebrows. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained an Emperor-level treasure, a ray of incarnation of the Great Emperor.
The system voice sounded.
Ling Xiao saw that there seemed to be a mysterious world of chaos hidden in that ball of light. A figure, surrounded by chaotic light, was so majestic that it seemed to be able to hold up the world. With his back to the common people, he has a peerless grace, as if the heaven and earth are trembling because of him.
Songsheng? Emperor Songsheng?
Ling Xiao was shocked, and his eyes were full of shock.
Is he the great emperor of the world who is said to be the peak at the end of the immortal road, and who sees the world become empty? Ling Xiao had awakened the innate holy body Tao embryo before, but now he has caught a ray of incarnation of the common people? System, how to use the incarnation of Emperor Songsheng? Ling Xiao asked quickly. A treasure that can be rated as an emperor must be very extraordinary.
Answer the host, the incarnation of Songsheng is a ray of incarnation of the peak state of Songsheng Emperor.
Its strength is only 1/1000th of it.
The host can integrate it into the body and allow Songsheng Emperor to come to this world.
The highest level can be the Great Emperor. Peak cultivation level.
The specific arrival time is determined based on the host's cultivation, physique, and talent. After the advent is over, the host will immediately obtain some of the treasures or inheritance of Emperor Songsheng.
The system replied. Ling Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up. What a good thing!
This ray of incarnation of the Songsheng Emperor is an existence similar to an incarnation card. Ling Xiao can fuse it and become the Songsheng Emperor and come to this world. Although there will be a time limit, during the advent, Ling Xiao can explode to the peak of the Emperor's cultivation.
What kind of person is the great Emperor of the people? This is simply Ling Zhao's biggest trump card. Big killer. Once you transform, you will be invincible. If the true immortal does not emerge, who can compete with him?
The fishing opportunity exchanged for this piece of heaven is worth it. It seems that in addition to fishing for treasures according to fixed time, the fishing heavens can also use treasures such as fragments of heaven to start fishing. Ling Xiao thought secretly in his heart.
Ling Xiao, you dare to take this opportunity away from me? You are dead.
No one in heaven or on earth can save you, I must let you die. Yang Juanfan's face was extremely distorted, and a crazy and vicious roar sounded, pulling Ling Xiao back from his thoughts.
The fragment of the heavenly Tao was the opportunity Yang Junfan got when he was young.
It was because of the fragment of the heavenly Tao that Yang Junfan instantly became a genius from an ordinary person, and was discovered by the Pantheon and became the son of the Pantheon.
Ling Xiao took away his opportunity, which was to destroy his hope.
He instantly hated Ling Xiao to the bone, and roared and raged desperately.
Idiot!
If I were you, I would never say such harsh words at this time. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he looked at Yang Junfan indifferently. The Kunmo sword emerged from his palm and slashed down at Yang Junfan.
You dare! Yang Junfan trembled all over, his eyes were full of extremely horrified expressions. He didn't expect that he would dare to kill him? The Pantheon is also an immortal sect, not much worse than the Tai Holy Land. Isn't Ling Xiao afraid of the revenge of the Pantheon?
Buzz. At this moment, in the sea of consciousness between Yang Juanfan's eyebrows, it seemed as if a terrifying divine power rose up, which was about to wipe out everything. That was the mark left by the strongest of the Pantheon, just to prevent Yang Junfan from encountering a life and death crisis. However, before that divine power was completely revived, a vast and terrifying imperial power spread in this underground palace, suppressing that divine power in an instant. Puff! The void was filled with blood mist, and the Kunwu sword directly cut Yang Junfan in half. Yang Junfan is dead. Cruel and ruthless. Ling Xiaolua glanced at Ling Xiao, and there was a trace of solemnity in his eyes. When Qin Bingyao saw Ling Xiao kill Yang Junfan and showed such an iron-blooded killing method, her cold eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. Ling Xiao took off Yang Junfan's Shumi ring, and then directly sacrificed a secret treasure, erased the divine soul mark on it, and collected all the treasures in it. The immortal light shone brightly in his palm, and the immortal scriptures appeared. Do you want to rob too? Ling Xiao glanced at Qin Bingyao and Ling Xiaolua calmly. The two of them couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Although Ling Xiao's words were calm, they contained a strong sense of threat. They pondered for a moment, and all shook their heads with a wry smile. What a ruthless man! The nine-headed golden lion also shrank its head and looked at Ling Xiao with some fear. The son of the Pantheon, he killed as he said. Fortunately, he was smart, otherwise this evil star would never spare him. Very good. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, and then rode the nine-headed golden lion directly to the outside of the underground palace. At the same time, he probed out a ray of consciousness and carefully probed towards the immortal scripture. When he activated the Supreme Respect pupil before, he found that there was something wrong with the immortal scripture, which seemed to contain a strong source of darkness. But if he didn't explore it, it would not be his style. The immortal scripture is mysterious and unpredictable, misty with brilliant immortal light, but it seems to contain an endless darkness. Ling Xiao's consciousness probed into it, and he immediately saw a vast and mysterious starry sky, with endless darkness gushing out from it, as if it was the source of darkness, and it was going to make all the heavens and the world fall into eternal darkness. A majestic figure with a brilliant immortal light and an immortal light sat cross-legged above the darkness. If it wasn't the Kunwu Immortal Emperor, who else could it be? This is the place where the Kunwu Immortal Emperor suppressed the source of darkness? Ling Xiao was shocked, and a trace of solemnity appeared in his eyes. Chapter 46. That is not a fairy scripture. It is an ancient map. It records the real place where the Kunwu Immortal Emperor suppressed the source of darkness, and it is also the place where the Emperor's corpse of the Kunwu Immortal Emperor is. My cultivation is still weak now, maybe I can go and explore it later. The place where the Kunwu Immortal Emperor suppressed the source of darkness may be able to find another piece of Kunwu sword. Ling Xiao thought secretly in his heart. This time I came to explore the secret realm of the demon ruins, and the harvest was not small. The blood of the 10 supreme beasts, including 9 supreme beasts, fell into Ling Xiao's hands. Only the blood of the white tiger beast was obtained by the 9-headed golden lion. Sure, Xin Jue was a little depressed at the moment. He seemed to have nothing except the blood of the white tiger beast, but thinking about Yang Junfan who was slaughtered. Well, as a demon, you should be content with what you have. Leaving the underground palace and coming to the outside world. Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly flashed, and a jade pendant on his waist burst into a dazzling light. It was the disciple of Tai Holy Land, and the signal for help came. There are Zhao Xinchuan and Tang Zian here. Are they in danger? Ling Xiao's heart moved slightly, and he immediately let the 9-headed golden lion turn around and fly in the direction of the distress signal. Outside the demon ruins' secret realm. In the void, a group of figures with unfathomable auras stood in the air, standing outside the entrance of the demon ruins' secret realm. Those figures were all elders and clan elders from the major immortal families, immortal sects, and major demon tribes. Each figure was extremely terrifying and could easily tear the void. At this moment, they were all waiting outside the demon ruins' secret realm, waiting for the disciples of various tribes and major holy places to return from the trials. With their strength, they were able to easily tear the demon ruins' secret realm and step into it. But if so, the laws of the demon ruins' secret realm would also be torn apart, and this secret realm would be completely abandoned. But at this moment, an elder of the Pantheon suddenly trembled all over, and his expression instantly became extremely ugly. Who is it? How dare you kill the holy son of my sect? The elder roared angrily, and the blazing divine light around him surged, causing the void in all directions to distort, and the huge mountains below were shaking violently. Is Yang Junfan, the holy son of the Pantheon, dead? Some people showed surprise. Yang Junfan was very powerful, and these elders could naturally see it. Yang Junfan has already reached the realm of life and death, and with many trump cards, his strength ranks among the top among the many geniuses in this trial. Who can kill him? If I know who killed my saint, I will tear him into pieces. The elder of the pantheon looked icy cold, and glanced at everyone coldly. His voice was extremely domineering.
Did you encounter any danger in the Demon Ruin's secret realm? In the past, when the Demon Ruin's secret realm was opened, people would die in it. It's okay to die, what's the big deal? Others died, but you, the saint of the pantheon, can't die? Since you dare to enter the Demon Ruin's secret realm for the trial, then life and death are determined by fate. If my demon disciples die in it, it means that they are not as skilled as others, and they deserve to die. That's right, I hate these old things of the human race the most. They are chattering and not straightforward at all. Those demon elders sneered, not hiding the mockery in their eyes.
Even the immortal families and immortal sects of the human race mostly watched with cold eyes.
There is no way, it is really that the pantheon is too notorious. The pantheon believes in many ancient gods, and can even be said to be the spokespersons of the ancient royal family and gods hidden in the forbidden area and uninhabited land in the fairyland. Although most of the pantheon members are human, they believe that the human race is weak and cannot compare with those ancient gods. Therefore, they will choose to merge the blood of the ancient gods to improve their talents and potential, and eventually become neither human nor god. Therefore, the human race does not like them, and the demon race does not like them either. But the 10,000 Gods sect is very powerful, and its ancestors even produced immortal immortals. They are the real immortal sect, and they are so dominant that not many people provoke them. The elders of the pantheon religion had extremely gloomy eyes, filled with cold murderous intent. Yang Junfan had the secret treasure of the 10,000 Gods sect on his body, and he also had the means to save his life, but he still died in the end, probably not at the hands of those mindless ferocious beasts in the secret realm of the demonic ruins. It is very likely that he died in the hands of the talented people from the human race and the demon race. No matter who dares to kill the holy son of the pantheon religion, he must pay the price. The secret realm of demon ruins. Deep in a mist-shrouded valley, Zhao Xinchuan and Tang Zian, holding powerful magic weapons, protected many disciples of Taiyi Holy Land behind them. Although their faces were extremely pale, there was blood on the corners of their mouths, and their breaths were somewhat disordered. Their eyes were full of determination and they showed no signs of retreating. Boom! In the valley, mysterious runes rose up and intertwined into an ancient and mysterious formation, trapping them in it. Above their heads, there was a figure with an aura as vast as the abyss, sitting cross-legged in the void like a god, which made them feel great pressure. That is a power that exceeds the 8th realm of rebirth. That's a god. Next to the god, there was a figure that they were very familiar with. Wang Tengfei. Wang Tengfei, if you dare to attack us, aren't you afraid of the wrath of Taiyi Holy Land? When the time comes, your Wang family won't be able to bear it either. Zhao Xinchuan stared at Wang Tengfei and said coldly. It was Wang Tengfei who set a trap here to lure them here, and severely injured them and trapped them here. Although Zhao Xinchuan and Tang Zian were strong, they felt a strong sense of powerlessness in their hearts when facing a god. My senior brother Zhao, don't worry, I won't kill you so quickly. You are the bait. Before the big fish is lured out, it will be difficult for you to die. Wang Tengfei stepped on the void in the air, his whole body filled with purple energy, his mouth full of sneer, and said in a cold voice. Big fish? Do you want to deal with Ling Xiao? Tang Zian was shocked. Senior sister Tang is still smart. That's right, when Ling Xiao comes to save you, I will kill him and send you to reunite with him. But I really can't bear to part with such a stunning beauty as senior sister Tang. Wang Tengfei sneered and looked at Tang Zian with a fiery look in his eyes. He originally planned to find Ling Xiao directly and then kill Ling Xiao. But he didn't expect that Ling Xiao entered the secret realm of the demonic ruins and acted alone. He didn't know where he had been for so many days. With no other choice, he had to resort to this strategy, trapping everyone in Taiyi Holy Land and trying to lure Ling Xiao out. Wang Tengfei, you are despicable. Ling Xiao is the holy son of Taiyi Holy Land, and Taiyi ancestor values him. If you kill him, have you ever thought that Taiyi ancestor's anger will be something that your Wang family can bear? Tang Zian gritted his teeth and said, his face extremely ugly. He did not expect that Wang Tengfei would be so ruthless and crazy that he would even run into the secret realm of the demon ruins in pursuit of Ling Xiao. Ancestor Taiyi? So what? Wang Tengfei sneered, but when he mentioned Taiyi ancestor, there was also a hint of deep fear in his eyes. However, when I think of the injustice he suffered in his family, the humiliation of being expelled from the sect from Taiyi Holy Land, and the ridicule of countless people, the anger in his heart overwhelmed the fear. He was determined to kill Ling Xiao, and even more, he wanted to rob Ling Xiao of his destiny. The worst-case scenario is that after killing Ling Xiao and taking away Ling Xiao's creation,
he immediately leaves these Dao realms and practices in seclusion.
As for the Wang family? Screw you. Chapter 47 Boom.
In the distance, the sky trembled, and a blazing divine light bloomed. A figure dressed in white and snowy, riding on 9 golden lions, came across the sky. Like a banished immortal above the 9 heavens, with divine light flowing all over his body, intertwined with runes of order, he is handsome and elegant, transcendent.
It was Ling Xiao who had arrived. Wang Tingfei, I didn't expect that you are still haunting me.
Ling Xiao's voice was indifferent and calm, but it contained a hint of cold murderous intent. His hair was thick and lustrous, flying in the wind. In his eyes, mysterious symbols emerged, and chaotic light rose, containing extremely terrifying divine power. When they were far away, Ling Xiao had already noticed the situation of Wang Tengfei and everyone in Tai Holy Land, and naturally understood everything.
Ling Xiao, you are indeed here. Today, the secret realm of the demon ruins is your burial place.
You, a waste who was dug out of the immortal veins of immortality, can awaken a heaven-defying talent.
There must be a big secret in your body. Wait. After you die, all your secrets belong to me.
Wang Tengfei stared at Ling Xiaohan and said in a cold voice, without concealing the murderous intent in his eyes.
He didn't even think of coaxing Ling Xiao. It can be seen that he already hates Ling Xiao deeply and wants to take Ling Xiao's life no matter what. Ling Xiao, you should leave here quickly, don't waste your life because of us. This Wang Tengfei is crazy, you should leave the demon ruins secret realm immediately, report to the elders, and avenge us. Tang Zian gritted his teeth and said.
She knew Ling Xiao's importance and the danger at hand, so she didn't think Ling Xiao could play any role.
You still want to leave at this time? It's too late. Wang Tengfei sneered. In the void, the figure with an aura as vast as the sea instantly locked Ling Xiao, and its unparalleled aura pressed down like a mountain. Ling Xiao looked extremely calm, without the slightest fear, but looked at Wang Tengfei and asked, really?
Wang Tengfei, before you die, why don't you answer one more question of mine?
Which one of the Ling family is instigating this? Are you here to kill me? Want to know? But I won't tell you. I will let you die with doubts and despair before I can vent the hatred in my heart.
Wang Tengfei said with a ferocious smile.
Don't you want to tell me? It doesn't matter. After searching for the soul for a while, you will explain everything.
Ling Xiao shook his head lightly and said.
You are still so arrogant when you are about to die? Looking for death.
Wang Ji, kill him. A cold light flashed in Wang Tengfei's eyes. The order was given immediately. The god in the void had an incomparable aura, as bright as the sun, and his eyes were full of cold and incomparable murderous intent. He took a step forward and shot towards Ling Xiao across the sky. That is a strong man who has surpassed the 8 realms of rebirth. His strength is unfathomable and cannot be defeated by Ling Xiao at this moment. But at this moment, the void behind Ling Xiao was slightly distorted, and a black figure emerged silently.
What?
The god in the void was shaken, his eyes full of horror. He found that he seemed to be stuck in the mud, unable to move, but the uncontrollable fear deep in his heart still made him tremble all over. The black shadow pointed out in the air, and the bright finger light was like a ray of starlight, which instantly fell on the body of the god, and then his body was like ceramic, cracked inch by inch. Then, he turned into ashes and completely disappeared between heaven and earth.
A god died like this.
Good work! Ling Xiao gave a slight salute, and the black shadow nodded to Ling Xiao, and then quietly disappeared into the void, as if it had never appeared before.
That is Ling Xiao's protector. Although the so-called demon ruins secret realm can stop many elders, it is nothing to Ling Xiao's protectors. A god dares to take action against Ling Xiao? That means the balance has been destroyed, and he must die. What? Zhao Zhenchuan and Tang Zian were also shocked.
They naturally had protectors, but because of the monster ruins secret realm, they all stayed outside.
And Ling Xiao's protector could enter and exit the monster ruins secret realm at will? What kind of realm is this?
Tai Patriarch really attaches great importance to Ling Xiao, and both of them are extremely envious. At this moment, Wang Tengfei was already trembling all over, his face was pale, and his eyes were full of despair.
He felt like a clown.
A powerful god was wiped out by Ling Xiao's protector, just like a grain of dust on his body was swept away casually. From beginning to end, Ling Xiao's protector never looked at Wang Tengfei.
That kind of naked disregard was what made him most desperate.
At this moment, Ling Xiao looked at Wang Tengfei.
Wang Tengfei was shocked, and without thinking, he frantically urged his cultivation and fled far away. Escape! He had to escape.
He no longer had any thoughts of revenge, and just wanted to escape as far as possible.
Boom! Ling Zhao's expression was indifferent, and he punched Wang Tingfei.
The unparalleled fist print, like the light of a flying fairy, was extremely bright and brilliant, and suppressed Wang Tingfei.
Wang Tingfei felt the inexplicable pressure, and he trembled all over, frantically urged his cultivation, and offered various treasures to resist.
But those treasures were like broken copper and iron, and were smashed by Ling Xiao. The unparalleled fist print fell on Wang Tingfei's body, causing half of his body to explode instantly, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, looking extremely miserable. Ling Xiao took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Wang Tingfei.
Ling Xiao, don't kill me, don't kill me. I tell you, it was the wife of the head of the Ling family, Ling Yi's mother, who asked me to kill you.
It has nothing to do with me, it was all his orders. The strong fear aroused Wang Tingfei's infinite desire to survive, and he begged for mercy from Ling Xiao instantly.
He really didn't want to die.
You don't need to tell me, I also know it was that vicious woman.
Don't worry, she will be with you soon.
Ling Xiao said lightly, his eyes were cold and bone-chilling.
It was indeed that vicious woman.
Not only digging out his immortal vein, but also driving him to death.
How can you not avenge this? Boom!
The unparalleled fist mark fell on Wang Tingfei, blasting him directly.
Wang Tingfei is dead.
The void shook, and blood mist flew. But Ling Xiao's white clothes are better than snow, and they are spotless.
His eyes were extremely cold.
Chapter 48. The disciples of Tai Holy Land looked at Ling Xiao with deep awe in their eyes.
Including Zhao Zhenxuan and Tang Zian.
Ling Xiao was so strong that even Wang Tingfei used some means to break through to the realm of life and death, but was still killed by Ling Xiao with one punch.
Perhaps he is really qualified to compete with Yi Junlin for the position of Daozi.
Zhao Zhenxuan thought secretly in his heart. Ling Xiao is still young, nearly 10 years younger than Yi Junlin, but he has already shown himself to be invincible and has the momentum to dominate the world. I have to say that living with such a character is both lucky and unfortunate.
Zhao Zhenxuan and Tang Zian were originally geniuses, dazzling and extremely powerful.
But compared with Ling Xiao, it seems a bit eclipsed.
There are changes in the secret realm of demonic ruins. You don't need to continue the trial, just leave with me.
Ling Xiao said calmly.
Yes. Many disciples of Tai Holy Land bowed down to accept orders. Zhao Zhenxuan and Tang Zian couldn't help but feel moved in their hearts. Something happened in the secret realm of demon ruins? But it's not easy for them to ask too many questions. Ling Xiao rode the 9 golden lions and led everyone to fly towards the outside of the secret realm of the demon ruins. Does this bastard really treat me as a mount? If I just go out like this, I will be humiliated? What should I do? Why don't you trick him and knock him over when you leave the secret realm of the demonic ruins?
Lionheart Ju cursed in his heart.
He is a descendant of the 9-headed Golden Lion clan. He will become the supreme demon emperor in the future, but now he is used as a mount by Ling Xiao?
If he went out like this, he would definitely become a laughing stock.
And in the future, I am afraid that I will not be able to hold my head high among the demon clan.
He was thinking in his mind about how to deal with Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao formed a seal with his hands, surrounded by mysterious runes, which seemed mysterious and unpredictable, as if it contained the truth of heaven and earth. He shot it down in the air, and the rune was printed directly on Xin Ju's eyebrows, and then integrated into his sea of consciousness.
Damn, what did you do to me?
Lionheart Ju was furious and looked at Ling Xiao with great vigilance.
It's nothing, I just want you to be more obedient and less likely to make mistakes.
Ling Xiao said calmly, his eyes were deep and bright, as if he could see through Xin Ju's inner thoughts. The rune he took was called the God-Saving Technique. The God-Saving Technique is the supreme secret technique recorded in the heaven-swallowing demon technique. It is said to be able to save all the kings in the world. The more talented a person is, the greater the impact will be. The God-Saving Technique does not control people's spiritual consciousness, but starts from the source and makes people sincerely surrender, which is almost evil.
Snort!
Lionheart Ju snorted coldly, and immediately checked his soul and body, but found that there was no damage at all, and there were no traces of Ling Xiao's methods. Ling Xiao just seemed to pat him lightly. But Lionheart Ju instinctively felt something was wrong. Ling Xiao must have done something to him. This damn guy, once he leaves the secret realm of the demonic ruin, I will make him look good. Lionheart Ju thought secretly in his heart. But suddenly, a deep feeling of guilt arose in his heart.
Isn't this not good? After all, he saved my life several times in the secret realm of the demonic ruins, and if it weren't for him, I wouldn't have gotten the blood of the white tiger. If you think about it carefully, this guy Ling Xiao is pretty good.
At such a young age, he has already shown himself to be invincible.
Is he really going to carry the destiny and prove immortality in the future? There seems to be no shame in being his mount. Some strange thoughts emerged in Sure Xinju's heart involuntarily. He didn't have the slightest hatred for Ling Xiao, but instead had a hint of admiration? Where did this damn feeling come from? Lionheart Ju shook his big furry head, trying to get rid of that feeling. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance of the Void Passage, entered it, and left the secret realm of the demon ruins. Boom! Blazing divine light bloomed, and the void twisted violently. Ling Xiao took the disciples from Tai Holy Land and left the secret realm of demon ruins. Ling Xiuluo, Qin Bingyao, and many other geniuses seemed to have noticed something was wrong with the demon ruins secret realm, so they did not stay for a long time and left the demon ruins secret realm. Just come back. When Qi Yunfeng saw Ling Xiao, Zhao Xinchuan, Tang Zian and others, his eyes suddenly lit up and he breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. The stone in his heart had been hanging on him before. If Ling Xiao makes any mistakes in the secret realm of demon ruins, he won't be able to do anything when he goes back. Fortunately, Ling Xiao and others returned safely. However, many people from the demon tribe immediately exploded when they saw the 9 golden lions that Ling Xiao was riding. Bold! Ling Xiao, you dare to use a descendant of my clan as your mount. Do you really think that my 9-headed golden lion clan is afraid of your Tai Holy Land? An elder of the 9-headed golden lion clan, he is extremely tall, with flying golden curls, and his body is full of energy and blood. At this moment, he was shaking with anger, pointing at Ling Xiao and roaring. And the eyes of many other demon elders were full of extremely strange expressions. Sure Xinjue, among all the demon geniuses this time, can also be ranked at the forefront in strength, and can be called a young supreme figure. Now, he was actually used as a mount and ridden out in public? This elder, Sure Xinjue, volunteered to be my mount. I did not force him. Besides, it is his honor to be my mount. Ling Xiao said calmly. Bullshit. The elder of the 9-headed golden lion clan was so angry that he trembled all over, and the terrifying blood power rose and pressed towards Ling Xiao. Young master, tell me, did he use any despicable means? Tell me, my 9-headed golden lion clan is not afraid of his Tai Holy Land. The elder of the 9-headed golden lion clan looked at Sure Xinjue patiently and asked. Although Sure Xinjue was extremely annoyed, especially the eyes of the crowd, he almost wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He instinctively wanted to say yes, it was Ling Xiao who forced him. But when the words came to his lips, he couldn't say it anymore, he could only turn his head to the side, his face full of shame. But in the eyes of everyone, this was equivalent to tacit consent. What? Many monsters were blown away. Sure Xinju actually volunteered to be Ling Xiao's mount? They looked at Sure Xinju with contempt. The monsters are arrogant and have always looked down on the weak human race. How could they be mounts for the human race? Especially the 9-headed golden lion clan, which is the emperor clan among the monsters. It's such an embarrassment to the demon clan. The elder of the 9-headed golden lion clan turned pale with anger when he saw Lion Xinjue's reaction. His depression, anger, and doubts all turned into a roar. Roar, poof, after he roared, he suddenly spit out a mouthful of old blood. The prestige of the 9-headed golden lion clan was completely over. Lionheart Ju was simply a shame to the demon clan. Chapter 49. At this moment, an old man in black robes, exuding cold evil aura, walked towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, why hasn't my teaching son Yang Junfan come out yet? What did you do to him? The voice of the old man in black robe was extremely cold. He is Feng Ji, the elder of the 10,000 gods religion. He is extremely powerful and has survived 5 life tribulations. He is a powerful virtual saint. The Void Saint is a powerful person who condenses the laws of the Holy Way. His strength is terrifying. He can easily tear apart the void and destroy an ancient world. He is extremely powerful. Some of the disciples of the Wanshan sect have returned, but the holy son Yang Junfan has never returned, and his heart is full of worry. And seeing how powerful Ling Xiao was, even the 9 golden lions were subdued and became Ling Xiao's mount. He instantly suspected Ling Xiao. Yang Junfan? I killed him. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and he glanced at Feng Ji lightly. What? Ling Xiao admitted so straightforwardly that everyone around him was stunned. The Pantheon sect is also an immortal religion. Its strength is extremely terrifying. No one dares to provoke it. It is not much worse than the Tai Holy Land. How dare Ling Xiao kill the holy son of the Pantheon sect? Moreover, he admitted it so openly. Too arrogant.
Fengji, the elder of the 10,000 gods religion, was stunned for a moment, and then became completely furious, his eyes filled with cold murderous intent.
Ling Xiao, do you dare to kill my holy son of the Pantheon religion? Do you really think that since you have the protection of Tai Holy Land, I won't dare to kill you?
Fengji's voice was extremely cold, and the evil energy around him was overwhelming. A cold and terrifying aura was pressing towards Ling Xiao.
Bold! Fengji, you dare to attack Ling Xiao. Do you really think that Tai Holy Land is easy to mess with? When the time comes, my ancestor will be furious.
I think you don't want the inheritance of the Pantheon sect. A cold light flashed in Qi Yunfeng's eyes, and he also burst out with an unparalleled aura, blocking Ling Xiao in front of him.
He and Fengji were tit for tat.
Ling Xiao is the holy son of Tai Holy Land, and he may become the Taoist disciple of Tai Holy Land in the future.
He is the true successor of Tai Holy Land. If you dare to attack Ling Xiao, you are making an enemy of Tai Holy Land.
Although he didn't know why Ling Xiao wanted to kill Yang Junfan, Qi Yunfeng was extremely strong.
Kill me?
Yang Junfan wanted to kill me, but I killed him.
If you want to do it, you can try it too.
Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely indifferent, facing a powerful Xuxing without any fear or weakness. If it were a duel between peers, Ling Xiao would naturally not be afraid of anyone.
But if someone wants to bully the small, do they really think that Tai Holy Land is vegetarian? You are looking for death. Fengji was furious. Although hearing the name Tai ancestor made him extremely fearful, wasn't Ling Xiao going too far to deceive others like this?
He killed Yang Junfan, the holy son of the 10,000 gods sect.
Not only did he not give an explanation, but he was also so arrogant and domineering? Boom!
The holy light bloomed around him, and the mysterious brilliance rose, as if it could tear the sky apart, and an extremely cold killing intent locked Ling Xiao.
Snort!
At this moment, a cold snort exploded in the void. Like the divine voice of the great avenue, and like the supreme emperor with the heavenly constitution in his mouth, he possesses a mysterious and terrifying supreme majesty. A cold snort seemed to contain some kind of terrifying power, causing Fengji to tremble all over. His body seemed to be cracking, and a trace of bright red blood spilled from the corner of his mouth.
Boom!
The void twisted, chaotic light rose, and a black figure emerged. Although the face could not be seen clearly, the figure was extremely majestic. As soon as it appeared, it seemed to open up the world, making everyone tremble and want to kneel down.
It's Shadow Ancestor?
Qi Yunfeng was shocked, his eyes full of horror.
He recognized the black figure. Shadow Ancestor, a follower of Tai Ancestor. He is also an extremely ancient person.
Even after Qi Yunfeng saw him, he would always call him Ancestor, and he had a supreme status in Tai Holy Land. He did not expect that Tai Patriarch would attach such great importance to Ling Xiao that even Shadow Ancestor became Ling Xiao's protector.
You overstepped. Shadow Ancestor spoke rarely, his eyes extremely indifferent.
Seeing the gaze of Shadow Ancestor, Fengji was shaking violently, his face was extremely pale, and his eyes were full of fear. Senior, I was wrong.
Fengji trembled and admitted his mistake, not daring to be tough at all.
He knew that if he dared to refute anything, he would immediately turn into a corpse.
He knew very well what Shadow Ancestor said.
The older generation should not get involved in the competition among the younger generation.
Otherwise, it would be overstepping and the consequences would be extremely miserable.
For your first offense, I will cut off both of your arms as punishment.
If you do it again, you will be killed without mercy.
Shadow Ancestor said indifferently, and then waved his hand casually. A gray light flashed, and Fengji's arms were instantly cut off, then shattered inch by inch in the void and turned into fly ash.
Thank you, Senior. Fengji's face was full of panic, but he didn't dare to refute anything.
Instead, he had to accept the order respectfully. Even for Su Shang, having his arms cut off was a great blow, but he still didn't dare to say anything. The Shadow Ancestor in front of him was too strong.
I'm sorry to scare you.
The Shadow Ancestor nodded slightly at Ling Xiao.
I'm fine, thank you, Senior.
Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. The Shadow Ancestor in front of him was unfathomable. As soon as he appeared, so many strong people who had survived the life disaster at the scene were trembling with fear. It seems that the protector sent by Tai Patriarch is stronger than he imagined. The Shadow Ancestor nodded, then disappeared into the void again and disappeared without a trace. It was not until the Shadow Ancestor disappeared that everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and their eyes looking at Ling Xiao were full of deep awe. This Ling Xiao saint's son of Tai Holy Land seems to be more than just a saint's son.
Fengji led the people of the pantheon and left in a hurry, not daring to say anything. Yang Junfan is dead.
This matter is also a big deal for the pantheon, so he must go back and report as soon as possible.
As for whether the pantheon will take any revenge, Qi Yunfeng is not worried at all. Although the pantheon is strong, it is still far inferior to the Taiyi Holy Land.
Especially since Taiyi Patriarch is still there, he is a peerless figure who dominates the entire fairyland and sweeps across the heavens.
Who dares to challenge him? Chapter 50 Ling Xiao discovered that the dark creatures were suppressed in the underground palace in the demon ruined secret realm, and told Qi Yunfeng.
However, he concealed the relevant matters of Kunwu Immortal Emperor. Ling Xiaoluan and Qin Bingyao also told the elders of the Ling and Qin families. Hearing that there were dark creatures in the demon ruined secret realm, the strong men of all races were shocked. Dark creatures have not appeared in the fairyland for a long time.
But the legend of darkness has always existed.
Rumor has it that dark creatures live in a world more powerful than the fairyland, and they are always thinking about invading the fairyland. In the past, every dark turmoil would cause heavy losses to the fairyland, and hundreds of millions of lives would be killed, which was extremely terrifying. Therefore, if they encounter dark creatures, the major immortal families and immortal sects will pay great attention to them.
There are dark creatures in this demon ruined secret realm? We must act immediately, penetrate the demon ruined secret realm, and completely suppress the darkness.
That's right. When facing dark creatures, it's better to kill the wrong ones than to let them go. Everyone, this matter concerns the survival of the fairyland. We can't be careless, we need to put aside our prejudices and act together.
Agree.
Many powerful people, one by one, looked extremely solemn and spoke one after another.
Boom!
They burst out with terrifying aura fluctuations, as if they could penetrate the sky. One after another, holy lights rose, intertwined like a divine chain of order, containing the supreme power of destroying the world, instantly piercing through the void and tearing the demon-ruined secret realm apart. Their strength was so powerful that the demon-ruined secret realm could not withstand their power.
Moreover, the power of the extreme way in the demon-ruined secret realm was already extremely weak, and it was not enough to keep them out.
So, it didn't take long for the demon-ruined secret realm to be penetrated by them. The auras of many powerful men were terrifying and turned into divine rainbows, rushing towards the demon-ruined secret realm. The things in the demon-ruined secret realm had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. He brought Zhao Xinchuan, Tang Zian, and other disciples of Taiyi Holy Land, and returned to Taiyi Holy Land through the Demon Emperor City. This time in the demon-ruined secret realm, he had obtained enough blood essence of the supreme immortal beast. It was time for him to condense the 10 purple palaces in one go. It was even not difficult to cultivate to the peak of the divine hidden realm, open up the heavenly palace, and break through to the heavenly palace realm. On the sacred island, Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in the ancient palace, with a misty aura around him, and his body was shining with divine light of law, surrounded by chaotic mist. In front of him, 4 drops of blood essence of the supreme immortal beast were floating.
Boom!
Behind Ling Xiao, it seemed that thunder was blooming and chaotic light was rising. The space of the 10 purple palaces emerged. 6 of the purple palaces have become extremely solid, like 6 small worlds, emitting blazing and dazzling divine light. Among them, there is a real dragon that covers the sky and the sun, exuding a vast dragon power, and the dragon roars for 9 days. There is a fairy phoenix with fairy light all over its body and immortal flames, majestic and mysterious. There is a white tiger that exudes a monstrous evil spirit and has a body like a chaotic god mountain, which can easily tear the sky apart. There is a black tortoise making trouble in the sea, a unicorn suppressing the earth, and a golden crow turning into the 9-day fairy sun. Among the 10 purple palaces, 6 purple palaces have merged the essence and blood of the supreme fairy beasts and nurtured gods. It is like the resurrection of the ancient fierce beast, emitting a terrifying breath fluctuation, lurking in the purple palace, suppressing everything. And the 4 drops of the essence and blood of the supreme fairy beast in front of him were obtained by Ling Xiao from the secret realm of the demon ruins. There is a mysterious and immortal brilliance blooming among them, and in the essence and blood, there seem to be 4 figures with terrifying breath.
Kuwenpeng, 9-tailed sky fox, time butterfly, chaos. The 4 supreme beasts have an unparalleled aura. Together with the previous true dragon, immortal phoenix, white tiger, black tortoise, kirin, and golden crow, they are the true 10 supreme beasts of the ancient times. However, the chaos beast is very mysterious. No one knows its origin, and no one even knows its specific appearance. That drop of the supreme beast's blood essence is also surrounded by chaos light, which looks very blurry. Boom! As Ling Xiao urged his cultivation, the 10 purple palaces bloomed with dazzling brilliance.
Although the remaining 4 purple palaces were a little illusory, they now emitted a powerful devouring force.
Kuanping, nine-tailed sky fox, time butterfly and chaos, the blood essences of the 4 supreme beasts, like 4 bright suns, merged into the 4 purple palaces in an instant. Crack! Boom!
The 4 purple palaces trembled violently. Endless divine light burst out from it, just like the creation of the world. The divine chains of order intertwined, and the power of law surged.
Like a storm, sweeping in all directions.
That vast and incomparable power constantly washed Ling Xiao's body and opened up the 4 purple palaces. The 4 purple palaces began to solidify, just like the 4 small worlds, becoming more and more real. Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by divine light, and the power of law constantly washed his body. That vast and terrifying power almost burst him. This blood essence of the supreme fairy beast is indeed not something that ordinary people can refine. Ling Xiao was full of emotion. Although his eyes were calm and bright, at this moment, blood mist filled his pores, and the innate holy body was pushed to the extreme by him. One after another, the divine chains of order intertwined, and the mysterious runes bloomed, constantly helping him to refine the blood essence of the supreme fairy beast. If Ling Xiao was not a congenital holy body, he would have exploded in an instant if he wanted to fuse the essence and blood of the 10 supreme beasts with the 10 purple palaces. You know, even those powerful holy bodies, when in the God-hidden realm, only choose the essence and blood of the supreme beast that suits them best and fuse one purple palace. The other purple palaces only fuse the essence and blood of ordinary beasts. After all, the essence and blood of the supreme beasts contain immortal power, and they are not compatible with each other, and there is a high possibility of violent conflict. That is, Ling Xiao, who awakened the congenital holy body, possessed the heaven-devouring demon art, an unparalleled divine scripture that can devour and refine everything. He dared to fuse the 10 purple palaces with the essence and blood of the supreme beasts. Boom! 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 Behind Ling Xiao, the 10 purple palaces trembled at the same time, spewing out a blazing and dazzling divine light, filled with auspicious mist, and enveloped him completely. The 10 supreme immortal beasts, as if they were completely revived, simultaneously let out a roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth. Ling Xiao's cultivation was instantly pushed to the peak of the Xinzong realm. He was only one step away from being able to go one step further, open up the heavenly palace, and break through to the heavenly palace realm. P.S. Let's talk about the realm division. The 8 realms of rebirth, acquired, innate, Sea of Gods, Foundation of Tao, Purple Mansion, Xinzong, Heavenly Palace, Life and Death. After that, there are the 9 heavens of life and death, gods, true gods, gods of heaven, kings of gods, virtual saints, saints, great saints, quasi-emperors, and great emperors. After the great emperor is the realm of immortals, which will be introduced later. Chapter 51. Just when Ling Xiao was concentrating on cultivation. Above the Tai Holy Land. Rumble. A blazing and dazzling divine light bloomed, turning into a colorful void passage, from which an ancient and vast breath gushed out. On! The ancient dragon roar resounded through the sky. 9 dragons rushed out of the void passage, like 9 huge mountains, covering the sky and the sun, and crossing the void. The 9 dragons were covered with black scales, as if cast from divine gold, and their blood and chi were as vast as the sea. Each of them was actually a cultivator of the realm of life and death. They pulled a golden carriage across the sky. The drivers were 2 beautiful women wearing feather clothes and graceful figures. They had beautiful faces, ethereal fairy light around them, and their eyes were as bright as stars. On the golden carriage, the divine light was as vast as the sea, interweaving with mysterious principles of the Tao. It could be vaguely seen that a majestic figure was sitting cross-legged on it. Is it the first holy son Yi Junlin? Yi Junlin is back? Hiss! Zhulong pulls the cart. This holy son Yi Junlin is so majestic. Those 9 dragons have extremely extraordinary bloodlines, and they are all in the realm of life and death. Even the 2 maids are in the realm of life and death. Yi Junlin is worthy of being the first saint's son Yi Junlin. 2 days ago, the 9th holy son Ling Xiao just returned from the secret realm of the demon ruins. It is said that he surrendered the descendant of the 9-headed golden lion clan as his mount. Now that Yi Junlin has returned, I'm afraid there will be a fight between the 2. That's right. I'm afraid the truth of Tai Holy Land will be decided between these 2. It's really exciting. Yi Junlin's return immediately alarmed countless disciples and elders of Tai Holy Land. They talked a lot, and their eyes were full of shock. Especially some of the female disciples from Tai Holy Land, their eyes were shining with splendor. They were full of nymphomaniacs, and their whole bodies were trembling with excitement. Yi Junlin, before Ling Xiao awakened the innate holy body, had always been the most dazzling person. He was born in a poor family, and by chance, he worshipped in the holy land of Tai, and then soared into the sky. Although he was born into a poor family, he has shown extraordinary understanding. He also possesses the void holy body, which ranks among the top 10 in the 3,000 holy bodies. He can learn any magical power and magic at once, and his cultivation level has improved by leaps and bounds, and his combat power is unparalleled. He showed his invincibility over his contemporaries and became the most dazzling one. Therefore, he was made the first son. Because, all other saints' sons are no match for him. Before Ling Xiao appeared, many people believed that Yi Junlin would become the Taoist disciple of Tai Holy Land and the successor of Tai Holy Land. One day, Yi Junlin will rule the world just like his name. But it is a pity that Ling Xiao appears again in Tai Holy Land. The being who was suspected of being a chaotic body, after awakening his talent, caused all the paths to sing in unison and sent down the divine voice of the Great Avenue, and the entire holy land of Tai became a place of enlightenment. It even alarmed Tai Ancestor and was taught by Tai Ancestor himself. Ling Xiao and Yi Junlin, who is the strongest? Who can be called invincible? Who can say that he is invincible? When they thought that there would be a peak showdown between Yi Junlin and Ling Xiao, everyone began to look forward to it. Yi Junlin did not show up, sitting on the golden chariot, rumbling across the sky. He did not return to his heavenly holy island, but went directly to the depths of Tai Holy Land, on top of the most majestic sacred mountain. Tai Palace. The residence of the leader of Tai Holy Land is also the supreme palace where countless major events in Tai Holy Land are decided. You want to challenge Ling Xiao? Headmaster Tai stood up from the throne, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. He was wearing a purple Taoist robe, with a high crown and elegant belt. His eyes seemed to have the sun, moon and stars flowing through them, making him look deep and wise. He stood in the Tai Palace, as if he were a supreme power who was overwhelming the billions of stars and shattering endless time and space. His unfathomable aura made people's hearts tremble. But the man below still looked extremely calm. That's right. When I return this time, I have opened up the 33 Heavens Palace, and I will soon be promoted to the realm of life and death. If I am promoted, he will not be my opponent. The disciples of Tai Holy Land, who are also the descendants of Tai Holy Land, must be invincible. If they cannot even push Tai Holy Land horizontally, how can they compete with the countless supreme geniuses in the immortal realm? Therefore, it is imperative for me to fight Ling Xiao. Yi Junlin said calmly. He is a somewhat thin young man, dressed in coarse linen clothes, but he is spotless and has an elegant and bookish air. Just like a scholar in the mortal world. But in his thin body, there is a kind of terrifying power that makes people tremble, as if he can easily tear the sky, penetrate the stars, and shatter the world. Although he was dressed in coarse linen, his handsome and elegant face and unparalleled style could not be concealed. Anyone who sees him may want to praise him. Mo Shang is like jade, and the young master is unparalleled in the world. A gentleman is like jade. He's talking about Yi Junlin. At this moment, the tower around him was rising, divine light surged, and behind him, there seemed to be a strange scene of chaos opening up the sky. 33 heavenly palaces float there, exuding an eternal aura of eternity. They look flawless and exude an immortal aura. 33 heavenly palaces? Junlin, you really gave me a surprise. Headmaster Tai praised, with a look of extreme shock in his eyes. In the heavenly palace realm, one heavenly palace must be opened to nourish the gods. The more heavenly palaces opened up, the more terrifying the talent and potential are. But the limit of the heavenly palace realm is 33 heavenly palaces. From ancient times to the present, there are only a handful of people who can reach the limit, and all of them are the supreme geniuses and peerless evildoers in the immortal realm. Now, Yi Junlin has also reached it. Master Tai was extremely pleased. Yes, Yi Junlin is his disciple. Master. I want to challenge Ling Xiao, not only for the position of Taoist master, but also for the future of my Tai Holy Land. Master, please grant me my permission. Yi Junlin said seriously, his eyes were sharp and full of strong confidence. The dispute between Daozi is indeed between you and Ling Xiao, but when exactly will it happen? I still need to ask my ancestor for instructions. Headmaster Tai shook his head and said. But at this moment, his heart moved slightly, and there was a hint of shock in his eyes. Junlin, the ancestor agreed. 3 days later, the ancient battlefield will be opened to decide the Daozi of my Tai Holy Land. Tai Headmaster said slowly. Just now, the ancestor told him through voice transmission.
Yi Junlin's challenge was accepted. 3 days later? Master, don't worry, I will win this battle.
Yi Junlin was also slightly shocked, and a strong fighting spirit and sharpness emerged in his eyes.
Chapter 52. 3 days later, I will fight with Yi Junlin to decide the position of Daozi?
In the ancient palace, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, and there was a divine light flashing in his eyes.
He heard the voice transmission of Taiyi ancestor. Who between him and Yi Junlin can become the Daozi of Taiyi Holy Land depends on the peak duel in 3 days. The position of Daozi, I, Ling Xiao, will definitely take it. If I can't even defeat Yi Junlin, how can I conquer the heavens, travel across the fairyland, and reach the peak? However, after this battle, I should go to the Ling family. Some people, it's time to settle accounts.
Ling Xiao whispered to himself. It seemed that he didn't take the battle between him and Yi Junlin seriously at all, and was full of confidence in winning.
Boom!
The divine light surged around Ling Xiao, mysterious symbols intertwined, an ancient and mysterious thunder flowed, making him look majestic and mysterious. Behind him, the 10 purple palaces had all merged with the essence of the supreme fairy beast, becoming extremely solid, opening up one ancient world after another, surrounding Ling Xiao. As his aura became more and more unfathomable, the 10 purple palaces actually showed signs of merging into one. If the 10 purple palaces could be united, Ling Xiao could cultivate the Xinzong realm to the state of great perfection, and then directly open up the heavenly palace and step into the realm of the heavenly palace. The chaotic light permeated, once again covering Ling Xiao's figure.
Taiyi Holy Land was completely boiling because of a piece of news. After 3 days, the Battle of Daozi will begin? Hiss, I knew that with the return of Saint Yi Junlin, the Daozi of my Taiyi Holy Land will be born. The Daozi of my Taiyi Holy Land is born between Yi Junlin and Ling Xiao.
Compared with them, the other saints are still quite dim.
That's right. Who made Yi Junlin and Ling Xiao so evil? But I think Yi Junlin has a greater chance of becoming a Daozi.
After all, Ling Xiao is still too young, and his cultivation is weaker than Yi Junlin, and he doesn't have enough time to grow.
Yi Junlin's chance of winning is indeed greater.
I was fortunate enough to meet Saint Yi Junlin once.
That kind of peerless demeanor is impressive. If he becomes the Daozi of my Taiyi Holy Land, he will definitely be able to compete with countless Tianjiao Supremes in the immortal realm. The Battle of Daozi? TSK. I'm really looking forward to it.
Many elders and disciples of Taiyi Holy Land were discussing. They were all guessing the outcome of this battle. However, many people were still more optimistic about Yi Junlin. After all, Yi Junlin's prestige in Taiyi Holy Land was too high, and he had countless admirers. Although they did not deny that Ling Xiao had extraordinary talent, they generally believed that Yi Junlin had already become invincible, enough to sweep the world. Ling Xiao could also be suppressed. The news that Taiyi Holy Land was going to start the Daozi War was not only spread within Taiyi Holy Land, but also spread throughout the entire Xihua Daoyu and several surrounding Daoyu.
Taiyi Holy Land was the absolute ruler of Xihua Daoyu.
As an immortal sect that had experienced several epochs and remained immortal, with unfathomable strength, and the unfathomable ancestor of Taiyi Holy Land was still alive, the news that Taiyi Holy Land was going to start the Daozi War made countless major forces unable to sit still. Not only Xihua Daoyu, but also several other Daoyu around, many ancient clans, immortal families and immortal sects have sent envoys to Taiyi Holy Land to watch the ceremony. This is not only to show goodwill to Taiyi Holy Land, but also to see what kind of person the Taoist of Taiyi Holy Land is. After all, in the fairyland over the years, there have been constant emergence of Tianjiao Supremes, showing their invincibility, and the descendants of major immortal families and immortal sects have also walked the world.
Many people have noticed that a brilliant era is about to begin. Hundreds of boats compete for the stream, and Tianjiao compete for the front. The era of great competition.
But Tianjiao Supreme, if he wants to step onto the peak and prove immortality, he must suppress the contemporary world, be invincible in the world, and go through countless wars and disasters to achieve eternity. Otherwise, the so-called Tianjiao Supreme is like a brilliant meteor in the night sky, fleeting. Whether it is Yi Junlin or Ling Xiao, who has just risen recently, many major forces attach great importance to them.
They naturally didn't want to miss the battle between Yi Junlin and Ling Xiao. 3 days later. Rumble.
Chariots came across the sky, huge beasts and divine birds covered the sky, and powerful figures came to Taiyi Holy Land one after another. These were the envoys of major forces such as the Longevity family, the Immortal Sect, the Ancient Clan, the Demon Clan, and of course there were also the genius disciples of major forces who came to watch the ceremony. On the huge square, countless elders and disciples of Taiyi Holy Land had gathered. They talked about it one by one, with expectant looks in their eyes. In the void, a huge ancient battlefield floated, interwoven with mysterious formation runes, looking simple and mysterious, with traces of swords, spears, and halberds still left on it, as well as bloodstains that had turned black. On the ancient battlefield, the evil spirit rose, and there was a solemn atmosphere. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a series of figures with powerful auras came out of nowhere and landed on the ancient battlefield. There were 6 figures in total, the 6 saints of Taiyi Holy Land. Among them were Zhao Xinchuan, Tang Zian and others, each of whom had an unfathomable aura. Some were heroic and extraordinary, and some were elegant and beautiful. Although they knew that they were just a foil in today's battle between Daozi, they still came. As the saints and saints of Taiyi Holy Land, they also had their own pride. Even if they lost, they had to lose on the ancient battlefield. If you don't even dare to fight, how can you be worthy of being a disciple of Taiyi Holy Land? Chapter 53 Boom. At this moment, the void shook and divine light bloomed. A figure as elegant as jade stepped forward. The Tao rhyme was intertwined around him, and the whole person seemed to be integrated with the void, blooming a kind of divine power fluctuation. As soon as he appeared, he immediately became the focus of heaven and earth. Yi Junlin is here. There was a faint smile on his lips, and he looked extremely gentle. His every move was in accordance with the natural laws of heaven, and he had a mysterious and ethereal aura. He stepped forward, and many disciples of Taiyi Holy Land made way for him, their eyes full of awe and fanatical worship. Yi Junlin was very popular in Taiyi Holy Land. Many female disciples looked at him with infatuation. He stepped into the air, and it seemed that mysterious flowers of the void were blooming under his feet, heading towards the ancient battlefield. In just a moment, he landed in the ancient battlefield. It's Yi Junlin. He is in harmony with the void of heaven and earth, worthy of being the legendary void saint body, and looking at his aura. Could it be that he has opened up 33 heavenly palaces? On the stands, an old man with a vigorous face was shocked, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Heavenly Palace Realm, 33 heavenly palaces in the extreme realm, but for countless years, there are only a handful of people who can open up 33 heavenly palaces and cultivate this realm to perfection. Now, Yi Junlin has done it. Yi Junlin? I don't know how he compares to Ling Xiao. A cold and ethereal figure, like a fairy in the moon palace, with a strange light in her beautiful eyes, and a figure seemed to emerge in her mind. She is Qin Bingyao, the goddess of the Qin family. Taiyi Holy Land started the Battle of Daozi, which was a major event that shocked countless forces. Even the Qin family had a goddess coming. However, among the many guests watching the ceremony, there was a very special figure. That figure was surrounded by brilliant fairy light, and the mist rose, making it difficult to see its face. Only a pair of eyes, bright and dazzling, radiant and moving. Even those who have survived several life tribulations in the 9th heaven of life tribulation cannot see through the thick fog and see his origins clearly. Extremely mysterious. But those bright eyes are exploring in the ancient battlefield, as if looking for something. On the ancient battlefield, headed by Yi Junlin, the 7 saints and saints have all arrived. But Ling Xiao has not appeared yet. Even the Taiyi master in the void frowned slightly. Today is the battle of the Daozi of Taiyi Holy Land. The ancestor personally designated it. Although many saints have the right to participate, everyone understands that the protagonists today are Ling Xiao and Yi Junlin. But Ling Xiao has not appeared yet. Many disciples of Taiyi Holy Land are also in an uproar. Why hasn't Ling Xiao appeared yet? Isn't he too arrogant? Humph. I think he is afraid of fighting and dares not fight with the Holy Son Junlin. Today is the battle of the Tao sons of my Taiyi Holy Land. So many immortal families and immortal sects have come. If he delays the time, he, Ling Xiao, will also be punished. Wait a little longer, the time has not come yet. However, this arrogance is a bit too big. Many disciples of Taiyi Holy Land, especially those who admire Yi Junlin, are indignant. They all believe that Yi Junlin will be able to sweep the invincible, suppress everything, and ascend to the position of the Tao son of Taiyi Holy Land. But Ling Xiao has not come yet, which makes them very unhappy. The sun is in the sky. The bright immortal sun casts down divine light, and the time has come. But at this moment, a dazzling divine light penetrates the distant sky and comes across. It is a young man wearing a moon-white robe, spotless. His eyes were clear and bright, and the Tao was rising around him. He looked ethereal and otherworldly, as if accompanied by a mysterious Tao rhyme. As soon as he appeared in this world, everyone was instantly silent.
The ethereal aura of rising Dao rhyme and interweaving laws made many old generation figures shine with brilliance. Ling Xiao, here we are. Sorry, I'm a step late.
Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, and then landed on the ancient battlefield.
He didn't mean to be late.
It was mainly because his cultivation had reached the final stage, so he came at this time.
Is it suspected that there is a chaotic body?
Today, perhaps we can explore what kind of talent he has.
Many old generation strong men, with burning eyes, thought secretly in their hearts.
Ling Xiao awakened a talent that defied the heavens, but they had never seen Ling Xiao show it. Ling Xiao seemed to be surrounded by a layer of chaotic mist, making it hard to see clearly, so the old generation of strong men didn't know what kind of talent he had.
However, today, the Battle of Daozi, the peak duel between Ling Xiao and Yi Junlin, will definitely not hide anything. Perhaps they can see what kind of physique and talent Ling Xiao has.
This is also the purpose of most of the spectators.
Since everyone is here, the Battle of Daozi in Taiyi Holy Land will officially begin.
In the ancient battlefield, those who admit defeat will automatically lose the qualification to compete for Daozi, and the final winner will be the Daozi of Taiyi Holy Land, regardless of life or death.
The head of Taiyi stepped into the air, his figure was extremely majestic, and he said calmly.
As his voice sounded, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts.
In the Battle of Daozi, life and death are not counted. In other words, if you don't admit defeat, it's okay for the other party to beat you to death.
Before it started, everyone had already smelled a murderous aura.
Boom!
The eyes of Ling Xiao and Yi Junlin collided in the void, causing the void to tremble slightly, and a mysterious light burst out.
No need to be so troublesome. You all come together, I'm in a hurry. Ling Xiao's eyes swept over Yi Junlin, Zhao Xinchuan and others, and said calmly.
As soon as this was said, there was an uproar. Chapter 54. No one expected that Ling Xiao would be so arrogant.
Want to fight 7 alone?
You know, they are the 7 saints and saints of Taiyi Holy Land, among whom there is a young supreme like Yi Junlin.
Who dares to let them go together? This Ling Xiao, isn't it too arrogant? The people watching the battle around couldn't help shaking their heads. On the ancient battlefield, except for Yi Junlin, the others were angered by Ling Xiao. Arrogant. Ling Xiao, do you really think you are invincible? Since he said so, let's defeat him first, and everyone will attack together.
The 6 saints, each with a cold look in their eyes, were filled with fighting spirit.
Boom!
They instantly burst out with unparalleled cultivation, exerted the strongest magical power, and turned into 6 blazing and dazzling torrents, suppressing Ling Xiao across the sky. There are the strongest swordsmanship, the supreme divine light of destruction, the majestic and terrifying thunder magic, and the divine weapon tearing the void. The 6 great geniuses attacked at the same time, and the divine power was terrifying. Even a strong man in the realm of life and death would be instantly blasted into slag, without the slightest surprise.
Boom!
Ling Xiao's eyes were shining with divine light, his blood and chi were as vast as the sea, and the divine light path bloomed with mysterious light, and then he punched across the sky.
He was not arrogant or conceited.
In fact, his cultivation had indeed reached a critical moment. He needed to end this battle as soon as possible, and then pursue that ray of inspiration to break through to a higher realm. The unparalleled fist prince seemed to come down from the sky, like an eternal and immortal mountain.
The terrifying power made everyone tremble all over. Crack! Boom!
At this moment, all the magical skills that the 6 great geniuses had burst out were shattered like fireworks, as if they were not vulnerable at all. The strongest punch fell from the sky, causing the 6 of them to tremble all over, as if struck by lightning, and blood spurted out of their mouths, and they flew out directly.
The power of a punch, so much so. Hiss! Is this the power of the extreme realm of the physical body?
Breaking the origin heavenly Tao monument, reaching the extreme realm, suppressing the first person of all ages, this punch has the power to kill gods. Many of the old generation of strong men around them stood up involuntarily, with extremely shocked expressions in their eyes. It is true that although Ling Xiao's fist is invincible, it is nothing to them. But the supreme fist that dominates the universe, and the extremely sublimated and all-suppressing power fluctuations, make them feel extremely shocked. If they fight with Ling Xiao at the same level, they can't resist this punch either. You lose. Ling Xiao said lightly, without even looking at them again. His eyes fell on Yi Junlin.
He could feel Yi Junlin's strength.
Void Saint Body, 33 Heavenly Palace, there is a kind of terrible power hidden in the body.
This is undoubtedly a strong enemy.
Moreover, Ling Xiao also saw strong self-confidence and invincibility in Yi Junlin's eyes.
I am invincible.
Yi Junlin's strength is indeed extremely terrible, worthy of his full-strength battle. Boom! Ling Xiao and Yi Junlin stood in the air, the blazing divine light around them rose and surged, and invisible momentum pressed across the sky, and confronted each other. They all saw the strong fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Kill! Ling Xiao and Yi Junlin shouted at the same time, and then rushed towards each other. The light on their bodies was blazing and dazzling, like two dazzling suns, colliding in an instant. Boom! The sky shook, and the void shook violently. A collision, like a comet crashing into the earth, inspired a shocking power. Yi Junlin's blood and energy were like wolf smoke, rushing straight into the sky, as if it could penetrate the starry sky, and a golden spear appeared in his palm. Whoosh! The spear light was sharp and unmatched, piercing through the void in an instant, and piercing towards Ling Xiao's eyebrows. Dang! Ling Xiao's palm was as crystal clear as jade and as sharp as a blade. It slashed on the golden spear, causing it to vibrate and hum, as if it was about to fly out of his hand. Then, Ling Xiao punched out. This was the supreme power of the extreme realm of the physical body, enough to tear apart any strong man who had transcended the eighth realm. No matter what kind of magical power or Taoist method, it could be broken. Yi Junlin felt the horror of that fist mark, the void around him twisted, the mysterious light bloomed, and his body became illusory. Boom! That punch hit the void, shaking the heaven and earth in an instant, and Yi Junlin's body seemed to be directly blown up. But the next moment, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with divine light, and the void around him instantly turned into mud. An extremely terrifying force bound him up. Void holy body? Ling Xiao's heart moved slightly. This was the power of the void. Yi Junlin possessed the void saint body, but he did not expect that he had comprehended the void law to such an extent that he could directly construct a void domain and trap him in it. Kill! At this moment, Yi Junlin's figure changed, and thousands of Yi Junlin's figures appeared around Ling Xiao. Each of them had an extremely real aura, holding a golden war spear, with extremely cold eyes, and suddenly shouted. Boom! The blazing spear light burst out with a destructive divine light, as if it was going to destroy the world, leaving a series of strange and mysterious traces, and covering Ling Xiao across the sky. A shot to destroy the world. This is a powerful treasure technique that Yi Junlin practiced. With his void saint body, it can burst out several times, or even dozens of times the power. Tear everything apart, unparalleled horror. Boom! At this moment, Ling Xiao's feet suddenly shook. The mysterious radiance bloomed around him, the Tao rose, and the supreme power exploded, tearing apart the mud-like realm around him in an instant. Then, the mysterious brilliance around him rose and turned into crystal-clear petals, from which Ling Xiao's figures walked out. It was like a flying fairy light was blooming around him, and he floated up like an immortal and struck across the sky towards Yi Junlin. With one thought, the flowers bloom and rule the world. The supreme divine technique above the heaven-swallowing demon technique is terrifyingly powerful. Ling Xiao's hands were as crystal clear as jade, and he struck across the sky, performing the 10,000 transformations holy art, intertwined with a mysterious Taoist rhyme, as if he could transform all secret techniques. Boom! The bright spear light that filled the sky was struck horizontally by Ling Xiao with his physical palm, and it broke into pieces in the void, turning into a brilliant rain of light. And the countless figures of Ling Xiao and Yi Junlin collided, like endless divine light rising up and exploding into pieces at the same time, causing the ancient battlefield to begin to shine brightly. That kind of supreme power seems to be able to directly penetrate the ancient battlefield. Boom! But in the end, Ling Xiao's invincible physical power that suppressed everything overwhelmed Zhou Tian, causing Yi Junlin to tremble all over and keep retreating. I never thought that not only would you be incomparable physically, but you would also be able to practice magic to such an extent. Yi Junlin stared at Ling Xiao, his eyes sharp and bright. Ling Xiao's one thought of flowers blooming to dominate the world and the 10,000 transformations holy art seemed to be able to destroy everything, making him feel the aura of the ultimate Tao. That turned out to be an imperial art created by the Supreme Emperor? Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao had such good fortune. Yi Junlin was a little defeated. He was knocked back by Ling Xiao, and blood surged all over his body. You're not bad either. Ling Xiao said calmly. In his eyes, mysterious symbols rose and chaotic light filled the air, containing a mysterious power that could penetrate people's hearts. Under the power of Supreme Zongtong, he felt the ethereal fairy light behind Yi Junlin, and the 33 heavenly palaces exuded immortal and mysterious aura fluctuations. Yi Junlin actually opened 33 heavenly palaces. It can be called a timeless moment. Moreover, Ling Xiao also felt that there was a kind of divine power reviving in Yi Junlin's body. That kind of power seemed to be able to break everything, and it was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao,
I will decide on the position of Taoist master today. Since your cultivation in the Tiangong realm is not enough to defeat you, let's break through. Yi Junlin's eyes were full of sharpness. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, chaos light filled the air behind him, 33 fairy palaces rose up, and a divine brilliance bloomed. Then the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows glowed, as if there was an ancient and vast dragon's roar resounding throughout the sky. Yi Junlin's aura began to surge crazily. In the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows, it was as if an ancient world had opened up, and a terrifying true dragon spanning thousands of miles of void appeared, exuding eternal and immortal aura fluctuations. And Yi Junlin's cultivation level broke through from the peak of the heavenly palace realm to the realm of life and death in an instant. His whole body exuded a sense of life and death and nirvana, causing the sky in all directions to vibrate, and his aura increased tenfold and 100-fold in an instant. Go straight to the peak of life and death. 33 heavenly palaces? The manifestation of the true dragon Yuan Shun? The peak of the life and death realm? This Yi Junlin has cultivated every realm to perfection. This boy is too terrifying. Someone exclaimed, with an extremely solemn look in his eyes. The 8 realms of rebirth are extremely important. Only by building the foundation of the Supreme Tao and cultivating each realm to the extreme will we be able to quickly break through to the brave realm when we enter the 9th level of destiny. But after being born out of the 8 realms, how difficult is it to cultivate each realm to perfection? Yi Junlin did it. His holy body of the void was completely manifested, and the chaotic light filled the whole body, as if an ancient world had emerged and been opened up. He is like the supreme master of all heavens and realms, possessing an invincible and powerful aura that dominates the world. Kill! Yi Junlin shouted loudly, his eyes were extremely cold, and he shot towards Ling Xiao from across the sky. Boom! Ling Xiao's whole body was filled with chaotic light, and he also punched forward. The unparalleled fist seal and Yi Junlin collided in the void, and a thunderous sound broke out that destroyed the heaven and earth. The surrounding void shook violently, and the vast power of the void seemed to be controlled by Yi Junlin. He struck across the sky, harnessed the power of heaven and earth, and unleashed a powerful blow towards Ling Xiao. At this moment, even Ling Xiao, who was physically invincible, was suppressed by the power of the void around him. The holy body of the void showed its extremely terrifying side. Manpower is sometimes exhausted, but the power of heaven and earth is endless. Is this your true combat power? Very good, you are qualified to take my strongest blow. Ling Xiao said slowly. In his eyes, mysterious symbols were densely covered, and chaotic light rose. Between opening and closing his eyes, there was a terrifying scene of chaos opening up and gods and demons falling. The divine light around him rose, the laws of the Great Avenue were intertwined, and a vast and ancient divine voice of the Great Avenue bloomed from his body, making his whole body exude a mysterious atmosphere that was inviolable. An extremely terrifying aura wave enveloped Yi Junlin, making Yi Junlin's expression change involuntarily. Chapter 55 The peak battle between Ling Xiao and Yi Junlin shocked everyone around them. Even the disciples of the Tianzhou of the Changxing family and the immortal sect all looked solemn, with extremely shocked expressions in their eyes. In their opinion, both Ling Xiao and Yi Junlin were qualified to become the Daozi of the immortal sect. The Godzi of the Changxing family was destined to step onto the top of the fairyland in the future and be invincible in the world. However, 2 peerless geniuses appeared in Tai Holy Land. How much love does the heaven have for Tai Holy Land? At this moment, no matter who it is difficult to judge the result of this battle. Ling Xiao and Yi Junlin were too talented and brilliant. This duel made them feast their eyes. At this moment, the Tao on Ling Xiao's body was shining with divine light, and thousands of Taos were ringing. There was a great Tao divine sound coming. That mysterious power made everyone feel shocked. Especially those old generation strong men, it seemed that they saw a glimmer of truth through the heavy fog. Could it be the kind of physique in the legend? Some people were shaking all over, as if they had thought of something, and their eyes were full of extremely shocking light. Boom! Behind Ling Xiao, the 10 purple palaces emerged. At this moment, the chaotic light intertwined, and under the interweaving of the great Tao divine sound, they gradually merged into one. It turned into an extremely huge purple palace, emitting a blazing and dazzling glow like the sun. He actually condensed 10 purple palaces? Hiss, it's incredible. 10 purple palaces merged into one. Is he trying to use this to break through to the realm of the heavenly palace directly? I almost forgot that he only has the cultivation of the Xinzong realm. Ling Xiao, it's terrible. The eyes of the crowd were full of extremely shocking expressions. They seemed to have witnessed the legend and saw the legend.
The 10 purple palaces appeared in front of them, and now they slowly merged into one.
On! Roar!
The roar of dragons and tigers shook the sky, and the 10 powerful ancient beasts seemed to have revived, causing the 4 directions of the void to tremble violently. At this moment, the 10 purple palaces merged into one, and the 10 ancient beasts turned into brilliant rays of light and merged into the huge purple palace.
In an instant, it soared into the sky.
In the endless chaotic light, the ancient purple palace was like a vast and boundless world, and it was also like the chaotic void before the creation of heaven and earth. The blazing lightning rose, the chaotic mist intertwined, and a mysterious and unpredictable force burst out.
Boom!
Ling Xiao took a step forward. His footsteps seemed to step on the note of heaven and earth, causing the heaven and earth to rumble and the void to tremble violently. In the ancient purple palace, a palace surrounded by endless chaotic fairy light suddenly emerged. The 10 purple palaces merged into one and opened up the heavenly palace. Ling Xiao's cultivation broke through the peak of the Xinzong realm in an instant and entered the heavenly palace realm.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Ling Xiao walked towards Yi Junlin step by step. His eyes were indifferent, but he had an unimaginable invincible power to destroy the universe and suppress billions of lives. Every step he took was like the beating of a heavenly drum.
Every step he took, everyone's blood boiled. Every step he took, he opened up a heavenly palace. One step to one heavenly palace. Does he want to open up all the heavenly palaces directly?
An elder of the Changxing family was extremely shocked and said slowly.
All the people around stood up at the same time. One step to one heavenly palace? What a heaven-defying scene is this?
Other Tianjiu had to go through supreme accumulation to open up all the heavenly palaces, and it took several years or even decades to open up all the heavenly palaces. Just like Yi Junlin, he stayed in the heavenly palace realm for 5 years before he opened up 33 heavenly palaces. And now, Ling Xiao opened up a heavenly palace with one step. This heaven-defying scene made everyone completely stunned. It was simply unheard of. In a blink of an eye, Ling Xiao took 20 steps and opened up 20 heavenly palaces. The divine sound of the avenue surged around him, and the symbols of the law burst out. His body shone with mysterious brilliance, as if the avenue of heaven and earth was resonating with it.
A vast and invisible momentum pressed towards Yi Junlin, shaking Yi Junlin all over.
He felt as if there were billions of divine mountains pressing down on him at the same time, making the void around him become extremely heavy. The whole person was like facing in supreme God. Yi Junlin knew that he couldn't go on like this. Otherwise, he hadn't made a move yet, but with this momentum on Ling Xiao, he could suppress him directly, and he would no longer have any power to resist. Kill! Yi Junlin shouted violently, and golden divine light rose around him, burning like a golden flame.
On! The vast and ancient dragon roar sounded.
The golden spear in his hand, like a real dragon, seemed to be completely revived, and instantly penetrated the void and slashed down towards Ling Xiao. Behind Yi Junlin, the blazing golden clouds rose, like a golden divine treasure, transforming into all kinds of mysterious weapons. Intertwined above the sky, the golden divine treasure pressed down. Crack! But at this moment, Ling Xiao's eyes opened and closed, and there was a chaotic light rising, containing an unparalleled power to create the world. His left eye flashed with black light, and his right eye surged with white light, interweaving the yin and yang energies. In an instant, it flew towards Yi Junlin like a flying fairy light. The power of the supreme pupil burst out instantly. That power was too terrible, containing the power of yin and yang creation, which could destroy everything, and it was entangled with Yi Junlin in an instant.
Yi Junlin's whole body was shaking violently.
Although he burst out with all his strength, the golden divine treasure was surging, but after colliding with the yin and yang divine light, it was directly torn apart. Yi Junlin also staggered back.
Is that a person with double pupils? Someone exclaimed.
People with double pupils are also famous in this world. According to rumors, people with double pupils are born supreme, with extremely terrifying talents, not inferior to the most powerful holy bodies. When double pupils are cultivated to the extreme, once the eyes are opened, they can open the sky, destroy the world, and kill all the gods and demons in the sky. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao actually had double pupils? Hiss! This Ling Xiao not only has a heaven-defying physique, but also has double pupils.
Could he be the reincarnation of a true immortal?
Someone exclaimed, his voice trembling.
Thinking of this, everyone was stunned. Even the head of Tai was full of shock in his eyes. People with double pupils, coupled with a heaven-defying physique, Ling Xiao's talent can be said to be unique in the ages. How much love does the heaven have for him? Boom!
At the same time, Ling Xiao took 33 steps in succession. In the purple mansion behind him, chaotic light rose, immortal fairy light permeated, the laws of the Great Way intertwined, and 33 heavenly palaces stood in it. And Ling Xiao's momentum also rose to the extreme in an instant, as if the sky was trembling because of him, and the entire ancient battlefield was shaking because of him.
At this moment, Ling Xiao's light was dazzling to the extreme. Even Yi Junlin, under the light of Ling Xiao, became extremely dim. Who could have thought that he actually opened up 33 heavenly palaces directly? In one day, 33 heavenly palaces were opened in a row.
Ling Xiao's name will surely shake the entire fairyland, and even be recorded in the history of the era. A trembling old man said slowly, his eyes full of shock.
Look, what is that?
At this moment, someone exclaimed. I saw that Ling Xiao was surrounded by chaotic light, and the purple palace was emitting brilliant rays of light. Behind the 33 heavenly palaces, there was an immortal light interweaving.
Chapter 56 Ling Xiao, stepping into the void.
The divine light of the avenues intertwined around him, and thousands of ways rang out. One after another, the divine chains of order crossed the void, making him look like a banished immortal. At this moment, in the purple palace, the 33 heavenly palaces had dazzling fairy light blooming, and the void became slightly distorted.
Boom!
The spiritual energy of the heaven and earth in all directions, covering billions of miles, rushed towards Ling Xiao at this moment. Above the ancient battlefield, mysterious visions rose, immortal beasts and divine birds crossed the sky, and there was even a terrifying scene of the immortal king coming from the 9 heavens. After the 33 heavenly palaces, 3 magnificent, ancient and mysterious immortal palaces suddenly emerged, emitting immortal and mysterious aura fluctuations. Those 3 immortal palaces seemed to be able to suppress the eternal time and space, shatter the heavens and the universe, and there was an eternal aura that made people tremble all over after taking a look.
36 heavenly palaces? How is this possible?
Someone exclaimed, his eyes full of disbelief. Behind Ling Xiao, 36 heavenly palaces were opened up in the purple mansion, which was beyond their cognition.
The limit of the heavenly palace realm is 33 heavenly palaces. Why was Ling Xiao able to open up 36 heavenly palaces? 36 heavenly palaces, could he be the forbidden body in the legend?
An old man with white hair and beard, filled with old age, suddenly emerged from the void, with a look of shock in his eyes.
Ancestor, do you recognize him? The Qin family elders saluted hurriedly. This is an ancestor of the Qin family, and also Qin Bingyao's protector.
His strength is unfathomable, and he has lived for countless years. Now, even such an ancestor was alarmed, and everyone immediately became extremely curious. Especially those older people, who had never heard of anyone being able to open up 36 heavenly palaces, and now they all pricked up their ears.
I also saw it in ancient books. It is said that several epochs ago, a forbidden body appeared in the fairyland.
It was born with the ability to make all the ways resonate, and it had extraordinary comprehension. Moreover, when it was in the heavenly palace realm, it could open up 36 heavenly palaces. Those 3 heavenly palaces can actually be called fairy palaces. If opening up 33 heavenly palaces is the qualification of a great emperor, then opening up 36 heavenly palaces is the qualification of a true immortal.
That kind of physique is extremely against the sky. Although it swept through an epoch and shone brilliantly, it never appeared again.
And for some reason, that kind of physique was called a forbidden body and was never mentioned again.
It is understandable that you don't know it. Qin Bingyao's protector sighed softly. Forbidden body? What's it called? Qin Bingyao asked softly.
That kind of forbidden body is bred by the innate Tao fetus and the ancient holy body, and is blessed by the origin of the Great Way. It is invulnerable to all methods. It is called the innate holy body Tao fetus. The protector said slowly.
Is the innate holy body the Taoist fetus? Everyone couldn't help but be shocked.
As soon as these words came out, they felt thunder echoing in the sky, as if they were shouting the true name of some extremely terrifying existence, causing the heaven and earth to react.
The innate holy body is worthy of being a forbidden body. The innate holy body is a taboo body.
It is not weaker than the legendary chaotic body, and is even better in some aspects.
Therefore, this son cannot be an enemy.
If you can make friends with him, he may be a good influence on the Qin family.
Great benefit.
Qin Bingyao's protector sighed softly, then gave Qin Bingyao a meaningful look, turned around and disappeared into the void.
Befriending him? What does the ancestor mean by looking at me?
Qin Bingyao was a little confused.
Ha ha ha.
Goddess, the ancestor really woke up the dreamer with his words. This Ling Xiao is extremely talented and will definitely become a disciple of the Tai Holy Land. If my Qin family marries him, it will be of great benefit to our Qin family." The elder of the Qin family suddenly laughed, and then said to Qin Bingyao, "Marriage? No, impossible." Qin Bingyao was shocked, and her face suddenly turned red. "Do you really want to marry Ling Xiao?" Her heart was racing wildly, and for some reason, she was feeling a little hopeful. "Goddess, what are you thinking about? You are the goddess of my Qin family. You possess the Taiyin holy body. You are destined to be in charge of the Qin family in the future. Naturally, you cannot marry Ling Xiao. What I mean is that you can find a legitimate daughter of the Qin family and marry her." The elder of the Qin family said angrily. "Ah." Only then did Qin Bingyao realize that she was different, and her face suddenly turned redder with embarrassment. "Is the innate holy body the Taoist fetus?" The people around who were watching the ceremony also had different expressions. With the emergence of such a talented person in the Tai Holy Land, it will definitely become more powerful and more dazzling in the future. It is not impossible that there will even be another true immortal. How should they deal with themselves? Are they friends or enemies? Some of the weaker elders of the ancient clan had other thoughts and began to transmit messages within the family. If such a supreme genius can become his follower, it will definitely be an unimaginable blessing for the family. Therefore, they sent a message back to inform the family, and prepared for the extremely talented people in the family to find ways to become Ling Xiao's followers. There was a lot of discussion from all parties, and there was quite a bit of movement. As for the most mysterious figure, his eyes were bright and dazzling, as if there was a hint of smile hidden inside. "Is he an innate holy body? He is indeed the man I like," she murmured to herself in an imperceptible voice, filled with joy. On the ancient battlefield, even Yi Junlin was shocked when he saw 36 heavenly palaces emerging behind Ling Xiao. This was simply beyond his imagination. The immortal and terrifying aura of the 36 heavenly palaces made him feel cold and trembling all over. But there was a hint of determination in his eyes. "Ling Xiao, take another move from me." Golden flames rose around Yi Junlin, and his whole body seemed to be burning. The blazing rays of light bloomed, and there seemed to be a supreme sword light blooming in his body. Jie Tian Jian. That sword light seemed to open up the world, shattering time, space, and time, and turned into an eternal sword with its dazzling brilliance. That was the greatest blessing Yi Junlin had ever received, and it was also the strongest swordsmanship he had ever practiced. Outsiders think he has superb marksmanship, but his most powerful skill is swordsmanship. This sky-cutting sword seems to be able to cut off everything, possessing the supreme power to cut off the sky. Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely calm. Watching Yi Junlin's sword light coming across the sky, he stretched out his palm to meet it in the air. Click! That palm covering the sky and the sun had an aura of eternity, as if the heaven and earth were caught in the palm of Ling Xiao's palm. Jie Tian struck out with his sword and was blown away by him. The mighty palm print struck Yi Junlin's body, knocking him down from the void and leaving a strong mark on the ancient battlefield. Boom! The ancient battlefield roared and trembled, and the runes all around bloomed with dazzling divine light. It also reflected the shock and awe of everyone. Yi Junlin was defeated. The path of Tai Holy Land has been decided. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao Daozi. Chapter 57. Yi Junlin was defeated. Ling Xiao casually pressed his palm across the sky, obliterating Jie Tian's sword, and slapped Yi Junlin onto the ancient battlefield. But this scene does not seem to be shocking to everyone. It can even be said to be expected. Their shock still lingered on the 36 magnificent celestial palaces behind Ling Xiao, and they still lingered on the identity of the double-eyed person, still staying on top of the innate holy body. Add all of these together, if even Yi Junlin can't defeat him, then how can he be considered a forbidden body? Whoosh! Headmaster Tai stepped into the air, waved his sleeves, and the restrictions on the ancient battlefield were immediately opened, and then he rolled up the seriously injured Yi Junlin. From today on, Ling Xiao is the Taoist disciple of Tai Holy Land, the true successor of Tai, and all the elders and disciples see him as if he were seeing me. The voice of Master Tai echoed in the sky above the entire Tai Holy Land. His eyes were full of admiration and surprise. Even though Yi Junlin was his disciple and was severely wounded and defeated by Ling Xiao, he still didn't feel unhappy at all. He is the supreme leader of Tai Holy Land. Ling Xiao showed a heaven-defying talent. The double-eyed person and the innate holy body were merged into one person. What kind of fortune and opportunity is this? Ling Xiao is the worthy Taoist disciple. If he had known earlier that he had double pupils and was pregnant with the innate holy body, there would be no need for today's duel, and he would have been established as the supreme Taoist disciple. I'll pay my respects to Ling Xiao Daozi. Led by Zhao Zhenchuan and Tang Zian, the 6 saints and saints bowed towards Ling Xiao at the same time. I'll pay my respects to Ling Xiao Daozi. Within the Tai Holy Land, many true disciples, inner disciples and outer disciples all showed enthusiastic worship, and their voices were like thunder. I'll pay my respects to Ling Xiao Daozi. Countless elders, deacons, and even the older generation of powerful men who had already embarked on the 9th level of destiny and calamity bowed with anticipation and excitement. I'll pay my respects to Ling Xiao Daozi. In the end, all the voices in the entire Tai Holy Land gathered together, like a raging wave, shaking the 9 heavens. Everyone watching the ceremony was moved. They raised their heads in unison and looked at the figure in mid-air. Ling Xiao stepped down. The aura around his body was ethereal and mysterious, lingering with the divine light of Taoism. His eyes were deep and bright, as if he had merged with the heaven and earth. He is handsome and elegant, like a banished immortal, otherworldly. It has a unique and invincible aura. No gift. Ling Xiao spoke calmly, his voice was extremely calm, and he had a heart-wrenching demeanor. A Taoist disciple? How great would it be if he were still a disciple of my Ling family? With such a talent, I'm afraid Ling Yi will be overshadowed by him, right? Among the many spectators, an elder of the Ling family had complicated eyes and sighed in his heart. He knows what happened back then, and naturally understands better that Ling Xiao will probably not admit that he is a disciple of the Ling family. But he didn't expect that after being deprived of the immortal veins of immortality, he could still awaken a taboo body like the innate holy body. Could this Ling Xiao really be the son of destiny? The more this happened, the more bitter his heart became. However, when he thought of what the head of the family had told him, he still sighed and walked out. Ling Xiao, I have been ordered by the family leader. In 1 month, the Ling family will hold the Son of God ceremony. You are a disciple of the Ling family, so the family leader asked me to invite you back to watch the ceremony. The elder of the Ling family said softly to Ling Xiao. The Ling family is holding a grand ceremony for the Son of God? After hearing the words of the elder of the Ling family, everyone around them suddenly had strange looks in their eyes. After all, they are all major forces located in this land. Naturally, they had heard some rumors about the Ling family, and those rumors seemed to be related to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao suffered injustice, escaped death, and finally became a disciple of Tai Holy Land. Now the Ling family actually wants to invite Ling Xiao back to watch the ceremony? This is interesting. The grand ceremony of the Son of God? Is it Ling Yi? Ling Zhao's eyes were extremely calm, and he looked at the clan elder indifferently. He was not angry, and no one could hear any mood swings, but there was a slight sense of alienation. That's right. He defeated Ling Xiaoduo and other 9 major ranks of the Ling family. As a true immortal of the Ling family, he should ascend to the position of the Son of God. You are also a disciple of the Ling family, so the head of the family wants to invite you back to watch the ceremony. The elder of the Ling family nodded. However, he was already prepared to be rejected by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao probably hated the Ling family deeply, so how could he possibly go back to the Ling family to watch the ceremony? Ling Xiao smiled. He looked at the elder of the Ling family indifferently, with a look of ridicule in his eyes, and smiled lightly. Since the Ling family dares to invite me? What is there that I, Ling Xiao, dare not to go back to? If I go back, I must go back. Tell Ling Song Nian and Zhao Qianghua, it's time to settle some accounts. Although Ling Xiao was smiling, anyone could feel the deep chill contained in that smile. Ling Xiao, don't do this nonsense. If you don't want to, then don't go back. The expression of the elder of the Ling family changed and he said quickly. The Ling family has many branches, but he does not belong to the main line, and he only hears about what happened back then. But when Ling Xiao said this, he immediately regretted it and felt that he shouldn't have invited Ling Xiao out loud. If Ling Xiao makes a big fuss at the Son of God ceremony, then the Ling family will really become a joke. The Ling Songyan and Zhao Qianghua mentioned by Ling Xiao were the head of the Ling family and his wife. They are also Ling Yi's parents. See a visitor out. Ling Xiao glanced at the elder of the Ling family lightly, then turned around and left. The elder of the Ling family wanted to say something, but 2 elders from Tai Holy Land had already flown over and told him to leave Tai Holy Land. He could only sigh and leave. The other powerful people who were watching the ceremony all had different expressions and chose to leave one after another. The battle between Daozi and Tai Holy Land can be said to be an eye-opener for them. They must rush back immediately to report Ling Zhao's matter to the family so that the family can prepare a response. Especially some forces that have some friction with Tai Holy Land seem a little worried.
The forbidden body is born, destined to dominate the world. Not only does Ling Xiao possess a forbidden body, but he is also a person with double pupils. According to rumors, he also possesses immortal veins. Such a person who was so defiant to the extreme has now become Tai Daozi, soaring into the sky, and no one can control him. Got it. They must take these into consideration. News of the Taoist dispute in the Tai Holy Land quickly spread throughout the Xihua Dao domain, and even spread to the immortal domain. Suddenly, countless big forces and powerful people were shocked. The forbidden body was actually born? Maybe many people don't know about the innate holy body, but those old monsters in the immortal family and the immortal sect all know what the forbidden body means. This is a powerful physique that is comparable to the chaos body. It can make all the ways to sing together, easily understand the great ways of heaven and earth, be invulnerable to all laws, and defy the heavens to the extreme. In a mysterious chaotic void. Powerful divine thoughts penetrated the void in an instant, moving from all sides of the immortal realm, as if solidifying the entire chaotic void. The taboo body is born? The innate holy body is the Taoist fetus, Jia Jia. This is an excellent furnace. Aren't you excited? The forbidden body must be wiped out. We can work together to wipe out Ling Xiao. The origin extracted from his body may be helpful to us. What do you think? Hey, aren't you afraid of death? That old guy from Tai Holy Land is not dead yet. If you want to die, don't hold me back. That one is indeed very strong. Let's forget about this matter. But the forbidden body is nothing. In the age of great strife, various powerful treasure bodies are born, but how many people can reach the top? That's right. This life is also our chance to realize immortality, maybe in this life. Chapter 58 Taichu Realm. Ling Xiao, pay homage to our ancestor. Ling Xiao bowed. The Tai patriarch in front of him had white beard and hair, and was dressed in a Taoist robe. His face was blurred, and his age could not be clearly seen. He seemed to be both a young man and an old man, with a mysterious aura that was independent of the world. Especially those eyes, which were full of chaos, deep and wise, and the occasional flash of light seemed to be able to break through the chaos. The one with the innate holy body and Taoist fetus that makes the eyes thicker? Not bad. Ancestor Tai glanced at Ling Xiao and smiled slightly. He has lived for countless years and witnessed the establishment and destruction of countless glorious powers, the rise of countless geniuses, and then their fall like comets. With his state of mind, he was neither happy nor sad, and the world collapsed in front of him without changing his expression. Only Tai Holy Land made him still care. Therefore, he was naturally sincerely happy that a Taoist like Ling Xiao could appear in Tai Holy Land. Are you ready to go back to Ling's house? Tai Patriarch asked. Yes. Before I go through the tribulation of my life, some things should be settled. Otherwise, I will be unwilling and unable to reach perfection and break through the extreme state. Ling Xiao nodded calmly. You are right. I have also heard about what happened back then. When you return to the Ling family this time, you are going back as a Taoist priest, so you don't have to be scrupulous and just do whatever you want. If there is any injustice, just do whatever you want. Just use force to break it. Ancestor Tai said calmly. But the meaning behind his words was obvious. Ling Xiao returned to the Ling family this time, not as a disciple of the Ling family, but as a Taoist disciple of Atai. If Tai Daozi was wronged, then Tai Holy Land would be wronged. Anyone who dares to disrespect Tai Daozi will be killed without mercy. That kind of invisible domineering power shook people's hearts, and Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a warm current in his heart. Thank you, ancestor. Ling Xiao said seriously. Sacred Island. Ling Xiao saw two figures appearing in the distance. One of the women, wearing a white dress, is otherworldly and extremely beautiful. She is none other than Saint Tianxian. Next to Saint Tianxian, there was a girl in a red dress, with her back to Ling Xiao. Although her face could not be seen clearly, her aura made Ling Xiao feel familiar. Your Highness Daozi, do you see who I brought here? Saint Tianxian smiled calmly. There was a hint of ridicule in his tone. Little Luaner? Ling Xiao's heart moved, a strange look appeared in his eyes, and he asked tentatively. Brother Ling Xiao, you really still remember me? The girl in the red dress turned around and showed an extremely bright and surprised smile. She has picturesque eyebrows and a fluttering red skirt. Although she has a girlish and delicate look, she can't hide her proud figure. There is a fairy light on her face, and her hair is as thick and shiny as silk and satin. Although she looks like a girl, she has a graceful majesty and nobility.
The body bloomed with dazzling brilliance, and the great avenue of heaven and earth seemed to vibrate under my feet.
The sun, moon and stars were flowing, and the brilliance reached the extreme. Even the incredibly beautiful Saint Tianxian looked eclipsed when standing next to her. The little princess of Guangming Fairy Garden, Emperor Hongluan. When she heard Ling Xiao calling her Xiao Waner instead of Emperor Hongluan, she smiled so much that her eyebrows and eyes were curved, her eyes were clear, and then in front of Saint Tianxian, she pounced directly on Ling Xiao like a red butterfly.
Zhao's arms. Ling Zhao's whole body froze, and his whole body suddenly became unnatural.
Although nephrite is warm and fragrant in my arms, why is this feeling so awkward? Ahem.
Your Highness Princess, Your Highness Daozi, please be careful of the impact.
I'm leaving first.
Saint Tianxian coughed slightly, her cheeks turned red, and she said angrily. Then, she said goodbye very wisely. Emperor Hongluan reluctantly let go of Ling Zhao's arms.
Your Highness Princess, let's go sit on my sacred island first?
Ling Xiao smiled bitterly.
What did you call me? Di Hongluan suddenly frowned and asked arrogantly. Little Luaner?
Ling Xiao smiled bitterly.
That's right. Brother Ling Xiao, I have a lot to say to you, let's go. Then, Di Hongluan walked up without any explanation, hugged Ling Xiao's arm, and dragged Ling Xiao towards the sacred island.
Ling Xiao shook his head and quickly shot out a ray of divine light, covering his and Di Hongluan's figures.
What would you say if someone saw you like this? But thinking about previous experiences, it may be understandable.
More than 10 years ago, Ling Xiao and Di Hongluan were only a few years old.
However, Di Hongluan and his father were hunted down, and they were homeless, frightened, and extremely insecure.
Later, Ling Zhao's grandfather, the old man known as the Ling family's god of war, rescued Di Hongluan and her father and took them back to the Ling family to live for a while. In those years, Di Hongluan had been pestering Ling Xiao, and she and Ling Xiao had become good friends since they were childhood sweethearts. Even when they were sleeping, they would pester her brother Ling Xiao.
At that time, Di Hongluan's father joked that he would marry Di Hongluan to Ling Xiao as his wife. Perhaps it was the innocence and beauty of his youth that made Di Hongluan never forget Ling Xiao. Brother Ling Xiao, after returning to Guangming Immortal Courtyard, I have been practicing with my ancestors. I have no way to find you. I don't know that 3 years ago something like that happened to you. You won't blame me, right?
In the sacred island, Di Hongluan asked cautiously. If others were to see the unparalleled and majestic little princess of the bright fairy court, who possesses the supreme body of light, looking like this, they would probably be shocked, right?
No. I'm happy that you can still remember me.
Ling Xiao said seriously. In the past few years in Taiyi Holy Land, if Saint Tianxian had not been secretly watching over him, Ling Xiao would have been killed long ago. Well, although he was killed by Wang Tang in the end. But Ling Xiao recognized this friendship. Brother Ling Xiao, those people in the Ling family are so bad. I want my father to take action to avenge you, but my father is a coward, thinking about this and fearing that, and is not willing to take action at all.
Wait for me to take his place. As God, I will lead the army of Guangming Immortal Court to help you conquer the Ling family, okay?
Di Hongluan said indignantly, and when she mentioned her father, she was not polite at all. Ling Xiao also had black lines on his forehead, scolding his father for being a coward. Why should he replace him?
Is this really good?
However, Ling Xiao could also sense that Emperor Hongluan's body contained an extremely terrifying power, as if there were hundreds of millions of big suns blooming at the same time, and that kind of boundless light seemed to be able to tear everything apart.
The supreme light body is indeed powerful. Xiao Waner, thank you for your kindness. However, I will solve my own problems, and it won't take long.
Ling Xiao smiled calmly, with a hint of edge in his eyes.
1 month left. Soon. Chapter 59 Brother Ling Xiao, do you really want to return to the Ling family? Although you are now a disciple of Tai Dao, I am afraid that because of this, the Ling family will not let you go. Di Hongluan said with some worry. That's right. I feel aggrieved. The events of the past and those people must be sorted out. Don't worry, since I dare to go back, I won't be afraid of them.
Ling Xiao smiled calmly.
In that case, then I'll go back to Ling's house with you. Di Hongluan thought for a moment and said seriously. You? Let's forget it. Xiao Waner, did you sneak out this time?
If you don't go back, I'm afraid your father and the others will go crazy with anxiety.
And if you follow me back to Ling's house, you are not from Taiyi Holy Land. Disciple.
Ling Xiao shook his head and said.
So what if I sneaked out? Those old men know how to make me practice every day. They are boring to death. Besides, my talent is unparalleled.
I don't need to practice hard in seclusion to make rapid progress. Di Hongwan smiled proudly, and then her smart eyes moved around and suddenly lit up.
I thought about it. Brother Ling Xiao, you are now Tai Daozi, how can you have no followers? I have decided that I will be your follower from now on. Won't I be able to follow you back to the Ling family? Be my follower? Are you sure your father and the people from the Bright Fairy Court won't kill me?
Ling Xiao was a little speechless. This little girl really thought about it.
You must know that Guangming Immortal Court is the inheritance of the Immortal Emperor. There are only a few immortal courts in the entire immortal domain. Each immortal court is a top power that can overwhelm billions of stars and sweep across the entire world. Even though the Guangming Immortal Court is somewhat in decline, it is still more powerful than the Immortal Family and the Immortal Sect. So when it comes to status, the little princess of Guangming Immortal Court is more noble than him, the Tai Daozi.
Not to mention, Emperor Hongluan possesses the supreme body of light, and will be the descendant of the Fairy Court of Light in the future, destined to become the Supreme Empress. If they knew that Emperor Hongluan was someone else's follower, those people in Guangming Fairy Court would be furious.
I don't care, I will be Brother Ling Zhao's follower and go back to the Ling family with you. As long as I am here, the Ling family should not dare to do anything against you. Di Hongluan insisted.
It turned out that she had this idea. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly in his heart and was a little moved.
In the end, he couldn't resist Di Hongluan and had to agree to take her back to Ling's house. Emperor Hongluan stayed temporarily on the sacred island.
And Ling Xiao is also preparing to practice in seclusion. This time he showed his invincibility, overpowering Yi Junlin and powerfully becoming the Tai Daozi. It even opened up 36 heavenly palaces step by step, but the realm was a bit unstable, so it needed to be polished carefully. I have accumulated dozens of fishing opportunities, so let's see if we can catch some useful treasures. Ling Xiao thought secretly in his heart. In the fishing heavens system, you can fish for bronze treasures once a day, silver treasures once every 7 days, gold treasures once every half month, platinum treasures once a month, and star treasures once every 3 months. Although bronze and silver level treasures are basically useless to him. But gold, platinum and star level treasures were extremely precious, which gave him a sense of expectation.
System, open the fishing world.
Ling Xiao said secretly in his heart.
Boom!
The fishing rod bloomed with 9 colors of rays, exuding eternal and immortal light, and then suddenly swung down, as if it was falling into the boundless chaos, heading towards the heavens and the world.
In an instant, chaos shook and the heavens shook.
A series of dazzling light groups were fished out by the sky fishing pole and appeared in front of Ling Xiao.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a bronze-level spiritual object 100 low-grade source stones.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a bronze-level spiritual object 100 low-grade treasure medicines.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 10 silver-level pills marrow cleansing pills.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a gold-level weapon the coiling dragon spear.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a platinum-level treasure the scapegoat puppet. The system beeps sounded one after another. Bronze, silver, and even gold-level treasures are no longer able to impress Ling Xiao. After all, as a Tai Daozi, he has no shortage of resources and treasures. Only the special things caught by fishing can make him interested. However, several of the platinum-level treasures made Ling Xiao's eyes light up. The surrogate puppet can withstand a fatal disaster.
It's a good thing. It can still be used at critical moments.
Ling Xiao thought secretly in his heart. There was also a nirvana pill, which surprised Ling Xiao. This nirvana pill is an ancient elixir that has almost been lost today. Although it can only be regarded as a top-quality elixir, it contains a trace of the law of life and death and nirvana. Swallowing the nirvana pill can make people realize the meaning of nirvana in life and death. It is even possible to understand the laws of life and death and cultivate the realm of life and death to the extreme.
Nice one!
In addition, there is also a 9 transformation good fortune pill, which makes Ling Xiao very excited. After taking this 9 transformation good fortune pill, no matter how serious the injury is, it can be healed instantly. It is extremely useful for strong people who have survived the calamity of their lives. After accepting these 3 treasures, Ling Xiao reached out and grabbed the largest light ball.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the star-level treasure the Life Tribulation Talisman.
A golden talisman fell into Ling Zhao's palm.
Ling Zhao's heart moved.
What is the Fate Talisman? Could it have something to do with the 9 heavens of Fate Tribulation?
However, after he checked the Fate Talisman, a strange look suddenly appeared in his eyes. This life calamity talisman can actually trigger the life calamity of a strong man in advance. You must know that each of the 9 levels of fate calamity is extremely dangerous. Every time you survive a life calamity, your strength will increase dramatically. But it is not that easy to survive the calamity of life. Many of the strongest people are extremely afraid of it. Unless they are absolutely sure, they will not choose to survive the calamity of life. Just imagine, if you are fighting with someone and your fate is triggered, how sour and satisfying it would be. This destiny talisman is simply the supreme treasure of the Yin people. Ling Xiao didn't expect that such a thing would come out of fishing. Keep it for now, maybe it will come in handy. Ling Xiao thought secretly in his heart and put away the life tribulation talisman. Chapter 60. After 1 month. In the sky above the Taiyi Holy Land, the heavenly emperor's chariot bloomed with thousands of rays of light, and the auspicious energy rose. A 9-headed golden lion with extremely powerful horses, like a mountain, pulled the heavenly emperor's chariot. Ling Xiao was sitting on the emperor's chariot, his aura was ethereal and mysterious. Behind the emperor's chariot, there were many giant beasts and divine birds flying across the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Those are the elders, disciples, and deacons of Taiyi Holy Land. As a disciple of Taiyi Holy Land, Ling Xiao is returning to the Ling family today, so naturally the momentum is extremely huge. Even Saint Tianxian followed the team. Of course, she was trying to cover Di Hongwan's ears. Among the many elders, the leader was Qi Yunfeng, and an elder wearing a grey robe with an extremely ordinary face. But Qi Yunfeng was very respectful to the grey-robed elder. You must know that Qi Yunfeng, as the great elder of Taiyi Holy Land, has passed through the 6th level of life tribulation and has reached the realm of saint. He can make him extremely respectful, which shows that the identity of the grey-robed man is extraordinary. Let's go! Ling Xiao's calm voice came from the emperor's chariot. Boom! Suddenly, the void of Taiyi Holy Land was torn apart, and a void passage running through endless time and space emerged, blooming with dazzling brilliance. The 9 golden lions let out a vast and ancient roar, and instantly pulled the emperor's chariot and rushed into the void passage. Behind him, countless strange beasts and divine birds that covered the sky and the sun followed one after another, surging like a torrent, exuding majestic aura fluctuations. Their destination. It is Donglin Dao Domain, Ling family. A wild and ancient mountain range, shrouded in black mist and filled with strange miasma, looked very silent. The bones of ferocious beasts as huge as mountains, and the skeletons of countless divine birds, were piled up in the mountains. All flesh and blood disappeared, and the divine power was wiped out. I don't know how many years have passed, but except for the overwhelming evil spirit that still remains, there is no aura left. This mountain range stretches for hundreds of millions of miles, but there seems to be no living beings. It is extremely quiet and makes people feel panicked. This is one of the forbidden areas in the immortal realm. The deserted mausoleum. That's right, the mausoleum of the mausoleum. It is rumored that countless creatures are buried here, and it is a restricted area for all creatures. As long as any creature dares to step into it, it will be completely lost and sunk. Its vitality will be swallowed up by the mysterious power, and it will never be able to come out. Back then, there was a quasi-emperor who wanted to explore the Mausoleum of Desolation, but he eventually fell in it and never saw any trace again. Therefore, no one has ever dared to come here. Boom! But at this moment, in the Mausoleum of Desolation, it seemed as if the void was torn apart, and it seemed as if there was a violent tremor of thunder, and a blood-soaked figure staggered out from it. It can be seen that it was an old man wearing animal skin, with a burly figure and beard and hair. His body was covered with hideous bloodstains, and blood stained the animal skin red, constantly dripping down, as if he had experienced an unimaginable war. But his eyes at this moment were full of ecstasy, and he couldn't help but roar to the sky. Ha ha ha! After 10 years, I finally walked out. This damn Mausoleum of Desolation, you can't trap me, Lingzhan, I'm finally back. The burly old man laughed loudly, and his laughter was very hearty, full of endless pride and domineering. Boom! There was a blazing divine light surging around him, and a series of divine chains of order intertwined, as if they could tear apart this piece of void, constantly blooming with magnificent essence and life source, constantly repairing his body. Around him, there was divine light rising, auspicious beasts emerged, and the phantoms of ancient beasts such as Bian, Shenlong, Xiangqi, etc. emerged, making him look like a demon god. The runes under his feet bloomed, as if they could crush the stars in the sky, and his burly body seemed to contain endless power. Especially his eyes, which were domineering and sharp, full of overwhelming fighting spirit, making him look like a powerful god of war. His name is Lingzhan, and he is from the Ling family, a long-lived family in Donglin Daoyu.
He was also honored as the god of war of the Ling family.
It was rumored that he had the blood of the god of war, and his strength was extremely strong. He was an unparalleled strong man of the same generation as the Ling family. He once conquered the rebels for the Ling family, and his strength was terrifying. 10 years ago, he went deep into the wilderness to hunt beasts, hoping to obtain the powerful blood of beasts to baptize his lovely grandson. But he didn't expect that he would be gone for 10 years, and during this period he even strayed into the forbidden area of the desolate mausoleum and narrowly escaped death. But with his amazing willpower and unparalleled fighting power, he experienced countless life and death battles in the past 10 years and finally broke out. 10 years have passed, and my lovely grandson has grown into a heroic young man now, right? I'm really looking forward to seeing my grandson. 10 years ago, he was only a child of 7 or 8 years old, and now he must have become the pride of the younger generation of my Ling family, right?
Ling Zhan's eyes were full of expectation and excitement.
In the past 10 years, he has fallen into desperate situations countless times, but thinking of his lovely grandson, he has come out of desperate situations with his superhuman willpower. And my son Ling Xian, he has unparalleled talent and extraordinary strength.
He has long been an invincible person of his generation. Now he should probably become the head of the Ling family, right? I'm really looking forward to seeing them.
In the past 10 years, I have killed countless ferocious beasts and condensed their true blood. Finally, I made this bottle of divine blood of all beasts. I brought it back to baptize my grandson.
It will definitely make his cultivation even further.
10 years ago, I noticed that my grandson had an extraordinary talent. There seemed to be something hidden in his body, but I didn't check it carefully. Now that I think about it, it must be some kind of powerful talent. I just don't know if his talent has awakened. The burly old man Ling Zhan whispered to himself, with too many expectations and desires in his heart. He looks forward to seeing those closest to him, which is also the hope that has sustained him for so many years.
He was extremely fast and quickly rushed out of the desolate tomb. Roar!
Outside was a wild mountain range. A huge ferocious beast like a beast king felt Ling Zhan's aura and rushed out of the mountain range in an instant. The beast king's aura was very powerful, comparable to the powerful god king among practitioners. It traveled between the mountains, causing the mountains to tremble and the earth to be torn apart. It had a pair of bloody eyes, staring at Ling Zhan, sensing the powerful and majestic life breath in Ling Zhan, and wanted to devour Ling Zhan.
Boom! Ling Xiao didn't even look at him. Huge footprints fell from the sky, containing a kind of terrifying divine power that could traverse the void and be unparalleled. The beast king was instantly trampled into a piece of flesh by him, and he didn't even have time to scream. Then, Ling Zhan soared into the sky instantly. Boom! He tore the void directly, and the blazing holy light rose up and turned into a passage across billions of miles of void. He rose up in the sky and flew away at great speed. His destination is surprisingly the Donglin Dao domain, the Ling family. The unparalleled god of war of the Ling family is back. Chapter 61. To the east is Daoyu. Ling family. A burly figure like a demon descended from the sky, exuding overwhelming power of energy and blood, and landed in front of the Ling family mountain gate. Who is it? How dare you break into my Ling family's mountain gate?
A cold roar sounded.
Whoosh! 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 A group of strong men wearing black armor and full of evil aura came across the sky.
Each of them was a being who had survived the calamity, with sharp and cold eyes, holding a magic weapon. At first glance, he looked like a powerful warrior coming out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. They instantly surrounded the burly figure.
Xiaojiao, don't you recognize me?
The burly figure's eyes lit up. He looked at the young strong man at the head and smiled. The leading young man was furious. He was Ling Yang, the patrolling elder of the Ling family. He was extremely powerful.
Who dared to call in Xiaojiao?
However, before he could get angry, he felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. Taking a closer look, he saw the burly figure wearing animal skin, covered in blood, with hair and beard flying around, as sharp as steel needles, revealing a rough and familiar face.
You are, third uncle?
Ling Yang trembled all over, with a look of disbelief in his eyes.
Isn't this burly figure in front of me Ling Zhan, or who is it?
However, Ling Zhan had been missing for 10 years.
Some people even said that he had strayed into the forbidden area and had completely fallen. Who would have thought that he would come back? Ha ha ha.
Xiaojiao, I haven't seen you in 10 years, and you have become an inspection elder and survived 2 life tribulations?
Not bad, not bad.
Ling Zhan seemed very happy to see his old friend. His hand like a cattail leaf fan patted Ling Yang's shoulder, making a sound like muffled thunder. Ling Yang trembled all over and felt that his body was going numb. He looked at Ling Zhan in front of him with fear. This third uncle became more and more unfathomable. Ling Zhan ranked third among his peers, so the juniors called him third uncle. It was this third uncle who was known as the god of war of the Ling family. He not only defeated all the invincible opponents of his peers, but also made great achievements in expanding the territory of the Ling family and putting down the rebellion. 10 years ago, he had already passed through the 4th level of life calamity and was a peerless figure at the peak of the God King. Could it be that he has now passed through the 5th life tribulation and achieved the supreme holy status? In the 9 heavens of fate tribulation, there are 9 realms in total: gods, true gods, god kings, virtual saints, great saints, quasi-emperors, and great emperors. After surviving the 5th life tribulation and achieving the holy status, one's strength will undergo earth-shaking changes, and one can easily tear apart the starry sky and destroy an ancient world. With a single movement of divine thought, billions of living beings can be destroyed. Therefore, only those who have survived the 5th level of life calamity or above are the great figures of the immortal family and the immortal sect, and are called powerful men. Uncle Third, please be gentle. Ling Yang bared his teeth and forced a smile on his face. But deep down in his heart, he was extremely frightened, and he vaguely felt that something big was going to happen to the Ling family. Ha ha ha. Your boy has survived 2 life disasters, but his body is still too weak as before. Do Ling Xian and his wife still live on the God of War Island? And my lovely grandson, I miss him so much. Forget it, just do your patrol and I'll look for it myself. Ling Zhan laughed heartily, patted Ling Yang on the shoulder again, and then instantly jumped up and flew towards the depths of the Ling family. Third uncle, please wait, Ling Yang shouted, but Ling Zhan was extremely fast and disappeared in an instant. Oops, something big is going to happen. Go and report it to the head of the family and all the clan elders. Ling Yang stamped his feet, his eyes filled with extreme anxiety. What happened back then? He also knew that Ling Zhan's family had been treated very unfairly. Now that the Ling family god of war has returned, something big is going to happen. Just when Ling Zhan appeared in front of the Ling family's mountain gate, the strongest of the Ling family had already discovered his traces. In the Ling family, a series of obscure divine thoughts intertwined in the void, conveying information. The third brother is back? Damn, how come he didn't die in the forbidden area? It's better for him to be dead than alive. With his hot temper, if he knew what happened back then, he would definitely cause a big mess. Tomorrow is the God's Son ceremony of my Ling family. All major forces will come to watch the ceremony. There must be no chaos at this time. That's right. We must stabilize him. If he doesn't know how to appreciate it, for the sake of my Ling family's major events, we can only suppress him. It's really strange. I can't see his cultivation? Could it be that he really survived the 5-fold life disaster and became a virtual saint? Although the virtual saint is strong, he can't make any waves in my Ling family's ancestral land. Back to the Ling family, looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Ling Zhan's mood became more expectant and urgent. However, before he flew back to the God of War Island, he was stopped by 2 figures. Little Sanzi, you're back? Ha ha ha. That's great, this is a great event for my Ling family. Please give flowers. Those are 2 old men with white hair and beards, who look kind and gentle, and their faces are full of surprise at this moment. 6th uncle, 7th uncle, hello. Yes, I didn't expect that I could come back. What are you doing? Ling Zhan also smiled when he saw the 2 elders of the Ling family. The 2 elders, named Ling Lei and Ling Ju, are both elders of the Ling family, 1 generation older than Ling Zhan, belonging to the main line, and are not actually familiar with Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan didn't expect that they would come to greet him. Little Sanzi, we are all very happy that you can come back. Let's go to the main hall, everyone wants to see you, and the head of the family will be here soon. Ling Lei and Ling Ju came up very affectionately, and pulled Ling Zhan towards the main hall without saying anything. The main hall? I want to go back to the God of War Island first to see my grandson, and then go to the main hall to meet the elders. How about that? Ling Zhan smiled. Don't worry, at most I can call them all to the main hall later. Can you bear to keep everyone waiting? Go quickly. A trace of unnaturalness flashed in the eyes of Ling Lei and Ling Ju, but then they invited Ling Zhan more enthusiastically. Ling Zhan had no choice but to follow them to the main hall. It's good to meet the elders first after not returning for 10 years, but I don't know who the head of the family is now? When he left the Ling family, the previous head of the family abdicated and went to the ancestral land to practice in seclusion. He was also a strong candidate for the head of the family. However, in order to help his grandson find the blood of the beast for baptism, and because he felt that their lineage was only a branch, he did not want to compete with the people of the main lineage. Lingxian Hall. Located on a 10,000-foot sacred mountain of the Ling family, it is majestic, ancient, and majestic. It is the main hall of the Ling family and the place where the head of the family and the elders discuss matters. When Lingjun came to the main hall, he found that there were indeed many elders here, all of whom were full of smiles and full of surprise.
Ha ha ha. Xiao Sanzi, you are finally back.
Third brother, I really miss you. I went deep into the forbidden area several times, but I couldn't find your trace.
I haven't seen you for 10 years.
Third brother, you are more and more heroic.
You should have passed the 5th life calamity, right?
Many elders surrounded Lingzhan in the middle, very enthusiastic, and kept greeting him. Lingzhan also responded with a smile, but he felt strange that most of these elders were elders of the main lineage, and none of the elders of their lineage were here?
Corpse. Chapter 62. Third brother, you are back just in time.
Tomorrow is the godson ceremony of our Ling family.
Ear will become the godson of our Ling family. This is a great joy.
An old man of the same generation as Lingzhan said with a smile.
Ear? He actually became the godson of my Ling family? Not bad. Lingzhan smiled and nodded. Ear is really good.
He has an immortal vein in his body and has the talent of a true immortal. It is his destiny to become the godson of my Ling family. Moreover, he is so young, but he has the talent to sweep across the world. He can be called the young supreme, and no one among his peers can match him.
Ling Lei also smiled. My shower should be good too.
Although I left early and didn't investigate carefully, I think there must be something hidden in his body, and his talent should not be inferior to Ear. Lingzhan said slowly, with a hint of expectation in his eyes.
Shower is naturally good too.
Ling Lei said a little unnaturally.
The many elders around him couldn't help but feel shocked. Did Lingzhan discover something?
Ling Yi has the immortal vein of longevity. When he was born, purple air rose for 30,000 miles, and there was a flying fairy light shining. There was also a fairy python phantom appearing in the sky above the Ling family, showing a tendency to swallow the sky.
He was called a true immortal. But when Ling Xiao was born, he was ordinary and there was no unusual phenomenon. Even Ling Zhan did not find anything unusual.
But later, the ancestor of the Ling family discovered that Ling Xiao also had an immortal vein in his body, but it was a hidden vein, which would gradually become apparent after the age of 8. It is called the latent dragon immortal vein. Ling Xiao's latent dragon immortal vein is even stronger than Ling Yi's python immortal vein. Once he grows up, he must be a young supreme with the talent of a true immortal. But no one expected that such a thing would happen.
Why don't Ling Xian and his wife come to see me?
Lingzhan suddenly said, his eyes calm. His words made the elders around him look a little unnatural, but Ling Lei still smiled and said, Ling Xian and his wife are out for training, so they naturally can't come to see you.
They will be back in a while. What about the elders of my lineage? Where are they? Ling Zhan asked. It's also unfortunate.
The elders of your lineage have been practicing in seclusion recently, so they didn't show up here.
Ling Ju laughed. Where is my shower? Where is he?
Ling Zhan suddenly shouted, his eyes were extremely cold, and he scanned the many elders in front of him, emitting an extremely violent aura fluctuation. His shout was like the sound of the great Tao, shaking the entire hall, making the elders around him tremble all over, and their faces were extremely pale. Especially the elder Ling Lei opposite him, who was the first to bear the brunt, felt that his soul was shaking violently, and suddenly sat down on the ground.
Old third, what are you doing? Ling Ju asked in a deep voice.
There was a trace of horror in his eyes. Ling Zhan's roar could actually scare Ling Lei to this extent. You should know that Ling Lei is a virtual saint who has passed 5 life tribulations and is extremely powerful.
What is Ling Zhan's current cultivation? Why are you asking me? What else do I want to ask you? Where is my shower? What happened to Ling Xian and his wife?
Ling Zhan's eyes were sharp and fierce, and his body was filled with murderous aura. His voice was like thunder in the main hall.
He had long noticed that something was wrong.
Ling Lei and Ling Ju were not familiar with him, but he was so enthusiastic about him when he came back this time. He was not allowed to return to the God of War Island, but was taken directly to the main hall.
Moreover, most of the elders in the main hall were from the main lineage, and there were no people from their lineage at all.
He felt vaguely in his heart that something might have happened.
Old third, didn't I tell you?
Ling Xian and his wife went out to train, and Shower was naturally with them, so she was not in the Ling family.
Ling Lei's face was extremely pale, and he responded unnaturally. But even he didn't notice that his voice was trembling slightly when he spoke.
Ling Zhan was called the god of war of the Ling family.
He was extremely powerful and could fight across borders.
He also had a very hot temper. He had a very high status in the Ling family and was even regarded as the heir of that lineage.
Seeing Ling Zhan angry at this moment, many clan elders and family elders actually felt a little afraid.
This was caused by Ling Zhan's power over the years, and they didn't know how powerful Ling Zhan was now, so they were extremely afraid.
Now that things have happened, do you still want to lie to me? Tell me the truth, where are Ling Xian and his wife? What happened to my shower?
Ling Zhan's eyes were extremely calm, but his voice contained the sound of a volcano about to erupt, and that terrifying pressure enveloped the entire main hall. Anyone who knows him well knows that he is really angry.
Third brother, I don't know what you are talking about.
Ling Xian, his wife, and Shower are both fine. This is the important place of the family, and you are not allowed to act wild. Ling Ju's eyes were extremely cold and his tone became tougher. At this point, even if the truth is known to Ling Zhan, it doesn't matter.
This is the Ling Xian Palace.
It is surrounded by many formations and is extremely terrifying. Not to mention a virtual saint, even a great saint who dares to act wild here can be directly suppressed.
No matter how strong Ling Zhan is, can he still be a great saint? Ha ha ha, acting wildly? If I act wildly today, who dares to stop me?
Ling Zhan laughed loudly, his voice was extremely sad, and a pair of cold and violent eyes were revealed in his messy beard and hair. The terrifying aura of destruction swept through the entire main hall and enveloped all the clan elders, making some elders with weaker cultivation levels tremble all over, turn pale, and almost kneel down in worship.
Tell me, where are Ling Xian and his wife? Is Shower still alive?
If you dare to lie to me, you should know my temper. Ling Zhan's voice was extremely cold, as if he was following his words, and his terrifying aura locked everyone in front of him.
Hiss!
He is definitely not a false saint, at least he is a real saint.
I haven't seen him for 10 years, has his cultivation level improved to such a terrifying level?
Ling Lei's eyes were full of horror, and his heart seemed to be filled with huge waves.
Third brother, don't be impulsive.
After you left the Ling family 10 years ago, something happened and there were some misunderstandings.
Let's sit down and talk about it slowly.
Ling Ju's eyes also showed a trace of solemnity, and he said slowly.
Yes, let's talk slowly. Don't worry, Shower is not dead, just not in the family. As for Ling Xian and his wife, they should still be alive, right? A clan elder also said quickly. Should he still be alive? Ha ha ha. What on earth did you do? Aren't you going to tell me?
Ling Zhan's beard and hair were spread out, and his eyes were fierce. The energy and blood around him rose like smoke, shaking the void in all directions. A terrifying coercion was suppressed across the sky towards the group of clan elders in front of them.
Thump!
Several clan elders with weak cultivation were so frightened that their legs weakened, and they felt as if there was an evil aura coming from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood.
Their spirits were trembling, and they knelt down directly. Ling Zhan, I am your elder, how dare you act so arrogantly here?
Ling Lei said in shock and anger.
Boom!
In Ling Ju's palm, bright runes rose up, and in the main hall there were corresponding runes rising up. The power of the powerful formation rose up, as if it could destroy everything.
This is part of the Ling family's mountain protecting formation.
It is terrifying and capable of killing a powerful person at the level of a great sage.
Okay. Did you trick me here to activate the family formation and kill me? Very good. I want to see, who of you can stop me?
Ling Zhan laughed angrily, the cold light in his eyes seemed to be able to freeze billions of miles of void. Boom. His feet suddenly fell, and a terrifying force burst out. Even the void was directly torn apart, and the surrounding runes exploded. In his palm, a black giant axe emerged, intertwined with the terrifying and boundless power of the Supreme Emperor, and suddenly slashed forward.
Boom!
It was like a god and demon resurrected, and the extremely powerful Emperor's power rose up, tearing everything apart in an instant. Although the formation outside the main hall was powerful, it was directly exploded by his axe. Feeling the terrifying boundless power of the Supreme Emperor, the expressions of the clan elders such as Ling Lei and Ling Ju changed drastically.
Not good. He actually has Ji Dao Emperor weapon? The voices of Ling Lei and Ling Ju were trembling. The giant axe in Ling Zhan's hand was intertwined with the power of the Supreme Emperor. It seemed to be able to tear apart hundreds of millions of miles of sky and shatter the infinite ancient world. It was a powerful and extremely powerful imperial weapon.
Therefore, although the formation outside the main hall was extremely terrifying and could kill the great sage, it was still directly torn apart by the giant axe.
Let's go. Hurry and invite the master of the family and all the elders. Ling Zhan has gone crazy. He must be suppressed. He cannot be ruined tomorrow's Son of God ceremony of my Ling family.
The eyes of many clan elders were full of unconcealable fear, and they all wanted to escape from the main hall.
Want to leave? Leave everyone here for me.
Ling Zhan suddenly shouted loudly, and suppressed it with his huge palm, covering the sky and the sun, like a chaotic divine mountain, extremely fierce.
Click.
Lingxian Palace, the main palace of the family, was torn apart by him. He was like a demon god coming across the sky, and his huge palm prints fell. The clan elders were shaken all over, and they were suppressed as they spurted blood.
Even Ling Lei and Ling Ju, the two powerful void saints, were unable to resist, and half of their bodies exploded. Ling Zhan, do you dare to act wild in the family's important territory? The ancestors will not let you go.
Ling Zhan, destroying the main palace of the family is a capital crime.
You are dead. No one can save you.
Ling Lei and Ling Ju both roared angrily, their eyes full of fear.
Ling Zhan's power far exceeded their imagination.
Ling Zhan was like a demon god, with qi and blood all over his body, and evil spirits rising. It was obvious that he had slaughtered hundreds of millions of living beings, and had such monstrous murderous intent. They don't know what Ling Zhan has been through these years, and why he has such terrifying strength.
Aren't you all still honest now? Very good.
If you don't want to tell me, then don't blame me for searching for souls. Ling Zhan roared angrily, his eyes full of murderous intent. He understood that something must have happened to Ling Xian, his wife, and Ling Xiao, and it was something serious. He was extremely anxious and his murderous intention became even more intense.
No. You can't, I am your elder, Ling Zhan, you are crazy. Ling Lei and Ling Ju's eyes were filled with extremely frightened looks. Boom!
But Ling Zhan punched out, and the terrifying fist seal directly exploded their physical bodies, and then reached out to grab their souls. Ling Zhan's eyes were extremely cold, and a bright light bloomed between his eyebrows. A terrifying white tiger silhouette emerged and suddenly rushed forward. He forcibly tore apart their souls and began to search for their souls.
Scenes from the past appeared in front of Ling Zhan. My poor shower.
In the main hall of the Ling family, Ling Zhan's hoarse screams were heard. The murderous intent in that voice seemed to be able to kill billions of living beings and completely shatter the world. Chapter 63 Ling Zhan searched the souls of Ling Lei and Ling Ju, so what happened back then, and learned the truth. It turned out that after Ling Zhan left, Ling Xian and his wife were worried about Ling Zhan's safety and went to look for Ling Zhan, but they never came back. And Ling Xiao lived on the God of War Island, and he had no worries at all.
However, he is the same age as Ling Yi, but he often plays with Ling Yi.
As for the hidden dragon immortal vein in Ling Zhao's body, when it first awakened 3 years ago, a strange phenomenon descended from the sky, and golden lotuses surged from the ground, which was extremely huge. They happened to be bumped into by Ling Yi and Zhao Qianghua. As a result, Zhao Qianghua hatched a vicious plan. She directly asked Ling Yi to trick Ling Xiao into an underground palace in the main vein, remove Ling Zhao's skin and bones, and use secret methods to extract the hidden dragon immortal vein from his body and integrate it into Ling Yi's body. But this matter was still not hidden from the elders of Ling Zhao's lineage. Although the lineage to which Ling Xiao belonged was a branch, it was extremely united. The elders also loved Ling Xiao very much. When they found out about this, they were extremely angry. He directly entered the main line, rescued Ling Xiao, and killed that poisonous woman Zhao Qianghua.
But unfortunately, they are weak alone, and the elders of the main clan are extremely powerful. Ling Yi's father, Ling Songyan, has become the head of the Ling family and has extraordinary strength.
In the end, all the elders of Ling Zhao's lineage were suppressed and imprisoned in dungeons. This matter was also subject to a hush-hush order by the Ling family, and it was strictly forbidden to wear it outside. If a respected elder of the Ling family couldn't stand it anymore, tried to protect Ling Xiao, and sent him out of the Ling family and into the Taiyi Holy Land, Ling Xiao would have been eradicated by Zhangzhou 17.
The initiators were Ling Yi, Ling Songyan, and Zhao Qianghua.
And Ling Lei and Ling Ju were also accomplices.
It hurts me too.
Ling Zhan roared, his eyes filled with tears and extremely red, full of anger and overwhelming murderous intent. He saw Ling Xiao tied up in the cold underground palace, helplessly and weakly asking for help, while Ling Yi and Zhao Qianghua responded indifferently, as if they were completely different people. He heard Ling Xiao still calling his father, mother and grandpa when he was unconscious, huddled there pitifully, shivering all over. Ling Zhan was furious with hatred. He wished he could travel through time and space, go back to 3 years ago, kill that poisonous woman, and kill all the people in the main line. You harmed me, Shower, suppressed my lineage, exiled countless people, and harmed my fellow tribesmen.
Your crime is unforgivable.
Ling Zhan's hair and beard were bulging, and his eyes were full of murderous intent.
Boom! He slapped down the palm, directly exploding the souls of Ling Lei and Ling Ju, who were screaming, completely obliterating them.
Then, he stepped out, and half of the body of an elder from the main lineage was shattered, blood mist filled the air, and a miserable cry came from his mouth. Ling Zhan, you are traitorous. A clan elder yelled with a fierce expression, unable to hide the fear in his eyes. Ling Zhan is too strong.
Far beyond their imagination. Even Ling Lei and Ling Ju, who were in the Xuxing realm, were like chickens.
They had no resistance at all and were beaten to death by Ling Zhan. The giant axe in Ling Zhan's hand was even more a powerful Ji Dao imperial weapon. God knows what kind of fortune Ling Zhan has gained in the past 10 years.
He even has Ji Dao emperor soldiers. He is the god of war of the Ling family.
He hates evil as much as he hates evil and has an extremely cruel temperament. He once gained a great reputation and made great military exploits for the Ling family.
Now that he is completely angry, who can stop him?
The clan elders who were severely injured by him were trembling, hoping that reinforcements would arrive soon.
Treason? Ha ha ha.
You shameless people have done such despicable and shameless things to my Shower.
You have also exiled our family and killed innocent people. How dare you call me a traitor? Such a family, even if it's a traitor, so what?
Ling Zhan laughed angrily, and his voice was like thunder, shaking the void and causing the entire sacred mountain to tremble violently. The clan elders were all shocked by him until they were bleeding and their whole bodies were shaking.
Boom!
He grabbed it in the air, and the clan elder was immediately grabbed by him, and then with a sudden pull, his arms were torn into pieces. Blood spurted out, looking extremely cruel. He suddenly stepped down, and the bodies of the dozen clan elders were all cracked, and black flames emerged from their bodies, burning them until they screamed in agony and cried for their fathers and mothers. Ling Zhan did not kill them all directly, as that would be too easy for them. He wanted to make these despicable people taste the pain that Ling Xiao had suffered. Crack! He stepped down suddenly, and the ruins on this sacred mountain collapsed, and countless palaces and attics turned into dust. He stood in the air like a demon, with flying hair and beard, blood on his animal skin, and the giant axe in his hand exuding a monstrous murderous aura.
Zhao Changhua, Ling Yi, get out!
His voice was like thunder in the sky, shaking the void in all directions, and startled everyone in the Ling family.
Ling Zhan, the Ling family god of war is back? Hiss! Something big is going to happen now.
I'm afraid he knows what happened back then, and he wants to seek revenge on the main branch.
Revenge? How easy is that?
The main branch is powerful, and has been eliminating dissidents over the years.
Ling Songyan has even received the family's blessing.
He is now a great sage.
No matter how strong Ling Zhan is, how can he turn the world upside down? Alas!
We can't participate in this matter, we can only remain neutral.
However, Ling Zhan will most likely be suppressed. In the Ling family, many elders of the branches had their eyes flashing, their minds intertwined, and they talked about it.
They all chose to stay put and watch coldly.
Ling Zhan, you dare to harm your own people and kill innocent people? No one can save you today, die.
At this moment, a thunderous roar sounded.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
7 or 8 figures with terrifying auras came out of nowhere from the depths of the Ling family, with dazzling holy light blooming around them, and their eyes were extremely cold. They were all the most powerful elders in the main vein, and their seniority was several times higher than Ling Zhan. Moreover, each of them was a genuine saint, overlooking billions of years, living forever, and following the law with their words, and their strength was extremely strong. They rushed over and saw that the main hall was destroyed by Ling Zhan. Their eyes were extremely cold, furious, and full of murderous intent.
I killed my fellow tribesmen and killed innocent people? Ha ha ha. What a joke. When you took my grandson's immortal vein, why didn't you say you killed my fellow tribesmen? When you suppressed everyone in my vein, why didn't you say you killed innocent people? Today, anyone who stands in my way will die.
Ling Zhan's eyes were like a knife, full of deep chill and murderous intent, sweeping across the 7 or 8 elders in front of him, without the slightest fear.
Boom!
He punched out, and the powerful fist instantly tore through the void, like a chaotic mountain, suppressing it with great force. At the same time, behind Ling Zhan, it seemed as if there were hundreds of millions of gods and demons conquering, and the terrifying scene of endless beasts roaring was breathtaking. As soon as Ling Zhan made a move, the faces of the 7 or 8 elders suddenly changed.
You are actually a great saint? How is this possible?
An elder exclaimed, his eyes full of disbelief. 10 years ago, Ling Zhan was only at the peak of the God King and had survived the 4th life tribulation.
But in just 10 years, he actually became a great saint and survived the 7th life tribulation? This speed of breakthrough is too shocking, isn't it?
You know, these elders of the clan, even if they have been in seclusion for thousands of years, it is difficult to survive a life tribulation, and it is difficult to make any progress in their cultivation.
People are so annoying.
Old Third, stop.
Don't you want to know where Ling Xiao is?
Don't be impulsive, we will tell you where he is.
Old Third, let's talk it over, don't do it.
The elders were completely panicked, and it was difficult for them to remain calm and strong. Even their words became soft. Stop your mother, today I want to seek justice for my shower and our lineage.
Anyone who stands in my way will die.
Ling Zhan roared wildly, his tiger eyes full of hot tears. He was crying bitterly, thinking of the pain Ling Xiao suffered and the injustice suffered by their lineage. He was going crazy.
Boom!
The unparalleled fist print fell, and the faces of the 7 or 8 elders changed drastically. They all displayed various powerful magical powers and sacrificed powerful holy weapons to resist. However, under Ling Zhan's fierce and invincible fist print, all the magical powers and holy weapons were smashed like scrap copper and iron. They trembled all over, coughed up blood and flew out.
Boom!
Ling Zhan stepped down, and a clan elder in the realm of saints had cracks all over his body, and holy light burst out. Various defensive treasures on his body burst and crackled, and the whole person exploded directly in the void.
Puff!
Ling Zhan pointed out, and the sharp finger light penetrated the void, directly pierced through the brow of a clan elder, and nailed him to a sacred mountain in the distance. Ling Zhan walked like a dragon and a tiger, and the terrifying aura around him rushed straight into the sky, causing the sky to tremble violently, like an almighty god and demon.
The 7 or 8 powerful clan elders were no match for him at all.
They were beaten by him until their bodies cracked and their vitality collapsed, and they almost fell completely.
Enough!
At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded in the void. That voice seemed to contain the laws of heaven and earth, as if the words were followed by the law, and contained an indescribable majesty and domineering. A middle-aged man in a purple robe appeared in the void. He had a dignified face and a majestic figure, standing on the sky. It seemed as if there were 3,000 worlds surrounding him, with the sun, moon and stars flowing around him, and his aura was mysterious and powerful. Every move he made was filled with unfathomable power, and he stood on equal terms with Ling Zhan in front of him, not losing out at all.
He is the head of the Ling family, Ling Songyan. He is also Ling Yi's father. Third uncle, what happened back then was just a misunderstanding. Stop making trouble, it will only make others laugh. Let's sit down and talk, and I will give you and Ling Xiao enough compensation. Ling Songyan said lightly, but there was an unquestionable majesty in his voice. Ling Songyan, you are so majestic. Do you want to make up for it?
Very good. Pull out the immortal veins of immortality from Ling Yi's body, and then kill him and that vicious woman Zhao Qianghua with your own hands, and then kneel down to kill me.
Invite everyone from the same lineage back, can you do it?
Ling Zhan said angrily, his voice shaking the sky. Ling Songyan's eyes flashed with cold light, and a hint of cold murderous intent emerged. Naturally, he cannot accept this condition.
Ling Zhan is really arrogant and domineering. So there's nothing to talk about?
In this case, we can only let him die.
Chapter 64. Third uncle, you are confused.
You dare to destroy the main palace of the family, harm your fellow clansmen, and return according to your clan.
Don't blame me for suppressing you today.
Ling Songyan's eyes were filled with coldness and he said indifferently.
Boom!
The vast holy light around him rose, and divine chains of order intertwined. In the void in all directions, runes shone brightly, and formations like mountains bloomed with dazzling brilliance. The vast sea like murderous intent is boiling and raging, as if it is about to tear the world apart, shatter the chaos, and contains an unpredictable and terrifying murderous intent. Ling Songyan directly activated the Ling family's mountain protecting formation, creating a terrifying and boundless killing field here. The power of Ji Dao rises, the mysterious light blooms, and the perfect imperial formation is revived. That kind of pure and incomparable killing intent can kill all living things.
Boom!
Ling Songyan's feet trembled, and the light of the ultimate way surged around him, forming a large net covering the world and heading towards Ling Zhan. At the same time, the light of the flying immortal rose up in his palm, turning into a huge palm print that covered the sky and the sun. It was surrounded by monstrous flames, like a huge sun setting down to burn the sky and destroy the earth.
This is the Ling family's godless technique, the sun-burning sky palm.
The burning heaven scripture, inherited from the Ling family, has the ability to unpredictable ghosts and gods, and has the ability to burn rivers and boil seas.
As the head of the Ling family, Ling Songnian was extremely powerful.
He was determined to take action at this moment, just to suppress Ling Zhan directly with thunderous means.
Xiao Liuzi.
I am more familiar with the Ling family's mountain protection formation than you are.
You want to suppress me? You are not qualified enough. Those old guys won't come out, right? When I kill you, let's see if they can still sit still.
Ling Zhan sneered, and there seemed to be thousands of divine lights blooming in his eyes. An overwhelming evil energy rose from his body. He stamped his feet and rose up like a demon. The power of the extreme power intertwined around him did not move his expression in the slightest.
Boom!
He punched out, as if directly hitting the nodes of the formation, instantly obliterating the runes and smashing them into pieces, and then the terrifying power of the imperial formation dissipated into the invisible. There was a trace of shame and anger in Ling Songnian's eyes, and his murderous intent became more intense. He ranked 6th, so many elders called him Xiao Liuzi when he was a child. But since he became the head of the Ling family, even the clan elders and supreme elders have treated him with great respect.
Who dares to call him Xiao Liuzi again? Boom!
The sun-burning heaven palm became more and more dazzling, intertwined with the true fire of the sun, and the light of flying immortals fell down. It was fierce and vast to the extreme. Even a strong man at the level of a great sage would have a hard time blocking this palm, and would be directly severely injured, or even burned to ashes by the true fire of the sun.
But Ling Zhan did not dodge, and still punched Ling Songnian.
The evil energy all over his body was overwhelming, his muscles were tangled, full of explosive power, and the unknown animal skins were blooming with dazzling brilliance.
Click!
The fists and palms met in the void, and the dazzling sun was exploded by Ling Zhan's punch. Ling Songnian's expression changed drastically. Only now did he feel that the violent power contained in Ling Zhan's punch was like a billion waves, tearing everything apart. Especially one of the obscure and terrifying rays of imperial power made his soul seem to be frozen, his whole body was trembling uncontrollably, and his eyes were full of incomparable horror.
Puff! Ling Zhan's unparalleled fist mark fell down and struck Ling Songnian instantly.
The holy light around him exploded, and half of his body instantly turned into a blood mist. The whole person flew straight away, his eyes filled with unbelievable horror.
You are actually a quasi-emperor? This is impossible. Ling Songnian roared wildly and was completely frightened. And many elders of the Ling family were also shocked. Quasi-emperor? This is an extremely terrifying title. After surviving the 9th level of Destiny Tribulation, he can be called a quasi-emperor after surviving the 8th level of Destiny Tribulation. The so-called quasi-emperor has stepped into the realm of the extreme realm with 1 foot, touched the original power of the avenue, and possesses the supreme power to destroy the world and destroy the world with every move. Compared with the great sage and the quasi-emperor, although they are only aware of the same level, they are as different as heaven and earth. Although Ling Songnian already overestimated Ling Zhan's true cultivation level was still far beyond his imagination. The 8th level of Destiny Calamity, Quasi-Emperor. In 10 years, he has survived 4 life tribulations in a row. This speed of cultivation is simply unprecedented. Who can rival him? The Ling family is going to change. Quasi-Emperor.
That is the closest realm to the Supreme Emperor. It can be called invincible, it can be said to be peerless.
If the Emperor doesn't come out, who can compete with him? That's right.
Ling Zhan doesn't know what kind of fortune he has received in the past 10 years.
Could it be that he has received the inheritance of a great emperor?
He has a Jidao Emperor weapon in his hand, and it is very likely that it has been inherited by the great emperor.
Now, unless the family's heritage is used, or the oldest ancestor takes action personally, who can be defeated? In the Ling family, the elders of all clans were trembling with fear, their eyes full of awe.
Especially the clan elders in the main lineage, all of them felt like mourning their heirs, full of panic. The thing that extracted Ling Zhao's immortal vein and suppressed Ling Zhao's line back then was that their main line was headed by Ling Zhan. When Ling Zhan returns this time, he is so crazy that he probably won't let everyone in their main line go.
Deep inside the Ling family,
in an ancient and mysterious underground palace, there is chaos and mist, and the avenues and runes are intertwined. The graceful Zhao Qianghua stood side by side with a young man who was surrounded by fairy light and filled with dragon power, and saw what happened in the sky above the Ling family.
Ling Zhan, how could he be the quasi-emperor?
Zhao Qianhua was completely panicked, his eyes full of resentment and disbelief. When she just heard that Ling Zhan was back, although she was a little panicked, she was not worried. After all, there are so many powerful people in the Ling family, and many clan elders are unfathomable. What kind of trouble can one Ling Zhan cause? However, when she later saw Ling Zhan displaying unparalleled combat power, suppressing dozens of clan elders one after another, and even tearing apart the main hall, she was completely panicked. But now, Ling Zhan's full strength was displayed in front of everyone. Even Ling Songyan, the head of the Ling family, who was a great sage, was defeated by Ling Zhan. Quasi-emperor, what a terrible word it is. How could Ling Zhan be so virtuous and capable that his cultivation level has improved by leaps and bounds within 10 years? Ling Zhan, he must have achieved great success in the past 10 years. My father should not be his opponent, but mother, don't worry, even if he is a quasi-emperor, he will not cause any trouble. This is the Ling family, an immortal family. The handsome young man is naturally Ling Yi. Although there was a solemn look in his eyes, they were extremely cold and without any ripples. There was an ethereal fairy light all over him, and he had a transcendent aura. The dragons and pythons gathered behind him. The aura was vast and ancient, making him feel like a true immortal descending from the earth, unfathomable. You are right. The ancestor of the Ling family will not sit back and watch him be so wanton. That ancestor is the ancestor of your lineage, so he will naturally turn towards us. After experiencing a brief panic, Zhao Qianhua also calmed down. When she thought of the Ling family's ancestor, the Ling family's sea-fixing needle, the worry in her heart faded a lot. The ancestor of the Ling family is unfathomable. It is said that he is the most likely person to attain immortality and live forever. What's more, the Changxing family has many heritages and has survived countless epochs. It is definitely not something that can be decided by one or two strong people. Once the inner strength is released, even if a great emperor dares to act recklessly in the Ling family, he may be suppressed and killed. Boom! Ling Zhan came in the air, his hair and beard flying, his blood surging, and the murderous aura around him seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. The terrifying imperial power spread, making the elders in the Ling family tremble with fear, and their faces turned pale, as if they were facing a great enemy. And Ling Songyan, who was the first to bear the brunt, had an extremely ugly look. Ling Songyan was surrounded by brilliant fairy light, and the majestic life energy surged, constantly repairing his damaged body, and it was restored to its original state in an instant. And his eyes were full of fear and murderous intent, which was extremely intense. The stronger Ling Zhan was, the stronger the murderous intent in his heart. Kill! He shouted violently, and the brilliant runes in his palm rose, and an ancient and mysterious aura bloomed from the depths of the Ling family's ancestral land. Clang! A sharp and brilliant sword sound rang out, like a river falling from the sky, blazing fairy light rising, and the imperial power of the extreme way burst out. An ancient sword, surrounded by raging flames, flew from the ancestral land of the Ling family. It was an extremely powerful imperial weapon, the Burning Heaven Sword. Only the head of the Ling family could control and use it. Although Ling Songyan's current cultivation level was not enough to activate it with all his strength, the power of the Ling family's formation made the Burning Heaven Sword seem to be completely revived. Boom! The Burning Heaven Sword was extremely sharp and fell across the sky towards Ling Zhan. Burning Heaven Sword? Xiao Liuzi, you are so hypocritical and you kill your own people. Are you worthy of holding the Burning Heaven Sword? After seeing the Burning Heaven Sword, Ling Zhan's eyes were extremely deep, full of cold murderous intent, and he sneered. Boom! The black giant axe emerged, emitting endless chaotic light, as if it was going to break the world, and suddenly chopped down towards the Burning Heaven Sword. He was like a chaotic god and demon, wanting to break the chaos and create the world. The giant axe shone with a blazing extreme light and collided with the Burning Heaven Sword. Boom! The two extreme imperial weapons collided, and the blazing light burst out, as if billions of suns exploded at the same time, destroying billions of miles of land. The Ling family's mountain protection formation was completely revived, emitting a vast sea of divine light, protecting the Ling family's ancestral land. Otherwise, the full force of the two extreme imperial weapons would be enough to destroy the entire Ling family. Crack! The Burning Heaven Sword shone brightly, and was directly chopped away by Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan took a step forward and arrived in front of Ling Songyan in an instant, then his palm like a cattail leaf fan was directly pulled out and hit Ling Songyan's face fiercely. Snap! A crisp sound rang out, and Ling Songyan was slapped and flew out, blood gushing out. Everyone was stunned. The head of the Ling family was slapped in the face? This is a huge shame. Even though Ling Zhan is an elder,
The head of the family represents the face of the Ling family.
Even the supreme elders of the Ling family have to obey the orders of the head of the family, Di Zhao, in name.
This is simply the following.
Ling Zhan, how dare you? Ling Sungyan was driven crazy and roared.
Snap.
But Ling Zhan took a step forward and slapped him again, driving back all Ling Sungyan's words. His face was extremely red and swollen and covered with blood.
Xiao Liuzi, do you also know pain? When you extracted my grandson's immortal vein, could you understand his pain?
Ling Zhan's eyes were red, full of pain and remorse, but the violence all over his body became more and more terrifying, like billions of volcanoes erupting at the same time.
He blames himself. He hates it.
How he wished that he could be by his grandson's side in that cold underground palace and kill that poisonous woman and those disgusting tribesmen with his own hands. The more he regretted, the more murderous and crazy he felt in his heart. He wants to repay the pain his grandson suffered back thousands of times.
Boom!
At the same time, there was anger outside the Ling family's mountain gate. The blazing divine light rose in the void, and a void passage was opened. A 9-headed golden lion with incomparable steed, pulling a noble and majestic emperor's chariot, was the first to bear the brunt and rushed out of the void passage. Behind him, strange beasts were flying across the sky, divine birds were covering the sky, and countless chariots were crushing the void at the same time, following behind the emperor's chariot, coming in a mighty manner. Such a scene immediately alarmed the people of the Ling family.
That's the flag of Taiyi Holy Land? Is Ling Xiao back?
Suddenly, someone exclaimed, his eyes full of disbelief and his voice trembling. Chapter 65 The chariot of the Emperor of Heaven stretches across the void. The 9-headed golden lion, with its whole body covered with golden clouds, exudes ancient and terrifying pressure, and its cultivation has reached the peak of the life and death realm. He refined the essence and blood of the white tiger, returning his bloodline to his ancestors, and his current strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. On top of the emperor's chariot, chaos and mist shrouded, a young and majestic figure sat cross-legged on it, with mysterious runes rising around him, and the Tao intertwined, ethereal and mysterious. Especially those eyes, which are like the endless starry sky, and seem to be able to penetrate all things in the world, and have a majestic and extraordinary aura. Like a banished immortal coming to the dust.
Not Ling Xiao, or who?
Ling Xiao, he was drained of the immortal veins of immortality.
He didn't expect to be able to awaken the legendary taboo body, the innate holy body Tao Fei, and even become the Tai Daozi. That's Taiyi Daozi. The Taiyi Holy Land is now at its peak, and it's far more powerful than my Ling family. Now that he's back with force, the Ling family is probably going to be in big trouble. Innate holy body, Taoist fetus, and a double pupil, TSK, if coupled with the immortal veins, his talent is simply unparalleled. Who can match it? Even Ling Yi will be eclipsed, right? What a pity! If it hadn't been for that incident, he and Ling Yi would have been the pride of my Ling family, and our Ling family would have been even more glorious. Ling Sungyan and Zhao Qianghua are the sinners of my Ling family. In the Ling family, spiritual thoughts were intertwined, and many clan elders looked at the people in Taiyi Holy Land, their eyes full of awe.
Especially the figure on the emperor's chariot. Although his face cannot be seen clearly, the immortal light is lingering, the Taoist rhyme is rising, and the Taoism is imprinted on the body, just like a banished immortal coming to the dust.
It's daunting. Boom!
At the same time, in the Ling family, the battle between Ling Zhan and Ling Sungyan was terrifying, stretching across the endless void, and also alarmed everyone in Taiyi Holy Land. Ling Sungyan, you took my grandson's immortal veins and made him suffer endless pain.
Today I want to seek justice for him. I will kill anyone who dares to stop me.
Ling Zhan's roar exploded like thunder in the sky above the Ling family. He was like a demon, with terrifying energy and blood rising all over his body.
The evil spirit was overwhelming, and his palms like cattail leaf fan kept hitting Ling Sungyan's face. Snap! Snap! Snap!
The crisp sound reached the ears of everyone in the Ling family. The same thing also reached Ling Zhao's ears.
Is this Grandpa's voice?
Ling Zhao's heart trembled slightly, and he suddenly raised his head.
Although he is a time traveler, he has merged with Ling Zhao's memories and has completely become Ling Xiao.
Naturally, he also has the warmth and emotions in those memories. In his memory, his grandfather loved him very much. Those were the few warm moments he had in the Ling family. In the distance, a burly old man wearing animal skins, like a demon god, with flying beard and hair came into view.
Isn't it Ling Zhan or who is it?
The distant discussions among the Ling family members also reached Ling Zhao's ears, letting Ling Xiao know everything. Ling Zhan disappeared for 10 years, broke out of the forbidden area, and returned to the Ling family forcefully to ask about the whereabouts of his grandson. However, he was prevaricated by many elders of the main lineage, and he took action in anger and started killing. And Ling Zhan turned out to be an unparalleled quasi-emperor. Even Ling Songyan, who was unparalleled in strength, commanded the ultimate imperial weapon such as the burning sky sword, and had the cultivation level of a great sage, was like a dead dog at this moment.
My face was swollen. Grandpa, grandson, are back.
A warm current surged in Ling Zhao's heart. He looked at Ling Zhan, who was as furious as a wild lion in the distance, full of self-blame, guilt, and anger. His words were ringing, and he kept questioning Ling Songyan and everyone in the Ling family.
He recognized Ling Zhan almost instantly. Ling Zhan is his grandfather. No! This little beast is back?
In the mysterious underground palace, Zhao Qianghua saw Ling Xiao appear outside the Ling family, and her face changed and became extremely ugly. Speaking of which, it was her idea to invite Ling Xiao back to the Ling family to watch the Son of God ceremony. Ling Xiao became a Taoist of Tai, which made her shocked and angry, and she sent Blood Evil to kill Ling Xiao, but it also disappeared. She understood the power of Tai Holy Land, and naturally understood the importance of Tai Holy Land to Ling Xiao. But she was still full of reluctance. She invited Ling Xiao to participate in the Son of God ceremony just to humiliate Ling Xiao. But she had calculated everything, but she never thought that Ling Zhan would come back, and turn the Ling family upside down.
Now even Ling Songyan was beaten miserably.
Shen Ming, are you sure you can capture Ling Xiao directly? Zhao Qionghua's face was extremely ferocious, and a trace of cold murderous intent appeared in her eyes. Shen Ming is Ling Yi's protector, a powerful and unparalleled great saint, with unfathomable strength, stronger than Shueisha.
Among the people who came from Tai Holy Land this time, the strongest is just a saint.
It is not difficult to capture Ling Xiao.
But the only one to be wary of is Ling Zhao's protector. I don't know his strength. Behind Ling Yi, a figure in a black robe emerged silently. He is Xian Ming.
No matter how strong the protector is, this is the ancestral land of my Ling family, not his Tai Holy Land.
Here, wait a moment to activate my Ling family's mountain protection formation.
Just separate Ling Xiao and his protector for a moment to make it easier for Xian Ming to take action.
Only by catching Ling Xiao can Ling Zhan be cautious.
Zhao Qianghua gritted her teeth, her face becoming more and more ferocious.
She couldn't understand why the ancestor of the Ling family hadn't appeared until now.
Ling Songhua is the head of the Ling family.
If he is humiliated like this, the Ling family will be ashamed and will become a laughingstock among the Changsheng family.
However, when she saw Ling Xiao coming, she immediately had a vicious plan. Maybe she could kill two birds with one stone.
Okay.
Ling Yi nodded, his eyes were extremely cold and full of murderous intent. Although he was indifferent, he was also filled with rage when he saw his father being humiliated by Ling Zhan. At this moment, Zhao Qianghua's idea was just what he wanted. The people of Tai Holy Land, led by the Emperor's chariot, entered the Ling family in a mighty manner. Even at this moment, no one from the Ling family dared to stop them. At the same time, Ling Zhan, who was dealing with Ling Songyan, suddenly trembled all over, felt a sense of blood connection, and turned around abruptly. His eyes were extremely sharp, but at this moment they became nervous and expectant. In an instant, he penetrated the void of thousands of miles and saw the heroic figure on the Emperor's chariot.
If it's not Ling Xiao, then who else could it be? My shower, you're back?
Ling Zhan was trembling all over, and his burly body suddenly looked much older. His tiger eyes were filled with tears, his voice was a little choked, full of disbelief, and his eyes were full of surprise.
Although he hadn't seen him for 10 years, he still recognized him instantly. The heroic young man was Ling Xiao.
That was a kind of affection from the depths of his blood.
Grandpa, I'm back.
Ling Xiao took a step and walked out of the Emperor's chariot. He was surrounded by ethereal fairy light, the Dao Rime was rising, his white clothes were whiter than snow, and his handsome face was full of excitement at this moment. But suddenly, Ling Xiao felt a cold killing intent locking him up.
Boom!
The sky and the earth changed color instantly. One after another, cold array runes rose up, containing monstrous evil spirits and extreme imperial power, and appeared from the surrounding void. The terrifying imperial power of the extreme way permeated and intertwined with each other, and the divine light of destruction crisscrossed the void. In an instant, a terrifying killing formation was formed, covering everyone in Tai Holy Land. The imperial formation was revived. Under Ling Yi's urging, the Ling family's mountain protection formation was completely activated, like an ancient and mysterious small world,
trapping Ling Xiao and all the people in Tai Holy Land in it.
At the same time, a figure in a black robe appeared silently in the void, and a powerful and unparalleled holy domain enveloped Ling Xiao.
Xian Ming appeared. The cooperation between Ling Yi and Xian Ming can be said to be perfect.
When Ling Yi activated the Supreme Divine Formation, isolated the void, and trapped everyone in Tai Holy Land, Xian Ming immediately took action. They did this to prevent the unfathomable guardian behind Ling Xiao from taking action. As long as Ling Xiao could be captured, then whether it was Ling Zhan or the guardian behind Ling Xiao, they would all be afraid to act rashly.
This is an extremely crazy decision.
Zhao Qianhua didn't even think about how crazy the revenge of Tai Holy Land would be.
She just wanted to save Ling Songnian at this moment. Suppressed Ling Zhan and Ling Xiao.
Her hatred and fear of Ling Zhan and Ling Xiao have reached the extreme.
Looking for death. Dare to attack my Tai Taoist, do you want to annihilate your family?
Qi Yinfeng and the grey-robed elder of Tai Holy Land were instantly furious at this moment, and a monstrous murderous intent emerged in their eyes. They were originally protecting Ling Xiao, and they immediately attacked Xian Ming.
They couldn't figure out why the Ling family was so crazy. Ling Xiao was Tai Taoist, representing Tai Holy Land. To attack Tai Taoist would mean a fight to the death with Tai Holy Land. Who dares to touch my grandson? Die.
Seeing this scene, Ling Zhan was also instantly furious. He let out a thunderous roar, his hatred was raging, and the murderous aura around him was rising. The black axe in his hand burst out with the power of the emperor, and moved across the sky. However, the distance between him and Ling Xiao was far, tens of thousands of miles away, and it would take a breath for him to reach the target with his cultivation.
Not to mention, Ling Yi even activated the Extreme Emperor formation to seal the void. Boom!
Xian Ming exuded a monstrous chill, as if he could freeze billions of miles of void. Ling Kong slapped out a palm print, and actually sealed Qi Yunfeng and the grey-robed elder in an instant. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed, tearing through billions of miles of void and grabbing towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with cold light, and he was about to activate the incarnation of the great Emperor Sanxing in his body. But at this moment, a black-robed figure blocked him. It was like appearing out of thin air, without any trace. And the extremely powerful Jidao Emperor formation was actually unable to stop him at all.
Ling Xiao's protector, Yingzu.
He looked calm and slapped Xian Ming, who was so cold that he seemed to be able to freeze billions of miles of space. That palm was light and there was no power fluctuation. But Ling Xiao sensed a mysterious and obscure Jidao Emperor power, eternal and indestructible, as if it could tear everything apart. Crack! Xian Ming's palm print instantly shattered, and a bright light bloomed, reflecting Xian Ming's extremely shocked eyes. You are, he stopped talking before he could finish. That palm fell on him, and his whole body was like porcelain, with dense cracks, and then instantly turned into a piece of flying ash and disappeared between heaven and earth. A great sage who was unique in the ages, overlooking billions of lives, and could destroy billions of stars was completely wiped out. P.S. Due to contractual reasons, it has just been put on the shelves.
There will be a big explosion today.
The author will work hard to write and strive to have 10 explosions.
Please support me. The author is working hard to write. Chapter 66. Everyone was stunned.
In the Ling family, there was a dead silence. Xian Ming is Ling Yi's protector and a supreme elder of the Ling family. He has lived for hundreds of thousands of years and is a real great sage.
But now, he was killed like an ant. The shock is indescribable. Everyone looked at Yingzu and Ling Xiao with deep awe in their eyes. Boom!
At the same time, Ling Zhan had also arrived, and the black giant axe fell down in the air. It was extremely sharp, and the terrifying power of the Supreme Emperor was revived. In an instant, the formation surrounding Ling Xiao and others was torn open. Fiery divine light spurted out, thunder surged, and the entire Ling family ancestral land and countless sacred mountains and islands were trembling violently, and the aura was terrifying to the extreme. But at this moment, those people were awakened from a dream.
How is this possible? How could that little beast have such a powerful protector?
Even Xian Ming can be wiped out with one palm.
Could he be a real emperor?
Zhao Qianhua's face was extremely pale, his eyes were full of resentment and fear, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, full of disbelief. She originally wanted to capture Ling Xiao so that Ling Zhan could throw the rat weapon away, but the power of Ling Zhao's protector far exceeded her imagination. The great emperor. He is definitely a powerful emperor. Even if he is not the real great emperor, he is still the strongest person who killed himself. Ling Yi also had extremely solemn eyes, and a trace of undetectable panic flashed through his eyes that had always been extremely cold. He is still afraid. He has an indifferent nature and is not moved by external things, because his biggest reliance is the Ling family, the identity of the Changxing family, and the heritage of the Ling family. But now, Ling Xiao has become a disciple of Tai. The foundation of Tai Holy Land is deeper than that of the Ling family, and even Ling Xiao's protectors are stronger than him.
That feeling of being out of control is extremely uncomfortable. If the Changsheng Ling family wants to exterminate the clan, feel free to take action against my Daozi.
Shadow Ancestor was shrouded in shadow, and his face could not be seen clearly, but those eyes seemed to contain a dark aura that could destroy an ancient world.
There was no emotion at all.
But when everyone in the Ling family heard his words, they sounded indescribably domineering and cruel.
Genocide?
The immortal family is the inheritance of the true immortals. It has been immortal for several epochs and has a terrifying background.
Even the extremely powerful immortal court does not dare to say that it will definitely be able to destroy the immortal family. But Shadow Ancestor said it. How domineering is this? However, many elders of the Ling family couldn't help but tremble when they thought of the ancestor in Tai Holy Land, feeling that this might not be impossible. The Ling family should have been destroyed long ago. How can it qualify to become a long-lived family by so cruelly killing fellow clan members and excluding dissidents? Today, I will destroy your main lineage and avenge my grandson. A thunderous sound exploded. Ling Zhan was like a god and demon, with a majestic and burly figure, full of explosive power. Holding a black giant axe, he descended from the sky and appeared in front of Ling Xiao. His eyes were extremely cold, containing overwhelming murderous intent, and his words were also extremely domineering. There was still a trace of kinship in his heart, but the moment Xian Ming took action against Ling Xiao, it had completely dissipated. The cultivation of the quasi-emperor realm completely exploded, the terrifying imperial power spread out, and the black giant axe in his hand bloomed with blazing divine light. In the entire Ling family, all the clan members were trembling and did not dare to look at Ling Zhan at all. My shower, you are still alive. That's great.
Ling Zhan took a deep breath, turned around slowly, and looked at Ling Xiao in front of him, his eyes red, full of excitement and pity. 10 years ago, when he just left, Ling Xiao was just a child of 7 or 8 years old, as cute as a porcelain doll.
Now, 10 years have passed.
Ling Xiao has grown into a majestic young man. He is handsome, elegant, and otherworldly. He is able to charm many saints and fairies.
What shocked Ling Zhan even more was that Ling Xiao turned out to be the Taoist disciple of Tai Holy Land? That is the Holy Land of Tai.
It has the immortal sect where the most ancient ancestor is seated.
It is so prominent that it can be said to be peerless and immortal.
It is far beyond what the Ling family, an immortal family that has been somewhat in decline, can compare with. His eyes were full of relief, love, and joy. His shower didn't know how much hardship he had to endure before he survived.
Grandpa, I'm fine.
Ling Xiao responded with a smile, feeling a feeling of admiration and warmth in his heart. He could see that there were many scars on Ling Zhan's body, and there was a sense of death all over his body. He didn't know what he had gone through and how much damage he had suffered over the years. But the first thing this old man had to do after breaking out of the forbidden area was to seek justice for his grandson. He even did not hesitate to make enemies of the family, massacred countless members of the Ling family, and was charged with harming his own clan. But he did not hesitate. Even though he knew that he was weak, even though he knew that the Ling family had a deep foundation, he still did this.
How could Ling Xiao not be moved? Okay.
Shower, as long as you are alive, Grandpa will avenge you.
None of those who harmed you back then will survive.
Ling Zhan's tiger eyes seemed to have crystal liquid slipping down, and he was crying with joy. But it was instantly evaporated by his magical power. His eyes became sharp and violent, and the terrifying imperial power filled the air around him, causing the sky in all directions to tremble violently, and the stars in the 9 heavens seemed to be shaking. And the black giant axe in his hand seemed to sense the master's mood, and it burst out with terrifying murderous intent, and the ultimate imperial power rose, covering hundreds of millions of miles of earth.
Everyone in the entire Ling family was trembling.
Even when they were hiding in the underground palace, Zhao Xianghua and Ling Yi were trembling and their faces were extremely pale. Ling Songyan, who was severely injured in the distance, caught Ling Zhan's gaze and couldn't help but tremble, his eyes full of unconcealable fear.
Boom!
Ling Zhan suddenly stamped his foot, like a big earthquake. Countless formations around him shattered, and the mountains collapsed. The black giant axe in his hand suddenly fell down, and the sharp axe light tore through the void, completely cutting into pieces the deep and dark dungeon.
That was the Ling family's dungeon, which would never see the light of day. and many clan elders from Ling Zhan's lineage were trapped in it.
The restrictions on them were directly destroyed, and then the aura around them rose, and their strength gradually recovered, and they rushed out of the dungeon. They were originally at a loss, but after seeing Ling Zhan, they immediately showed a mixture of sadness and joy.
Third brother, you are finally back. Our lineage is so miserable. They extracted Shower's immortal vein.
We went to seek justice, but they suppressed it. Third brother, it's my third uncle who couldn't help you. I failed to protect Shower, so Shower was poisoned by that poisonous woman.
The main line excludes dissidents and harms fellow clansmen. It doesn't regard us as members of the Ling family at all. You must tolerate it, don't act out of emotion, and preserve your usefulness. Hundreds of figures rushed out from the dungeon. They all looked very embarrassed, with scars all over their bodies and disheveled hair. They were crying with joy at this moment. They were all clan elders of Ling Zhan's lineage, and they were suppressed in the dungeon because of the incident 3 years ago. Originally, they thought that they would be trapped and die in the dungeon for the rest of their lives, but they didn't expect that Ling Zhan would come back and rescue them. Ask for flowers, they were filled with joy and sorrow, as well as worry. After all, no matter how strong Ling Zhan is, can he compare to those in the main line?
The 8th brother, the 11th brother, the 3rd uncle, the 9th uncle, the great uncle.
I, Ling Zhan, am back. Today, I am here to avenge my grandson. The people and things of the past must be dealt with. Liquidation.
Ling Zhan's voice was extremely calm, but his eyes contained a deep-seated murderous intent.
Third brother, don't be impulsive.
A clan elder with white beard and hair quickly spoke out to dissuade him.
Boom!
But at this moment, Ling Zhan's feet suddenly fell down, and he was like a chaotic demon god. The terrifying power fluctuations tore apart numerous formations and directly exploded a sacred mountain in the distance.
Vicious woman, why don't you get out?
Ling Zhan's voice was as cold as the thunder from the sky. The clan elders around were all shaken up and down, their faces all pale, and their eyes full of horror.
What kind of cultivation level is Ling Zhan? Why has it become so strong?
Soon, they found Ling Xiao and the people of Tai Holy Land. Then a group of people were excited and surrounded Ling Xiao. Then, through the stories of the surrounding tribesmen, they knew what had happened. They were all stunned.
Ling Zhan was a powerful quasi-emperor? And Ling Xiao actually became the Daozi of Tai Holy Land? After being suppressed for several years, so many things happened?
After a brief shock, they immediately became excited, and each of them was so excited that they couldn't help themselves.
Rumble!
The sacred mountain in the distance collapsed, and an ancient underground palace emerged, interweaving with mysterious extreme light, and the formation runes rose, which was surprisingly solid. And Zhao Qianghua and Ling Yi also appeared in front of everyone. Ling Zhan had just been performing powerful secret techniques to search for the whereabouts of Zhao Qianghua and Ling Yi. After finding them, he did not hesitate to burst out his divine power, collapsed the sacred mountain, and found the hiding place of Zhao Qianghua and Ling Yi. As soon as they saw Zhao Qianghua and Ling Yi, the elders of Ling Zhan's lineage all had red eyes.
Poisonous woman, why don't you come out and die? Poisonous woman, you and your son are so vicious, how can Ling Yi be worthy of being the son of God of my Ling family? Come out and apologize. Many elders cursed, their eyes full of hatred. Zhao Qianhua and Ling Yi?
As soon as he saw the two people in front of him, Ling Xiao couldn't help but turn his eyes cold, revealing a trace of extremely cold murderous intent. The culprit has appeared. Being stared at by everyone, especially Ling Zhan, who had a terrifying aura, Zhao Qianghua and Ling Yi were extremely pale. Ling Songyan trembled all over, and could not help but kneel on the ground and pray loudly, "Grandfather, why don't you show up? Ear is going to be killed by Ling Zhan, the traitor. Can you really bear to see the real immortal of my Ling family die here? Grandfather? Even if he comes out, this vicious woman must die." Ling Zhan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and then he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed, and his sharp claws tore through the void, causing the underground palace to tremble violently. The defensive formation outside the underground palace was constantly trembling, as if it would collapse at any time. Ah! At this moment, an old sigh sounded. The void seemed to solidify. An old man with white hair and beard and an ancient face appeared silently in the void, his eyes full of helplessness. Ling Zhan, have you had enough of this? If you want to vent your anger, then don't make a scene. After all, you are also a member of the Ling family, and you can't let others laugh at you. The old man with an ancient face is the ancestor of the Ling family. Corpse. Chapter 67. The ancestor of the Ling family is the real pillar of the Ling family. It is rumored that he has lived for countless years, and his cultivation has reached an unfathomable realm. He is even known as the person who is most likely to achieve immortality and longevity. He is also the real leader of the Ling family, and he can decide whether the head of the Ling family will be abolished or established with just one word. At the same time, he is also the ancestor of the main line, and can be regarded as Ling Yi's grandfather. He stood in the void, as if he was integrated with the heaven and earth in all directions. Chaos light was lingering around him, as if there were scenes of the birth and death of infinite worlds emerging. He seems not to exist in this world, and is extremely mysterious. He looked at Ling Zhan. Although his voice was calm and indifferent, it seemed as if he was following his words and contained a majesty that was difficult to contend with. Have you made enough trouble? Ha ha ha. So in the eyes of the ancestor, am I making trouble? Doesn't the ancestor know the rights and wrongs of what happened 3 years ago? Ling Zhan laughed loudly. His laughter was extremely sad, and there was a trace of ridicule in his eyes. 10 years ago, he would have respected the ancestor of the Ling family like a god and would not have dared to show any disrespect. But today, facing the ancestor of the Ling family, he showed no respect at all. The ancestor of the Ling family was so powerful that it was unfathomable. He did not believe that the ancestor of the Ling family did not know when Ling Xiao was given the immortal vein 3 years ago. But the ancestor of the Ling family acquiesced. He even tacitly agreed to suppress the main lineage of Ling Zhan. How indifferent and partial is this? What happened 3 years ago is indeed the fault of the main vein. Zhao Chenhua, you can do whatever you want. But Ling Yi, he has 2 immortal veins and has the qualifications of a true immortal. If his immortal veins are extracted, you will lose your immortal power and the gain will be outweighed. Are you really willing to let me, the Ling family, lose another genius? The ancestor of the Ling family sighed softly. Then, his eyes fell on Ling Xiao, with a hint of scrutiny, and finally said slowly, as compensation, I can let Ling Xiao and Ling Yi become the divine sons of my Ling family at the same time. And Ling Zhan, when you become the head of the Ling family, I will agree to any compensation you ask for. Ancestor, no. Ling Songyan and Zhao Qiumehua's expressions changed, and they couldn't help but beg for mercy. They all felt a little chilly in their hearts. The ancestor of the Ling family seemed to want to compensate Ling Zhan's lineage, so he made a big concession. But how could they not know that the ancestor regarded them as abandoned children? Isn't it because he saw that Ling Xiao had awakened the forbidden body and was pregnant with the innate holy body and had extraordinary talents, so he wanted to win over Ling Zhan and Ling Xiao and let them return to the Ling family? If Ling Zhan is not the quasi-emperor and Ling Xiao is still a waste, do you think the ancestor of the Ling family will have this attitude? Ancestor, you are so confused. Ling Zhan shouted loudly and said unceremoniously, throughout the ages, there have been so many geniuses with holy bodies, so many supreme beings with extraordinary talents, how many of them have finally reached the top? Most of them, didn't they still perish on the way to seek the truth? Whether you can reach the top, whether you can prove immortality, what you need is an indomitable heart, great perseverance, and great wisdom, especially a few immortal veins, the so-called holy body can decide? Ling Zhan's voice was like a bell, echoing over the Ling family. Many members of the Ling family were stunned. How dare Ling Zhan talk to his ancestor like this? That is the ancestor of the Ling family. He has lived for countless years and is older than Ling Zhan for countless generations. Who dares to be disrespectful? Today, I just want to seek justice for my grandson. Therefore, Zhao Qianhua and Ling Songyan must die, and the immortal veins in Ling Yi's body must be extracted and returned to my grandson. Everyone back then a liquidation must be carried out. If the ancestor agrees, then I will still be a disciple of the Ling family. Ling Zhan's eyes were sharp and bright, looking directly at the ancestor of the Ling family without the slightest fear. I can promise you anything else, but Ling Yi can't move. He is the genius of my Ling family and the future of the Ling family. If you hurt his talent, you will be the sinner of the Ling family. The ancestor of the Ling family was silent for a moment and said slowly, Ling Yi can't move? Ha ha ha. The so-called genius of the Ling family is just a thief who steals other people's talents? Does such a thief want to reach the top? Ancestor, I think you are really confused. Ling Zhan was tit for tat and refused to give in. Bold. Ling Zhan, how dare you disrespect our ancestor? Ling Zhan, my ancestor is already very sincere to your lineage. What else do you want to do? Do you have to destroy our Ling family? That's right. Ling Zhan, you have this opportunity to break through the quasi-emperor, and you are most suitable to become the head of the Ling family. The title of head of the family has been given to you, what else are you dissatisfied with? A group of highly respected elders of the Ling family also followed the ancestors of the Ling family and came out from the depths of their ancestral land. Their auras were unparalleledly powerful and unfathomable. They stared at Ling Zhan and scolded him coldly. It's you who ruined the Ling family, not me. Although the Ling family is an immortal family, you have to ask yourselves, are your actions fair? Are your clan members cold to you? How can a family unite and survive forever if they are separated from one another? In my opinion, the Ling family is seriously ill and must be treated.
Ling Zhan didn't give in, his eyes were extremely cold, and he didn't pay attention to these supreme elders in front of him at all.
Ling Zhan, I'll give you another chance. Ling Yi can't move. All other conditions are up to you. The ancestor of the Ling family said calmly. However, everyone can feel that the atmosphere has become obviously depressed, and an extremely dangerous atmosphere is rising. This is the biggest concession made by the ancestor of the Ling family. Even many clan elders from Ling Zhan's lineage were extremely nervous and worried, and even hoped that Ling Zhan would agree. After all, although Ling Zhan is strong, how can he be the opponent of the ancestor of the Ling family? If the fish is dead and the net is broken, it will be of no benefit to anyone. After taking a deep look at the ancestor of the Ling family, Ling Zhan smiled. But his smile contained a deep chill. I refuse. My grandson Ling Xiao needs justice and an explanation. What Ling Yi stole must be returned. He stared at the ancestor of the Ling family, his voice was passionate and contained a tragic meaning. He understood what his refusal meant. But he did it anyway. Grandpa, well said. At this moment, Ling Xiao took a step forward and stood side by side with Ling Zhan. His eyes were calm and deep, scanning the ancestors of the Ling family, many supreme elders, Ling Sungyan, Zhao Qianghua, Ling Yi and others in front of him, his expression unchanged at all. But the mysterious symbols surging in his eyes seemed to be able to penetrate chaos and open up the world, and they seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts and see through everything. Unconsciously, those people were a little unnatural. Some things must be resolved, and some people must be liquidated. A decadent family like the Ling family only knows how to harm its own people and eliminate dissidents. I think the root cause lies with you, the ancestor of the Ling family, right? Ling Xiao raised his head, stared at ancestor Ling Xiao and said unceremoniously. It is precisely because you have selfish motives and favor the main line, and cannot be fair and just, that makes the main line become more arrogant and domineering. Are there still not many people from the Ling family who have been suppressed and exiled in these years? Where are the geniuses of the Ling family who have been suppressed and whose talents have been wiped out? Am I the only one? And the culprit of these is you. I think you are the one who should die the most to apologize. Ling Xiao said calmly, his eyes extremely cold. But every word he said made everyone around him tremble with fear. How dare Ling Xiao speak like this? He said that the ancestor of the Ling family was the culprit, and he wanted the ancestor of the Ling family to die to apologize? Even Ling Zhan is not so crazy. This pair of grandfather and grandson are really brave. Although many people think they are right, they can't help but show sympathy at this moment. They don't know whether they should be called brave or stupid. What good would it do them if they angered the ancestors of the Ling family? The culprit? To apologize with death? Ha! The ancestor of the Ling family suddenly laughed out loud and took a deep look at Ling Xiao. His eyes were full of complicated and unreadable expressions, but in the end there was a trace of cold murderous intent surging out. I was indeed wrong. My mistake was that I was too good to you, which is why you continued to push your limits, and even deceived your masters, destroyed your ancestors, and betrayed your family. In this case, I will leave you alone. Don't blame me. Since you have made such a choice, I have no choice but to clean up the house myself. The ancestor of the Ling family sighed softly. Boom! But all around him, there seemed to be invisible thunder surging, and a cold and incomparable killing intent, approaching Ling Zhan and Ling Xiao in a mighty manner. Ancestor of the Ling family, please calm down. My Taoist son is young and he didn't mean to quarrel. For the sake of my ancestor, please let him go. Qi Yunfeng's expression changed drastically and he rushed out to stop him. If Ling Xiao falls here, something big will really happen. He also complained about Ling Xiao in his heart. Why did he have to be so arrogant and anger the ancestor of the Ling family? It's hard to end now. Roll. The ancestor of the Ling family let out a soft drink with his tongue bursting with thunder. Qi Yunfeng's whole body was shaken violently, as if struck by lightning. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth and he flew away. Shower, you're right. Grandpa is here today, who dares to touch you? Ling Zhan sneered and said, the blazing divine light around him surged, the evil spirit rose, and the black giant axe in his hand burst out with the dazzling power of the Supreme Emperor. He stood in front of Ling Xiao, and the sharp axe light seemed to be able to tear everything apart, and it was terrifying.
It's just a quasi-emperor. Do you really think that with the Jidao Emperor's soldiers in hand, you can be invincible?
The ancestor of the Ling family had an indifferent face, with no sign of sadness or joy. He stepped forward, and the whole world seemed to tremble with his steps.
A majestic killing intent suddenly rose up, soaring upward, as if it was going to penetrate the ninth heaven. Here comes the sword! He shouted softly.
The burning sky sword in the distance seemed to have completely revived, turning into a dazzling Milky Way, spanning hundreds of millions of miles of void, and flew into the palm of his hand. The ancestor of the Ling family held the sword, and a clear light spread all over his body. His face instantly became younger, and he became a young man with black hair hanging down his shoulders. Walking in the universe, the sword energy dropped, disrupting the chaotic void for hundreds of millions of miles, as if it could destroy the galaxy, pointing at Lingzhan from a distance. The terrifying and unparalleled power of the Supreme Emperor, like a bright beam of light, was displayed in front of everyone. A true emperor. Even though everyone had expected it, they couldn't help but tremble all over at this moment, and their faces were extremely pale. Especially everyone in the Ling family couldn't help but knelt down with a plop at this moment. Chapter 68. The opportunity has been given to you. If you don't want to cherish it, then don't blame me for being ruthless. What about the innate holy body and Tao fetus? In that case, I will take out your innate holy body and Tao fetus and integrate it into Lingyi's body, create an invincible talent. The ancestor of the Ling family's eyes were extremely indifferent, and his voice was like the mighty power of heaven, causing the entire void to tremble violently. He came with a sword, the evil aura around him was overwhelming, and the supreme imperial power rose, and the sword was pointed at Ling Zhan and Ling Xiao.
With me here, who dares to hurt my grandson?
Ling Zhan roared angrily, the evil energy rising all over his body. The black giant axe in his hand seemed to be completely revived, and two ancient and mysterious characters appeared above it.
Suppress the prison. The ultimate imperial weapon, the prison-suppressing axe. He was holding the prison-suppressing axe, and there seemed to be a black sun rising behind him, and the terrifying light of the axe struck across the sky towards the ancestor of the Ling family. Under his urging, the edge of the prison-suppressing axe blossomed to its extreme. Boom! The prison-suppressing axe fell across the sky, and the burning sky sword in the palm of the ancestor of the Ling family rose across the sky. A majestic and extremely terrifying sword energy enveloped Lingzhan. The sword energy is extremely ferocious, containing boundless evil energy, death, destruction, and the domineering energy of annihilating all living beings. It is extremely terrifying. When the sword energy rose, everyone, including Ling Xiao, felt that the world had become dim. Between heaven and earth, within the universe, there is only that sword light left. Extremely stunning. Click. The burning sky sword, which contained the power of burning the sky and destroying the world, struck the prison-suppressing axe. In an instant, a blazing and dazzling divine light burst out, causing the prison-suppressing axe to fly away. At the same time, a sword light tore through the void and struck Lingzhan's body. He almost disemboweled him and sent him flying 17 straight away, coughing up blood. As powerful as Lingzhan, even with the cultivation of a quasi-emperor and the ultimate imperial weapon such as the prison-suppressing axe, he is still so vulnerable in front of the ancestor of the Ling family. Is this the power of the emperor? Although Ling Zhao's eyes were a little pale, they were brighter than ever before. He didn't have the slightest fear. Seeing the sword of the ancestor of the Ling family with his own eyes made him seem to be endlessly shocked, and he gained a lot more understanding of this world. His cultivation seemed to be showing signs of breaking through to the realm of life and death. Ling Daoju, if you dare to attack Ling Xiao, the master will not let you go. Shadow Ancestor stood in front of Ling Xiao, his eyes slightly solemn as he stared at the ancestor of the Ling family. Obviously, even the Shadow Ancestor felt a lot of pressure in front of the powerful ancestor of the Ling family. Shadow, although your master is strong, how dare you interfere with my Ling family's affairs? If you dare to stop me today, don't blame me for not giving your master face. The ancestor of the Ling family had a cold light in his eyes, but he remained unmoved at all. Boom! The burning sky sword bloomed with blazing golden flames, like billions of suns blooming, turning into a supreme sword energy that cut through the sky and fell down from the sky. The blazing divine light surged around Shadow Ancestor, and he formed seals with his hands. The endless darkness surged, and instantly turned into a black barrier, shrouding him and Ling Xiao in it. And when the sword energy fell, it was so sharp and bright that it made the barrier tremble violently,
as if it was about to break apart at any time.
Don't hurt my grandson. Ling Zhan roared angrily, his eyes full of evil aura, and he was extremely angry.
Even though he was severely injured at the moment, there was still endless vitality and light surging in his body, constantly repairing his body. Then he held the prison-suppressing axe and flew towards the ancestor of the Ling family.
Boom!
At this moment, the void was torn apart, a terrifying aura that dominated the world bloomed, and a majestic figure stepped out of it. The unparalleled palm prints were suppressed with great force, and instantly collided with the prison-suppressing axe, shattering the Jidao radiance, causing the prison-suppressing axe to tremble violently, and the power of the Jidao imperial soldier was suppressed.
Ling Zhan was also shaken all over and flew out again. Ancestor Xian Tian, you dare to stop me?
Ling Zhan was shocked and angry, his eyes full of disbelief. That majestic figure was also a great emperor.
Ancestor Xian Tian, the strongest of Xian Tian sect.
Although Xian Tian sect is not an immortal sect, it is also an ancient sect with a very long heritage.
More importantly, Zhao Qianhua is the direct descendant of Xian Tian sect and has the blood of ancestor Xian Tian.
Ling Zhan did not expect that ancestor Xian Tian would also come.
Now, Ling Xiao is in danger. Grandma Shu, go and save brother Ling Xiao, he can't die here. Why hasn't my father, that bastard, come yet? If anything happens to brother Ling Xiao, I want him to be in trouble.
In the distance, Di Hongwan's eyes were also full of worry, and she hurriedly sent a message in secret. Grandma Shu was her protector, and also a protector with unfathomable strength.
Xiao Wanner, I'm afraid I can't do anything. I've been targeted by the Xian Tian patriarch.
If I do anything, not only will I not be able to save Ling Xiao, but you will also be in danger. The old and helpless voice of the tree grandmother reached Di Hongwan's ears.
Everything in front of him seemed to be planned by the Ling family's ancestors long ago. Boom! The Ling family's mountain protection formation was completely activated.
One after another, the divine chains of order intertwined, the terrifying extreme imperial power revived, and even contained wisps of immortal fairy light, forming a terrifying and boundless formation. The entire Ling family, covering a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, was covered. And the Ling family's ancestors and Xiantian ancestors, two great emperor-level strongmen, took action at the same time, which seemed to be planned.
The purpose was to deal with Ling Zhan and Ling Xiao. But what Di Hongwan couldn't understand was why the Ling family's ancestors and Xiantian ancestors had to deliberately deal with Ling Xiao. Is the forbidden body, the innate holy body, really worth the two supreme emperors to take action? Boom!
The eyes of Xiantian patriarch were indifferent, and the terrifying imperial power was all over his body. His figure was majestic, as if he could support the world. He pressed down with a palm, and once again repelled Ling Zhan, coughing up blood and flying out. Crack! The burning heaven sword spanned billions of miles of the void, blooming with dazzling fairy light, blazing to the extreme, and also shattered the powerful barrier set up by Yingzhu. Although Yingzhu was strong, he seemed to be greatly affected in this Ling family ancestral land, not to mention that the Ling family ancestor still had the burning heaven sword in his hand.
He also staggered back, bearing unimaginable pressure. Ling Daoju, what a good name. If I'm not mistaken, you are so deliberate for my innate holy body, right?
I heard that the essence contained in the forbidden body can increase the chances of the great emperor to achieve immortality.
I'm afraid you are doing this for immortality, right?
Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with a hint of sarcasm, staring at the ancestor of the Ling family and speaking slowly.
You actually knew? That's right, it should be Taiyi Patriarch who told you, right?
Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you.
As long as I extract the origin of your innate holy body, I can achieve immortality.
At that time, my Ling family will be a real longevity family, overlooking billions of lives, and no one can defeat it. So, for the great cause of my Ling family, I can only sacrifice you.
However, it is also your honor to help me achieve immortality.
The eyes of the Ling family ancestor showed a strange color, and he said indifferently.
He actually admitted it directly.
And everyone in the Ling family was also stunned.
Especially Ling Yi, and the elders of the Ling family. They originally thought that the ancestor of the Ling family liked Ling Yi, so he took action against Ling Zhan and Ling Xiao. Now it seems that the ancestor of the Ling family is for himself? Extracting the origin of the innate holy body can achieve immortality? For some reason, everyone in the Ling family felt an indescribable sadness in their hearts. Is such a family really worth staying in? Really? It seems that I really overestimated you.
You, Ling Yi, and Zhao Qianhua are the same kind of people.
Such a selfish thing is worthy of being called the ancestor of the Ling family?
Ling Xiao sneered, with a cold chill in his eyes.
Ling Xiao, there is no need to show off your eloquence. Wait a minute, I will teach you how to respect your elders. I hope you can still be so arrogant then.
The ancestor of the Ling family said indifferently.
Crack!
The immortal light of the burning sky sword was blazing, and the terrifying fluctuations that tore everything apart and burned everything, under the blessing of the Ling family's mountain protection formation, broke out to the extreme. Even the shadow ancestor groaned, was severely injured, and staggered back directly. The chaotic light around the ancestor of the Ling family rose, as if the sun, moon, and stars were flowing, causing the sky to tremble violently. He stepped forward and reached out to grab Ling Xiao.
Boom!
At this moment, Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by a dazzling fairy light, and endless chaotic light rose, as if an ancient world had been opened up. A majestic and extremely fierce murderous aura rose from the chaotic fairy light, as if it was going to penetrate the 9 heavens and 10 earths and shatter billions of universes. The surging divine light, carrying a purple chaotic divine mountain, descended from the sky. A tall figure stood on the lightning, with a peerless grace, the only one in the world. A mysterious ancient bell on his head flowed with chaotic light, as if it could suppress billions of time and space and shatter endless chaos.
He stood with his back to the common people, leaving only a back figure. But at this moment, everyone still vaguely felt that the heaven and earth were trembling violently, trembling and wailing because of him. He had a kind of momentum that swallowed the 8 wastelands in 6 directions, looking down on the ages and being the only one.
Who are you? The ancestor of the Ling family was shocked, and his eyes were filled with an extremely solemn look. He actually felt a crisis and great terror coming. In front of him, Ling Xiao disappeared without knowing when, and such a terrifying existence appeared, which made him have to treat it with caution.
Is this the power of the emperor? Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh.
This figure was naturally Ling Xiao, who had merged a little with the incarnation of the great Emperor Cangxing, allowing the great Emperor Cangxing to descend into this world. When he really became the great Emperor Cangxing, he knew what was the real power that was so powerful that it made the heaven and earth tremble. That kind of power seemed to be able to open up chaos, destroy billions of universes, and bury countless sentient beings, making him intoxicated. At this moment, a system panel appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Host, Ling Xiao Incarnation, Emperor Cangxing Strength, Peak Emperor Kung Fu, Cangxing Sutra Magic Weapon, Cangxing Bell Incarnation Time, 9 minutes and 59 seconds.
This is the system's embodiment of Ling Xiao's current strength.
After Ling Xiao merged with that trace of Emperor Cangxing's incarnation, he possessed all the power of Emperor Cangxing and allowed Emperor Cangxing to descend into this world. Although, it was only a short 10 minutes.
But, it was enough.
At this moment, the figure slowly turned around, as if the world was overturned, time and space were solidified, and the avenue was reversed. A pair of indifferent and arrogant eyes looked at the ancestor of the Ling family, as if there were terrifying scenes of the destruction of the heavens, the collapse of the world, and the fall of billions of lives in his eyes. As powerful as the ancestor of the Ling family was, he couldn't help but feel a throbbing in his heart and a chill all over his body at this moment.
Chapter 69. Who are you?
The ancestor of the Ling family asked again. His eyes were extremely solemn. He could vaguely feel that the figure in front of him was also a powerful emperor, with terrifying strength, which made him feel extremely dangerous. At the same time, he also felt a little uneasy.
What is the origin of this emperor in front of him? Could he also be Ling Xiao's protector?
This seat, Cangxing. The grand and mysterious voice exploded above the sky, shaking countless people.
Cangxing? Emperor Cangxing? This name is unfamiliar. When did the fairyland have such a powerful figure? Even Yingzu was shocked, with a look of surprise in his eyes.
He is Ling Xiao's protector, but he never thought that there was such a peerless figure beside Ling Xiao.
Even he couldn't find out how amazing the cultivation of this Emperor Cangxing had reached? Why does he have so many powerful people protecting him? Why? At this moment, even Ling Yi couldn't help showing jealousy in his eyes. Zhao Chenghua and Ling Songnian were even more frightened, their faces full of reluctance and shock.
They were ecstatic when they heard the words of the Ling family ancestor just now. If the Ling family ancestor could extract Ling Zhao's innate holy body and use it to prove immortality, then the Ling family would not only be extremely glorious, but they would also be able to vent their anger. But they never thought that Ling Xiao actually had so many cards.
Who is this emperor named Cangxing? Rumble. Emperor Cangxing stepped forward.
He was surrounded by chaotic light, as if there were 3,000 worlds surrounding him, and his figure was majestic, as if he was pushing the sun, moon, and stars. Although his face could not be seen clearly, The aura of being invincible and overwhelming everything made people feel very impressed, as if the emperor should be in this posture. In front of the great Emperor Xangxing, even the ancestors of the Ling family and Xiantian were eclipsed. Moreover, the vast and terrifying momentum came over, which was extremely tragic, as if there were endless gods and demons falling, all spirits wailing, and the terrible scene of chaos reopening. Just the pressure of momentum made the eyes of the ancestor of the Ling family more solemn. "This is my Ling family's family affairs. Please don't interfere. There will be a great reward." The ancestor of the Ling family took a deep breath and bowed. "A shameless person like you who can't distinguish right from wrong and covets the talents of the younger generation is worthy of being an emperor? Is he worthy of immortality? He should be killed." The great Emperor Xangxing's eyes were indifferent, and his voice was like the explosion of the mighty power of heaven. When the last word Zhu was spoken, the void shook in an instant, and endless divine light surged. The laws of the Great Way and the divine chain of order intertwined and gathered above the Ling family. In the end, a huge word Zhu was formed. Endless immortal light bloomed, tearing the sky apart. The word Zhu seemed to contain infinite power, suppressing the Ling family ancestor mightily. "Bold!" The Ling family ancestor laughed in anger, his eyes full of cold murderous intent. "This is the ancestral land of the Ling family, with many heritages of the Changxing family. Those are the means left by the immortals, enough to suppress the world. Even if a great emperor is here, he can be suppressed. How dare this great emperor named Xangxing run wild in the Ling family's ancestral land?" Boom! Throughout the Ling family's ancestral land, divine lights rose, runes bloomed, the imperial power of the extreme Tao intertwined, and the murderous intent as vast as the sea intertwined. An extremely powerful supreme divine array, surrounded by ethereal fairy light, completely revived. This is the Ling family's clan-suppressing formation, which integrates the power of the immortals. It is extremely powerful and can suppress the emperor. It is terrifying. At the same time, the ancestor of the Ling family activated the burning sky sword, and the blazing and dazzling sword light came across the sky, like a river falling from the sky, cutting open the sky and the earth, and wanted to directly kill the great Emperor Xangxing. Boom! The great Emperor Xangxing looked calm, and a palm fell across the sky. Chaos light rose around him, and the laws of the great Tao intertwined. There was a sense of invulnerability, and the aura was mysterious and unpredictable, as if he did not exist in this world. Although the Ling family's clan formation was terrifyingly powerful and enough to tear apart the body of a great emperor, it actually shattered as he stepped on it. The palm print that came from the sky seemed to contain an infinite chaotic world, encompassing the entire fairyland, crystal clear and immortal. Crack! The sword energy in the sky exploded, and the collision between the burning heaven sword and the palm of the great Emperor Xangxing actually made a sound of metal clashing, and the blazing divine light burst out. Then, the great Emperor Xangxing turned his hand to suppress it, and it was like the world turned upside down in an instant. The burning heaven sword, together with the ancestor of the Ling family, was actually suppressed by the great Emperor Xangxing from the sky, smashing countless sacred mountains and slamming them hard into the earth. Boom! The earth trembled violently, and sank tens of thousands of feet in an instant, and countless towering ancient trees and immortal sacred mountains turned into dust. The body of the ancestor of the Ling family cracked, and golden bloodlight filled the air, revealing the golden bones. The light of the burning heaven sword dimmed, and it kept buzzing. What? Everyone was stunned. Looking at the scene in front of them, their brains went blank, and even their thoughts seemed to solidify. What did they see? As powerful as the ancestor of the Ling family, he was an invincible emperor, enough to suppress the world. If the immortal immortals did not come out, who would compete with him? Moreover, this is the ancestral land of the Ling family, with the Ling family's clan formation and the supreme foundation left by the immortals. But despite this, the ancestor of the Ling family was still suppressed by the Emperor Xangxing with a palm. The flesh body is hard against the extreme emperor's soldiers. This Emperor Xangxing is probably close to being an immortal, right? There is such a brilliant person in the fairyland. Why haven't I heard of his real name before? Someone said, trembling all over, with a look of awe in his eyes. Such a great turmoil in the Ling family has already alarmed the great forces in the surrounding Dao domains. Many powerful people from the Changxing family, the immortal sect, even the demon clan, the ancient royal family, and the immortal court have all looked over, and some have even come here in person. They saw such a shocking scene. Even the Xiantian ancestor in the distance felt a chill all over his body, and his eyes were filled with an extremely solemn look. His cultivation was not as good as that of the Ling family ancestor, who was just an immortal who had just entered the emperor realm.
Even the Ling family ancestor was not the opponent of the Sansheng Emperor, and he was afraid that he would be even worse. Cough cough cough. Sansheng, what at Sansheng? Do you really think that I am easy to bully? Is my Chansheng family so unbearable? In this case, today I will be the Butcher Emperor and let you see the true foundation of the Changsheng family. The Ling family ancestor rushed out from the ground, coughing up golden blood from his mouth, his eyes full of murderous intent, anger, and unwillingness. In his body, the divine light of the Tao continued to burst out, the imperial power of the extreme Tao permeated, and the powerful vitality surged, repairing his injuries. Boom! With the loud shout of the ancestor of the Ling family, the sky seemed to be broken in the ancestral land of the Ling family. Then endless fairy light burst out, and the immortal and mysterious breath bloomed. That mysterious power seemed to be able to penetrate the 9 heavens and 10 earths, containing endless sharpness and peerless killing. There was a terrible sword intent that tore through the chaos and buried endless gods and demons. It was a dazzling sword light, like the light of a flying fairy, dazzling to the extreme, as if it was hanging from the 9 heavens, to destroy everything. That is, an immortal fairy weapon? Hiss. The Ling family really has an immortal fairy weapon in the world? It really deserves to be the foundation of the longevity family. With the immortal fairy weapon suppressing it, it is enough to live forever in the world. Many powerful people around showed expressions of shock and awe. That dazzling immortal sword light, even though they were far away, they all felt cold all over, as if their whole bodies were torn apart. And the immortal weapon revived. Could the great Emperor Sansheng withstand this attack? Kill! The voice of the Ling family ancestor contained a fierce killing intent. That dazzling immortal light broke through the chaos, cut through time and space, and fell towards the great Emperor Sansheng in a mighty manner. Who is the peak at the end of the immortal road? Once you see Sansheng, the way becomes empty. The ancient and vast voice sounded, with a kind of peerless style that looked down on the world and was the only one in the world. This sentence, spoken from the mouth of the great Emperor Sansheng, was a little arrogant. But Ling Xiao used this to express the true portrayal of the great Emperor Sansheng. At the same time, this sentence also contained the most powerful magical power of the great Emperor Sansheng. 10,000 ways become empty. Boom! The great Emperor Sansheng looked down upon the ages, swallowed up the past and the present, and swept across the 3,000 worlds. With his invincible strength, he rushed towards the ancestor of the Ling family. The blazing divine light bloomed from his body, as if it could shatter eternity and suppress 10,000 ways. Still, a pair of fleshy palms struck across the 9 heavens, heading towards the immortal sword light. Who is the peak at the end of the immortal road? Seeing the common people's way becomes empty. This person is so arrogant. However, the magnanimity of this great emperor is really heartbreaking. This is the true-born emperor, who can be called peerless and invincible. Now I seem to be expecting him to create miracles. Everyone around was shocked after hearing this sentence. They even got a little excited. This is a peerless battle. They were lucky enough to watch the battle. Boom! That extremely brilliant immortal sword light collided with the great emperor of Sansheng, instantly triggering a turbulent wave, and the sky was torn apart. The earth billions of miles below was trembling violently. But that mysterious light that was empty of all realms seemed to form a vast realm, allowing all realms in the world to obey his orders, and it actually used incredible power to directly obliterate the immortal sword light. Then, a palm came across the air. Everything becomes empty. How is this possible? The ancestor of the Ling family was horrified, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. That was a powerful blow from the resurgence of the immortal artifact, which was enough to kill a powerful man at the level of the great emperor. How could it be so easily wiped out by the great emperor? When did the great emperor possess such immortal power? At the same time, he also felt a danger of death approaching, and that palm actually gave him an overwhelming feeling. Boom! Divine light bloomed all over his body, and the power of the Supreme Emperor rose. He wanted to resist the palm of Sansheng Emperor, and then moved away from him. But when that palm fell, the mysterious beam of light obliterated everything, constantly decomposing the extreme divine light around him and erasing the principles of his physical body. His whole body was shaking violently, and cracks appeared like spider webs in the body of the powerful and immortal emperor. Click! After that palm was suppressed, the body of the ancestor of the Ling family suddenly exploded and was completely obliterated. Everything is empty. The most powerful magical power of the great emperor of Sansheng is the invincible power of the innate holy body that is activated to the extreme, resonates with all the ways of heaven and earth, and obliterates everything. Even the emperor can be killed. Buzz!
The physical body of the ancestor of the Ling family was wiped out, and the soul became extremely illusory, floating in the void, with a look of extreme horror in his eyes, and he wanted to escape back to the ancestral land of the Ling family in an instant. When? But the Tsangxing bell above Emperor Tsangxing's head emitted an ancient and melodious bell that resounded throughout the world and suppressed the chaotic world. The illusory soul of the Ling family ancestor, like a bubble, exploded with a bang. A great emperor died just like that. The Ling family ancestral land was dead silent. Everyone looked at the great emperor Tsangxing in the void with awe. The Ling family ancestor was beheaded just like that? Damn it! A trace of deep fear appeared in the eyes of the Xiantian ancestor. He gritted his teeth and tore the void directly, and was about to escape from the Ling family ancestral land. He felt a great terror. It was a feeling of impending disaster. The Ling family ancestor was dead. If he continued to stay, he would also die. Since you are here, then stay. The calm voice of the great emperor Tsangxing sounded, containing boundless extinction and domineering intentions. Dang! Then, the Tsangxing bell above his head burst into endless chaotic light and rang a bell that resounded through the heavens. The bell sounded mighty, and the world shook. The common people bell seemed to suppress infinite time and space in an instant, covering the void of billions of miles, imprisoning and freezing everything. It was suppressed by the distant Xiantian patriarch with great force. P.S. It is another 4,500-word chapter, which is equivalent to 2 chapters of others. It was mainly put on the shelves last night, which was quite sudden. The author did not save any manuscripts and has been working hard, so please be gentle. There will definitely be 10 chapters today, or even more. Thank you for your understanding and support. Chapter 70. The common people bell is majestic and ancient, exuding chaotic energy, and the bell sound is mighty. Every time it vibrates, there are ripples of time spreading, and billions of dazzling fairy lights fall down. This billions of miles of space and time seem to be solidified. Xiantian patriarch felt a shock all over his body, as if he was trapped in the mud, and the boundless murderous intent around him surged down. The terrifying bell sound seemed to tear his soul apart. Open it for me! Ancestor Xiantian roared, and the light of the extreme way rose in his palm, and the Xiantian treasure mirror, the extreme imperial weapon he had refined, emerged. It was simple and mysterious, surrounded by the laws of the Great Way, and it inspired dazzling beams of light from it, heading towards the Tsangxing bell. Boom! The Tsangxing bell suppressed it, and the infinite bell sound made the universe brilliant, and the sky and the earth lost their color. Those beams of light exploded one after another, turning into dazzling rain of light. The Xiantian treasure mirror was trembling violently, and it flew out directly. And the Tsangxing bell dropped billions of immortal lights, which instantly enveloped the ancestor Xiantian. Dang! 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 The bell sounded loudly, and the endless chaotic light surged, erasing the Tao of the ancestor Xiantian and killing him. Ah! I'm not willing! I'm not willing! The screams of Xiantian patriarch resounded through the void, his figure kept twisting, trying to break free from the Tsangxing bell, and the blazing power of the extreme way rose around him. But in the end, he gradually fell silent. His flesh and blood soul, the power of the extreme way was wiped out by the Tsangxing bell, and completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Ancestor Xiantian also fell. For a moment, 2 great emperors fell, the earth trembled, and the avenue roared, as if the avenue of heaven and earth had a feeling, and brought down a terrifying vision. My Ling family ancestor and Xiantian ancestor have all fallen? The elders of the Ling family trembled all over, their faces were pale, and their eyes were full of deep awe. The Ling family ancestor fell, and they should be heartbroken. But for some reason, they were relieved in their hearts, not as sad as imagined, but full of worries. I don't know where the Ling family's road is? However, when they saw Ling Zhan, the great emperor Tsangxing in the void, and thought of Ling Xiao, they seemed to have rekindled hope in their hearts. There is no creation without destruction. Perhaps, the Ling family will be reborn after this incident. As for Ling Songnian, Zhao Qianghua, Ling Yi and the elders of the main line, they all looked ashen and full of despair. Their greatest reliance, the ancestors of the Ling family and the ancestors of Xiantian, have all fallen. The great emperor Tsangxing, who saw the end of the immortal road, was the peak. When he saw the path of Tsangxing become empty, he made a strong move and directly killed the 2 emperors. It was unprecedented and shocked everyone. To cut the grass, you must remove the roots. Today, the Xiantian ancestor was killed. The Xiantian sect has always been a big problem. Zhao Qianghua is so arrogant and domineering. The biggest reliance is the Xiantian sect, right? In this case, I will wipe out the Xiantian sect. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered, and there was a murderous intent. Half of the time he transformed into the great Emperor Cangxing has passed. Although Ling Xiao expected to be able to kill the ancestors of the Ling family and Xiantian, the power of the great Emperor Cangxing still shocked him. Since Xiantian had been killed, Xiantian's sect could not be left alive. After all, although Xiantian's sect was not an immortal sect, it had a profound foundation in strong strength, with millions of disciples, and could not be underestimated. Especially the head of Xiantian's sect, who was Zhao Qianghua's father. Ling Xiao was never willing to leave anyone a chance to take revenge. Boom! Chaos light rose around Ling Xiao, and a huge divine consciousness instantly spread, piercing through endless time and space. Almost in an instant, the location of Xiantian's sect was locked. Xiantian's sect, you are helping the tyrant and should be killed. Ling Xiao spoke calmly. Although his voice was calm, it spread across billions of miles of land in an instant, containing boundless annihilation and terrifying killing intent. At the same time, the Cangxing bell bloomed with bright fairy light, and the mighty bell resounded throughout the heavens, as if it could reverse time and space and suppress the heavens. It directly tore through the void and flew across the sky in a mighty way. Outside the ancestral land of the Ling family, the most powerful men from the major immortal families and the immortal sect were all trembling, and they couldn't help but look in the direction of the Cangxing clock. This great emperor of the common people actually wants to destroy the Xiantian sect? But Xiantian's sect is not in Donglin Dao domain, it is hundreds of millions of miles away, and there are countless strong men in the sect. Do you want to destroy Xiantian's sect by activating the Cangxing bell here? That kind of power has far exceeded their imagination. However, when they thought of the fighting power of the Cangxing emperor and the scene of the two supreme emperors falling, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Which emperor is responsible for such terrifying power? The immortal realm is vast and boundless, and there are countless great forces. At this moment, those beings who are like ancestors were all alarmed by the Cangxing bell, and they opened their eyes in unison. They could feel that it was an extremely terrifying Ji Dao Emperor's might, carrying a powerful Ji Dao Emperor weapon, crossing hundreds of millions of miles of void, heading in one direction. Many people were alarmed. Strong men were sent out one after another to find out what happened. Xianyuan Dao Domain. Xiantian Sect. Xianyuan Dao Domain is also vast, but it is far inferior to Donglin Dao Domain. It is extremely desolate and barren, and few people are willing to come to Xianyuan Dao Domain. Therefore, the creatures in Xianyuan Dao Domain are very rare. Therefore, although Xiantian's sect is not an immortal sect, it has a long heritage, and there is a supreme emperor in the sect, so it has become the true master of Xianyuan Dao Domain. Xiantian sect covers an area of hundreds of thousands of miles and is the core of the spiritual vein of Xianyuan Dao Domain. The sacred mountains here are ethereal, rich in spiritual energy, and there are many palaces and attics. They are majestic and look quite extraordinary. The disciples of Xiantian sect all wore standard robes and walked through the sect, with proud expressions on their faces. Although Xianyuan Dao Domain is barren, as the master of Xianyuan Dao Domain, Xiantian sect has plundered countless treasures of heaven and earth, and is the real overlord of Xianyuan Dao Domain. If the disciples of Xiantian sect have their eyes on any treasure, whoever dares to disobey will have their homes confiscated and destroyed at every turn. At this moment, in front of a magnificent hall of Xiantian sect, a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe and a majestic face stood with his hands behind his hands, looking at the vast and magnificent Xiantian sect in front of him, very satisfied. He is the supreme leader of Xiantian sect, Zhao Lingyun. He is also the father of Zhao Qianghua. The ancestor took action personally this time, plus the ancestor of the Ling family. They are two powerful emperors. They should be able to deal with Ling Xiao, right? Zhao Lingyun whispered to himself. At the same time, his eyes were full of expectation. If the ancestor can obtain the origin of the forbidden body, integrate it into himself, and prove immortality, then their Xiantian sect can immediately become an immortal sect. When the time comes, who dares to disobey Xiantian sect's orders? This is a matter of great importance to the Xiantian sect's eternal cause, and there is absolutely no room for error. Don't worry, headmaster, there will definitely be no problem. How can two great emperors not be able to deal with a small Ling Xiao? Although the Taiyi Holy Land is strong, the ancestor of the Ling family has promised that someone will contain the ancestor of Taiyi, so this matter must be foolproof. Behind Zhao Lingyun, a supreme elder of Xiantian sect with white beard and hair, his eyes full of expectation at this moment. Their Xiantian sect has become more and more powerful in recent years. Relying on the great reputation of their ancestors, they looted countless treasures, which caused the Xiantian sect's overall strength to undergo earth-shaking changes.
Who would have thought that Zhao Lingyun is now at the peak of the great sage? Many heads of longevity families are just like this, right? That's good. However, we still need to pay close attention to every move of the Ling family. We must not make any loopholes. Once there is news, report it immediately. Zhao Lingyun nodded. Yes, headmaster. But headmaster is overly worried.
Our Xiantian sect is marrying the Ling family, and your grandson Lingyi has the talent of a true immortal.
If the two ancestors become immortal, we will. If everyone joins forces, Taiyi Holy Land will retreat.
The Supreme Elder swept his beard and said with a proud smile.
Ear is indeed extraordinary and has the qualities of a true immortal. When Lingyi was mentioned, Zhao Lingyun's eyes were also full of smiles. However, that little beast Ling Xiao turned out to be Tai Daozi. I really wish I didn't kill him back then. But it doesn't matter, he will definitely die this time. Zhao Lingyun sneered.
His eyes were full of expectation. If the ancestor could prove immortality and give him some opportunities, he might be able to break through to the realm of quasi-emperor or even great emperor. He, Zhao Lingyun, also had ambitions.
If he could become the supreme emperor and lead the immortal sect, that would be his lifelong wish.
But suddenly, Zhao Lingyun felt an extremely strong sense of crisis in his heart. It was a life and death crisis, as if disaster was imminent at the next moment.
What's going on?
Zhao Lingyun was shaken all over, and his eyes were full of horror. At this moment, he saw the void in front of him trembling, divine light surging, endless chaotic light spurting out, and an ancient bell emerging from it.
The entire Xiantian sect seemed to be enveloped by the big bell.
Xian Tianzong, if you help Zhou to do evil, you should be punished. The cold and indifferent voice exploded, as if the words were spoken. It contained an indescribable power of heaven and earth, and the aura was extremely terrifying.
When?
The Zhangxing bell buzzed and trembled, and mysterious sound waves spread out, spanning hundreds of millions of miles across the sky, covering the Xiantian sect below.
You, who are you? Our Xiantian sect has never offended you. Why are you taking action against our Xiantian sect?
Zhao Lingyun's heart was filled with unspeakable horror, and he couldn't help but roared. Although he was at the peak of the great sage's cultivation, in front of Zhangxing Zhong, he felt like an ant, with no power to resist at all.
You can't even escape. However, no one responded at all.
The bell of the common people fell mightily, and the horrifying sound of the bell seemed to reopen chaos and suppress Hongmeng. It contained the unfathomable and supreme power of ghosts and gods. In the Xiantian sect, everyone from the Supreme Elder to the ordinary disciples seemed to be imprisoned, with no resistance at all.
That terrifying power of extreme power destroyed everything. Even the Xiantian sect's mountain protecting formation had no resistance at all and was instantly shattered.
Zhao Lingyun's eyes were full of despair, and he was the first to suffer under the clock of life. The flesh body cracked instantly.
The soul is broken.
When his consciousness was about to disappear between heaven and earth, he saw that Zhangxing bell falling like a chaotic divine mountain. The entire Xiantian sect, with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, and countless holy mountains and blessed places, beautiful buildings and jade buildings, are melting quickly like ice and snow under the scorching sun. Then, it was completely erased from this world. The bell of the people rang, and the extremely powerful Xiantian sect was destroyed.
Chapter 71. That Zhangxing bell was like the arrival of the Chaos God Mountain, destroying the entire Xiantian sect in an instant.
That terrifying power tore apart everything, shattered all vitality, and directly destroyed an ancient sect.
The real master of Xianyuan Dao domain, Xiantian sect. Erased by the clock of life.
It was originally the place where the spiritual veins of Xianyuan Dao domain gathered, surrounded by the aura of fairy spirits, with sacred mountains everywhere and numerous palaces, but now it turned into a ruins. The evil aura surged and the power of the Supreme Emperor filled the air. Cracks appeared in the void here, turning it into a forbidden area where no living being could enter. And around Xiantian sect, those powerful ancient clans and powerful men in the sect were all silent, their eyes full of extremely fearful expressions.
They couldn't understand what kind of power it was. Even the owner didn't see it, just a big bell destroyed the entire Xiantian sect.
You must know that there is a Supreme Emperor in the Xiantian sect, who is unparalleled and unrivaled. The surrounding ancient clans and sects usually dare to be angry but dare not speak out.
Could it be that the real immortal took action?
But soon, they became extremely excited. Xiantian sect was wiped out, the real master of Xianyuan Daoyu disappeared, and they all had the opportunity to divide the various powerful treasures and resources of Xiantian sect. After all, it was only the mountain gate of Xiantian sect that was wiped out.
Xiantian sect still had many cave paradises, source stone mines, and precious medicine gardens in Xianyuan Daoyu. The major ancient clans and sects sent strong men to compete for the legacy of Xiantian sect. It can be imagined that Xianyuan Daoyu will be extremely chaotic in the next period of time.
Donglin Daoyu. Ling family. Is this just the combat power of an incarnation of Emperor Xangxing? It can suppress the Emperor and reverse the immortals. I have the innate holy body and Dao fetus. One day I will grow to such a realm. Ling Xiao sighed lightly, his eyes full of expectation. You know, this is just a trace of the incarnation of Emperor Xangxing. And at the peak of Emperor Xangxing, he was comparable to the supreme immortal emperor. That is the real one who looks down upon the ages, swallows the heavens, and is invincible in ancient and modern times. Boom! In the void, the chaotic light rises, and the figure of the great Emperor Xangxing disappears in the chaos. The power of that incarnation has been exhausted, and the great Emperor Xangxing has also disappeared from this world. Ling Xiao's figure reappeared. At this moment, Ling Xiao also felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The supreme power that just killed the emperor with one hand, penetrated billions of miles of void in an instant, and destroyed the Xiantian sect disappeared. Although Ling Xiao was a little uncomfortable, he quickly adjusted his mentality. Because he knew that it was not his own power, but the power of the great Emperor Xangxing. However, he had just transformed into the great Emperor Xangxing and killed two great emperors in a row, which gave him an extremely deep understanding of the great way of heaven and earth and various magical skills. In other words, although his cultivation did not improve, his realm was advancing by leaps and bounds. Ling Xiao, who was originally only at the peak of the heavenly palace realm, now had a mysterious light blooming around him, and the Dao runes were rising, filled with a breath of life and death. His cultivation level naturally broke through to the life and death realm. Rebirth of the eighth realm. Next, when the life and death realm is cultivated to perfection, it is time to be reborn and overcome the catastrophe. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the true teachings of the great Emperor Xangxing, the Xangxing Sutra. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded. In Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, a brilliant light bloomed, and the fairy light was lingering, wrapping in ancient scripture and emerging. It turned out to be the Xangxing Sutra? Ling Xiao was shocked, and his eyes showed an extremely surprised look. Although he learned from the system that after he used the incarnation of the great Emperor Xangxing, he would randomly obtain some inheritance or treasures of the great Emperor Xangxing. But he didn't expect that there would be such a big surprise. The scripture of common people. That is the most powerful emperor scripture created by the great Emperor of Xangxing, and it is also the most suitable method for practicing by the innate holy body. If you practice to the extreme, you can not only prove the Tao and become an emperor, but you can even physically defeat the Ji Tao Emperor's soldiers and kill the emperors of the same realm. Even a retrograde slaying of immortals. This is the true godless sutra. Although Ling Xiao obtained the heaven-swallowing demon technique before, the significance of the common life sutra to him is 100 times more precious than the heaven-swallowing demon technique. Shower, where is the senior Xangxing Emperor? Is he also your protector? At this moment, Ling Zhan flew across the sky and landed in front of Ling Xiao. His face was full of awe and admiration, and he asked aloud. The great Emperor of Xangxing is one of my elders. He has something to do and has left temporarily. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. It was difficult for him to explain the origin of Emperor Xangxing, so he could only explain it away with words. I see. It's a great pity that I can't see Senior Emperor Xangxing and listen to his teachings. Ling Zhan nodded with regret. He regarded Emperor Xangxing as a senior of Taiyi Holy Land. He had just seen Emperor Xangxing take action, and his invincible demeanor instantly suppressed the ancestors of the Ling family and Xiantian ancestors, which made him admire him in his heart. As for Shadow Ancestor in the distance, a divine light flashed in his eyes. He knew better than anyone else that there was no Emperor Xangxing in Taiyi Holy Land. It seems that this Taoist man has other secrets. However, Shadow Ancestor also knows that this is not something he can interfere with. Now that Ling Xiao is safe, the void around him is rippling and he is hidden in the void again. Grandpa, this is what the Emperor of Xangxing asked me to give to you. It is Ling Daoja's Emperor essence and blood. After you refine it, you may be able to break through to the realm of the Emperor as soon as possible. Light flickered in Ling Zhao's palm, and a crystal-clear jade bottle appeared. There is a bright drop of essence and blood in it, which is red gold, like a bright sun. It contains the mysterious essence of Taoism, intertwined with Tao and reason, and is extremely mysterious. Just after Ling Xiao killed the Ling family members and Xiantian ancestors in the town, he specially refined their flesh and blood souls with the Tsanxing bell to form 2 drops of the Emperor's essence and blood. This drop of the Emperor's essence and blood from the old group of the Ling family can be said to be of the same origin as Lingzhan. After all, they all practice the Ling family's burning heaven scripture, so they can be said to be from the same origin. Lingzhan refined it, and if he understood the origin of the great emperor in it, he might be able to quickly break through to the realm of the great emperor.
Senior Emperor Tsanxing gave it to me? It must be for your sake. Grandpa is taking advantage of you.
Lingzhan was shocked and looked at Lingxiao with great emotion. When he returned to the Ling family this time, he originally wanted to seek justice for his grandson, but he didn't expect that in the end, the emperor behind Lingxiao would stand up and settle everything.
Unknowingly, Lingxiao has grown to a point that even he cannot ignore.
Lingzhan's heart was filled with relief.
With my grandson like this, what more could I ask for?
Seeing Lingzhan Jiang, Emperor Jingshua's subordinates, Ling Zhao's eyes were extremely indifferent, and he glanced at the many Ling family members who were trembling below. He said slowly, "Grandpa, it's time for the Ling family to be reorganized. I think you are the most suitable person to become the head of the Ling family, then clean up the family and recreate a brand new Ling family."
Ling Xiao naturally has no feelings for the Ling family.
But he recognized Lingzhan as a grandfather, and knew that Lingzhan still couldn't let go of the Ling family in his heart. In this case, it would be better to take complete control of the Ling family in his own hands.
Shower, you are right.
I also think that I am the most suitable to be the head of the Ling family.
Who among you dares to dissent?
Lingzhan said with an arrogant smile, then his eyes narrowed as he scanned the many elders of the Ling family, and his voice exploded like thunder.
Third brother becomes the head of the Ling family.
I support it with both hands.
Anyone who dares to disobey is a traitor to the clan.
An extremely burly old man with a very hot temper was the first to respond, staring unkindly at the clan elders. He was the clan elder of Lingzhan's lineage and Lingzhan's cousin. He was the most convinced of Lingzhan, so he was the first to respond.
That's right. In my opinion, only Lingzhan is suitable to be the head of my Ling family. I agree too.
However, those who have sinister intentions and betray the family must immediately clean up the family and implement family laws. Many clan elders from Lingzhan's lineage responded one after another, with extremely excited expressions in their eyes.
Even the elders from other clans agreed with it. I can't accept it.
The old members of the Ling family were all killed. Now, among the Ling family, apart from the old monsters who were truly in seclusion, Lingzhan was the strongest. Not to mention, his grandson Lingxiao is a disciple of Tai, and behind him stands Tai Holy Land. There is also the great emperor of the people, that kind of invincible creature who dominates the 9 heavens and 10 earths.
Who dares to disapprove?
As for Ling Songyan and other people in the main lineage, their faces were ashen, and their eyes were filled with extremely frightened looks. Lingzhan has become the head of the Ling family.
I'm afraid he will be the first to liquidate their main lineage, right? I don't accept it.
At this moment, a figure stood up.
It's Ling Yi.
There is an ethereal fairy light all over him, with the aura of a dragon and python rising behind him. He has a majestic appearance and a majestic figure. At first glance, he is an extraordinary young supreme being. At this moment, although his face was extremely pale, he was looking directly at Ling Xiao with a sharp look in his eyes.
Ling Xiao, didn't you ascend to the original Heavenly Tao Monument, awaken the forbidden body, and claim to have unparalleled talent? Do you dare to take a gamble with me today?
Ling Yi stared at Ling Xiao and gritted his teeth.
Ask for flowers, what bet?
Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and he asked calmly.
Ling Xiao, you and I will fight.
If you win, our main veins will be at your disposal, with no regrets about life or death. But if you lose, I am willing to give you both immortal veins in my body, and I will let you do whatever you want. I just ask you to let my main line live and let us escape from the Ling family.
Ling Yi's eyes were extremely red and he said tremblingly. He is gambling.
Bet Ling Xiao is young and vigorous, bet Ling Xiao is unwilling to let go of this opportunity to take revenge with his own hands. After all, he has Ling Zhao's immortal veins of immortality in his body.
Betting? What qualifications do you have to gamble? Now you have all become prisoners.
Shower, there is no need for you to gamble with him. Ling Zhan's eyes flashed with cold light and he sneered. It's not that he doesn't believe in Ling Zhao's strength.
However, he didn't want to fulfill Ling Yi's reputation. Didn't he see that the clan elders in the main line were looking at Ling Yi gratefully? Even some members of the Ling family from other branches looked at Ling Yi with sympathy.
After all, it is human nature to sympathize with the weak. Ling Xiao and Ling Yi's gambling war not only did not benefit Ling Xiao, it would only make Ling Yi win more sympathy.
Ling Xiao smiled. He stepped towards Ling Yi, his eyes extremely calm, with a hint of ridicule.
Ling Yi, 3 years ago I regarded you as my brother and respected you immensely. I even used you as my goal and role model, and I didn't have any guard against you.
But how did you and your mother treat me?
You took advantage of my trust, tricked me into the underground palace, drained my immortal veins, and wanted to kill me.
At that time, why didn't you think of giving me a chance? Give me a chance to grow up and have a fair fight with you?
Ling Zhao's voice reached everyone's ears very clearly. Everyone in Ling Zhan's lineage's eyes turned red when they thought of seeing Ling Xiao tied up in the cold underground palace 3 years ago, looking weak and helpless.
And many people in the main line also looked ashamed.
You want to make a bet with me and help them win a way out, but I want to ask, why? Ling Zhao's voice was intense and high-pitched, making everyone tremble in their hearts.
Yes, why?
Back then, the main vein drained Ling Zhao's immortal vein and wiped out Ling Zhan's lineage.
Now they want Ling Xiao to let them go, why? Boom!
At the same time, Ling Xiao took action instantly.
He slapped down with his palm, and a blazing and dazzling divine light bloomed from his palm, and the runes of the Great Tao rose and intertwined, as if it had turned into an ancient and mysterious palm world. This palm was the strongest palm that Ling Xiao burst out after witnessing the great Emperor Cixing's move and urging the power of the innate holy body and the Tao fetus. Even Ling Yi's face changed involuntarily, and he didn't expect Ling Xiao to attack him like this. Boom!
He gritted his teeth, and the blazing fairy light around him bloomed. The void behind him shook, and a terrifying scene of a dragon and a python emerged. The dragon was a real dragon, spanning billions of miles of the void, vast and ancient, with a dragon's might, as if it could tear the sky apart. The python was the sky-swallowing python, with a huge body pressing down on an ancient world, and the monstrous evil spirit destroyed all living beings, as if it could swallow the heavens. The dragon and the python intertwined into yin and yang energy, and turned into a blazing and dazzling divine light that flew across the sky towards Ling Xiao. This is the power of 2 immortal veins, and also his most powerful means. He wants to defeat Ling Xiao fairly and shatter the myth of Ling Xiao's unparalleled talent, so that he may win a glimmer of hope.
But he still underestimated Ling Xiao's palm. Boom!
That palm suppressed it with great force, not only containing the great power of the extreme realm of the physical body, but also containing a trace of the artistic conception of the great Emperor Cixing's Wan Dao Chengkong. The yin and yang qi rose up and collided with Ling Xiao's palm print, bursting out a terrifying light in an instant, and then was torn apart in an instant.
The power of the 2 immortal veins could not resist the palm of Wan Dao Chengkong. Boom!
Ling Yi was shaken all over, and was chopped down from the sky by Ling Xiao's palm, smashing a sacred mountain below into powder. The earth was shaking violently. Ling Xiao reached out and grabbed, instantly piercing through the void, directly grabbed Ling Yi's throat, and lifted him up like a chicken.
You are worthy of betting with me?
Ling Xiao's calm and indifferent voice exploded, containing an indescribable invincibility and domineering.
Everyone was stunned by this scene. P.S. It is another 5,000-word chapter, and there will be more chapters in the evening. If you like it, please subscribe and give rewards to support.
Corpse. Chapter 72. Ling Yi, who has 2 immortal veins, is known as the talent of a true immortal. If it weren't for today's incident, he would ascend to the throne of the Son of God of the Ling family tomorrow and become the true heir of the Ling family. In the future, he will compete with countless Tianjiao Supremes and shine in the fairyland. Ling Yi also opened up 33 heavenly palaces in the heavenly palace realm, and now his cultivation has reached the peak of the life and death realm. However, no one expected that he would be suppressed by Ling Xiao so easily.
How terrible is Ling Xiao's talent? You are worthy of fighting with me?
Ling Xiao's words were very calm, but in Ling Yi's ears, it was like a slap on his face, making him feel hot on his face. He suffered endless humiliation. This was even more painful than killing him.
Ah!
Ling Xiao, I don't believe you can be so much stronger than me. Kill! Kill! Kill!
Ling Yi roared.
His handsome face became distorted, and murderous aura filled his body. Mysterious runes in his body revived and burst into dazzling fairy light. It seemed that some terrifying magical power was about to burst out.
Boom!
Ling Xiao grabbed Ling Yi's throat, lifted him up suddenly, and then slammed him hard on the ground. The ground shook violently, and cracks appeared like spider webs.
Who can resist Ling Xiao's terrifying and unparalleled physical strength?
133. Ling Yi was hit so hard that his internal organs were about to explode. He coughed up blood and the power condensed in his body was instantly dispersed.
What about the immortal vein? It's not yours, how can you exert its true power?
Ling Xiao's eyes were indifferent, with chaotic light blooming and mysterious symbols rising, as if he could see through everything in Ling Yi's body in an instant. Under the power of the Supreme Eye, the two immortal veins in Ling Yi's body were clearly displayed in front of Ling Xiao. One latent dragon vein. One sky python vein. If Ling Yi can completely integrate his sky python vein and exert its power to the extreme, he can indeed be said to be a true immortal with unprecedented talent. However, it is precisely because he integrated the latent dragon vein that the immortal substances between the latent dragon vein and the sky python vein are constantly being eroded and counterattacked. Although it was not visible on the surface, Ling Yi even felt that his cultivation level was improving faster and his innate comprehension was even more terrifying. But when he reached the end of his cultivation, the repulsion between the two immortal veins would become more and more obvious, and he would eventually go astray or die. Boom! Ling Xiao suddenly reached out and grabbed, and a blazing divine light rose. The Tao rhyme was intertwined around him, and a wave of power that swallowed everything was hidden in his palm. He activated the heaven-devouring demon art, directly tearing Ling Yi's body apart, and pulled out the two immortal veins in his body. Ah! Ling Yi let out an extremely miserable cry. Pulling out the immortal veins abruptly was like sucking out the bones and marrow. The pain was unbearable, and it made people feel that the body and the soul were torn into countless pieces. Ling Yi now deeply felt the pain of Ling Xiao when his immortal veins were pulled out. Two bright light groups were pulled out from Ling Yi's chest. There seemed to be a real dragon and a python swimming and transforming inside, containing ancient and mysterious aura fluctuations. The auspicious energy steams out, and the fairy light is endless, dazzling to the extreme. Those are two immortal veins. Listening to Ling Yi's miserable and painful shouts, no one in the Ling family had any sympathy for him. Only the many clan elders in the main lineage felt sad. Especially Ling Songyan and Zhao Qianhua, their eyes were filled with extremely frightened and worried looks. Thump! They knelt down directly in front of Ling Zhan, cowed out and prayed, "Uncle Third, we were wrong, we really know we were wrong. Just let Ear go, he's still young. Third uncle, as long as you let Ear go, we, the couple, will be at your disposal without any complaints. It was all my idea at the beginning and had nothing to do with Ear." Zhao Qianhua also prayed endlessly. His fair white forehead hit the ground, and bright red blood oozed out. Although she has a vicious heart, she loves Ling Yi the most. Seeing Ling Yi suffering such pain at this moment, her heart was as sharp as a knife, full of regret and unwillingness. She could only hope that Ling Zhan could spare their lives. Boom! After having two immortal veins extracted, Ling Xiao directly threw Ling Yi in front of Zhao Qianhua, lying there like a dead dog covered in blood. "Shower, how do you think we should deal with them?" Ling Zhan looked at Ling Xiao without even glancing at Ling Songyan, Zhao Qianhua and others, with a searching look in his eyes. He was leaving the decision-making power to Ling Xiao. In an instant, the eyes of many Ling family members also fell on Ling Xiao. They wanted to see what decision Ling Xiao would make. Ling Xiao, it was my aunt who was wrong. It was Lard who deceived her, so she did such a vicious thing to you. As long as you are willing to let Ear go, I will agree to any of your conditions. Ling Xiao, Uncle Jiu, I hugged you when I was a child. You and Ear were born in the same year and month. Our children should not be responsible for our adults' mistakes. Uncle Jiu just begs you to spare Ear. Zhao Qianhua and Ling Songyan both trembled and quickly knelt down and kowtowed to Ling Xiao, their voices full of prayer. That kind of misery made many members of the Ling family feel unbearable. When you've done your duty of eradicating evil, kill them all. Ling Xiao didn't even look at Ling Songyan and Zhao Qianhua, and said calmly. He walked straight over. But his calm and indifferent words contained a bone-chilling murderous intention that made everyone in the Ling family tremble. Ling Xiao is a ruthless person. Okay. Ling Zhan said with a smile. The reason why he let Ling Xiao make the decision was to see Ling Xiao's reaction. Even if Ling Xiao was willing to let Ling Yi go, he would agree, but he would take action later and kill them all. And Ling Xiao did not disappoint his expectations. Just as Ling Xiao said, eradicate all evil. In this world, the strong are respected and the weak are like grass, but if you are too soft-hearted, you may be bitten back by them in the end. There are too many examples to list. So, since you have offended the main vein, and since you have decided to settle the people and things of the past, you must kill them all, not one of them will be spared. The reason why Ling Xiao did this was not because he was afraid of Ling Yi's revenge. He was just afraid of trouble. He didn't have the idea of letting the tiger go back to the mountain, letting this little tiger sleep on straw and taste gall, and then come back to seek revenge on him. Ling Xiao, you will not die well. Ling Zhan and Ling Xiao, you two are so vicious that you killed your own people.
You are not worthy of leading the Ling family. Family members, did you see this? This is their true face. Ling Sungyan, Zhao Qianghua and many elders of the main vein all showed extremely desperate expressions and simply started to curse. Kill! Ling Zhan shouted with a fierce look in his eyes, full of murderous intent. The mighty imperial power rose up and completely blocked the void in all directions. One after another, beams of light came across the void and fell towards those people of the main vein. Ling Zhan is a quasi-emperor with terrifying strength. Those people of the main vein have been scared out of their wits. Apart from cursing, they dared not even resist. One after another, the destructive beams tore their bodies and slashed their souls. Ling Zhan was like a god of death, constantly harvesting the lives of those people. Their shouts and screams soon stopped. Ling Zhan slaughtered people in the Ling family and enforced the family rules. The blood flowed like a river and the corpses were scattered all over the ground. It was unknown how many people were slaughtered in the main vein. The Ling family has 9 branches, a total of 10 veins. The main vein was completely slaughtered. The people of the Ling family looked at Ling Zhan and Ling Xiao with deep awe, and bowed their heads to show their submission. The Ling family is corrupt. If it continues like this, it will definitely disappear completely in the fairyland. Serious illness requires thundering means. Anyone who harms his own people will be killed without mercy. Those who bully their teachers and destroy their ancestors will be killed without mercy. Those who collude with foreign enemies will be killed without mercy. Ling Zhan's voice, like a brilliant thunder, exploded in the sky above the entire Ling family ancestral land, and was completely transmitted to the ears of every member of the Ling family. The words "kill without mercy" made many members of the Ling family tremble, and their eyes were full of deep awe. They all knew in their hearts that the Ling family had really changed. Outside the Ling family's ancestral land, the strongest people from the immortal families and immortal sects witnessed this scene with their own eyes, and saw the Ling family go from civil strife to rapid calm. It's not that no one wanted to take advantage of the fire. However, when they thought of Tai Holy Land and the Emperor Cangxing who dominated the universe, they immediately gave up all their thoughts. The Ling family seemed to have suffered a great loss of strength after a civil strife. But in fact, it was like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, and it had completely gathered together, and it would only be stronger in the future. Everyone, tomorrow the Ling family's godson ceremony will be held as usual. My grandson Ling Xiao will ascend to the position of godson. Please come and have a drink. Ling Zhan's eyes were sharp and bright, as if he had penetrated through the void and saw the powerful people of various races hidden in the void outside the Ling family's ancestral land. His voice was indifferent and sharp, full of a domineering meaning that people could not refuse. After this great change in the Ling family, the godson ceremony was held as usual. But, has the godson become Ling Xiao? Brother Ling Zhan, my Qin family will definitely be there. Master Ling Zhan, congratulations, my pantheon will definitely come to disturb you. Congratulations to godson Ling Xiao, such a great joy must be congratulated. In the void, a number of powerful figures emerged, all of them bowed to Ling Zhan with a smile, and then turned and left. What happened today must be reported to the family as soon as possible. Ling Xiao is a Taoist of Tai, and now he has become the god of Ling family. Tai Holy Land and Ling family have been completely tied together. Next, their actions are related to their attitude towards Ling family. They must be treated with caution. Ling Zhan made the decision on the position of god of Ling family, and no one in Ling family dared to object at this moment. It is impossible to object. Even many members of Ling family were relieved. Originally, when the ancestors of Ling family fell, they were all extremely panicked, not knowing where Ling family should go. Now, if Ling Xiao becomes the god of Ling family, then Ling family will be tied together with Tai Holy Land, and Ling family will be as solid as a rock, and no one dares to provoke them. Speaking of which, many elders can't help but admire Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan's move not only solved the crisis of Ling family, but also allowed Ling Xiao to ascend to the position of god of sun, and also let many major forces see the strength of Ling family. They felt that perhaps it was a good thing for Ling Zhan to become the head of Ling family. After this battle, the Ling family has many things to deal with. However, Ling Xiao ignored those chores and went to the depths of the Ling family's ancestral land alone. Because there was a voice calling him. Chapter 73. Deep in the ancestral land of the Ling family. The fairy mountains here rise and fall, just like a real dragon dormant, with auspicious energy transpiring in fairy light misty. There are also orchids everywhere, and exotic animals and birds flying around, looking ethereal and peaceful. Previously, there had been such a fierce battle in the Ling family, and even a war between gods and gods broke out, and the supreme power of the emperor tore the world apart,
but it did not have the slightest impact on this place. You can see how extraordinary this place is. When Ling Xiao set foot here, he could feel that the immortal imprints and principles were engraved in the surrounding fairy mountains, and that there was the breath of the immortal on the earth. Although countless years have passed, this place has been imbued with an aura of immortality. Even if the Ji Dao Emperor's soldiers revive here, it will be difficult to destroy this place. Is it the ancestor of the Ling family who is calling me? That kind of fluctuation actually has a meaning of immortality. Could it be that there are still immortals in the Ling family? Ling Zhao's heart was slightly shaken. When I came here, the calling voice became clearer and clearer, deep in the ancestral land. Ling Xiao originally thought that the ancestor of the Ling family was the strongest of the Ling family, but when he came here, he realized that maybe he had underestimated the Changqing family. In those fairy mountains, there is a bright fairy light lingering, and a mysterious aura rises, neither life nor death, as if it is about to be disillusioned. A series of obscure and powerful auras, in which the death closed. The weakest among them is actually a quasi-emperor level expert. There are even a few auras that are not much weaker than the ancestors of the Ling family. They should all be the oldest of the Ling family, antiques who have lived for who knows how many years. They are all the foundation of the Ling family. I just don't know why the ancestors of the Ling family didn't summon these beings? Ling Xiaomu 17 bathed in the brilliant fairy light, stepped on the orchids all over the ground, and walked into the depths of the Ling family's ancestral land in the misty auspicious air. It was an ancient and mysterious valley. Surrounding it, there were 5 mysterious fairy mountains, majestic and emitting immortal fluctuations. In the center, there was a 9-orifice fairy stone. The 9-orifice fairy stone was dozens of feet high, spewing out brilliant fairy light, interweaving with mysterious runes, flowing like flames, extremely mysterious. It was vaguely visible that there was an old figure in the 9-orifice fairy stone, as if it was sealed in it. And on the 9-orifice fairy stone, there was an ancient fairy sword. The 5 fairy mountains around were intertwined with terrifying fairy runes, as if they could tear everything apart, forming an extremely terrifying fairy formation. The vast and majestic aura of the immortal way shocked Ling Xiao's mind. Is this the legendary immortal source? Ling Xiao was shocked and looked at the 9-orifice immortal stone with a shocked look. The immortal source is a treasure of heaven and earth that is far more precious than the divine source. The divine source can seal all kinds of treasures, even the descendants of the emperor, the ancient pride, and contains mysterious and unpredictable divine power. And the immortal source, according to rumors, is a treasure that can seal the emperor or even the true immortal. Usually, a fist-sized piece of immortal source may attract the emperor to fight, but deep in the ancestral land of the Ling family, there is actually an immortal source dozens of feet high? The voice that summoned Ling Xiao came from the immortal source. At the same time, Ling Xiao also discovered that the immortal sword light that the Ling family ancestor had activated before seemed to come from the immortal sword on the 9-orifice immortal stone. So, is there a true immortal sealed in this immortal source? Ling Xiao, you are here. An old and ethereal voice sounded. The fairy source was bright and crystal clear, and a shadow of an old man with white hair and beard appeared on it. His eyes were old and deep. It seemed that there was a terrifying scene of time and space disappearing, the era changing, and the beginning of the world. Who are you? Why do you know my name? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and although he had some guesses in his heart, he still asked out loud. I am Ling Taishu. The old man said softly, looking at Ling Xiao with a hint of surprise. Ling Taishu, you are the second ancestor? Ling Xiao was shocked, and his eyes were full of incomparable surprise. The disciples of the Ling family worshipped the ancestors of the Ling family every year. How could he not know the name Ling Taishu? The second ancestor of the Ling family, the descendant of the true immortal, was also a peerless figure who established the longevity family and carried forward the Ling family. In a sense, Ling Taishu has a more special meaning to the descendants of the Ling family. But, didn't Ling Taishu fall? Why was he sealed in the immortal source? As if seeing the doubts in Ling Zhao's heart, Ling Taishu smiled calmly and said, I didn't fall, but I suffered irreversible injuries, so I had to seal myself in the immortal source. I was originally sleeping, even for hundreds of millions of years. But just now, my Taishu sword was activated by the disciples of the Ling family, so I woke up and knew everything that happened in the Ling family. After hearing Ling Taishu's explanation, Ling Xiao understood. This second ancestor of the Ling family has been sealed in the immortal source. I'm afraid this should be the most confidential matter of the Ling family. Except for the oldest ancestors, even the head of the family may not know it. You and Ling Zhan did a good job. The Ling family does not need to harm the scum of the same clan.
Only by working together in cohesion can it be called an immortal family. What I didn't expect was that after so many years, the Ling family has declined to this point. Even the little guy Ling Daoju has become the ancestor of the Ling family. Ling Taishu sighed lightly, his eyes full of helplessness. Thank you, second ancestor. I don't know why the second ancestor called me here. Ling Xiao said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Do you know what kind of physique I have? Ling Taishu did not answer directly, but asked Ling Xiao in return. Ling Xiao was slightly stunned and was very confused about this question. Boom! At this moment, the 9-aperture immortal stone burst into a dazzling brilliance, runes intertwined, and immortal light lingered. In the surrounding void, the laws of the Great Way surged and roared. All the laws of heaven and earth seemed to be shaking at this moment, making Ling Taishu exude an indescribable majesty and mysterious aura. Innate saint body Tao fetus? Ling Xiao was shocked and stunned. He was naturally very familiar with the aura of the 10,000 laws resonating together, the body branded with the Tao, and every move, which was in line with the natural power of the heaven. Because he himself has this physique. Innate saint body Tao fetus. The second ancestor of the Ling family actually also has an innate saint body Tao fetus? That's right, it's the forbidden body, the innate saint body Tao fetus. However, my innate saint body Tao fetus is not complete and has some defects. But you have a perfect innate saint body Tao fetus. Ling Taishu stared at Ling Xiao with a burning gaze, as if he was looking at a rare treasure, full of admiration. I called you here for your marriage. Ling Taishu said slowly. Marriage? Ling Xiao's eyes were full of strange expressions. He felt that the second ancestor of the Ling family was talking incoherently, talking about the innate holy body and the fetus, and then talking about his marriage. If Ling Xiao hadn't felt that the second ancestor had no hostility towards him, he would have almost thought that Ling Taishu had other plans. Besides, even if it was Ling Xiao's marriage, this second ancestor, half of his body was buried in the ground, was actually interested in such a thing? Listen to me, and you will understand. Ling Taishu said slowly. It turned out that the immortal ancestor of the Ling family, that is, Ling Taishu's father, once had a sworn brother, and both of them were amazing and supreme geniuses. They worked together in the fairyland, entered the forbidden area, broke through the Jedi, and pushed the geniuses of all realms, and finally both achieved immortality. The ancestor of the Ling family founded the Ling family lineage. And his brother established a supreme fairy court. The ancestor of the Ling family was pregnant with the holy body of the human race, and the second ancestor of the Ling family, who was born, was even more of a taboo body in the legend, the innate holy body Tao fetus. The second ancestor of the Ling family carried forward the Ling family, and was extremely dazzling and talented. And the ancestor of that brother once gave birth to the chaos body, the first of the 3,000 holy bodies. Therefore, they agreed that the Ling family and that fairy court would be friends forever. If the descendants of the future generations gave birth to the innate holy body Tao fetus and the chaos body, they would become brothers or husband and wife and jointly rule the Ling family and the fairy court. Because they believed that the descendants of the innate holy body Tao fetus and the chaos body must be unparalleled in the world and have supreme talents that are unprecedented in history. Now, the chaos body has been born in that fairy court, and it is a woman of amazing talent, so she is destined to be your wife. The second ancestor of the Ling family said slowly. After Ling Xiao heard it, his forehead was full of black lines. What is this? The ancestors of the two families arranged a marriage for their descendants billions of years later. And it must be the innate holy body and the chaotic body? Second ancestor, I'm afraid you still have something to tell me? Why must it be the innate holy body and the chaotic body? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he asked slowly. You asked the key point. Ling Taishu smiled slightly, nodded and said, because this is related to a powerful immortal weapon. Back then, the two ancestors once broke into the restricted area together, and finally obtained an extremely mysterious and powerful fairy weapon from it. But that fairy weapon is very special, and it must require the innate holy body, the Taoist body, and the chaotic body to be opened at the same time. Therefore, after countless years, the immortal weapon still remains in the immortal court without recognizing its owner. I hope that you can go to the immortal court and bring the beauty back to you. I also hope that you can get the immortal artifact and claim it as its owner. Perhaps, that immortal artifact can save my life. I don't have much time left. Even though the immortal source has been sealed for several epochs, the power of the immortal source has been exhausted. I'm afraid I will break the seal soon. When the time comes, my injuries will be irreversible and I will definitely die. Ling Taishu's eyes were extremely calm and he told Ling Xiao all his thoughts without hiding anything. Although this matter is selfish.
But more importantly, it was for the mysterious artifact obtained by the two ancestors.
I see. Ling Xiao nodded. However, what made him a little curious was that the immortal weapon that required the existence of the innate holy body and the chaotic body at the same time was what kind of treasure it was. The curiosity in his heart was aroused. Besides, even if I hadn't told you about this, you would have known about it before long. That fairy court must have noticed your existence. For that fairy weapon, it won't be long before they send people to look for you.
Ling Taishu said slowly.
Second ancestor, what is the name of that fairy court? Ling Xiao asked.
Eternal Fairy Garden. Ling Taishu said calmly.
Eternal Fairy Garden?
Ling Xiao was shocked, and there was a hint of shock in his eyes.
It turned out to be the Eternal Immortal Court? P.S. There should be another chapter later. The author updates all big chapters. 10 updates are equivalent to 20 updates for others, so everyone please comment. I will definitely work hard to update after it is released, and the plot will become more and more exciting. Please also subscribe and support, thank you. Chapter 74. There are 3,000 realms in the Eternal Immortal Realm, which is vast and boundless. However, whether it is the Donglin Dao domain or the Xihua Dao domain, they are just on the edge of the immortal domain.
In the center of the real immortal realm, there are a total of 33 realms.
It is called the Central Immortal Realm.
That is the center of the immortal realm, where the immortal family and the immortal sect really have immortal immortals sitting there, watching over billions of living things for a long time. Unlike some fringe realms, many immortal families and immortal sects may not have immortals in charge. Most of them are just the inheritance of immortal immortals.
The Eternal Immortal Court is one of the absolute overlords of the Central Immortal Domain.
In the Eternal Immortal Court, not only are immortals sitting there are even more than one, who dominate the world, span the heavens, and command hundreds of millions of living beings.
That is an immortal power that far exceeds that of the Ling family.
Even the Bright Immortal Court is much worse than the Eternal Immortal Court.
Do the ancestors of the Eternal Immortal Court and the Ling family still have such a connection? This was something Ling Xiao didn't expect.
However, asking him to go to the Eternal Immortal Courtyard, marry the Chaos Body, and bring back the ancestral artifact is not a simple matter. It can take anywhere from a few years to a few months.
Someone will definitely come from the Eternal Fairy Court, so you have to be prepared.
Ling Taishu said softly.
I understand.
Since it is an immortal weapon passed down from my ancestors, it is my duty to bring it back to help my second ancestor heal his wounds.
Ling Xiao nodded.
He has no interest in getting married to some chaotic body. But that fairy weapon, which requires the innate holy body Taoist body and the chaotic body to be opened at the same time, interests him quite a lot.
I hope you can succeed.
These are some of my insights into the Taoist embryo of the innate holy body, as well as our Ling family's experience in practicing the heaven-burning scripture, which may be helpful to you. Ling Taishu nodded and said, with a look of deep expectation in his eyes. He pointed out in the air, and a bright fairy light bloomed, pointing directly at the center of Ling Zhao's eyebrows. A torrent of mysterious and unpredictable information poured into the sea of consciousness between Ling Zhao's eyebrows.
Thank you, second ancestor. Ling Xiao bowed and then chose to leave.
What Ling Taishu passed on to him had to be said to be a generous gift. The Ling family's inheritance, the Burning Heaven scripture, is also a complete immortal scripture. It was created by the immortal ancestor of the Ling family. It is mysterious and unpredictable. It is said that after practicing it to the extreme, it can burn the heavens. Although Ling Xiao has decided to major in Sangxing Jing. However, the Burning Heaven scripture and the heaven-swallowing demon technique can be supplemented, and some of the godless techniques and powerful secret techniques recorded in them can also help him.
What's more important is the realization of an immortal's innate holy body. This is what Ling Xiao values most.
With these insights, Ling Xiao was not only able to have a deeper understanding of the innate holy body, but he could also quickly acquire the Sanxing Sutra and maximize this forbidden body.
In an ancient fairy palace,
Ling Xiao sits cross-legged in the void, surrounded by mysterious light, the mist of chaos rises, and the body blooms with the blazing divine light of law. It can be said that Ling Xiao gained a lot from this trip to the Ling family. With the Sanxing Sutra, his innate holy body and Tao embryo can be brought into full play. After killing the ancestors of the Ling family in Xiantian, he also got 2 Ji Dao imperial weapons. Burning Sky Sword.
Xiantian Baojian.
The Burning Sky Sword was an inheritance from the head of the Ling family, and Ling Xiao gave it to his grandfather Lingzhan. The Xiantian treasure mirror fell into Ling Zhao's hands, and the Yuanshan imprint on it had long been wiped out by the great Emperor Xangsheng.
This is an ownerless Jidao Emperor weapon. This Xiantian treasure mirror is a flawless Jidao Emperor weapon, which contains the power of Jidao.
Even if I can't completely revive it now, it can still be used as my trump card. Ling Xiao whispered to himself.
The Xiantian treasure mirror looks like an ancient and unadorned mirror.
In addition to possessing supreme power, it can also explore the heavens and even lay out formations.
Mysterious and unpredictable.
Ling Xiao has now broken through to the realm of life and death, and the Yuanshan has been nurtured in his sea of consciousness, so he put the Xiantian treasure mirror into his sea of consciousness and slowly nurtured and refined it. Then, Ling Xiao took a deep breath, calmed down, and began to practice the Zongxing Sutra.
Boom!
In his sea of consciousness, the Zongxing Sutra shone brightly, with endless Tao patterns blooming and flowing with mysterious Tao rules, as if an ancient scroll was slowly unfolding. Appeared in front of Ling Xiao. It was an invincible and peerless figure, standing in the endless chaos, with his back to the common people. He had been fighting in the front all his life, and what he had to face was the most powerful and invincible enemy. Behind him was the pure land, where all spirits rested, and in front of him, the heavens were burning, the broken roads were full of blood, and the vast killing was endless.
Looking at the immortal road, I can't see the ancients in front, and I can't see the future behind. I stand there in sorrow.
Like a huge bell, the voice seemed to run through the ages and resound through the heavens. He is the great emperor of Zongxing.
Who is the peak at the end of the immortal road? Once you see Zongxing, the Tao becomes empty. Once Zongxing appears, all Tao becomes empty.
The Zongxing Sutra records the Tao of Zongxing, which is an invincible road that participates in the Tao of heaven and earth and finally walks out of his own Tao.
It is not so easy to make all the ways empty. You must master all the ways to integrate them into one. With one blow, all the ways become empty.
If the Zongxing Sutra is said to be a cultivation method, it is better to say that it is a path of cultivation, telling you how to walk this path and reach the peak. Ling Xiao saw the changes of chaos, the separation of yin and yang, the flow of the five elements, the changes of reincarnation, and the birth and death of time and space from the way of the great Emperor Zongxing.
Chaos, yin and yang, five elements, reincarnation, time and space. All kinds of great ways seem to converge in the Zongxing Sutra. That is an invincible road that nurtures all the ways and integrates all the laws. Ling Xiao's eyes became brighter and brighter, as if he saw his direction and his own road. Comprehend the myriad ways of heaven and earth, and then merge them into one body, and walk out of his own invincible road. Rumble.
Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by thunder and ethereal fairy light. He seemed to be shrouded in the mysterious rime of Tao. The divine light of the law was gushing out of his body, interweaving with the mysterious Tao. The fairy light bloomed between his eyebrows, and his aura was mysterious and unpredictable. He soon fell into a deep state of cultivation.
At the same time, what happened to the Ling family in Donglin Daoyu was like wings, and it spread in all directions in an instant.
In this fairyland, countless immortal sects, longevity families, ancient clans, and demon clans were all shocked.
Such a change happened to the Ling family?
First, the Ling family's god of war returned, possessing a heaven-defying combat power, turning the Ling family upside down, and claiming to avenge his grandson. Then, the ancestor of the Ling family appeared, a terrifying and boundless emperor, who wanted to suppress Ling Zhan and calm everything down. But when Ling Xiao returned to the Ling family, there was actually a terrifying and boundless protector behind him.
The great Emperor Zongxing. The great Emperor Zongxing was extremely talented and powerful.
He used his bare palm to fight against the Jidao Emperor's soldier, and killed the ancestor of the Ling family with force. Then the Zongxing bell rang and killed the Xintian ancestor. The two emperors died in his hands just like that. Not to mention, the Zongxing bell pierced through billions of miles of the void, and directly destroyed the Xintian sect across an infinite distance. What kind of great power is that? Even those powerful people who became the ancestors of the longevity family and the immortal sect, and even the old monsters who have lived for countless years, were shocked and unbelievable. The great Emperor Zongxing appeared and left like a startling wild goose, but he completely became a legend.
The invincible fighting power was talked about by countless people. Especially that sentence. Who is the peak at the end of the immortal road? Once you see the world, the way of the common people will be empty. It may sound a bit arrogant at the beginning. But now it seems to be just right. The great emperor of the common people. TSK, the human race has such a peerless figure, only then can he be a real emperor, sweeping across the land invincible, destroying everything, and no one can defeat him. Now, I really want to meet this great emperor of the common people. I wonder where he came from. In Tai Holy Land, I have never heard of such an emperor. Could he be a hidden great power? It's hard to say. But with such an invincible protector, who dares to attack Ling Xiao again?
Not to mention, he is not only a Taoist of Tai, but also a divine son of the Ling family. Ling Xiao is also extraordinary. He has awakened the forbidden body of the innate holy body and the Taoist fetus. His talent is unparalleled throughout the ages. Legend it is said that the true immortal Ling Yi of the Ling family was suppressed by Ling Xiao in one move, and even his immortal veins were extracted, which was extremely miserable. Tomorrow is the grand ceremony of the Ling family's Son of God. Go and see it quickly. Even if you can't see the great Emperor Xangxing, it is good to see the style of the Ling family's Son of God. That's right. Although the Ling family seems to be seriously injured after this internal strife, they have become a rope, and have 1,000 threads of connection with the Tai Holy Land. Who dares to disrespect the father of the Ling family in the future? The rise of the Ling family is already visible to the naked eye. Around the Donglin Daoyu, dozens of Daoyu, countless strong men were shocked and talked about it. Even some extremely distant major forces, after hearing about this, prepared generous gifts and set off to the Donglin Daoyu to watch the grand ceremony of the Son of God. Boom! A series of chariots rolled through the void and rushed out from the void channel. Countless exotic beasts and divine birds covered the sky, and on them rode young geniuses with heroic and powerful auras, all rushing towards the Donglin Daoyu. Chapter 75 The Ling Family of Immortality. On a suspended sacred mountain. Xiao Wan'er, I haven't seen you for 10 years. I didn't expect that you have grown up to be a big girl, and you have become more beautiful. I wonder if you can get married. Ling Zhan looked at the peerless Di Hongwan in front of him, and was extremely moved, and smiled, and joked. Grandpa Zhan, you are making fun of me again. Di Hongwan blushed and stamped her feet. But there was a kind of beautiful temperament that was beyond description. Seeing Ling Zhan, she was naturally very happy. In the past, Ling Zhan often took her and Ling Xiao to play together, and she really regarded Ling Zhan as her grandfather. However, as if thinking of something, Di Hongwan said apprehensively, Grandpa Zhan, this time the Ling family encountered a great change, and my father did not take action. He was too cold and ungrateful. Don't worry, I will teach him a lesson when I go back. Xiao Wan'er, who do you want to teach a lesson? At this moment, a calm and majestic voice sounded. In the void, infinite light bloomed, and the blazing fairy light was ethereal. The void was automatically separated, and a majestic figure like an emperor stepped out from it. It was a middle-aged man in an emperor's robe, with a majestic face and eyes as deep as the starry sky. There seemed to be a mysterious scene of millions of creatures worshipping him around him. Every move he made was in line with the power of nature, and he had an invincible momentum that could swallow the world. Father, father? Di Hongwan was shocked, and a look of shock appeared in her eyes. She didn't expect that her father, the contemporary emperor of the bright fairy court, he actually came to the Ling family? You are so disrespectful. It seems that I have spoiled you. The Emperor of Light glanced at Di Hongwan, his eyes full of helplessness. It's true that a girl should not be kept when she grows up. This is more than just a betrayal. He has thrown himself into the Ling family. Then, he turned around and looked at Ling Zhan in front of him. He clasped his fists and said with some guilt, Hello, Uncle Zhan. I have heard about the Ling family's affairs 3 years ago, but the bright immortal court was restrained and I did not take action. Please forgive me, Uncle Zhan. Di Yuan, you are being polite. Before, Ling Daoju not only invited the Xiantian patriarch, but also 2 powerful people. You secretly stopped them, right? Moreover, Xiaoer was able to escape from the Ling family and enter the Tai Holy Land, thanks to your secret care. I already understand all this. You have done enough. Di Zhan waved his hand and smiled heartily. At the beginning, he was also a little uncomfortable. However, during the battle of the Ling family, he felt that 2 mysterious and powerful supreme beings were stopped by someone. Although the aura of that person was very obscure, he also realized that it was Emperor Yuan. Moreover, he also learned some things from the 2 great elders of Tai Holy Land. Ling Xiao was able to become a true disciple in Tai Holy Land because Emperor Yuan was secretly looking after him. The Ling family and the Bright Fairy Court are both immortal forces, and they are extremely transcendent. Emperor Yuan is the Emperor of Light. If he rashly interferes in the family affairs of the Ling family, it will inevitably cause chaos, and there may even be an immortal war and a long-term disaster. Thank you, Uncle Zhan, for your understanding. A trace of gratitude flashed in the eyes of the Emperor of Light. What? Father, you have done so many things?
It seems that you are not so cold-blooded. It is not in vain that Grandpa Jean saved you back then.
Emperor Hongwan blinked his big eyes, as if he had recognized his father.
Xiao, I think your cultivation is too weak. You should go back with me and retreat for 10,000 years before coming out.
The forehead of the Lord of Light was full of black lines.
He glanced at Di Hongwan and said, "This daughter is simply lawless and ruins my image everywhere.
It seems that I must take her back and discipline her strictly."
Di Hongwan trembled all over, and immediately showed a pitiful look and said, "Father, I was wrong.
You are the most righteous, you are not cold-blooded at all.
I don't want to retreat for 10,000 years. You might as well kill me."
"That? You and Grandpa Jean haven't seen each other for many years.
You should have a good chat. I'm going to find Brother Ling Xiao." Di Hongwan's eyes rolled around, and then he turned around and ran away.
It's true that girls can't be kept when they grow up.
Di Yuan sighed lightly, a little helpless. If you can't keep it, don't keep it.
You see, Xiao is unparalleled in talent and has the potential of a true immortal. I think he and Xiao Wan are quite suitable.
Ling Zhan laughed heartily.
Let's discuss it later, Emperor Yuan was extremely embarrassed. Not to mention that Emperor Hongwan possessed the supreme body of light and was the first heir to the future Light Fairy court. More importantly, he was unwilling to marry off his daughter after raising her for so many years.
Even if it was Ling Xiao, it was not easy to pass this test. "Uncle Jean, I came here this time to discuss something important with you. The Tower of Babel. I'm afraid it will be opened again."
Emperor Yuan suppressed his inner emotions and said slowly to Ling Zhan,
"The Tower of Babel? Let's go into the palace and talk."
Ling Zhan's face was also solemn, and he and Emperor Yuan walked into the palace behind him.
Rumble.
Rune prohibitions rose one after another, the brilliant fairy light was ethereal, and the powerful formation was opened, covering this ancient palace.
The second day. The Son of God ceremony.
In the Ling family's ancestral land, the fairy light was ethereal, the auspicious air was steaming, countless fairy birds and auspicious beasts were dancing, and the Ling family members with powerful auras were standing in various places, either entertaining guests or patrolling the ancestral land. The traces of yesterday's battle have completely disappeared.
The dozens of originally broken sacred mountains have been cleared away.
Some powerful elders of the Ling family directly used the art of moving mountains to move dozens of sacred mountains.
The broken palace was repaired again, and all kinds of ancient vines and precious medicines, towering ancient trees, grew back overnight. The Ling family has returned to a misty and peaceful scene, a paradise.
From this, we can see the foundation of the longevity family. The Ling family's godson ceremony alarmed countless immortal forces. All the major longevity families, immortal sects, ancient clans, immortal courts, Holy Land academies, all came to the Ling family to participate in the godson ceremony. Because of the battle yesterday, all the supernatural forces attached great importance to the Ling family. They sent their geniuses and prepared generous gifts to watch the ceremony. In addition to those supernatural forces, there were countless young monsters and young geniuses gathered outside the mountain gate of the Ling family. As early as a month ago, when the Ling family was going to hold the godson ceremony, they had announced to the world that they would select followers for the Ling family godson. Therefore, countless geniuses came here through mountains and rivers, just to be valued by the Ling family godson and become the followers of the godson, which would be a step to heaven. However, they did not expect that in just 1 month, the Ling family godson would be replaced. The original Ling Yi, who had 2 immortal veins, was killed by Ling Xiao, and even the immortal veins were taken out.
The Ling family went through a big purge.
However, the past of the Ling family 3 years ago was also spread. Everyone was extremely sympathetic to Ling Xiao, and even full of more fanatical worship. An unparalleled supreme being whose immortal veins were extracted fell into the mud and became a waste, but he was resolute and never gave up. He awakened the forbidden body in the legend and his talent was unparalleled.
He even returned to the family and took back his immortal veins.
His talent was unparalleled, and the name Ling Xiao spread throughout the fairyland.
What an inspiring story is this!
The blood of those young geniuses was boiling, full of more fanatical worship and expectation. Even Ling Yi, who had the talent of a true immortal, was suppressed by Ling Xiao with 1 palm.
What kind of person is this Ling Xiao son of God? Ling Xian Hall. This is the main hall of the Ling family. It has been repaired and looks brand new at this moment.
There is fairy light lingering, auspicious air steaming, and an ancient and mysterious formation hidden, which makes people feel awe. In and outside the Ling Xian Hall, countless elders and genius disciples of transcendent forces have gathered, and they are all waiting to watch the ceremony. When the first rays of morning light fell between heaven and earth, illuminating the mountains and rivers for billions of miles, the voice of an elder of the Ling family was like thunder, resounding through the sky. The auspicious time has come, please invite the Son of God. And many members of the Ling family also showed extremely fanatical and worshipful expressions at this moment. Their voices gathered together, surging like a torrent, hitting the 9 heavens, and spreading across billions of miles of land. The auspicious time has come, please invite the Son of God. The auspicious time has come, please invite the Son of God. In the void, a figure emerged. In an instant, the world was quiet, and everyone's eyes were looking at that figure. That figure stepped from the 9 heavens, white clothes whiter than snow, spotless, with a transcendent temperament. Every move seemed to be able to touch the avenue of heaven and earth. His body glowed with mysterious light, and there was fairy mist around him. His face could not be seen clearly, but his eyes, as deep as the sea, seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. At this moment, he seemed to be the center of the world. Like a fairy from the sky descended to earth. Ling Xiao, the son of the Ling family. Even the geniuses of the major immortal forces, after seeing Ling Xiao at this moment, could not help but feel ashamed of themselves. This is the real immortal of the Ling family. An old man with white hair and beard, with an unfathomable aura, sighed softly. His words, like a thunder, exploded in everyone's heart, making everyone tremble all over. Before seeing Ling Xiao, many people had other ideas. Even the young geniuses of the immortal forces still wanted to compete with Ling Xiao. But after seeing Ling Xiao, the temperament that was as vast as the sea and ready to float away at any time made them sigh. It is worthy of being the real immortal of the Ling family. As expected, he is the Taoist of Tai. Ling Xiao's eyes were calm and deep. He stepped from the sky and entered the spacious Lingxian palace. Even though there were many powerful people with unfathomable cultivation around him, the terrifying momentum formed by the interweaving of their auras would make any young genius feel the pressure of mountains and seas. But Ling Xiao's expression did not change at all. He was like a dazzling fairy light, as gentle as jade, but immortal, breaking through the mountains and seas and coming on the waves. In the Lingxian palace, there are statues and tablets of ancestors. The God's Son ceremony was formulated according to various rituals in ancient times. Although it was cumbersome, it was solemn and solemn. It was the foundation of the Changsheng family. To announce to everyone that the Changsheng family had a successor. Therefore, the God's Son ceremony of the Changsheng family was far more complicated than some immortal sections. Finally, as Ling Xiao completed all the procedures, he came to Ling Zhan, the head of the Ling family, and took over a sword and a cloud-patterned robe from Ling Zhan. This means that the God's Son ceremony has officially ended. And the Ling family has also given birth to a God's Son. Ling Xiao. We pay our respects to the God's Son. We pay our respects to the God's Son. In the Ling family, headed by the elders of each branch, many elders, deacons, and disciples all saluted Ling Xiao respectfully, their eyes full of excitement and admiration. The position of God's Son is like the head of the family. It can even be said that the God's Son is more difficult than the head of the family in some aspects. He must show an invincible posture that suppresses his peers before he can become a God's Son. If there is no such a genius, the God's Son of the Changsheng family is likely to be vacant for countless years. The Ling family's godson, with only the cultivation of the life and death realm, has not even ignited the godfire. He looks ordinary and not very good. At this moment, a proud and playful voice sounded in the void. Many people watching the ceremony could not help but tremble all over, with a strange look in their eyes. Did someone dare to cause trouble at the Ling family's godson ceremony? Who is it? Get out! Ling Zhan's eyes flashed with a cold light, and a violent murderous intent surged out. His voice was like thunder in the sky, containing an unpredictable status, and suddenly exploded above the sky, making everyone's ears roar. Dare to cause trouble at his grandson's godson ceremony? Looking for death. In the void, strange ripples spread, and a brilliant and mysterious light bloomed. Several figures appeared in the void. The leader was a young man with a majestic head and horns, wearing a purple robe, who looked extraordinary. The divine light in his eyes disappeared, as if there was a unicorn standing tall in the sky, roaring in the sky. Behind him, there were 2 old men with terrifying auras. They were majestic and ancient, with a monstrous aura around them, and their eyes were like an abyss, unfathomable. They are the ancient royal family? Someone was shocked, and immediately recognized the identity of the person coming, and couldn't help but feel a huge shock. The ancient royal family.
It turned out that the ancient royal family came out of the restricted area? Chapter 76. The ancient royal family is the oldest force in the immortal realm.
In the ancient years, the human race had many obstacles, but the ancient royal family was already the overlord of the immortal realm, dominating the heavens and invincible. However, as the era changed, the human race became stronger and stronger, gradually occupying the land of the fairyland.
As for the ancient royal family, due to some reasons, they hid in the restricted area and rarely appeared in the fairyland again.
However, the ancient royal family has a profound foundation and is still feared by people.
No one knows how many immortals there are in the ancient royal family. This is the secret accumulated from the ancient times. But even the immortal family and the immortal sect would not offend the ancient royal family easily.
Now, the Ling family holds the Son of God ceremony, and Ling Xiao becomes the Son of God of the Ling family. In such a special period, the ancient royal family actually walked out of the restricted area.
This has to be thought-provoking. Could it be that you came to the Ling family to cause trouble? They are people from Qilin Valley. Could it be that the genius at the head is a young son of Qilin?
Some people were shocked and recognized the origins of the people in front of them. Qilin Valley is one of the most powerful forces of the ancient royal family, inherited from the ancient supreme ferocious beast Qilin, and is located in the restricted area of the immortal domain.
What is the relationship between Qilin Valley and the Ling family?
Everyone's eyes fell on the purple-robed young man, and they felt that his energy and blood were overwhelming, and his fairy light was ethereal. It seemed that an ancient unicorn emerged from behind, trying to tear the starry sky apart. The young man in purple robe has extremely strong blood, giving the impression that he is a young son of Kirin.
People from Qilin Valley?
My Ling family has no relationship with Qilin Valley.
What do you want to do here?
Ling Zhan's eyes flashed with sharpness and he said coldly. He could feel that the young man in purple robe was extremely talented and had extremely rich blood, like a little golden sun. And the two old men from the Qilin tribe behind him had unfathomable auras, no less powerful than Ling Zhan.
No matter how you look at it, it looks like the person coming here is ill-intentioned. Master Ling Zhan, don't get me wrong.
I, Gulin, came to the Ling family today just to announce something through the Ling family Divine Sun ceremony. The young man in purple robe casually cupped his hands towards Ling Zhan and smiled calmly. He stepped in the air and stood in front of the Ling Xian palace. He had a condescending and unparalleled attitude, which attracted countless people to look at him coldly.
Too arrogant. What about the genius of the Qilin tribe? This is an immortal family, not an ancient sacred mountain that is off limits. Gulin?
I remembered that not long ago, a supreme genius who awakened the Qilin bloodline appeared in the Qilin clan. He was the descendant of Qilin Valley and was called the Qilin Prince.
This Gulin seems to be his younger brother?
An elder from the immortal grand sect spoke slowly with a gleam in his eyes.
The Qilin Prince has unparalleled talent. It is said that the awakened Qilin bloodline is infinitely close to the Qilin ancestor.
He was established as the Qilin Prince as soon as he was born and became the successor of Qilin Valley. As the younger brother of Prince Qilin, Gulin's bloodline is also very important and should not be underestimated.
Announce something? Do you dare to be so high and mighty in my Ling family? Get off here.
Ling Xiao sneered, his eyes indifferent. He pressed across the sky with his palm, containing the unpredictable pressure of ghosts and gods, shrouding Gulin and the two elders of Qilin Valley.
Presumptuous. Be bold.
The two elders of Qilin Valley suddenly shouted loudly with cold light flashing in their eyes.
Roar!
The blazing fairy light bloomed, and the vast purple energy stretched across billions of miles of void.
Behind them, a huge purple unicorn seemed to emerge, exuding boundless evil energy.
Qilin stretched out a claw and reached towards Ling Zhan.
Boom!
There was a huge earthquake in the void, and Ling Zhan's palm print collided with the purple unicorn, and a huge light burst out in an instant. The sky was trembling violently, and cracks appeared. Ling Zhan's body was filled with evil aura, like an immortal and powerful god and demon, with overwhelming energy and blood, standing motionless in the Ling Xian palace.
The two elders of Qilin Valley couldn't help but trembled all over and took a few steps back. Is this the way the Changxing family treats guests? Gulin sneered. However, he did not stay in the void, but landed in front of Ling Xian palace together with the two elders of Qilin Valley. If a guest comes, my Changxing family will naturally treat them warmly. But if a powerful enemy comes, my Changxing family will definitely use thunderous methods.
Ling Xiao said calmly and stepped out. The Taoist aura around him was rising, and every move he made seemed to be able to stir up the great avenues of heaven and earth. There was a mist of immortality in his eyes, which was mysterious and majestic.
The Ling family, which has declined so much and doesn't even have a true immortal, dares to claim to be an immortal family.
Gu Lin sneered, his eyes full of disdain. He could see that Ling Zhao's cultivation had just broken through the realm of life and death, while his cultivation had reached the peak of the realm of life and death. His elder brother, the unparalleled gifted Prince Qilin, had long ignited the divine fire and became a well-deserved supreme figure of the younger generation. Although he had heard of Ling Xiao and knew that Ling Xiao had awakened the forbidden body, he still looked down on Ling Xiao. It seemed that those rumors were too false. The Ling family members around were all angry. The people of Qilin Valley were too arrogant. The Ling family was also an extremely ancient family of immortality in the fairyland. Although they have been relatively low-key in recent years, they have not shown their talents and are considered to be in decline and no longer as glorious as they were in the past.
But who can fully know the background of the immortal family?
Gu Lin said that he came here to announce something, but he has not said anything so far. Instead, he has been contemptuous of the immortal family in his words. The many powerful people watching the ceremony around him also looked strange. They all wanted to see how the Ling family would respond. After all, this is the ancient royal family, the most powerful and domineering ancient royal family, and they have never taken the human race seriously.
Will the Ling family show weakness? Boom! At this moment, Ling Zhao's blazing blood and chi rose, runes intertwined, and the terrifying aura burst out.
He punched Gu Lin and suppressed him. I'll tell you what a long-lived family is. Although Ling Zhao's words were calm, they contained an endless blazing and domineering meaning. Although he didn't know the origin of Qilin Valley, Gu Lin was still rude in the Ling family.
You must know that today is Ling Zhao's godson ceremony. If he ignores it, the reputation of the Ling family will be completely over. No matter what Gu Lin's purpose is, he will take strong action to suppress the disobedience.
Bold! Gu Lin's eyes flashed with cold light, as if he had expected Ling Xiao to take action. He suddenly shouted, and the fiery purple air rose from his feet, outlining a series of mysterious runes, and then gathered on his palm. He stretched out his claws in the air, and the purple claws made the void tremble, as if they could tear everything apart.
Qilin Claw.
This is the killing move in the Qilin treasure art, which is extremely powerful and can kill everything. When practiced to the extreme, even the immortal can be torn into pieces, which is extremely fierce.
Please give me flowers, boom.
But he still underestimated Ling Zhao's punch. Ling Zhao's body now broke through the extreme state, and that punch came across the void, as if a supreme star fell, to destroy all life. The Qilin claw collided with Ling Zhao's fist, and was undoubtedly torn apart, shattered inch by inch, and the rune was broken. One of Gu Lin's arms was shattered. There was a brilliant divine light rising in his body, and the light golden blood contained a magnificent vitality, constantly repairing his injuries. But his whole body still flew out like a meteor and hit a mountain in the distance.
The two elders of Qilin Valley couldn't help but look cold.
They didn't expect that Ling Xiao actually had such a terrifying physical strength. The punch just now almost made them think that it was the rebirth of the cub of the supreme beast. But just as they had some thoughts, they felt an icy murderous intent coming and locking them both. It seemed that if they made any move, they would be wiped out immediately. They froze and stopped immediately.
Ling Xiao, you are looking for death. From a distance, Gu Lin's extremely angry voice came.
Gu Lin came across the sky, and the majestic vitality in his body continued to repair his body, allowing his arm to recover.
Instantly.
And in his body, the pale golden Qilin blood bloomed, boiling like a flame, making his breath become extremely terrifying in an instant. He stretched out his hand and grabbed, and a purple gold war spear, blooming with immortal holy light, and the runes were completely revived, piercing through the sky towards Ling Xiao. He actually burned the Qilin's blood and sacrificed a powerful divine weapon. The terrifying and blazing murderous intent made some strong men who ignited the divine fire and survived the life calamity look extremely solemn.
This move was actually aimed at Ling Xiao's life. Can Ling Xiao resist it?
Facing Gu Lin's powerful blow of burning Qilin's true blood and sacrificing the divine weapon, Ling Xiao's eyes were still calm and indifferent.
Although many elders of the Ling family were a little worried, they did not take action.
This was a battle for the Son of God to establish his prestige. Thinking that even Ling Yi was easily suppressed by Ling Xiao, they were full of strong confidence in Ling Xiao.
Boom!
Ling Xiao's palm came across the sky, and the blazing light bloomed, which actually contained a terrifying vision of destroying the world, shattering the avenues of the heavens, and making all the ways empty. That was the strongest blow after Ling Xiao practiced the Tsunxing Sutra, bursting out the extremely sublimated physical power and the power of the innate holy body.
Crack!
Although the purple gold war spear was extremely sharp, it collided with Ling Xiao's palm print and trembled violently in an instant. Cracks appeared, and then exploded in the void. Ling Xiao's palm continued to move forward, hitting Gu Lin directly, suppressing him from the sky. Boom! The earth was shaking violently. If it weren't for the immortal formation in the Ling family, this palm would be enough to destroy a 10,000-foot mountain. The dazzling light dissipated, revealing Gu Lin's figure. He was covered in blood, coughing up blood, and his eyes were full of shock. He looked extremely embarrassed. The pride of the ancient royal family was suppressed just like that. Tell me what you want to do, otherwise, die. Ling Xiao stepped into the air, looking down at Gu Lin below, and said indifferently. His voice was transmitted to everyone's ears very clearly, as if it contained a magnificent power, with an indescribable tyranny and murderous intent. Corpse. Chapter 77 in the Ling family. Many powerful people who watched the ceremony, the pride of various clans, were all shaking, and their eyes looking at Ling Xiao were full of extremely solemn expressions. The people of the Ling family were naturally very excited and full of fanatical worship. Ling Xiao awakened the forbidden body, the innate holy body, and the moment Ling Xiao became a Taoist of Tai, it had spread across billions of miles of land. Although many people attached great importance to him, knowing that he must be an unparalleled genius, as long as he did not fall, he was destined to step onto the peak of the fairyland. But not many people have really seen Ling Xiao take action, so they don't know Ling Xiao's true combat power. Today is the Ling family's godson ceremony. Ling Xiao became the Ling family's godson, and under the attention of the crowd, he took a strong move in front of everyone and directly suppressed the genius of the ancient royal family. This kind of shock is naturally indescribable. Gu Lin has the cultivation of the peak of the realm of life and death, and he has burned the true blood of the Qilin. I didn't expect that he still lost to Ling Xiao. Did you find out? Ling Xiao used his flesh palm to fight against the magic weapon and directly smashed Gu Lin's magic weapon. If I'm not mistaken, it's a heavenly weapon. Breaking the extreme realm of the flesh and ascending the origin heavenly Tao monument, it is worthy of being a taboo body. The strong men of various tribes and major holy places were discussing it, full of emotion. Ling Xiao's heaven-defying strength and Ling Xiao's dominance were completely displayed in front of them. 150 Tell me your intention, otherwise, die. Ling Xiao's words also exploded in Gu Lin's ears, making his face extremely ugly, and his eyes were full of humiliation. However, he took a deep breath and stood up slowly. He was not as crazy as imagined, and his expression returned to calm. He took a healing pill, and a blazing light bloomed all over his body, and majestic vitality surged, constantly repairing his damaged body. I am here today on behalf of the deserted tomb. 1 month later, in the ancient city of the desert, the Babel Tower will be opened. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone is kind and will allow you to enter the Babel Tower to practice. Gu Lin's eyes were extremely cold, and he glanced at Ling Xiao and everyone in front of him. Tower of Babel? Hearing these 3 words, many strong men of the older generation were shocked and suddenly became excited. And many young disciples are a little confused and don't know what the Tower of Babel is. But after the explanations from the people around them, they finally understood. The Tower of Babel can be called the Holy Tower of the human race. In ancient times, the human race struggled to survive among all races and was in a very difficult situation. There are ancestors of the human race who observed the nature of the world and created the cultivation techniques belonging to the human race. Then the human race began to gradually become stronger and became a powerful race in the fairyland. The Babel Tower is a treasure that was refined by the ancestors of the human race who gathered countless powerful people from the human race when they were enlightened. According to rumors, there are 33 worlds in the Babel Tower. Each world is like a small world, containing countless opportunities. Descendants of the human race can be greatly tempered by entering the Babel Tower for trials, and their cultivation will improve very quickly, and even their talents will be improved. But later, the ancient heaven was shattered, and the Babel Tower was rumored to have fallen into the hands of the ancient royal family. But no one knows the specific traces. Now that they heard Gu Lin's words, they understood that the Babel Tower had really fallen into the hands of the ancient royal family and was about to be opened. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone and the Desolate Tomb? Would he be so kind? For a moment, many people wondered if this was a trap. Tower of Babel, if possible, we must bring back the human race. The virtuous and respected old man said, his voice full of determination. Why? Is the Tower of Babel an immortal weapon? Someone asked curiously. The Tower of Babel is not an immortal weapon, but a rare treasure. But the Tower of Babel is not only the holy tower of the human race, but also the totem of the human race.
More importantly, the Tower of Babel is related to the road to becoming an immortal. An elder from a long-lived family sighed softly. The road to immortality? As soon as these three words came out, everyone was shocked. It is rumored that the Tower of Babel contains the imprint of the road to immortality. If we get the Tower of Babel, we may be able to study the location of the road to immortality. This is also a major matter related to the rise and fall of our human race. Someone said slowly. Everyone knows that if you want to realize immortality, command immortality, and become an immortal who will live forever, you must embark on the road to becoming an immortal. Otherwise, even the great emperor will experience disasters, even be wiped out by time, and will not be able to live forever. Who in the world doesn't want to live forever? All the races in the immortal realm want nothing more than immortality. But if you want to live forever, you must embark on the road to immortality. The road to immortality is extremely mysterious and can only appear at the beginning of the era. If one can find the path to immortality, it represents the hope of immortality. I have brought the words. You can decide for yourself whether you are willing to enter the Babel Tower to practice. Gu Lin said lightly. Then, he took a deep look at Ling Xiao, turned around and left with the two old men from Qilin Valley. Ling Xiao did not take action against him again. Anyway, he has been taught a lesson. Although Gu Lin made rude remarks, his crime will not lead to death. More importantly, Gu Lin dared to be so arrogant because he was not just arrogant. Ling Zhan had already sent a message to tell him that there was a powerful person hidden in the void spying on him. Today is the moment for Ling Xiao to become the divine son of the Ling family. He has already established his authority by suppressing Du Lin and does not want to fight within the Ling family and turn the entire Ling family into a battlefield. As for why Gu Lin attacked him, Ling Xiao could guess it without even thinking. I'm afraid it's nothing more than testing Ling Xiao's cultivation and strength. Tower of Babel? It seems that I have to go there too. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered and he whispered to himself. Second young master, have you tested Ling Xiao's strength? In the void, divine light surged, and the two elders of Qilin Valley opened a void passage with Gu Lin and moved away. A clan elder from Qilin Valley asked. That Ling Xiao is indeed very strong. He is worthy of being the one who broke through the extreme realm of the physical body and ascended to the original heavenly Tao monument. He can kill gods with the power of his physical body alone. Gu Lin's eyes showed a trace of solemnity, and his face was extremely deep. Indeed, as Ling Xiao expected, the reason why he came so arrogantly this time was to test Ling Xiao's strength. The Tower of Babel is a matter of great importance and there is no room for error. If His Highness the Crown Prince can reach the top and find the path to becoming an immortal, it will be a great blessing for me, Qilin Valley. Another clan elder also nodded and said. Don't worry. The branding stone in my body has been imprinted with Ling Xiao's true cultivation and combat power. This time, the merits are considered complete. However, my eldest brother is the youngest son of Qilin. He has already ignited the divine fire in Tianzong Shenwu to deal with it. It's just Ling Xiao who can capture it easily. Gu Lin smiled proudly. When he mentioned the Qilin prince, his eyes were full of fanatical admiration. The Ling family's Son of God ceremony is over. The major forces that originally planned to make good friends with the Ling family, and even planned to greet the Ling family for a while, all left in a hurry. The news about the Tower of Babel is so shocking. They must return to the family immediately, bring back the news about the Tower of Babel, and then send the disciples of Tenjia to enter the tower to practice. It was related to the legendary road to immortality, so they couldn't help but be cautious. Lingxian Palace. Ling Zhan, Ling Xiao and Di Hongwan are all here. There is also a majestic and mysterious middle-aged man wearing imperial robes with an unfathomable aura. It is the Emperor of Light, Emperor Source. Shower, do you know where Grandpa has been these years? Ling Zhan said slowly. Could it be the deserted tomb? Ling Zhao's heart moved and he spoke. That's right, it's the deserted tomb. Ling Zhan's eyes were full of emotion. I was looking for the essence and blood of ferocious beasts to refine my body for you, but I accidentally fell into the desolate tomb, and in the desolate tomb, I discovered half of the path to becoming an immortal. Ling Zhan said slowly, not hiding anything. Halfway to immortality? Ling Xiao was shocked. He was originally full of doubts and curiosity. After all, Ling Zhan was only at the peak of the God King's cultivation 10 years ago and had survived the 4th level of life calamity. But in just 10 years, he survived 8 life tribulations in a row, and even broke through to the realm of Quasi-Emperor. What a heaven-defying cultivation speed is this?
Ling Xiao never thought that Ling Zhan would encounter a halfway path to becoming an immortal.
I'm afraid that he has also stepped on the road to becoming an immortal and experienced endless killings, so he has such a good fortune, right? Sure enough, Ling Zhan's story confirmed this. He has indeed embarked on that half of the road to immortality.
Although it is only half of the road to immortality, it still runs through the heavens, is mysterious, unpredictable, and eternal.
There are countless crises on the road to immortality.
In the past 10 years, Ling Zhan has been fighting against the sky, the earth, and all spirits, and has fallen into desperate situations several times.
But he still broke out. However, the road to immortality was cut off.
Although he reached the end, the road ahead was exhausted. Later, after going through a lot of hardships, he was able to return to the immortal realm.
Although Ling Zhan didn't elaborate, Ling Xiao could still feel the tragedy and crisis.
That is definitely an unimaginably dangerous and dead-end road. Actually, it is said to be half of the road to immortality, but I feel that it is not the real road to immortality. Maybe it is just a projection of the road to immortality. The real road to immortality is thousands of times more dangerous. Although I have some talents, but with my cultivation at that time, if I embarked on the true path to becoming an immortal, I would definitely die. Ling Zhan said with a very solemn expression. When I returned from the projection of the immortal road, I saw the Tongtian Tower and found that the projection of the immortal road was manifested from the Tongtian Tower.
There is the same breath in the Tongtian Tower.
Obviously, Ling Zhan had already told the Emperor of Light about these things, so Emperor Yuan's expression was very calm and there was no shock.
Grandpa means that the immortal road may be in the Tongtian Tower?
Ling Xiao was shocked and thought secretly.
That's right.
Even if it is not in the Tongtian Tower, there must be news about the immortal road in the Tongtian Tower.
Xiao, you have an unparalleled talent and are destined to reach the peak.
If you can find the opportunity to become an immortal in the Tongtian Tower, it will be a supreme fortune for you. Ling Zhan said slowly. Ling Xiao understood what Ling Zhan meant. He hoped that Ling Xiao would enter the Tongtian Tower. Moreover, according to Ling Zhan and Di Yuan, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone of the Desolate Mausoleum was willing to take out the Babel Tower at this moment, which must be a conspiracy. However, the strongest of mankind will naturally find a way to resolve those plots. And in the Babel Tower, it is necessary for the Tianjiao of the human race to fight and seize, and compete with those ancient royal families for opportunities.
This is a crisis, but also a good fortune. Grandpa, I understand. Ling Xiao nodded.
Okay. My shower, you are not a flower in a greenhouse, but a real Tianjiao Supreme.
Grandpa believes that you will definitely reach the peak of the world.
Ling Zhan smiled slightly, his eyes full of love and expectation.
Chapter 78 Outside the Ling family's ancestral land. Purple Bamboo Forest.
This is a mysterious and peaceful place, planted with purple thunder god bamboo, each of which has a history of tens of thousands of years and breeds purple thunder.
Countless purple thunder god bamboos gathered to form a purple thunder sea, surging and terrifying. I finally made it out.
At this moment, a blood-soaked figure rushed out from the purple bamboo forest. Although he was in a very sorry state and was seriously injured, his eyes were filled with an extremely ecstatic look. It was a young man with a resolute face who looked very honest and simple. No one expected that he would be the first to break out of the purple bamboo forest.
The Ling family set up several formations in the purple bamboo forest to test the young talent. Not just anyone can become a follower of the Ling family's divine son.
One must be an extremely gifted person to be qualified to become a follower of the Ling family's Son of God. Most of the test formations set up in the purple bamboo forest only target talent and understanding, and do not require high levels of cultivation, so those who can break through are all young geniuses. Even in an ancient holy land, he can become a saint-level existence.
Soon, figures rushed out from the purple bamboo forest.
This time, the Son of God of the Ling family selected followers and attracted tens of thousands of geniuses in total, but only a few hundred people could pass the test in the purple bamboo forest. Some of the geniuses among them have even achieved great fame in the immortal realm, but they did not expect to come here.
That's Dugu Ju?
Hiss, the Dugu family is a family of swordsmen with unfathomable background. I heard that the Dugu family is born with sword bones and is born for the sword. They have extraordinary talents in swordsmanship.
I didn't expect that he would come too.
Someone saw a young man in black robes carrying an ancient sword, exuding monstrous sword intent, stepping forward. Like a peerless sword unsheathed, the sword was full of energy and seemed to be slashing down on everyone.
There is also the prince of the ancient Yin kingdom, Morong Yu. The ancestors of the ancient Yen kingdom also had a supreme emperor. Although it has declined a bit in recent years, it still cannot be underestimated. Morongyu, who is not a prince, is here to come. Running for a follower of the Ling family's divine son?
Someone said, extremely shocked. Among the crowd, a young man wearing white clothes and as gentle as jade stepped forward, with a faint smile on his lips, giving people a feeling of spring breeze. His whole body is also filled with Tao charm, and every move coincides with the nature of heaven and earth. At first glance, he is an extraordinary and talented person. The Prince of Dian Immortal Kingdom, Morongyu. As soon as he appeared, many female cultivators' eyes were filled with ecstasy and their faces turned red.
Is that Ji Feishuan? Suddenly, someone exclaimed.
Suddenly, the crowd caused a commotion. In the purple bamboo forest, a graceful figure stepped out. Her skin was like jade, and her whole body was shrouded in mist. However, her face was covered by a gauze, and although her face could not be seen clearly, her eyes were as bright as stars. As if it was difficult to walk through the purple bamboo forest, beads of sweat fell from her white forehead, making her feel a little pity for her.
Unrivaled in splendor. Unparalleled in the world.
As soon as they saw that figure, everyone couldn't help but think of these two words.
TSK TSK. This Ji Feishuan is the #1 fairy in North Korea's Taoist realm. She has a stunning appearance.
I didn't expect that she would also be here. What a pity, her face is covered by a gauze veil and her face cannot be seen clearly.
Yes, it's so beautiful. If I could kiss her once, it would be worth losing a few hundred years of my life. You're dreaming.
I heard that a prince from the immortal court of North Korea wanted to marry her, but she rejected him.
Will she like you? Everyone was talking about it. As soon as Ji Feishuan appeared, she became the focus of everyone's attention. Even Morongyu couldn't help but his eyes lit up when he saw Ji Feishuan.
Quiet. At this moment, a thunderous sound exploded. The void was slightly distorted, and an old man wearing black robes with white beard and hair emerged. His aura was unfathomable, and he had an aura of calmness and authority.
Outside the purple bamboo forest, everyone was silent.
Today, I, the godson of the Ling family, will select followers.
Anyone who can break through the purple bamboo forest is qualified. However, whether you can be favored by my son of God depends on your luck.
The black-robed old man, who was also an elder of the Ling family, glanced at everyone with his lightning-like eyes and said indifferently,
"Yes." Everyone bowed and saluted.
"Please invite the son of God." The elder of the Ling family said slowly.
Boom! In the void, it seemed as if the 9 heavens' divine thunder exploded.
The ancient and vast aura rose, and a 9-headed golden lion, whose whole body was covered with golden clouds, like a mountain, pulled the emperor's chariot and came to crush the void. That 9-headed golden lion was clearly at the pinnacle of the realm of life and death. He was also a descendant of the 9-headed golden lion clan, with a heart of a lion. He felt very helpless in his heart. He did not expect that after he became Ling Zhao's mount, he would be even more unbearable now and be reduced to a ferocious beast pulling a cart. However, when he thought of the ruthless man on the emperor's chariot, he fell silent. Forget it, just pull the cart.
Even Ling Yi was suppressed, and the genius of the ancient royal family was defeated miserably. That one had already shown his invincibility, and there seemed to be nothing wrong with following him. Just when Sher Xin was thinking wildly, the heavenly emperor's chariot appeared in front of everyone. The sky and the earth suddenly lit up.
Everyone felt as if there was a hazy and mysterious Taoist charm permeating the air, making their understanding of the laws of heaven and earth instantly clearer.
Is the figure on the emperor's chariot the divine son of the Ling family?
The fairy mist is lingering, and the chaotic light is rising. It is not clear, and you can only see a majestic and young figure sitting cross-legged on it.
It seemed as if there were shadows of ancient beasts such as real dragons, fairy phoenixes, white tigers, black tortoises, and unicorns surrounding him.
In that transcendent temperament, there was also a kind of kingly aura that swept across the heavens and was invincible, which made people feel like submitting. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged on the Emperor of Heaven's chariot, with mysterious symbols rising in his eyes. The supreme upper pupil was activated by him and burst into a mysterious light. Every Tianjiao who was swept by Ling Xiao's eyes felt a tremor all over his body, as if he had seen through his whole body. The awe in their eyes was even stronger.
"We greet His Highness the Son of God." Everyone bowed at the same time.
Their voices were like thunder, shaking the purple bamboo forest. Their eyes were full of fanatical worship and expectation.
Ling Zhao's name has spread throughout the fairyland.
Everyone knows that this Ling family's son of God, who is also a Taoist of Tai, is an unparalleled Tianjiu in the ages. Destined to reach the peak, it is possible to achieve immortality and longevity. Being able to become his follower is a great opportunity. What's your name? Ling Xiao looked at the honest boy who first broke out of the purple bamboo forest, his voice calm and gentle. Then, he waved his hand, and a fairy light came across the sky and landed on the boy. Me? The honest boy was still in a daze, and at this moment he felt Ling Xiao's gaze and the envious and jealous looks around him, and suddenly woke up from his dream. Report to the Son of God, my name is Panguchun, and I pay my respects to the Son of God. The honest boy hurriedly saluted, and his silly appearance made the people around him laugh. Are you willing to be my follower? Ling Xiao asked. I do. Panguchun pays respect to the Son of God. From now on, whoever the Son of God tells me to kill, I will kill. I will never betray the Son of God. Panguchun was shocked, and suddenly showed an extremely excited look, and even his voice became a little stuttering. Everyone stopped laughing. They were all full of envy and jealousy. This young man named Panguchun looked ordinary. Apart from being the first person to break out of the purple bamboo forest, what was so special about him? Although they were full of doubts, they did not dare to question it out loud. Are you willing to be my follower? Ling Xiao nodded lightly, and then looked at Duguju again. The most important thing for a natural sword bone is that the sword heart is clear, nothing outside the body, and a pure heart. Such a talent is even more terrifying than Ling Xiaoluo. It is a rare sword genius. I do, Duguju, pay respect to the Son of God. Duguju was shocked. Even though he was withdrawn and not good at talking, he couldn't help showing a hint of excitement at this moment. He took a deep breath, cupped his fists and saluted Ling Xiao. Very good. That's it. Ling Xiao nodded lightly. Then, get ready to end this time of selecting followers. He still has many things to do and is not willing to waste time here. As for Ji Feishuan, he naturally saw that she was indeed good-looking. But he was choosing followers, not concubines, not to mention that beauties were trouble, and beautiful women were trouble. He didn't want to cause trouble. Little girl Ji Feishuan, pay my respects to His Highness the Son of God. As long as His Highness the Son of God promises me one thing, I am willing to become a follower of His Highness the Son of God and serve as a slave without any complaints. At this moment, Ji Feishuan gritted her teeth and walked out, bowing deeply to Ling Xiao. She has a peerless appearance, and wherever she goes she is surrounded by stars. Even the descendants of the immortal family and the immortal sect are extremely infatuated with her. But today, I suffered a setback here. Ling Xiao didn't even look at her, let alone choose her as a follower. Everyone around him was slightly startled, showing extremely strange expressions. Although this Ji Feishuan is a stunning fairy, the Ling family godson obviously has no intention of choosing her. She actually wants the Ling family godson to agree to her one condition? Where did she get her confidence? Where does the courage come from? Why don't you show your true colors to others? My Son of God hasn't chosen you yet, but you dare to raise conditions? The elder of the Ling family, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he shouted loudly. His eyes fell on Ji Feishuan, as if there were hundreds of millions of mountains suppressing her. Ji Feishuan could not help but tremble all over, and her forehead was covered with beads of sweat, as if she was trying her best to support her. The pressure of the saint can turn the world upside down. Is it something that a little monk in the life and death realm can withstand? Third grandfather, let her finish. Ling Xiao glanced at the clan elder and smiled slightly. Humph. The Son of God is merciful and not as knowledgeable as you. But if you dare to lie at all, don't blame me for killing you here. The elder of the Zunling family snorted coldly, dissipating the pressure of the saint. Ji Feishuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at Ling Xiao. Although her face was covered by gauze, her captivating big eyes seemed to contain the stars in the sky. They were so dazzling and full of soft beauty that people couldn't help but feel pity. When I meet His Highness the Son of God, I cover my face with a veil, just because I don't want to cause trouble. But when you meet the Son of God, you really should show your true face. Ji Feishuan smiled bitterly, then stretched out her delicate jade fingers and took off the veil. A peerless appearance appeared in front of everyone. The world suddenly turned pale. It was a flawless face, like a masterpiece of the Creator, full of exquisite beauty, and extremely beautiful. Especially the charming aura exuding from her body made all the male monks couldn't help but focus on her, and they could no longer look away. Even the elder of the Ling family in the void couldn't help but look at her a few more times. She can indeed be called a peerless fairy.
I want to ask His Highness the Son of God to help me kill someone. Ji Feishuan gritted her teeth and sent a message to Ling Xiao. Who? North Korea Dao Domain, North Korea Immortal Court Prince, Han Yuan Yuan. He killed my grandfather in order to rob me. I want to ask His Highness the Son of God to avenge me. Ji Feishuan's voice was full of hatred. Sorry, I don't have the habit of revenge. Not to mention, I didn't fall in love with you and chose you to be my follower. Even if I fell in love with you, do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate terms with me?
Ling Zhao's eyes were extremely indifferent, staring at Ji Feishuan. There seemed to be an invisible pressure on his body, boundless in terror, suppressing it mightily towards Ji Feishuan. Ji Feishuan could not help but tremble all over, her face extremely pale. No. I believe that His Highness the Son of God will definitely agree to me, because I am. Ji Feishuan's eyes were filled with stubbornness and she spoke through a voice transmission.
Ling Zhao's eyes flashed.
He activated the highest respect pupil, the mysterious symbol bloomed, and his sharp eyes swept over Ji Feishuan's body, as if he could see through everything in her body.
Ji Feishuan couldn't help but blush, showing a hint of shame and anger, but she bravely looked at Ling Xiao, full of expectation. I don't have the habit of negotiating terms with others. However, if what you say is true, I can make an exception for you. From now on, you will be my follower.
The mysterious symbols in Ling Zhao's eyes dispersed, and he stared at Ji Feishuan and said slowly. Suddenly, everyone was in an uproar. The divine son of the Ling family actually agreed to Ji Feishuan? What conditions did Ji Feishuan put forward? Is it possible that the divine son of the Ling family recommends himself as a pillow? Chapter 79 Your Highness the Son of God, I don't accept it. At this moment, a harsh sound sounded. Everyone took a closer look and found that it was the prince of the ancient Yin kingdom, Morong Yu. Morong Yu's originally handsome and elegant face was now full of unwillingness, and he gritted his teeth and looked at Ling Xiao. Your Highness, Son of God, I have always heard that you are unparalleled in talent, wise and powerful, but I don't understand why you chose your followers instead of me.
Ju was born with a sword bone and is very powerful.
It is only natural that you choose him as your follower.
Fairy Ji Feishuan has good talent too. But who is Panguchen? He is someone I have never heard of. He looks ordinary and has no talent. He got through the purple bamboo forest by trickery.
Please judge for yourself, Your Highness, I am more suitable to be your follower than him. Morong Yu finished speaking in one breath, and then knelt down respectfully in front of Ling Xiao, expressing his submission.
He is gambling. If he cannot become Ling Xiao's follower, some of his goals will not be achieved.
He originally had great confidence that Ling Xiao would definitely choose him. But he did not expect that Ling Xiao did not even look at him. This made him feel a strong sense of frustration and dissatisfaction.
Everyone was shocked and looked at Morong Yu with admiration. This guy dared to contradict the Ling family's son of God?
Although your identity as the prince of the ancient country of Dian is not bad, it is still far behind the son of God of the Changsheng family. However, they were also somewhat puzzled.
Panguchen did look very ordinary. They didn't know why the Ling family's son of God chose him instead of Morong Yu.
The old man of the Ling family had a cold light flash in his eyes, and he wanted to get angry. But he was stopped by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao showed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, but that smile looked extremely cold.
I choose followers.
It's my freedom to choose who to follow.
You want me to give you an explanation. Do you deserve it?
Ling Xiao stared at Morong Yu below, his voice was extremely cold. Morong Yu trembled all over, and his face turned pale, but he still gritted his teeth and said, Your Highness, since you choose followers, it represents your reputation and the reputation of the Changsheng family.
If you choose a mediocre person? Wouldn't it make people laugh at you?
I am also for the reputation of Your Highness, the Son of God, please understand.
Panguchen, kill him.
Ling Zhao's eyes showed a hint of smile, and then a faint shout, like thunder.
Yes. Panguchen was slightly stunned.
Although he was a little confused, he still strictly followed Ling Zhao's order and took action immediately.
Boom!
The blood and qi in his body surged, and the ancient and wild aura gushed out, as if an ancient beast had revived, and instantly burst out with terrifying and boundless power. He punched the void and suppressed Morong Yu.
You're looking for death.
Morong Yu, however, did not show the slightest panic. Instead, he showed an extremely excited look, shouted loudly, and rushed towards Panguchen. He was very scheming and thought that this was an opportunity given to him by Ling Xiao. As long as he can kill Panguchen and show his talent and strength, Ling Xiao will definitely give him a place as a follower. Therefore, he was not surprised but overjoyed.
Boom! Moronu was surrounded by blazing starlight, as if big stars were emerging. He shot out a palm in the air, and the endless stars gathered like a river of stars and headed towards Pangachen. The galaxy is boundless. This is a powerful secret technique of Dayan Ancient Kingdom, and it is also the strongest method practiced by Moronu. Fusing the power of countless ancient stars, a galaxy was formed, bursting out billions of divine power to suppress everything. Moronu was determined to show his talent and strength in front of Ling Xiao. But, it's a pity. He will be mistaken. He also misjudged Pangochen's strength. Click. Pangochen's fierce and domineering punch seemed to contain the ultimate power, like billions of sacred mountains suppressing it at the same time, with unparalleled strength. The dazzling galaxy was directly exploded by Pangochen's punch. Pangochen came across the sky, and the terrifying energy and blood around his body rose. In an instant, his whole body turned into a 100-foot-tall giant, and his unparalleled fist mark directly hit Moronu's chest. Click. Moronu's whole body was shaken violently, and he had no idea how many bones were broken, and those defensive magic weapons exploded into pieces. He flew straight away, blood spurting out from his mouth, and his eyes were full of horror. Pango Protoss? The elder of the Ling family was also shocked, as if he had thought of something, and looked extremely shocked. Pangochin stood in the void, 100 feet tall, with an ancient and mysterious aura, vast energy and blood rising, and chaotic light filling his body. Like an immortal supreme god and demon, it seems to be able to tear apart the heaven and the earth, and is so fierce and fierce. He thought of a powerful race in ancient times, named Panga God Clan. The members of the Panga God Clan were hundreds of feet tall when they were young, and the adults of the Panga God Clan were at least 10,000 feet tall, or even 1,000,000 feet tall. They chased the stars and grasped the moon, tore up the stars with their hands, stepped on the mountains and rivers, fought with ancient ferocious beasts, and fought with countless gods and demons. Their strength was extremely strong. The Panga God Clan once suppressed an era of great splendor and brilliance. However, later on, for some unknown reason, the Panga God Clan suffered a catastrophe and was almost wiped out, even with the few surviving Panga Clan members. It will no longer be possible to restore the glory of our ancestors. However, the people of the Panga God Clan are the best slaves, guards, and mounts. They are extremely loyal to their masters, are honest and simple, have extraordinary talents, and are extremely powerful. Every appearance of a member of the Panga God Clan will cause countless people to fight for it, and it will be auctioned for a sky-high price. Who would have thought that that honest young man would actually be a member of the Panga Divine Clan? Pangachen, Pangachen. This name finally let them know the origin of Pangachen. Even Dugyuju and Ji Feishuan looked extremely shocked at this moment. In their hearts, they admired Ling Xiao even more. No wonder Ling Xiao would accept Pangochen as a follower. It turned out that he had long seen that Pangochen was a member of the Panga Divine Clan. Kill! Pangochen's eyes were cold, and his whole body was full of fighting spirit. He suddenly shouted loudly and punched Moronu in the air. Of course, he must carry out Ling Xiao's orders to the letter. No, you can't kill me, Your Highness the Son of God, please spare my life. Moronu's eyes were filled with an extremely frightened look. He was covered in blood at the moment and looked extremely embarrassed. He knew that he was completely wrong. However, Ling Xiao just watched with cold eyes without saying a word. Boom! Pangocchen struck down with a punch, and the ground shook violently. Countless ancient stones exploded into powder. Moronu was directly blasted by him. No bones left. He looked at Pangocchen, who was like a god and demon, and then looked at the Ling family's son on the Emperor's chariot in the void. Everyone's eyes showed a look of awe. Moronu will be the one who dares to provoke the son of the Ling family. The 9 golden lions pulled the Emperor's chariot across the sky and flew towards the depths of the Ling family's ancestral land. Pangochen, Dugyuju, and Ji Feishuan, as followers of Ling Xiao, naturally followed him around. Pangocchen had been wandering since he was a child. Although Dugyuju and Ji Feishuan had seen a lot, they were all extremely shocked when they saw the scene deep in the Ling family's ancestral land. Suspended islands, misty fairy mountains, various fairy palaces and ancient palaces, jade buildings are all hidden in the misty fairy mist. The fairy light is steaming far and wide, and the auspicious colors are falling. All kinds of mountain-like exotic beasts, divine birds that cover the sky and the sun, travel between the magical islands and fairy mountains, a scene from the ancient mythological era. As the divine son of the Ling family, Ling Xiao lives on the most vast and majestic divine island, like a floating continent.
Returning to the Divine Island, the elder of the Ling family took Panguchan, Dugyuju, and Ji Feishuan to familiarize themselves with the etiquette of the Changqing family, teach them some skills, and familiarize themselves with some of the trivial matters of the Son of God. The followers of the Son of God are also guards in attendance to some extent, especially Ji Feishuan, who needs to play the role of maid. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, returned to the palace and practiced in seclusion. The two immortal veins he extracted from Ling Yi's body lost a lot of energy, so they were taken back by Qi Yunfeng and given to Taiyi Patriarch Yun for a period of time. Now, the two immortal veins have made up for all the immortal power and have returned to Ling Xiao's hands. Among them, the hidden dragon immortal vein was originally bred in Ling Xiao's body, and he planned to integrate it into his body. This immortal vein of immortality, according to the ancestor, is the embodiment of the law of immortality and the foundation of immortality. Those who can give birth to the immortal vein of immortality can indeed be regarded as the treasure of a true immortal.
But, I don't know, will it cause any changes to my innate holy body?
Ling Xiao whispered. In front of him, there were two dazzling light groups floating, surrounded by mysterious fairy light, ethereal and holy.
A hidden dragon immortal vein. A heavenly python immortal vein.
Ling Xiao stretched out an arm, and a dazzling light burst out from his palm, grabbing for the Qianlong immortal vein.
Hold head high.
The hidden dragon immortal vein, like a real dragon, erupted with an ancient and vast dragon roar, and then in an instant, it turned into a ray of fairy light and penetrated into Ling Xiao's arm.
Boom!
Ling Xiao's arms bloomed with dazzling brilliance, and streaks of golden clouds rose up, like golden dragon scales, appearing on his arms. His innate holy body seemed to be stimulated, and mysterious runes rose up, intertwined with the divine chain of order, and attracted the power of the vast laws of heaven. All around, the vast and majestic spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards him.
Ling Xiao's arm was glowing, with ancient and mysterious dragon power emanating from it.
The hidden dragon immortal vein seemed to be completely integrated with his arm. Ling Xiao's arm seemed to turn into a real dragon, erupting with terrifying power fluctuations.
Hold head high. Hold head high. Hold head high.
The dragon's roar shook the air in all directions, and a huge dragon-shaped shadow that was thousands of miles long appeared in the sky above the Ling family's ancestral land, with an ancient and mysterious aura. There was a pain like being torn apart on his arm, as if the vast avenue of heaven and earth had left an immortal mark on his arm. It was surprisingly easy for him to integrate the hidden dragon immortal vein. After all, the Qianlong immortal vein was originally the immortal vein bred in his body, and it was one with his physical body. On Ling Xiao's arm, fairy light lingered, runes intertwined, and a strange pattern of a real dragon appeared, which looked lifelike and exuded unpredictable power. Ling Xiao felt that as long as he thought about it, he could immediately activate the hidden dragon immortal vein and burst out its vast and unparalleled power. Nowadays, it is no longer appropriate to call Qianlong immortal vein. The Qianlong immortal veins completely revived, soared into the sky, and transformed into a real dragon.
True dragon immortal veins. What do I mean? Did I add a real dragon tattoo to myself?
Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with an extremely strange look. Looking at the ancient and mysterious real dragon tattoo on his arm, he felt a little dazed. However, the true dragon pattern is transformed by the immortal veins and can be guided into the body.
Otherwise, Ling Xiao would feel extremely awkward with a real dragon tattoo on his arm. However, this true dragon immortal vein is really powerful. Not only does it make me understand the power of heaven and earth a little deeper, but as long as I activate it, I can burst out the power of the true dragon and tear the sky apart with one blow. Down.
Ling Xiao's eyes were blazing, full of admiration. This true dragon immortal vein, fused to his arm, actually existed like a unicorn arm, allowing him to explode with terrifying power. However, this was the immortal vein of immortality, and its mystery was not limited to that. Ling Xiao vaguely felt that the immortal vein of immortality seemed to have other magical uses. He needs to discover it slowly. Perhaps this heavenly python immortal vein can be integrated into my arm. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered and fell on another heavenly python immortal vein. Before Ling Yi, he had two immortal veins, but the hidden dragon immortal vein and the heavenly python immortal vein were mutually exclusive, so Ling Yi was unable to exert the strength of these two immortal veins. However, Ling Xiao felt that his innate holy body was able to perfectly control the power of the immortal veins. This heavenly python immortal vein may also be able to be fused. Boom! With a thought in his mind, Ling Xiao immediately stretched out a palm, and a bright light burst out from the palm, grabbing for the heavenly python immortal veins. The heavenly python's immortal veins bloomed with blazing brilliance, and a fierce and monstrous aura burst out in an instant. Hiss! Just like the ancient ferocious beast resurrected, a terrifying sky-swallowing python emerged. It looked ferocious and terrifying, with overwhelming evil aura, as if it could swallow all the heavens and worlds in one bite. This heavenly python immortal vein contains a kind of unruly power fluctuation, which is not as tame as the true dragon immortal vein. The blazing divine light bloomed all over Ling Xiao, and the power of the innate holy body's Tao fetus completely exploded, while at the same time the power of the heaven-swallowing demon technique was activated. In the palm of his hand, a swallowing vortex rising with black light appeared, and in an instant, the immortal veins of the heavenly python were swallowed into the palm of his hand. Boom! Ling Xiao's arm suddenly became as black as ink, and monstrous evil energy spurted out from it. The energy of ice, coldness, and darkness was intertwined, as if it was going to completely tear Ling Xiao's arm into pieces. That sky-swallowing python's immortal vein has a terrifying and boundless energy, which is not inferior to Ling Xiao's true dragon's immortal vein, and it is extremely difficult to tame. However, under the double suppression of the innate holy body Tao Fei and the heaven-swallowing demonic art, the heaven-swallowing python immortal vein gradually merged with Ling Xiao's arm. On Ling Xiao's arm, a lifelike pattern of a sky-swallowing python appeared, which was ferocious and terrifying, with overwhelming evil aura. As his mind moves, it can disappear or emerge. The terrifying power that swallowed up the sky and the earth and shattered everything made Ling Xiao feel that he could completely devour the whole world with one hand. Naturally, a line of overwhelming pride arose in my heart that covered the world. These two immortal veins are indeed extraordinary. Moreover, under the suppression of the innate holy body, the true dragon immortal vein and the sky-swallowing python immortal vein were perfectly integrated into my arm. And if the true dragon immortal veins and the sky-swallowing python immortal veins are activated at the same time, it seems that they can transform into the power of yin and yang, bursting out a powerful and unparalleled magical power. Now, with the power of two immortal veins exploding, even if a true god is in front of me, I can slap him to death with one palm. There seemed to be a bright and mysterious beam of light shooting out of Ling Xiao's eyes, piercing the void. Behind him, the fairy light was misty, and the shadows of real dragons and pythons appeared vaguely, intertwining into a yin and yang energy. That piece of yin and yang energy seems to be able to tear apart the void, causing all living beings to fall into the endless cycle of life and death, completely erasing any trace. Chapter 80. Ling Xiao left the customs almost half a month later. He completely merged the two immortal veins of immortality, and perfectly integrated with the innate holy body, without any mutual repulsion. His two arms possessed the power of reaching for the stars and the moon. With a thought, the true dragon arms and the sky python arms can manifest and destroy everything. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation level has not improved much, his combat power has skyrocketed. Son of God, are you out of seclusion? The person guarding outside the palace was none other than Ji Feishuan. When she saw Ling Xiao coming out of seclusion, she quickly saluted. From now on, just call me young master. Ling Xiao glanced at Ji Feishuan and said calmly. Yes, sir. Ji Feishuan nodded meekly. You said that you are a descendant of the ancient heaven. Apart from your bloodline, what other proof is there? Ling Xiao's eyes flickered and he said calmly. The reason why he accepted Ji Feishuan as his follower was because he also agreed to Ji Feishuan's conditions. That's because Ji Feishuan is a descendant of the ancient heaven and knows some of the secrets of the Babel Tower. Ling Xiao even respected Tong and saw that Ji Feishuan's body did have colorful blood, which was the symbol of the blood of the ancient heavenly emperor. However, the colorful bloodline is not impossible to fake. As long as the most powerful person takes action, colorful bloodlines can be forged. Sir, in addition to the 5-color bloodline, the one who can prove my identity is the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel has a special response to my bloodline. If I enter the Tower of Babel, the 5-color divine light will bloom. Master will naturally know that I didn't lie. Ji Feishuan said sincerely. Ji Feishuan did not lie to him about this. Ling Xiao knew that the most powerful man of the human race who presided over the refining of the Tower of Babel was the first heavenly emperor of the ancient heavenly court, so the ancient heavenly court could naturally sense the blood of the descendants of the heavenly emperor. This is also the reason why Ling Xiao accepted Ji Feishuan. After all, the Tower of Babel is not only the holy tower of the human race, but also related to the road to immortality. The ancient royal family in the restricted area has been plotting against the Tower of Babel for a long time. Ling Xiao did not believe that the owner of the restricted area of the desolate tomb would be so kind as to allow the geniuses of all races to enter and practice. Perhaps the most important reason was that he hoped to use the geniuses of various races to find the path to immortality. However, this is a conspiracy. Even if the most powerful person of the human race has guessed it, he will not stop it. Instead, he will send the genius of the human race to enter the Babel Tower. Because the human race also hopes to find the road to immortality. After Ling Xiao came out of seclusion, he went to see his grandfather. In today's Ling family, after Ling Zhan became the head of the Ling family, he worked hard to clean up some of the remnants of the main lineage, and also eliminated many scum who oppressed and harmed his own clan. The spirit of the Ling family was lifted. Although after a civil war, the Ling family seemed to be greatly weakened on the surface, in fact, under the leadership of Ling Zhan, the originally alienated Ling family was completely united into a rope. Everyone was extremely convinced of Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan has already established enough prestige. Next, with the foundation of the Changsheng family, the geniuses in the Ling family, as well as the strong men from all walks of life, will surely be able to grow rapidly. Ling Xiao set off, preparing to go to the ancient city of Daihuang. Although the deserted tomb is not far from Donglin Dao Domain, it is still separated by several Dao domains. Even if it is to open a void channel or ride on the Great Teleportation Array, it will take several days. The Great Wilderness Ancient City is actually located on the edge of the deserted tomb, but it is controlled by the strong men in the restricted area. It can also be regarded as a place of trade between the ancient royal family and other tribes. Although most of the ancient royal family are in a state of seclusion, they still need some cultivation resources in the fairyland, which can be exchanged in the ancient city of the wilderness. Therefore, in the Great Wilderness Ancient City, many powerful human beings come here on weekdays. Although everyone is very afraid of the restricted area, some of the strange treasures in the restricted area are of great benefit to cultivation, so they come to the ancient city to try their luck. Ling Xiao was dressed in white clothes like snow, looking as dashing and unrestrained as a young master in troubled times. Ji Feishuan, Pango Chen, Duguju and Shurexayan were following behind him, dressed as his entourage. As for Emperor Hongwan, although he had been clamoring to come to the Great Wilderness Ancient City with Ling Xiao, he was taken back by the Emperor Guangming. Because Emperor Hongwan needs to go back and undergo the baptism of light to further awaken and revive the supreme body of light. This is something that countless powerful people in the bright immortal court have been preparing for a long time. Emperor Hongwan could not refuse. In the end, Di Hongwan could only bid farewell to Ling Xiao with tears in his eyes, and said that he would go look for Ling Xiao after passing the test. Although Ling Xiao is very low-key, his temperament, which is like banishing an immortal, is still difficult to conceal. Moreover, although Ji Feishuan's face was covered with gauze, her aloof and extraordinary temperament was still radiant, attracting the attention of passers-by. However, the news that the Tower of Babel was about to be opened in the Great Wilderness Ancient City recently attracted many young monsters and supreme geniuses to come, so everyone did not take it seriously. I thought it was a genius from some holy land who came here. There were countless chariots, huge sacred birds, and ferocious beasts all around, gathering from all directions and rushing towards an ancient giant city in front of them. The ancient giant city seemed to be built on the sky, shrouded in bright rays of light, steaming with auspicious energy, creating an ethereal and peaceful scene. That is the ancient city of Dahuang. Ling Xiao could feel that countless ancient and mysterious formation runes were intertwined in the ancient city of the wilderness. Although they had not been completely revived, once activated, they would erupt with incomparable terrifying power. There are even extremely powerful emperors intertwined, hidden inside the city wall. TSK. Dahuang Ancient City has been very lively these days. Isn't that true? Although there have been many geniuses here in the past, but nothing like these days? Because of the news that the Tower of Babel is about to open, descendants of the top forces in each major domain have been born. It can be said that geniuses are gathering here. Among the human race, immortal forces such as the Changsheng Qin family, the Guangming Immortal Court, the North Korean Immortal Court, the 10,000 God Sect, the Tianqian Academy, and the Wuji Star Palace all have geniuses coming. Many people from the ancient royal family have also come here. This is the territory of the ancient royal family after all. So I heard that descendants of Qilin Valley and Jinlong Ridge have been born and are walking in the world. Tower of Babel, that is the holy tower of the human race. Who would have thought that it would fall into the hands of the restricted area? This is a shame for the human race. I am afraid that this time, many of the geniuses of the human race will want to take the Babel Tower back. Take it back? It's not that easy. The master of the restricted area of the desolate tomb has unfathomable strength. Even the immortal family and the immortal grand sect are unwilling to provoke him. Who can snatch the Tower of Babel from his hands? As Ling Xiao, Ji Feishuan and others walked towards the ancient city of Daihuang, they heard the comments from the people around them.
I heard a lot of useful news.
However, Ling Xiao noticed that when someone mentioned the North Korean immortal court, Ji Feishuan next to him trembled slightly and her eyes turned red.
At the huge gate of Daihuan ancient city, many geniuses were queuing up to enter the city.
In the ancient city of Daihuan, there is a no-fly zone, and no one dares to act recklessly here. Those huge ferocious beasts, the divine birds that cover the sky and the sun, and the powerful void chariots can only enter the ancient city through the city gate.
The people guarding the city gate are the powerful men of the ancient royal family.
They all have cold and arrogant expressions, and their sharp eyes are constantly scanning the people in front of them. However, what makes everyone a little angry is that the geniuses of the human race need to queue up honestly, but the people of the ancient royal family can directly enter the great wilderness ancient city.
This kind of differential treatment made everyone glare. People from the ancient royal family are too arrogant, aren't they?
Lionheart Jew said with some displeasure. He transformed into a burly man wearing a golden robe, with extremely powerful energy and blood. As a demon clan, he is naturally unruly.
However, when he saw that those ancient royal families were even more arrogant and domineering than the demon clan, he couldn't help it.
Hush, be silent. Young man, you can't be heard by the people of the ancient royal family. 2 days ago, there was a holy son from the Holy Land who, relying on his extraordinary status, contradicted a genius of the ancient royal family and was directly beheaded on the spot. After that, the Holy Land will bring out many treasures to compensate the ancient royal family.
They dare to be angry but dare not speak out.
Behind Shirexien-ju, there was a short, fat old man with a warm heart. He looked trembling and his face was full of wrinkles, but he quickly pulled Shirexien-ju and reminded him kindly.
What? The holy son of your own holy land was beheaded, and you still have to pay for it with treasures? Lionheart Ju's eyes widened and he couldn't believe it. There is no way.
The genius of the ancient royal family came from Qilin Valley. He is an immortal force, and he can take life and death. The so-called Holy Land can be destroyed easily. The short, fat old man sighed softly.
This is really unreasonable. Shirexien-ju was filled with anger. He could see that everyone in the human race was lining up obediently, while the geniuses of the ancient royal family swaggered directly to the front and jumped in. The gatekeeper is a strong man from the ancient royal family, so naturally he will not have the slightest objection, and will even condone it. And many of the geniuses of the human race chose to be patient.
Ling Zhao's eyes were calm and indifferent, he was not angry, and he still queued up unhurriedly.
The ancient city of Daihuang is the territory of the ancient royal family, so it is understandable for them to be arrogant.
Just don't mess with me. Soon, it was the turn of Ling Xiao and the others. At this moment, a group of ancient royal prodigies with powerful auras and wearing cyan scale armor walked swaggeringly and came directly in front of Ling Xiao and others.
I want to jump in line and enter the city.
One of the young men with a sinister face looked at Ling Xiao and the others with contempt and said, "Get out of here, good dogs don't block the way." In their view, the human race is weak and can be bullied, not to mention that this ancient city is the territory of their ancient royal family. They couldn't figure out why the lord of the restricted area allowed the human race to enter the Tower of Babel, which made them very unhappy. Therefore, they don't like anything the human race does, and they will go up and humiliate them if they have the chance. Although the geniuses of the immortal forces will be a little more polite, the geniuses of ordinary sex will choose to be patient. As time goes by, they become more arrogant and domineering.
Be bold.
Lionheart Ju's eyes flashed fiercely, and he couldn't help but roared angrily.
These damn ancient royal families are simply bullying others too much. How dare you insult the young master? You are seeking death. Pan Guchen was also completely angry. Since he became Ling Zhao's follower, he has regarded Ling Xiao as his master. He can be said to be the most respectful and loyal to Ling Xiao. At this moment, when he saw those guys insulting Ling Xiao, he was also angry. Young man, be patient, don't be impulsive. They are the geniuses of the Qingjiao royal clan, and there have been ancient emperors in the clan. More importantly, they are vassals of Zhenlongdeling, so they are not to be trifled with. The short, fat old man behind Shirexien-ju was startled, but he still couldn't help but pulled Shirexien-ju and whispered persuasion. Many human monks also showed shocked expressions. Although they could see how extraordinary Ling Xiao was, perhaps he was a genius, but the genius of the Qingjiao royal family was even more difficult to mess with. Behind them stood the true Dragon Ridge. Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. This ancient royal family really got into trouble with him. Gee, is this how the protagonist is treated? Sure enough, wherever I go, there are blind people looking for trouble. What are you talking about? How bold! How dare you say something rude?
The geniuses of the Qingjiao royal clan immediately stopped and turned around.
Their expressions were extremely indifferent, very arrogant and condescending.
They looked at Ling Xiao and others with great ridicule, and actually surrounded them directly, full of unkindness.
Kneel down and slap your mouth 100 times.
The leader was a young man with a proud face, staring at Ling Xiao and the others with a commanding tone. Although he looks young, he has an extraordinary aura, exuding a touch of dragon power. Even at a young age, he is already at the realm of life and death. Obviously, he should be the direct descendant of the Qingjiao royal family, and those around him are headed by him.
He is the descendant of the Qingjiao royal family, Yufeng? Now, these people are going to be in trouble.
Some people were shocked and immediately recognized the origin of that arrogant young man. A few days ago, a human saint was slapped to death because he offended him.
The human Holy Land even offered many gifts to apologize. Just because he is Zenlondeling, the follower of the Dragon Emperor's son. Could it be that these human races are going to make the same mistakes again?
Many human monks around him showed anger and sympathy, but they did not dare to say anything. The powerful ancient royal family guarding the city gate should have spoken out to stop him at this moment, but they were full of joking and looked on with cold eyes.
It's clear that I don't want to meddle in other people's business.
Ling Xiao smiled. Originally, he just wanted to keep a low profile, but he didn't expect that there are blind people everywhere.
Kill everyone else.
That kid's legs were broken, leave him alive, I want to question him. Ling Xiao said calmly. Although his words were calm, there was a chill in them.
Sure Xianju, Pan Guchan and Duguju couldn't help but their eyes lit up.
They were already holding back their anger, but they didn't take action without Ling Xiao's order.
How can I bear it now? Take action immediately. Chapter 81 You are looking for death.
Yufeng was furious, his eyes were like lightning, sharp and violent, full of murderous intent.
Who is he? The descendant of the Qingjiao royal family, the famous Yun Tianjiao of the ancient royal family, who dares to disrespect him.
A few days ago, the human race saint who contradicted him was slapped to death by him, and the human race Holy Land didn't even dare to fart. These guys in front of him, not only did they kneel down and beg for mercy, but also dared to resist?
They really don't know how to live or die.
The young Tianjiao who followed him also had indifferent eyes, and they were full of murderous aura, and they rushed towards Ling Xiao in an instant.
Bang! However, what greeted them was a fierce fist print, which came across the sky like an ancient Xinhua, suppressing everything.
Pango Chen looked like a simple and honest boy, but he was extremely violent when he made a move, with a strong physical force, containing the ultimate strength. He punched out, and immediately blasted the two young Tianjios to pieces. Their bodies exploded into blood mist, and they were killed instantly without even screaming.
Roar! A thunderous roar came out of Shi Xinjue's mouth.
Behind him, golden clouds rose and the void shook, as if a 9-headed golden lion with divine majesty appeared. Fighting the real dragon, tearing apart gods and demons, and the murderous spirit was overwhelming. Being hit by the substantial sound waves, those young Tianjios were instantly shaken, their brains went blank, and their movements became much slower. Shi Xinjue rushed up suddenly, grabbed the young Tianjio who had just scolded him, and tore him to pieces with a sudden pull. Then, he swallowed it with a big mouthful, and actually swallowed it directly into his stomach.
Clang! A dazzling sword light bloomed, and everyone saw that a streak of divine rainbow rose in front of them, which was dazzling to the extreme in an instant. The heads of the three Qingjiao royal family's geniuses flew straight into the sky, their eyes wide open, and they died with their eyes wide open. No one saw how Duguju made his move, they only saw the ancient sword in his palm slowly return to its sheath, and the heads of the three geniuses had already fallen to the ground. In a blink of an eye, the young geniuses around Yufeng were slaughtered. Ling Xiao stood there, his white clothes were whiter than snow, his expression was extremely calm, while Ji Feishuan held up a dazzling barrier to prevent the blood mist from splashing on her own son, looking completely like a maid. Seeing this scene in front of them, everyone was stunned. Those were the geniuses of the Qingjiao royal family, and they were all slaughtered like melons and vegetables? What were the origins of these people in front of them? The powerful men of the ancient royal family guarding the gate were also shocked. They were originally planning to watch the show, looking like a spectator. But what happened in front of them? The people of the Qingjiao royal family were slaughtered? This is a big trouble. You, who are you? Yu Feng's eyes widened, full of shock and anger. He could see that the three people who attacked were just Ling Zhao's subordinates, but such a powerful fighting force was beyond the reach of even the saints of ordinary holy lands. He can be called a young supreme. With 3 young supremes as subordinates, how could Ling Zhao's identity be simple? He instantly felt that he was afraid that he would hit a wall this time. Boom! However, no one paid any attention to him.
Panga Chen's eyes were extremely cold, and an unparalleled fist print came across the sky to suppress Yu Feng. The young master had already said that all the others would be killed, and Yu Feng's legs would be broken.
Of course, he would execute it without compromise. Damn it!
Yu Feng's face changed drastically, and the green divine light around him surged. In an instant, he sacrificed a green spear, like a dragon, piercing through the void and heading towards Panga Chen.
It was a powerful divine weapon.
Under the urging of his life and death realm, it was so fierce that it could kill almost everything. At the same time, he instantly jumped up and rushed towards the great wilderness ancient city. He was decisive. He knew that the situation was not favorable and wanted to escape directly. But it was too late. Crack! Panga Chen's body was so fierce. Although he did not break the physical limit like Ling Xiao, the Panga God clan was good at physical conquest. A fist print was blasted out, and the green spear trembled violently, and then it was instantly shattered by him. He continued to punch and suppressed Yu Feng. Bold! This is the great wilderness ancient city, who dares to be presumptuous? Until this moment, the ancient royal family strongmen guarding the gate woke up from their dreams and shouted loudly. A figure with a terrifying aura stepped out, slapped out with a palm, and the divine light surged, blocking Panga Chen in front of him. Crack! The fists collided, and the void shook violently. Panga Chen staggered back, and the figure was also hit back by the fist force, and couldn't help but take a few steps back, his eyes full of shock. You know, he is a god who ignited the divine fire and survived the catastrophe of life. He is extremely powerful, but he was actually repelled by a little guy who was only in the realm of life and death. Could this guy be a young beast? Clang! But at this moment, a dazzling sword light was extremely fast and amazing. It seemed to pierce through the void in an instant, and even the strong men of the ancient royal family didn't react. It went straight across the sky and enveloped Yu Feng. Puff! Blood was everywhere. Yu Feng's legs were cut off directly, blood was gushing out, he let out a scream, and then fell from midair. Young master said, "If I cut off your legs, I'll spare your life."
Duguju's voice sounded faintly, full of indescribable domineering. Hiss! Too fierce, who is this man? He actually cut off Yu Feng's legs directly in front of the ancient royal family. Too strong.
The sword light just now is a bit like the swordsmanship of the Dugu family.
Could he be the most amazing swordsmanship genius of the Dugu family, Duguju? Duguju? That's an extraordinary young supreme.
Although the Dugu family is not a long-lived family, their ancestors have also produced great emperors, with extremely deep foundation and extraordinary strength.
What is the identity of that young master? Could the person who can make Duguju follow him be the heir of the long-lived family? Everyone was boiling immediately.
They were guessing Duguju's identity, and suddenly they seemed to have thought of something, looking at Ling Xiao with awe in their eyes.
The descendant of the Changsheng family? Or the son of the immortal sect?
The powerful men of the ancient royal family guarding the gate were originally furious, with murderous intent in their eyes, ready to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. However, after hearing the discussion of the crowd, they all trembled all over, revealing a look of doubt. Although the ancient royal family was unruly, arrogant, looked down on the human race, and even repeatedly oppressed human cultivators, it was different if it was the Changsheng family and the immortal sect. That was the immortal force, overlooking the long river of time and immortal, with a profound foundation. Even the ancient royal families such as Qilin Valley and Zenlongdeling were unwilling to provoke. They were just a group of guards guarding the gate, and there was no need to offend the descendants of the immortal force for Yu Feng. Therefore, the strong men guarding the gate unexpectedly held back. Ling Xiao looked calm and indifferent, and did not pay attention to other people, but walked straight to Yu Feng. Buzz! There was a bright light in his palm, and a shadow of a jade piece emerged, with mysterious patterns interwoven on it, which looked very extraordinary. Have you ever seen such a thing? Ling Xiao looked at Yu Feng and asked indifferently. That was a fragment of the heavenly Tao. Ling Xiao once got a piece from Yang Junfan of the Pantheon, and then got a chance to fish in the heavens, and fished out a ray of the incarnation of the great Emperor Songxing. He just sensed the breath of the heavenly Tao fragment from Yu Feng. That's why he wanted to save Yu Feng's life. Otherwise, a small person like Yu Feng would be killed and Ling Xiao would not have any thoughts at all. Snort! Yu Feng's face was extremely ugly, he snorted coldly and ignored Ling Xiao at all. Ling Xiao's voice was indifferent and calm, but it revealed a kind of pride and contempt from the bottom of his heart, which made his heart filled with shock, anger, and humiliation.
Even though they knew that Ling Zhao's identity was probably extremely extraordinary, when did the human race dare to look down on their ancient royal family like this? Break his arms.
Ling Xiao said calmly.
You dare? I am a follower of the Dragon Emperor, aren't you afraid of offending the Dragon Emperor?
Yu Feng was shocked and angry, never expecting that Ling Xiao could be so domineering. But at this moment, Shi Xinjue had already walked up with a sneer. This time, Dug Yuju didn't need to take action. He directly grabbed Yu Feng's arms and pulled Yu Feng's arms off with a sudden tug. Blood mist filled the air, accompanied by Yu Feng's screams.
It's vulgar, don't soil the young master's clothes.
Ji Feishuan glared at Shi Xinjue angrily, and the divine light bloomed around her body, blocking out the flying blood mist. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more shocked.
The son of the Dragon Emperor was the unparalleled supreme of True Dragon Ridge.
According to rumors, he was a descendant of the Dragon Emperor. His bloodline was extremely strong and he was close to returning to his ancestors. Even among the many geniuses of the ancient royal family, Dragon Emperor's son belongs to the top class, tied with the Qilin Prince of Qilin Valley. But when Ling Xiao heard Dragon Emperor's son, it was as if he hadn't heard him at all.
This kind of disregard and calmness makes people even more curious about Ling Zhao's identity. I ask you again, have you ever seen anything like this?
Ling Zhao's eyes were calm, looking at the miserable Yu Feng, and asked again. At this moment, Yu Feng's arms and legs were broken. Although his whole body was glowing with radiant light and he was constantly repairing his injuries, he looked extremely embarrassed.
He looked completely different from the arrogant and domineering look he had just now.
Yu Feng's eyes were filled with extremely vicious look, but after hearing Ling Zhao's words, he couldn't help but feel excited all over. He felt that if he didn't answer, he might really die here next.
I've seen it. My lord, the Dragon Emperor, also has a piece of this kind of jade.
Yu Feng gritted his teeth and said, his eyes full of humiliation. There was no way, in the face of the threat of death, he finally chose to give in.
Very good. Kill it. Ling Xiao nodded calmly.
Yu Feng was immediately stunned.
What the hell do you want to die? This bastard is simply too much. You can't kill me. If you kill me, Lord Long Dizzy will never let you go.
Who are you? Yu Feng was so angry that he was trembling all over, his eyes were filled with extremely malicious looks, and he roared crazily. But Ling Xiao didn't even look at him, with a thoughtful look in his eyes.
Does the Dragon Emperor actually have a piece of heavenly Tao there? Then take it down no matter what.
He vaguely felt that this fragment of heaven was extremely extraordinary and could allow him to fish out extremely precious treasures.
Stop, let him go.
At this moment, a thunderous sound exploded in the distance, rolling in from a distance with a commanding tone.
Boom!
Outside the ancient city of Dehuang, a bright divine light bloomed, and a white jade chariot surrounded by bright fairy light came across the sky, exuding a terrifying and ancient aura. There are many young prodigies accompanying him, their eyes are indifferent and arrogant, and their auras are extremely powerful. You can vaguely see an extremely young figure sitting cross-legged on the white jade chariot, with divine light filling the air, runes rising, and extremely terrifying aura fluctuations. That sound came from the white jade chariot.
Your Highness Daozi, save me.
Yu Feng was shocked and turned around to see the white jade carriage. He seemed to recognize the figure above, and his eyes suddenly showed a look of great surprise.
Puff! But the next moment, he felt the world spinning. Why was his head flying?
Then, he felt an extremely terrifying sword intent, brilliant and vast, blooming in his sea of consciousness, destroying all his chances of life in an instant.
His head fell from the sky and he died instantly.
Until his death, he could not figure out who Ling Xiao was, and how dared to kill him.
Zheng.
The sword light returned to its sheath, and Dug Yuju, who looked indifferent, took a step back and returned to Ling Xiao's back, remaining unmoved. He faithfully carried out Ling Xiao's order.
As for the stop coming from the distance, what did it have to do with him? Boom!
At the same time, the white jade chariot also fell from the sky, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura.
At first glance, it was an extraordinary treasure.
After seeing the huge flag fluttering in the wind, everyone couldn't help but trembled, with a look of awe in their eyes.
He's actually a disciple of the 10,000 gods religion?
Someone exclaimed, his voice trembling slightly. No one thought that the person who came was actually a Taoist disciple of the 10,000 gods sect. Although the Pantheon religion is also an immortal religion of the human race, when thinking of some bad rumors about the Pantheon religion, everyone's eyes showed a strange look.
Although Ling Xiao also looks extraordinary, with a mysterious and noble identity, what should he do when he meets the Daozi of the Pantheon?
Corpse.
Chapter 82. The Pantheon is an immortal sect.
There were immortals in the ancestors, and there was an immortal king who stood in the world, sweeping across the invincible, and shocking an era, with a long heritage. However, although the Pantheon is also an immortal sect of the gods, the doctrine of the Pantheon is extremely strange. The Pantheon believes in the ancient gods and believes that the human race is weak. If they want to gain a foothold in the world, they must obtain the power of the ancient gods.
And the ancient gods are the ancestors of the ancient royal family.
Therefore, although the Pantheon is all human, it has 1,000 threads of connection with the ancient royal family, and countless human beings despise it. However, the Pantheon is indeed powerful and has a deep foundation, so no one dares to say anything to their face. Now, the Taoist of the Pantheon came to stop Ling Xiao from killing Yufeng, but Ling Xiao was not an easy man to deal with. He ignored him and killed Yufeng forcefully. Buzz! On the white jade chariot, purple air rose, fairy light was dense, and a figure with a strong aura stepped out from it. He was a handsome and elegant young man, wearing a Taoist robe, with star-like eyebrows and sword-like eyes, and a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. His body was intertwined with the Taoist rhyme, as if the whole person was integrated with the four directions of the world, and he walked slowly, with a kind of vast world and great momentum coming. Especially those eyes, 150 seemed to have the change of yin and yang, the movement of the stars, brilliant and wise, and there was an unpredictable pressure, which made people dare not look at him. The Taoist son of the Pantheon, Gu Tianming? Hiss! According to rumors, when he was born, purple air came from the east for 30,000 miles, and a real dragon came with an ancient seal, accompanied by an extremely powerful fairy treasure. So when he was born, he was established as the Taoist son of the Pantheon and named Tianming, which means carrying the destiny and proving immortality.
It is indeed him. He is so handsome, just as the rumors say, he has the talent of a true immortal, and who knows if he can really carry the destiny in the future. Gu Tianming is here with bad intentions. It seems that this young man in white is going to be in trouble. That may not be the case.
Even Dugaju follows this young man in white. I'm afraid his origin is also extraordinary. Maybe he is also the heir of a longevity family or an immortal sect. The people around talked a lot, their eyes were full of awe, and they consciously made way for a passage.
How dare you! Just now, my lord Daozi asked you to spare Yufeng's life, but you dared to kill him?
Beside Gu Tianming, a young genius from the Pantheon of Gods, with cold and arrogant eyes, glanced at Ling Xiao and others and scolded them.
It's actually him? Ling Xiao?
Gu Tianming's eyes were indifferent but deep, but when his eyes fell on Ling Xiao, he couldn't help but was slightly shocked and recognized Ling Xiao's identity.
Everyone in the world thinks that I care about destiny, that I am a gifted disciple of the 10,000 God sect.
When I was born, visions shook the fairyland and I was accompanied by immortal treasures.
But how do you know that he, Ling Xiao, is the real bearer of destiny? Gu Tianming sighed in his heart.
Seeing the person in front of him, Gu Jingbubo, who had already cultivated, was instantly confused. If nothing else goes wrong, Ling Xiao will show a dazzling light in the Tower of Babel, and then severely injure and defeat Gu Tianming. From then on, Ling Xiao will sweep through countless geniuses in the fairyland, showing his invincible appearance, until he finally carries the destiny and proves immortality. Gu Tianming still remembered that at the end of his previous life, he went through all kinds of hardships before he could break through to the realm of the great sage. At that time, Ling Xiao had already become the world-famous and invincible Emperor of Heaven. On the road to immortality, he killed countless powerful men and finally achieved immortality, becoming a legend in the immortal realm. And he, like an ant, was swept away by the aftermath of the battle between Ling Xiao and a powerful man, and turned into powder. Fortunately, God gave him another chance to come back. That's right, Gu Tianming is a reborn person. In this life, I must defeat Ling Xiao, kill him completely, take away all his opportunities, rob all his women, and let him taste the pain I experienced in my previous life.
I am omniscient and omnipotent, and I will do everything in the future. I know the opportunity, so how can he fight with me? Gu Tianming sneered in his heart, and there seemed to be a chill in his eyes, filled with infinite pride. His greatest advantage is that he is a reborn person. He is familiar with the future direction and knows many opportunities and secrets in the immortal realm. With these advantages, he can grow quickly, defeat all enemies, and reach the top of the immortal realm. Even Ling Xiao, who has awakened the forbidden body, the innate holy body, possesses the supreme eyes, and is fused with two immortal veins, will still be trampled under his feet. His eyes fell on the graceful woman next to Ling Xiao, whose face was covered by a veil and shrouded in fairy mist.
If he remembered correctly, the woman named Ji Feishuan was a descendant of the ancient heavenly court and had the bloodline of the heavenly emperor. In the previous life, it was with the help of Ji Feishuan that Ling Xiao obtained the greatest opportunity and fortune from the Babel Tower, and soared into the sky.
In that case, let's start by stealing your woman. Gu Tianming's eyes changed, and finally became calm again. How can your highness, Daozi, control my young master? Yu Feng died unjustly, so what? You still want to stand up for him?
Lionheart Ju sneered, his eyes full of disdain. If it were before, he would never dare to speak like this to the Taoist disciple of the 10,000 Gods sect. However, he is now the divine son of the Ling family, the Mount of Tai Taozi, and he is much more courageous than before.
What does the Taoist disciple of the 10,000 Gods sect mean? Court death.
The young prodigy next to Gu Tianming's eyes turned cold, and he shouted loudly.
Xue Chen, stand down.
At this moment, Gu Tianming said calmly.
The young prodigy next to him, named Xue Chen, was slightly stunned at this moment, wondering why His Highness Daozi asked him to step down. But he still said respectfully, yes.
I'm afraid you don't know the origin of this young master.
He is the most amazing and talented genius in the immortal realm recently.
He has awakened the taboo body, the innate holy body, the Taoist body, has the supreme pupil, and has also become Ling Ling.
Even with the existence of Jia Shenzi and Tai Dao Zi, do you dare to be presumptuous in front of him? Gu Tianming smiled lightly and said in a gentle voice. What? Gu Tianming's words were like a thunderclap, instantly making the crowd excited. Hiss! He is the divine son of the Ling family, Ling Xiao? Gu Tianming said it himself, I'm afraid it won't be false.
No wonder he is so strong, even the descendants of the Qingjiao royal family will be killed at will. The divine son of the immortal family and the Taoist disciple of the immortal grand sect, His Highness Ling Xiao is indeed the most prestigious supreme prodigy in the immortal realm recently.
Who would have thought that he would act in such a low-key manner?
Forbidden body, innate holy body, supreme pupil, and I heard that he broke through the extreme realm of the physical body and climbed to the top of the original heavenly monument.
Such a talent is simply unparalleled.
Everyone finally understood why Dugu Ju, the descendant of the Dugu family, was willing to become a follower of the young man in white. Unexpectedly, this young man in white turned out to be Ling Xiao. They were all shocked, their eyes full of curiosity and awe. Now that I know Ling Xiao's identity, the more I look at him, the more I feel that Ling Xiao is extraordinary and unfathomable.
It turned out to be the Ling family's divine son and Tai Daozi? Fortunately, we didn't interfere.
The powerful men of the ancient royal family who were guarding the gate were all shaken, and their eyes were full of joy. This kind of young supreme man not only has unfathomable strength, but also has a monstrous background. He must be surrounded by powerful protectors. If they made trouble for this person and were killed by the guardians, their death would be in vain.
The families behind them would not dare to provoke the Ling family in Tai Holy Land. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, your men are so rude and I'm making you laugh.
Gu Tianming gave Ling Xiao a slight salute, gentle and unrestrained, like a handsome young man, making people feel good about him.
You recognize me?
Ling Xiao said calmly.
But his heart couldn't help but move.
When Gu Tianming saw him just now, the shock, murderous intention and jealousy that flashed in his eyes, although it was only fleeting and well hidden, was still noticed by Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao's supreme Zongtone could see through everything and captured Gu Tianming's emotional fluctuations with great clarity. What makes Ling Xiao a little confused is that he and Gu Tianming only met for the first time. Why does Gu Tianming still have murderous intentions as if he has known him for a long time?
Could it be because of Yang Junfan?
Ling Xiao's heart moved slightly, thinking of Yang Junfan, the holy son of the 10,000 Gods sect who was beheaded by him. But it doesn't look like it. This is also the first time I have met Taoist brother Ling Xiao, but I have known him for a long time. After meeting him today, I realized that Taoist brother Ling Xiao is indeed a divine warrior with unparalleled talent, which is heartbreaking.
Gu Tianming said extremely sincerely.
His eyes are clear and bright, his voice is gentle and contagious, and it is easy to make people feel good about him. However, Ling Xiao had already been alert in advance, so no matter how he looked at it, he felt that Gu Tianming was so hypocritical, as if he was wearing a mask.
Brother Gu, you're welcome.
Ling Xiao smiled calmly. Since Gu Tianming had nothing to do to show his courtesy, he also wanted to see what Gu Tianming had planned.
Brother Ling Xiao, we have hit it off like old friends, how about we go into the city together? In this ancient city, Feixian Tower's immortal brew is one of the best. I would like to treat brother Ling Xiao to a drink. I wonder if I have the honor. Gu Tianming smiled slightly.
In that case, I would be disrespectful. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered slightly, and the smile on his face became a little stronger. Seeing that Gu Tianming and Ling Xiao were originally in a tit-for-tat state, but after just a few words, they turned into close friends, and everyone was amazed. They were all guessing that since they were both immortal forces and human beings, the two of them might really hit it off. It's just a pity that Yu Feng and others really died in vain. The strong gatekeepers of the Great Wilderness Ancient City watched helplessly as Ling Xiao and Gu Tianming entered the Great Wilderness Ancient City side by side, and retreated to both sides in a very sensible manner, not daring to stop them in any way. However, there were still people who immediately turned around quietly and headed towards the residence of Zhenlongdeling, reporting the murder of Yu Feng and others. As for what happens next, that is beyond the control of little people like them. Chapter 83 Feixian Tower. This is a restaurant located on a cliff thousands of feet long, with carved eaves and painted walls, pavilions, hidden in the fairy mist, with bright rays of light and thousands of auspicious colors, which is extremely extraordinary. Feixian Tower has a very long history. It is said that in Feixian Tower, there is a scroll left behind when a true immortal attained enlightenment, so it is extremely famous. Many talented and powerful people, when they come to Feixian Tower, will look at the true immortal picture scroll in the hope that they can understand something from it, and maybe they can obtain the supreme immortal technique or the inheritance of true immortal. Sitting on the Feixian Tower, you can overlook most of the ancient city of the wilderness, with misty clouds and thousands of fairy lights in front of you, and the scenery is excellent. Therefore, Feixian Tower has become the favorite place for countless young geniuses and young supremes. Moreover, the owner of Feixian Tower is also very mysterious and unfathomable. Even the descendant of the immortal force will not cause trouble in Feixian Tower. The Wanshan sect has a strong foundation in the ancient city of Dahuang, so Gu Tianming revealed his identity as the Taoist disciple of the Wanshan sect and immediately received the most distinguished service. A separate box was arranged for him. After Gu Tianming invited Ling Xiao to sit down, a variety of delicacies were quickly served. The thick soup made by pure-blood ferocious beasts, the exotic fruits and vegetables from all over the fairyland, and the various dishes prepared by the chefs of Feixianlu all look delicious, fragrant, and whet your appetite. Especially a pot of crystal-clear immortal brew, the wine in it is like nectar in jade liquid, exuding a bright fairy light, which is extremely precious. This pot of immortal brew cannot be bought with ordinary source stones. The price is 10,000 divine sources. Generally, the saints in the Holy Land cannot afford to drink. Brother Ling Xiao, this immortal brew is a specialty of Feixian Tower. Thousands of holy medicines and precious medicines were collected to brew it. It is not only endless aftertaste, but also helpful to our cultivation. Gu Tianming smiled calmly, and then poured a glass of wine for Ling Xiao with his own hands. The fairy brew is crystal clear and fragrant, with a faint fairy mist lingering around it. There is a strange Taoist charm that pervades the brew, making people feel refreshed after just one sip. Ling Xiao drank it in one gulp, and it was fragrant in his mouth and filled with saliva. Suddenly, he felt a warm current rushing straight through his limbs and bones. It not only nourished his physical body and soul, but also had a strange Taoist charm, making him in a trance, as if he had a little more understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. You must know that Ling Xiao has profound knowledge and unparalleled talent, and ordinary holy medicines cannot improve his cultivation. But this cup of immortal brew actually made him feel that his cultivation level had improved a little, which showed that this immortal brew was extraordinary. It's really a good wine. Ling Xiao nodded. After drinking a few glasses of wine, Gu Tianming and Ling Xiao started chatting and became much more familiar with each other. However, both of them have their own agendas, are submissive to each other, and have their own goals. However, in the eyes of others, they are like old friends reunited after a long separation. Brother Ling Xiao, this fairy Ji Feixian is the #1 fairy in North Korea, right? I didn't expect that she would become your follower. What a blessing! Gu Tianming glanced at Ji Feixian, his eyes were clear, and he smiled very generously. Gu Daozi is so complimentary. I am lucky to be able to follow you. Ji Feixian's eyes were calm, her voice was clear and sweet, and she spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant tone. Brother Ling Xiao, I have a beauty-preserving holy elixir here, which can make the appearance last forever. It is a treasure I found in an ancient ruins. I will lend it to Fairy Ji today by offering flowers to Buddha. There was a flash of light in Gu Tianming's palm, and a crystal-clear crystal bottle appeared. There was a pill the size of a dragon's eye in it, which looked quite extraordinary. The beauty-resident holy pill? Brother Gu is really willing to give it up. Ling Xiao smiled calmly. The beauty-resident holy pill is indeed an extremely precious holy pill, a treasure that can be sought after by those saintly goddesses. After all, if one cannot attain immortality, no matter how long one lives, one day one's energy and blood will decline and one's appearance will grow old. For women who love beauty, the holy beauty pill can make their appearance last forever, which is indeed a rare temptation. The most important thing is that the elixir formula of Zhuyan Shengdan has been lost, and it can only appear occasionally in some ancient ruins. It can also fetch sky-high prices at auctions. Even Ji Feishuan couldn't help but her eyes lit up slightly when she saw the beauty-resident pill. But she still shook her head and said, "No reward for no merit. Thank you Gu Daozi for your kindness, the little girl deserves it. Brother Ling Xiao, you and I feel like old friends as soon as we meet. Don't you want to accept this small gift? If you don't accept it, you are looking down on me, Gu Tianming." Gu Tianming looked at Ling Xiao pretending to be angry. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and he smiled calmly and said, "Feishuan, since it is given to you by Gu Daozi, then you can accept it. Just a beauty-preserving elixir on the left and right. To others, it is an extremely precious treasure. But to Ling Xiao, it was nothing." "Yes. Thank you Gu Daozi." Ji Feishuan nodded, then bowed slightly to Gu Tianming and accepted the beauty-resident pill. Gu Tianming was very enthusiastic. He invited Ling Xiao to drink immortal brew and gave him Zhuyan Shengdan. As the saying goes, when things are abnormal, there must be monsters. Not only Ling Xiao, but also Ji Feishuan and others saw that Gu Tianming had something up his sleeve. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to explore the reason and just chatted with Gu Tianming. "Brother Ling Xiao, you just killed Yufeng outside the city gate." That Yufeng was a follower of the Dragon Emperor's son. The Dragon Emperor's son was the true heir of the great emperor and was very domineering. "You killed his follower. I'm afraid he won't let it go. I do have some friendship with the Dragon Emperor, so why not leave this matter to me and I can mediate, so that everyone can turn their differences into friendship, wouldn't it be fun?" Gu Tianming mentioned what happened outside the city gate, his eyes full of sincerity. "Although the Dragon Emperor is domineering, I am not afraid of him. I appreciate Brother Gu's kindness. If he comes to cause trouble, I will naturally take over." Ling Xiao responded. "Don't worry, Taoist Brother Ling Xiao, you and I are both human beings. If he dares to be stubborn, I will definitely stand by your side," Gu Tianming said righteously. His various methods of wooing him are not very clever, and I'm afraid he can't hide it from Ling Xiao. But for Gu Tianming, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to express his heart and soul to him with just a few words, nor did he expect Ji Feishuan to have a favorable impression of him with just a piece of the beauty-resisting holy pill. But there is a saying that goes well, it is not strange to be polite to many people. What he wants is to gradually maintain a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Moreover, based on his understanding of Ji Feishuan, as long as he likes her and gradually deepens Ji Feishuan's affection for him, he will have a chance when the Tower of Babel opens. After rebirth, he has enough patience. "Thank you very much," Ling Xiao said with a half-smile. Boom! At this moment, Feixian Tower suddenly trembled slightly, and a dazzling fairy light fell down, filled with mysterious aura, shaking the void in all directions. Is this someone studying the true immortal picture scroll? Such a powerful vision, could it be that I have comprehended some powerful magic? Go and have a look. For countless years, there are only a few people who can comprehend things from the true immortal scrolls, and they are all the most famous geniuses in the immortal realm. Outside, there was extremely noisy discussion. Someone actually comprehends the true immortal picture scroll? Brother Ling Xiao, how about we go and take a look? With your talent, you might be able to comprehend powerful immortal arts from the true immortal picture scroll. Gu Tianming's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, a complicated expression flashed away, and then he smiled. He remembered that Ling Xiao had indeed studied the true immortal picture scroll, and learned a powerful magic from it, which shocked the entire ancient city of the wilderness. Today, the inertia of time is still moving towards its due trajectory. However, the reason why Gu Tianming brought Ling Xiao to Feixian Tower was part of his plan, so there was no surprise. Is it a true fairy scroll? Okay, let's go take a look. Ling Xiao nodded. He is also very curious about the true immortal scroll in Feixian Tower. The true immortal scroll is located on the top floor of Feixian Tower. It seems that a powerful formation has been set up here, forming an extremely mysterious formation space, so the space does not look large from the outside. But after entering it, we found that the space inside was extremely wide, enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. At this moment, thousands of figures have gathered on the top floor, most of them are young prodigies with extraordinary auras. At this moment, everyone's faces are full of envy and shock. Directly north of the top floor, there is a piece of jade that is over 100 feet in size. There are changes in light and shadow on it, and the fairy light is misty. It can be vaguely seen as an ancient and strange painting. That is the true fairy scroll. At this moment, the true immortal picture scroll bloomed with bright light, and wisps of immortal light escaped, spreading towards the surroundings. On the scroll, there seemed to be an ancient and mysterious world. Although it was surrounded by chaotic light and strange runes bloomed and rose, it was not clear. But you can vaguely see mountains, rivers, stars and sea. A majestic young figure sat cross-legged in front of the scroll of a true immortal. He was wearing a golden armor, which seemed to be made of dragon scales. The golden light was bright, exuding the ancient and mysterious dragon power, and the momentum was ancient and majestic. At this moment, his whole body was shining brightly, and there seemed to be a golden dragon coiled around him. It was ancient and vast, making his whole body look more majestic and mysterious. There seemed to be a strange connection between him and the true immortal scroll. Especially between his eyebrows, a bright fairy light burst out, making the true fairy scroll shake slightly. There was a look of joy and sadness on his face, and his whole person seemed to have fallen into a strange state of enlightenment. And around him, there were several figures with terrifying auras, their eyes cold and sharp, looking around vigilantly, protecting him. It is indeed him, the Dragon Emperor's son. Gu Tianming's heart moved slightly. It was exactly as he remembered. The person who caused the movement of the true immortal scroll was none other than the Dragon Emperor's son. This is also the purpose of his bringing Ling Xiao here. However, he knew it in his heart, but pretended to be shocked on the surface, saying, "That is, Dragon Emperor? I didn't expect that he was here, brother Ling Xiao, why don't we leave here first?" Seeing Gu Tianming like this, Ling Xiao couldn't help complaining in his heart. Can he pretend to be more like him? Ling Xiao didn't need to think about it, he was sure that Gu Tianming must have known that Dragon Emperor was here, so he brought him to Feishan Tower. Leave? Why leave? Brother Gu, don't worry, if I, Ling Xiao, leave like this, everyone will really think I'm afraid of him. Ling Xiao said with a calm smile. This Gu Tianming is really not a good thing. But, isn't it just acting? Then I'll play with you to the end and see what you are up to. Chapter 84 As expected of the Dragon Emperor. For thousands of years, no one has been able to trigger the arrival of the flying immortal light and comprehend the true immortal scroll. Isn't that right? The last person who comprehended the Emperor's art in the true immortal scroll seemed to be a genius from the bright immortal court, right? Now, it is said that he has achieved enlightenment and become an emperor. The Dragon Emperor is destined to be a person who will achieve enlightenment in this life. I don't know what kind of earth-shaking secret art he can comprehend. It's hard to say. In the true immortal scroll, the worst is the supreme saint law, and there are even extreme emperor arts and immortal arts. But looking at the strange phenomenon triggered by the Dragon Emperor, it is probably the extreme emperor art, right? On the Feishan Tower, everyone was talking about it, and their eyes looking at the Dragon Emperor were full of envy and shock. It's not that no one has tried to comprehend the true immortal scroll. But many people can't even reach the true immortal scroll, let alone comprehend the supreme treasure art from it. Boom! At this moment, there seemed to be thunder in Feishan Tower, the sound of the great Tao bloomed, and brilliant runes flew out from the jade disc, covering the Dragon Emperor. The real dragon around the Dragon Emperor became more and more lifelike, with a mighty dragon and an ancient and vast dragon roar, shocking everyone's mind. Then, everyone saw an extremely shocking scene. On! In the true immortal scroll, brilliant immortal light burst out, and flowers of the immortal way bloomed, extremely brilliant and gorgeous. With so many immortal flowers blooming, could it be that the Dragon Emperor could it be that he has comprehended the supreme immortal art? With less than 10 immortal flowers, it is the supreme holy art, with less than 99 immortal flowers, it is the extreme imperial art, and if the true immortal scroll can bloom 100 immortal flowers, it is the supreme immortal art. There are already 36 immortal flowers blooming, and more, hiss. What kind of earth-shaking treasure art has the Dragon Emperor comprehended? On the Feishan building, everyone was boiling. The immortal flowers bloomed one by one, looking crystal clear and bright, containing a misty and mysterious atmosphere, covering the entire Feishan building. The Feishan building was filled with auspicious air, immortal light, and law runes intertwined, and it suddenly became like a true immortal palace. The immortal flowers instantly turned into misty and mysterious real dragons, all surrounding the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor's aura was majestic and mysterious, and the immortal light was ethereal. The golden blood in his body burst into a dazzling immortal light, making him look like a real dragon reviving. His followers looked at him with fanatical worship. 50 immortal flowers.
60 immortal flowers. 70 immortal flowers. 80 immortal flowers.
In a blink of an eye, 90 immortal flowers emerged from the true immortal scroll, and they all turned into real dragon phantoms, surrounding the Dragon Emperor. If I'm not mistaken, it should be 108 immortal flowers, the true dragon shattering path immortal art.
Gu Tianming's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he said secretly in his heart.
According to his memory in his previous life, the Dragon Emperor did comprehend the supreme immortal art from the true immortal scroll, the true dragon shattering path immortal art, which was extremely powerful and was the secret of the true dragon.
And Ling Xiao was even more brilliant.
However, in the previous life, Long Dizzy and Ling Xiao did not meet in Feixian Tower.
Now, under Gu Tianming's deliberate arrangement, Long Dizzy and Ling Xiao met. Is it a collision between two peerless geniuses? Interesting.
There was a flash of teasing in Gu Tianming's eyes.
This feeling of foreknowledge and everything being under control was really wonderful. However, the true dragon shattering Dao great immortal art was fine.
Only those with the blood of a true dragon could practice it. But the supreme immortal art that Ling Xiao had comprehended must be obtained.
Boom!
As expected by Gu Tianming, 108 immortal flowers bloomed from the true immortal scroll and turned into 108 true dragon phantoms, surrounding Long Dizzy.
And at the same time, an ancient and vast dragon roar broke out.
Many geniuses in Feixian Tower were shocked by the dragon roar and their blood surged, and their eyes were full of awe. On the scroll of the true immortal light intertwined, runes rose, and several ancient and mysterious characters appeared.
True dragon shattering Dao great immortal art.
Those ancient characters, emitting brilliant immortal light, instantly turned into an ancient scripture, like a beam of light, merging into the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows of the Dragon Emperor.
Hiss! 108 flowers of immortality are really a supreme immortality? The great immortal technique of the true dragon's broken Dao?
This should be the supreme immortal technique left by the true dragon.
The talent of the Dragon Emperor's son is simply unprecedented. It's too scary.
Since the existence of the true immortal scroll, there are only 5 fingers of people who can comprehend the supreme immortal arts.
Except for 2 people who have fallen, the other 3 have achieved immortality. Now, I'm afraid there will be another Dragon Emperor's son. Everyone was shocked. They originally thought that the Dragon Emperor's ability to comprehend a supreme imperial art would be extremely terrifying, but they did not expect that the Dragon Emperor would actually comprehend the supreme immortal art. True Dragon Broken Dao Immortal Technique. This kind of magic sounds extremely terrifying. The great immortal technique of True Dragon Breaking Dao?
This is the supreme immortal technique created by True Dragon for thousands of years. It is said that it can break the supreme immortal Dao and unleash extremely terrifying combat power.
However, this immortal technique has not been passed down, and now did I actually get it?
The Dragon Emperor's heart was also ecstatic. He is the descendant of True Dragon Ridge, but although there are supremely inherited True Dragon treasures in True Dragon Ridge, many of the immortal arts created by True Dragons have also been lost. Among them is the great immortal technique of True Dragon Broken Dao. However, with the current level of cultivation of the Dragon Emperor's son, it is naturally far from being able to comprehend the immortal technique of True Dragon Broken Dao.
Only after becoming a Dao Emperor can one have a chance to comprehend the immortal technique.
But he has already obtained the great immortal technique of True Dragon Broken Dao. Even if he brings it back to True Dragon Ridge, it will be a great achievement, and it may be able to make a breakthrough for those clan elders. He slowly opened his eyes, and 2 bright beams of light shot out. His whole person looked majestic and mysterious, and the bright fairy light around him slowly dissipated. But the eyes of everyone looking at him were still full of awe.
The great immortal technique of True Dragon Breaking the Dao? Does this true immortal picture scroll have anything to do with the true dragon?
There was a hint of surprise in Ling Xiao's eyes. He did not expect that in this true immortal scroll, he could actually comprehend the supreme immortal technique.
This actually aroused his interest. Ha! He's not surprised at all, as if it's expected?
Ling Xiao's heart moved slightly, and he noticed something strange about Gu Tianming. Speaking of which, ever since Ling Xiao felt that something was wrong with Gu Tianming, he had been using his supreme respect eyes to observe Gu Tianming's every move. The supreme eyes are mysterious and unpredictable, able to see into the heavens and shatter everything. Although Gu Tianming knew that Ling Xiao possessed the supreme pupil, he did not know the mystery of the supreme pupil. Therefore, although he disguised himself extremely well, he had no idea that his every move had long been under Ling Xiao's surveillance. Especially just now, when he saw the Dragon Emperor's mastery of the True Dragon Broken Dao Immortal Technique, his clear look made Ling Xiao even more confused. The Dragon Emperor's son was able to comprehend the great immortal technique of the true dragon broken Tao, causing 180 mortal flowers to bloom.
How did he know this? Could it be that he is still a reborn person?
Ling Xiao was filled with curiosity.
Reborn? Thinking of these three words, Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly shrank.
He is a time traveler and has read 3,000 online novels in his previous life.
What ideas and tricks do he not know?
Maybe others would never think of it, but when Ling Xiao thought of the three words reborn person, he suddenly felt enlightened. As a disciple of the 10,000 God sect, the shock and murderous intention after seeing him can be explained clearly. Bringing him to Feishan Tower, working hard to win over him, even taking out treasures like the beauty-resident holy pill to please Ji Feishuan, that makes sense. It's hard to say, but Gu Tianming knew that Ji Feishuan was a descendant of the ancient heaven. Knowing that the Dragon Emperor's son had activated 108 immortal flowers and understood the great immortal technique of the true dragon's broken path, it would naturally make sense.
Reborn? Interesting. But this is all my guess. If I want to prove it, I need to verify it.
Ling Xiao thought secretly in his heart. He is a time traveler himself, so he doesn't feel strange at all about the appearance of reborn people in this world. I'm afraid that despite all his calculations, Gu Tianming didn't even consider the identity of Ling Xiao's traveler. Brother, the Taoist son of the Dragon Emperor, congratulations on your understanding of the supreme celestial art. Such a talent is simply earth-shattering.
Come on, let me introduce you to the son of the Ling family, who is also the Taoist disciple of Tai, brother Ling Xiao.
At this moment, Gu Tianming had already walked up to chat with the Dragon Emperor.
The Pantheon religion and the ancient royal family are inextricably linked.
Therefore, Gu Tianming and Long Dizzy had met each other a few times and were relatively familiar with each other.
The divine son of the Ling family, Tai Daozi? After hearing Gu Tianming's words, everyone couldn't help but trembled and looked at Ling Xiao.
Although today, the Dragon Emperor's son is in the limelight and has mastered the supreme magic. However, when it comes to the most defiant and famous genius during this period, it is of course Ling Xiao.
The taboo body, the innate holy body. Respect Hitomi most. Immortal veins of immortality.
No matter which one, they are all earth-shattering supreme talents.
When gathered in one person, they are simply unparalleled and unrivaled. Many people even call Ling Xiao the most amazing young supreme being in the immortal realm. His talent is unparalleled.
Even compared to the true Ferriers and the cubs of the 10 supreme immortal beasts, he is no different. Although the Dragon Emperor's son was the great emperor's heir, Ling Xiao was hailed as a true immortal. The difference between this is naturally very clear to everyone.
Ling Xiao? Did you kill Yu Feng?
Long Dizzy's eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Ling Xiaohan and said. When he just woke up, someone had already told him about the murder of Yu Feng and others.
Yu Feng was a follower of the Dragon Emperor. Naturally, the Dragon Emperor would not be too touched by Yu Feng's death.
But the most important thing is that killing his Dragon Emperor's followers would be a slap in the Dragon Emperor's face.
How could he bear it? I killed him.
Ling Xiao said calmly.
Bold. Yu Feng is my follower. If you kill him, are you trying to slap me in the face? Ling Xiao, this is the ancient city of Great Wilderness, a forbidden area in the immortal realm. It is not your immortal Ling family, nor is it your Tai Holy Land. How dare you be so arrogant? The Dragon Emperor was furious.
His whole body was filled with dragon power, his eyes were extremely cold, and he looked directly at Ling Xiao. A terrifying aura came across the sky and pressed towards Ling Xiao, as if he was about to take action at any time. He is a god who lit the divine fire and survived a life calamity.
He is extremely powerful and invincible.
Although he knew that Ling Xiao's talent was unparalleled, Ling Xiao was only at the early stage of the life and death realm. There was a big difference in the realm. He was confident enough to suppress Ling Xiao.
If I kill him, I have a reason to kill him.
If you want to avenge him, just take action and see if the supreme magic you just learned can save your life. Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely calm and he said with a half smile. Although his voice was plain, it had a boundless and domineering majesty, which was tit for tat with the Dragon Emperor. There was a bright light blooming all over him, and the mysterious runes were intertwined, making his whole person look more and more ethereal and out of the world. That mysterious momentum did not fall behind in the confrontation with the Dragon Emperor's son.
However, most of Ling Xiao's attention was still focused on Gu Tianming.
With Ling Xiao's current extremely powerful combat power, there is no need to measure it by his cultivation level.
So what if he ignites the divine fire?
If I say I suppress you, I will suppress you. What he was more interested in was Gu Tianming, the reborn person.
Hearing Ling Zhao's words, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. So domineering.
This divine son of the Ling family looks peerless in white clothes, has an unparalleled bearing, and speaks with unparalleled domineering power. He was only at the early stage of the life and death realm, but when facing the Dragon Emperor's son who had ignited the divine fire and survived the first life tribulation, he had a scornful attitude. It seems to be saying that even if the Dragon Emperor masters the supreme magic, he can't save his life.
Ling Xiao, you are looking for death.
The Dragon Emperor's eyes were extremely violent, filled with cold murderous intent, and he suddenly shouted loudly, surging like thunder.
He is the descendant of Zhen Longdeling and the heir of the Dragon Emperor. Even Prince Qilin must treat him with courtesy, and Gu Tianming must be friendly with him warmly. Who dares to ignore him like this? You too, please don't get angry. At this moment, Gu Tianming walked between Ling Xiao and Long Dizzy.
There is a light and ethereal aura around him, which makes people feel like a spring breeze, but it invisibly resolves the confrontation between Ling Xiao and Long Dizzy.
We are all descendants of immortal forces.
We came to this ancient city of Dahuang for the Tower of Tongtian.
If we fight to the death here, wouldn't it be a joke? Brother Long Dizzy, please give me some face.
Yu Feng did offend Brother Ling Xiao and deserved death.
Why not let Brother Ling Xiao set up a table in Feixian Tower and have a few drinks? Wouldn't it be great to turn hostility into friendship? Gu Tianming said sincerely. Turn hostility into friendship? Brother Gu, don't blame me for not giving you face. Unless he kneels down to apologize, do you really think that I, Zhen Longdeling, am easy to bully? Long Dizzy sneered. My wine, I'm afraid you don't deserve it.
Ling Xiao said indifferently. His words shocked Long Dizzy, his eyes instantly turned blood red, and his murderous intent was boiling.
He was completely enraged by Ling Xiao. Gu Tianming saw that the fire was almost ready. He said quickly, You too, this is Feixian Tower. I believe you all know who the owner of Feixian Tower is? No one is allowed to fight privately here. If you two have grievances and want to resolve them, why don't you have a literary fight?
This will not only save the relationship, but also allow you to vent your anger.
Literary fight? What is a literary fight?
The Dragon Emperor's eyes were extremely cold, but his tone was much calmer.
The owner of Feixian Tower was indeed mysterious and powerful. Even the ancient royal family did not dare to offend him easily.
Brother Long Dizzy, you comprehended the true immortal scroll, activated 108 immortal flowers, and comprehended the true dragon's shattering path immortal art. Why not let Brother Ling Xiao comprehend the true immortal scroll as well? If he activates more immortal flowers than you, then you don't have to pursue the matter. Of course, if Brother Ling Xiao does not activate as many immortal flowers as you, then Brother Ling Xiao, please apologize to Brother Long Dizzy, and we will drink with him in Feixian Tower to turn hostility into friendship. In this way, it can be called a literary fight, and it can also not hurt the relationship.
What do you think? Gu Tianming smiled slightly, his eyes fell on Long Dizzy and Ling Xiao.
This is his real purpose.
I have no objection. However, if he loses, he must kneel down and apologize to me.
Long Dizzy's eyes lit up, and he said without hesitation.
Comprehend the true immortal scroll? Do you really think that the true immortal scroll can be comprehended by anyone?
If it weren't for the supreme immortal arts of the true dragon clan in the true immortal scroll, Dragon Emperor thought to himself that he could only attract dozens of immortal flowers at most. Although Ling Xiao claimed to have awakened the forbidden body and had unparalleled talent, it was not enough to have a heaven-defying physique to comprehend the true immortal scroll. This required an understanding of the laws of heaven and earth and extraordinary comprehension. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could surpass him. I have no objection, but if I win, the true dragon armor on you is not bad, and it can barely be used by my followers.
You have to take it off and give it to me.
Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile. Although he knew that Gu Tianming had other purposes, he actually wanted to thank Gu Tianming at this moment. Because he found that the fragment of the heavenly Tao was now embedded in the heart mirror of the armor on Dragon Emperor's body, which looked dazzling and extraordinary.
Want my 9 dragons' holy armor? Very good, if you win, why not give it to you?
Hearing that Ling Xiao wanted him to take off his 9 dragons' holy armor as a prize, the Dragon Emperor couldn't help but his eyes turned cold, and anger surged in his heart.
This 9 dragons' holy armor is indeed extremely precious.
It is made from the remains of a real dragon.
It can be regarded as an unparalleled and powerful holy weapon passed down from generation to generation. Moreover, it was a coincidence that this 9 dragons holy armor was presented by the Qingjiao royal family. The Dragon Emperor was very satisfied with it, so he made Yufeng his follower. The defensive power of the 9 dragons holy armor is extremely strong. Even a full blow from a god cannot cause any damage. Especially the heart-protecting mirror, which seems to be made of special materials, much like the legendary Enlightenment Stone, has greatly increased the speed of Dragon Emperor's cultivation. Of course he was a little reluctant. But then he thought about it. With his status as Ling Xiao, he naturally couldn't care about a legendary holy weapon. Wanting his 9 dragons holy armor was just to humiliate him. However, Emperor Long thought again and agreed. He was confident that he would win this bet. When the time comes, Ling Xiao, the supreme genius of the human race, kneels in front of him and apologizes, which will probably be a huge blow to countless Tianzhou of the human race. Gu Tianming was also a little confused, wondering why Ling Xiao wanted the Dragon Emperor's 9 dragons holy armor. There seemed to be no record of the 9 dragons holy armor in his previous life's memory, so he just regarded this as Ling Xiao's humiliation of the Dragon Emperor's son. This is great. The more severely Ling Xiao offends the Dragon Emperor, the better, and even killing the Dragon Emperor would be the best. There is a being in the true Dragon Ridge, but it is not much different from Tai ancestor. If Ling Xiao could kill the Dragon Emperor's son in his previous life, Ling Xiao might have been killed by that being. That's why he tried so hard to make Ling Xiao offend the Dragon Emperor's son. Since both of you have agreed, I would like to be a witness. Please take an oath of heaven and earth. Gu Tianming's thoughts changed in his mind, but on the surface he remained calm and smiled slightly. The oath of heaven is an oath to heaven with the soul. The stronger the strength, the greater the restriction. If you dare to violate the oath of heaven, you may become possessed by evil spirits, or you may die. Naturally, Ling Xiao and Long Dizzy had no objections. They both made the oath of heaven. This guy really knows something. Next, I will give you a surprise. Ling Xiao's heart moved slightly, and the mysterious symbols flashed in his eyes. He could catch the slightest hint of Gu Tianming's successful mood swings, and he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. What Gu Tianming probably didn't know was that Ling Xiao had already regarded him as prey. The reborn one is good. The memories and information in the brains of the reborn are the greatest opportunities in good luck. But before that, Ling Xiao needed to verify his guess. Boom! Ling Xiao's whole body was filled with ethereal fairy light, and the mysterious law of divine light bloomed. He walked towards the true fairy scroll, looking cool and unrestrained. Ji Feishuan, Pan Guchen and others had nervous and expectant looks in their eyes. They naturally expected Ling Xiao to show his heaven-defying talent, comprehend the supreme immortal skills from the true immortal scroll, and severely suppress the Dragon Emperor's son. But they were afraid that Ling Xiao would fail, and the consequences and price would be unbearable. The bet between Ling Xiao and Long Dizzy spread throughout Feishan Tower in an instant. Many young geniuses gathered here, full of excitement and anticipation, wanting to witness this huge bet with their own eyes. Chapter 85 Ling Xiao, the most legendary genius in the immortal realm these days. It is said that when he was born, he had an immortal vein in his body, but it was removed by his cousin and integrated into his own body, making him a useless person. After a narrow escape from death, he finally made it to the Holy Land of Tai, but he awakened the legendary forbidden body, the innate holy body, Tao Fei, and was accompanied by the supreme pupil. With an invincible appearance, he ascended to the throne of Tai Daozi. He even fought back to the Ling family, killed his enemies with his own hands, and was established as the divine son of the Ling family. Ever since the battle with the Ling family shocked the immortal realm and even killed 2 emperors, things about Ling Xiao have been spreading. Therefore, as soon as Ling Xiao appeared in Daihuan ancient city, he immediately caused a sensation. Not to mention, outside the gate of the ancient city of Daihuan, Ling Xiao powerfully killed the followers of the Dragon Emperor, and now he is gambling and fighting with the Dragon Emperor in the Feishan Tower, studying the true immortal scroll. In the ancient city of Daihuan, many geniuses from all races were rushing towards Feishan Tower. It's the son of God Ling Xiao who is here. I admire him so much. It would be great if I could marry the son of God Ling Xiao. A pretty human girl, with big eyes full of admiration, murmured to herself. Little girl, what are you dreaming about? Look over there, so many saints and maidens are rushing towards Feishan Tower, just because they want to see the son of Ling Xiao with their own eyes. Someone joked. The pretty girl took a closer look and immediately saw many saintly goddesses with extraordinary talents and peerless beauty. Their eyes were full of color and their faces were extremely red with shame, full of admiration. She immediately clicked her tongue. I never thought that the son of God Ling Xiao would be so popular. Isn't this the territory of the ancient royal family?
Logically speaking, the extremely talented Dragon Emperor's son should be the object of their admiration, but they did not expect that they would all go for Ling Xiao. Among them, although there are many human saints, there are also women from other races. Among them was a rabbit girl with big furry ears and clear and bright eyes, and a plump centaur girl with a human head and a horse body.
Fei Xian Building, top floor.
This place is shrouded in a mysterious formation space, which can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people and is extremely vast. As if knowing that Ling Xiao and the Dragon Emperor were gambling here, the mysterious owner of Fei Xian Building actually blessed the power of the formation and expanded this place, like a vast small world. Even if more geniuses enter this place, it will not feel crowded. At this moment, Ling Xiao has already walked towards the true immortal scroll. The true immortal scroll is shrouded in the mysterious immortal law and is covered by the chaotic light. If you want to comprehend the true immortal scroll, you must walk within 10 feet of the true immortal scroll to see the scene on the true immortal scroll. If you can't even get within 10 feet, you will be directly repelled by the immortal law, let alone comprehend the true immortal scroll.
Boom!
Ling Xiao was like strolling in a garden, with chaotic light falling down around him, and mysterious law runes blooming on his body.
Every step seemed to be on the note of heaven and earth.
In Fei Xian Tower, Ling Xiao's footsteps were clearly audible, as if they contained a strange rhythm, which shocked everyone. The bright fairy light and the diffuse chaotic mist were automatically separated at this moment, as if welcoming an immortal emperor. Ling Xiao came to the true immortal scroll very easily. Then, he sat down cross-legged.
Is he the son of Ling Xiao? As I imagined, he is handsome, unrestrained, and extraordinary. He is so handsome. A girl from the rabbit tribe couldn't help but tremble and said.
She blinked her clear big eyes and blushed. Yes, I heard that this Ling Xiao, the son of God, suffered a disaster since childhood, and his immortal veins were taken away by his vicious aunt and cousin.
It's so pitiful. Think about it, he must have been very helpless at that time?
If he hadn't awakened the forbidden body, this young supreme would have died in the hands of his own people.
I really want to hug him. Ling Xiao, you must work hard. I believe you will be able to comprehend the supreme immortal art and defeat the Dragon Emperor.
The saints and goddesses of various tribes stared at Ling Xiao intently, talking about it one by one, with eyes full of admiration and pity.
The Dragon Emperor on the side had a black face.
It would be fine if those human saints worshipped Ling Xiao, but he actually saw that several princesses and emperors of the ancient royal family were also obsessed with Ling Xiao, simply treating him as heir.
He was about to be furious.
This is the ancient city of Daihuang, the territory of the ancient royal family, not to mention that he, the Dragon Emperor, has just comprehended the true dragon-shattering Dao Great Immortal Art, which has caused 108 immortal flowers to bloom.
Who can match such an unprecedented talent and such extraordinary understanding? Why are their eyes on Ling Xiao? The Dragon Emperor simply can't figure it out. But what he doesn't understand is that there are too many Tianjiao Supremes in the fairyland.
In this life, it can be seen that countless Tianjiao monsters have been born, and countless young Supremes are competing, which is destined to open a brilliant era. People worship Tianjiao Supremes, but that kind of worship is too illusory and unreal. And Ling Xiao is a young Supreme who has been reborn from Nirvana. He once fell to the bottom, but he stepped back to the top. He once suffered injustice, but he changed his fate against the will of heaven and returned. What could be more heartwarming than a story about a young Supreme being who was framed, then awakened a gift that defied heaven, returned in glory, and killed his enemies?
The more this is the case, the more real it seems.
That's why those saints and goddesses respected and pitied Ling Xiao so much. Naturally, the son of the Dragon Emperor, who had received countless honors and auras since birth, couldn't figure this out. After all, there are still mostly ordinary people in this world.
You are worthy of being the son of destiny in this life. Even in this ancient city, I still have such high popularity. I, Gu Tianming, will be reborn for a new life to carry the destiny and prove immortality.
Starting from this ancient city, I will take over. Let's start Ling Xiao's luck.
Gu Tianming looked at everyone's appearance and sighed in his heart.
The thoughts in his heart also became more determined. Ling Xiao's mind at this moment was completely immersed in the true immortal scroll in front of him. Just as he had guessed, there was actually an ancient and mysterious world hidden in the true immortal scroll. However, this is a world where only the soul can exist. The bright fairy light rose before his eyes, and the mist of chaos filled the air, intertwined with lines of mysterious and unpredictable laws. It seemed that Ling Xiao had been transported to a time when chaos had not yet begun. In the chaotic void, there seemed to be a figure standing tall, exuding an eternal and immortal aura.
Like an immortal king. Is that the immortal who left the true immortal painting?
Ling Xiao's heart was slightly shaken. After seeing that figure, he felt an incomparable insignificance deep in his heart, as if he was going to kneel down and worship him the next moment. However, the immortal veins in his body bloomed with immortal brilliance, and the innate holy body was intertwined with the mysterious laws of the great Tao, making his whole aura become ethereal and mysterious. He walked towards that figure, his body blooming with fairy light, resisting the terrifying immortal pressure. Ling Xiao could see bright light clusters, like the sun, rising and falling in the chaos. He activated the Supreme Respect Eye, and could vaguely see it, which seemed to contain mysterious scriptures, expounding some kind of supreme principle of heaven and earth. Some contain the power of the holy way and are the holy laws passed down from generation to generation. Some of the power of the intertwined extremes are godless arts. Some of them flow with bright fairy light, which is immortal magic. Ling Xiao could see that the handed-down holy magic had the most, with hundreds of light groups, while the godless magic also had dozens of light groups. There are only 9 groups of light containing immortal magic. Those 9 light groups were like 9 dazzling fairy suns, filled with chaotic light, and extremely dazzling.
That should be the true dragon broken Tao immortal technique, right? Is it only ranked 8th?
There are symbols all over Ling Xiao's eyes, containing mysterious power of insight. It can be vaguely seen that in the 8th light group, there is dragon power permeating the air, as if there is a real dragon swimming, exuding a terrifying power. The power of destroying the world will shatter all the ways of heaven and earth. That aura comes from the same source as the true dragon broken Tao immortal technique that the Dragon Emperor's son has mastered. In this way, we can see how terrifying Supreme Zongtong is. Without the Supreme Eye, Ling Xiao could only rely on perception to capture those light groups in the chaotic void. But with Supreme Zongtong, this picture of a true immortal that was mysterious to others became extremely clear to Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao catches one of the 7 light groups before the true dragon broken Tao immortal technique, he will definitely be able to surpass the Dragon Emperor's son. Especially the first light group, there seemed to be a mysterious sword light in it, and the fleeting sharpness seemed to be able to shatter billions of time and space in an instant. Extremely scary. That should be a kind of earth-shaking supreme magic related to swordsmanship. That should also be the most powerful immortal technique in the true immortal scroll. With a thought in Ling Xiao's mind, he faced the vast and majestic pressure of immortality and walked towards that bright ball of light. Boom! At the same time, Ling Xiao, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the true immortal scroll, had the light of law blooming all over his body, and the mysterious Taoist rhyme filled the air. The true immortal picture scroll also trembled violently, bursting out with bright fairy light in an instant, and the flowers of immortality bloomed one after another. In the blink of an eye, dozens of immortal flowers bloomed. Is there a flower of immortality blooming so soon in the true immortal picture scroll? I wonder what kind of earth-shattering and terrifying magic Ling Xiao has comprehended. Someone was shocked and suddenly showed an expression of great surprise. I think Ling Xiao will definitely be able to surpass the Dragon Emperor's son, and maybe he will be able to comprehend a supreme immortal technique. After all, it is a forbidden body and has immortal veins. This is the gift of a true immortal. Even if the scroll of a true immortal requires extraordinary understanding, Ling Xiao should be able to do it. That's not necessarily true. How many years has the true immortal scroll existed? After so many years, those who can comprehend the rough and supreme immortal art can only be counted with 5 fingers. If the Dragon Emperor's son can comprehend the great immortal art of the true dragon's shattered Tao, then it's because he and the true dragon clan have the same origin. Otherwise, the Dragon Emperor's ability to understand the Supreme Tao Emperor technique would be incredible. It makes sense. It's too difficult to understand the supreme magic. Everyone was filled with emotion, and their eyes were full of different expressions. If nothing goes wrong, Ling Xiao will arouse 360 flowers of immortality, and what he understands should be the immortal killing technique, one of the 3 major sword techniques in the immortal realm, and it is also the most terrifying sword technique that has been lost. Gu Tianming's eyes were shining brightly, and he thought secretly in his heart. When he thought of the immortal killing technique, his heart became extremely hot. He knew that Ling Xiao already possessed the Tao slaying technique, which was the supreme inheritance of Taiyi Holy Land and was passed down by Taiyi ancestor. I already have the art of stopping war. If I can get rid of Ling Xiao, and get the art of slashing Tao and the art of killing immortals, and the 3 sword arts are combined into one, then that will be my supreme foundation for dominating the immortal realm. With the opportunity in the Tower of Tontian, who can be my enemy? Gu Tianming thought secretly in his heart, and his eyes were full of expectations. Boom! But at this moment, the true immortal scroll suddenly trembled violently. The blazing immortal light burst out from it, and the ancient and mysterious sound of the great Tao roared and shook, like a huge bell, ringing in the entire Feishan Tower. The flowers of the immortal Tao bloomed one after another, densely packed and countless. Ling Xiao was shrouded by the flowers of the immortal Tao, and the mysterious Tao rhyme burst out, covering the four directions of the world. The flowers of the immortal Tao bloomed, the sound of the great Tao roared, and the power of the law surged. All kinds of mysterious visions emerged at the same time at this moment. Moreover, in the true immortal scroll, a terrifying figure seemed to emerge vaguely, like an immortal king, coming to the nine heavens, mysterious and majestic. Some cultivators with weaker cultivation could not help but kneel down with a plop. Crack! Cracks appeared on the true immortal scroll, cracking like a mirror, and the blazing and dazzling immortal light enveloped Ling Xiao like a torrent. What? The true immortal scroll is broken? Someone exclaimed, and the voice was trembling. That was the true immortal scroll, the supreme imprint left by the immortal, containing the power of eternal and immortal laws. Even the supreme emperor would find it difficult to destroy it. It was because of the true immortal scroll that Feishan Tower had long been famous. Who would have thought that the true immortal scroll, which had existed for countless years, would be completely shattered at this moment? Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on Ling Xiao, revealing a look of doubt. What kind of earth-shattering immortal art did Ling Xiao comprehend that caused the true immortal scroll to break? Could it be? Could it be? Did Ling Xiao obtain the true immortal inheritance? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Everyone was shocked, and the more they thought about it, the more they felt that this was possible. Ling Xiao definitely couldn't break the true immortal scroll, and the true immortal scroll could only be destroyed by itself. Rumor has it that the true immortal scroll contains the inheritance of a true immortal. If Ling Xiao really obtained the needlework inheritance, it is not impossible for the divine object to be hidden by itself. In an instant, everyone looked at Ling Xiao with shock, envy and jealousy, and some people even had murderous intent in their eyes. That's the true immortal inheritance. Even the Supreme Emperor would be tempted, let alone them. How is this possible? The Dragon Emperor was stunned. His eyes were full of incomparable horror. He had just comprehended the true immortal scroll, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to obtain the supreme immortal art from it. That required enduring the extremely terrifying pressure of the immortal. How did Ling Xiao manage to break the true immortal scroll? More importantly, countless immortal flowers emerged from the true immortal scroll, densely packed, more than tens of thousands of them? In this way, he lost the bet with Ling Xiao. And he lost miserably. What? Not only the Dragon Emperor, but also Gu Tianming was shocked. The scene before him was beyond his imagination. According to his memory, Ling Xiao should have attracted 360 flowers of immortality, understood the immortal killing technique, and thus shocked the entire Feishan Tower. But why did the immortal scroll break? A feeling that was beyond his control came to him, making him feel very uncomfortable. Boom! In the end, the true immortal scroll was completely blown to pieces. It turned into a bright rain of light, containing an ethereal and mysterious aura of immortality, and enveloped the entire Feishan Tower. And Ling Xiao, standing in the bright light rain, his white clothes are better than snow, his clothes are fluttering, and the chaotic light is hanging down, as if he is about to fly away in the next moment. At this moment, he was radiant, brilliant, and became the focus of the world. It's like banishing an immortal to the dust. Then, two bright beams of immortal light shot out from his eyes that were like the abyss, as if they penetrated the void in an instant. So, is this the secret of the true immortal scroll? Ling Xiao thought secretly in his heart, looking at Gu Tianming in the distance. At this moment, Gu Tianming was stunned. Is it beyond his imagination? It seems that his identity is most likely to be a reborn person. Ling Xiao thought secretly in his heart. In the true immortal scroll, he had originally planned to capture the first and brightest light group, which seemed to contain a supreme swordsmanship that could kill immortals and slay gods. But at the last moment, Ling Xiao gave up. He thought about Gu Tianming's suspicion of being a reborn person, so he planned to verify it. He went against the vast immortal pressure and walked towards the figure standing tall on the sky and the earth. He wanted to see who that figure was and what secrets it held. This process is naturally extremely difficult. Although Ling Xiao has the supreme respect for pupils, the forbidden body of the innate holy body, and two immortal veins, his cultivation is still too weak. The closer you get to that figure, the harder it becomes. In the end, his spirit was about to be crushed. But he still stood in front of that figure. Only then did he realize that the figure was completely transformed by the mysterious Tao, intertwined with countless law lines and runes, and it looked very strange. Then, his immortal veins seemed to react, blooming with bright fairy light, and the figure flew over in an instant, integrated into his palm, and merged with the true dragon immortal veins. In Ling Xiao's palm, an ancient and mysterious talisman emerged. The mysterious and dense lines seemed to explain the truth of the great road of heaven and earth. And next, what Ling Xiao didn't expect was that all the handed-down holy magic, the ultimate emperor's magic and the supreme immortal magic all came together and merged into that talisman. The incomparable mystery of that talisman seems to encompass the mysteries of the heavens, and contains the power of endless time, space, and time to completely bury all living beings. That talisman is the biggest secret of the true immortal scroll. After Ling Xiao got the talisman, the true immortal scroll seemed to have exhausted all its energy, so it was completely shattered in an instant. Seeing the dumbfounded Gu Tianming, Ling Xiao understood that his risky attempt was indeed beyond Gu Tianming's expectations. According to the original trajectory, Ling Xiao should have grabbed the light group containing the immortal killing sword qi. Dragon Emperor, you lose. Ling Xiao's calm voice sounded in Feixian Tower. The face of Long Dizzy instantly turned livid. Chapter 86. There was total silence in Feixian Tower. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with awe and curiosity. They all want to know, what did Ling Xiao understand from the true immortal picture scroll? If the true immortal scroll is not broken, the holy laws, imperial arts, and immortal arts that have been comprehended will be revealed directly on the true immortal scroll. But now, only he himself knows what Ling Xiao has realized. Ling Xiao's calm voice sounded in the Feixian Tower, and everyone then remembered that there seemed to be a bet between Ling Xiao and the Dragon Emperor's son? The Dragon Emperor was indeed defeated. And it was a disastrous failure. What exactly did you get from the true immortal picture scroll? The Dragon Emperor's son was full of unwillingness and stared at Ling Xiao and asked. He also asked everyone's doubts. Do you think you are qualified to know? According to the bet, you have lost. Now take off your real dragon armor. Ling Xiao glanced at Long Dizzy with a half smile but said. Ling Xiao, don't bully others too much. The Dragon Emperor was extremely angry. He didn't think that Ling Xiao really fell in love with his 9 dragons' holy armor. He just thought that Ling Xiao was humiliating him. I bullied you today, what can you do? Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely cold. There was an indescribable domineeringness in his calm tone. Okay. Don't you want the 9 dragons' holy armor? I'll give it to you. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Dragon Emperor, and in an instant, a vast roar of dragons sounded around him, shaking the western void. Hold head high. The golden clouds around him were dazzling, and the terrifying power of blood rose, instantly shattering the runes on the 9 dragons' holy armor, and the 9 dragons' holy armor was also directly exploded. Pieces of fragments fell in front of Ling Xiao. Speaking of which, the Dragon Emperor was still a little reluctant to part with him. In particular, that piece of heart-protecting mirror was made of a very strange material. Even the clan elders of Jinlong Ridge did not recognize it. They only said that it was an extremely precious treasure. With that heart-protecting mirror, the Dragon Emperor's understanding has improved a lot, and his perception of the laws of heaven and earth has become clearer. However, willing to admit defeat, he made an oath of heaven and had no choice but to hand it over to Ling Xiao. However, as if to vent his anger, he destroyed the 9 dragons' holy armor directly. Are you provoking me? Ling Xiao looked at the Dragon Emperor with an indifferent look and said. Everyone around them also showed a hint of weirdness. The Dragon Emperor is being a bit cheating. He actually destroyed the 9 dragons' holy armor directly. This was to vent his inner dissatisfaction, and at the same time he was warning Ling Xiao that if he offended Zhenlongdeling, he might end up like this 9 dragons' holy armor. Will Ling Xiao swallow his anger? So what if I provoke you? Ling Xiao, I lost, but you can't just forget about killing Yufeng. Today, if you can take my punch, then you are lucky and I can spare you. If you can't save your life, then you can die. The Dragon Emperor's eyes were extremely cold, and he stared at Ling Xiaohan and said. Boom! The divine light around him erupted, the vast dragon power rose, the overwhelming evil energy suppressed Ling Xiao across the sky, and the cold murderous intent locked Ling Xiao. He had been holding back his anger for a long time. Although he gave Ling Xiao the 9 dragons' holy armor, he still couldn't swallow it and wanted to punish Ling Xiao severely. Dragon Emperor, private fights are prohibited in Feixian Tower, please don't embarrass me. An old man in black robes in the realm of gods walked up with a wry smile, his eyes full of helplessness. He was a steward of Feixian Tower. He was originally unwilling to intervene in the fight between Ling Xiao and Long Emperor's son, but now he had to bite the bullet. So what about Feixian Tower?
Who are you? You dare to stop me? Get out!
Long Dizzy shouted angrily, his eyes extremely cold.
The immemorial royal family is the overlord of the immemorial era.
It has a long inheritance and profound foundation, especially the true dragon ridge, which is the inheritance of the true dragon and ferocious beast. Although he was afraid of the mysterious owner of Facian Tower, he was not afraid.
At this moment, he was extremely angry. Not to mention a manager of Facian Tower, even if the mysterious owner of Facian Tower appeared, he might not give face.
Your Highness, Dragon Emperor, this is my Facian Tower. Please abide by the rules of my Facian Tower. The old man in black robe smiled bitterly. At the same time, the majestic aura around him bloomed, and the pressure of the heavenly god realm rose. He wanted to suppress the scene in front of him, but soon, he was blocked by an old man from Jinlong Ridge.
Dragon Emperor represented Jinlong Ridge. If Dragon Emperor was humiliated, Jinlong Ridge would be humiliated.
They also looked indifferent and grim, and wanted Dragon Emperor to take action and teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Ling Xiao smiled.
Then, he glanced at Long Dizzy calmly and said, "Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of fighting me? If you want to die, I can help you."
The plain words rang out in Facian Tower, but they were clearly heard by everyone.
Everyone was shocked. Ling Xiao was so strong?
They knew that Ling Xiao had unparalleled talent and possessed a forbidden body, but after all, he was only at the realm of life and death, and there was a big difference between him and Long Dizzy. Both were supreme geniuses, but there was a big difference between them. Long Dizzy had already made it clear that he was shameless and wanted to attack Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao was so strong.
Could it be that he was sure to defeat Long Dizzy? Fight, let me see Ling Xiao's real strength now.
At this moment, Gu Tianming hid aside without saying a word, his eyes full of sneers. This was his plan. He wished that Ling Xiao and Long Dizzy would fight to the death. No matter who wins or loses, it will be good for him.
You are looking for death. The Dragon Emperor was furious.
Ling Xiao's disregard and contempt deeply hurt him.
Who is he? The descendant of the true Dragon Ridge, the descendant of the Dragon Emperor, has supreme talent and is the top genius in the ancient royal family.
In the future, he is destined to step onto the top of the fairyland and dominate the 3,000 Dao realms.
Even embark on the road to becoming an immortal and prove immortality. How dare Ling Xiao ignore him like this? Oh!
The dragon power of the Dragon Emperor rose, the golden rays of light bloomed, and a golden real dragon emerged, entwining around him, making his whole aura more majestic and mysterious. He stretched out his claws in the air, and the void trembled violently, as if a golden dragon claw stretched out from the void and was about to tear the sky apart.
True Dragon Treasure Technique. True Dragon Claw.
This is the most powerful magic of the true Dragon Ridge, passed down to the true Dragon Beast, extremely powerful. It is said that if it is cultivated to the extreme, even the immortals can fight. Ling Xiao's eyes were indifferent, and he punched out directly. Crack! The void trembled violently, the fists and claws collided, the divine light exploded, and in the end they were all annihilated at the same time, and the Dragon Emperor retreated violently.
This attack was evenly matched.
The physical body broke through the extreme realm, and Ling Xiao's punch was able to tie with the Dragon Emperor who ignited the divine fire.
It's too strong. Everyone around was shocked.
And the Dragon Emperor's eyes became colder and colder, and the blazing divine light burst out around his body, and the ancient dragon roar resounded throughout the Facian building.
On!
In his body, it seemed that golden blood exploded, and an ancient and mysterious power burst out. He seemed to have turned into an immortal real dragon, and his aura suddenly surged several times. He used all his strength to activate the true dragon technique, transformed into a true dragon body, and burst out with terrifying divine power, and rushed towards Ling Xiao at a very fast speed. The terrifying dragon roar seemed to be able to shatter a person's soul, and it enveloped Ling Xiao like a substance. The people around him turned pale and staggered back. The aftermath alone was unbearable for them. True dragon technique? Is this your confidence? Ling Xiao sneered. His face was calm and indifferent, and the fierce and turbulent dragon roar seemed to have no effect on him at all. Boom! He took a step forward, as if he was stepping on the note of heaven and earth, like the beating of a heavenly drum.
The resonance of heaven and earth.
The brilliant chaotic light bloomed, and the brilliant fairy light bloomed on Ling Xiao's arm, and a mysterious shadow of a true dragon appeared.
He punched out.
The matchless fist prince seemed to break through the sky and penetrate the chaos in an instant, with a terrifying divine power that is unparalleled in the world.
Is this the power of a real dragon? How is it possible? Seeking flowers, the Dragon Emperor was shaken all over, his eyes full of disbelief. Why could such a pure real dragon breath burst out from Ling Xiao's arm? However, he had already pushed the real dragon treasure technique to the extreme, and the real dragon blood in his body was blooming with divine light. His body was so strong that even if a real god stood in front of him, he would be torn to pieces without hesitation. Although Ling Xiao broke through the extreme realm of his physical body, he did not believe that Ling Xiao, who was one realm lower than him, could be stronger than him in the physical body. Boom! Crack! Ling Xiao and the Dragon Emperor collided, and ripples appeared in the void, and the divine light burst out. One after another, the divine chains of order intertwined, and then annihilated in an instant. Ling Xiao's punch seemed to have the power of an ancient sacred mountain in an instant, interweaving with terrifying chaotic light. Boom! In the void, there was a blood mist. The Dragon Emperor's whole body was shaking, and one of his arms was instantly blown into a blood mist, revealing his white bones. The whole person flew out as if struck by lightning. What? Everyone was stunned. That was the Dragon Emperor, who had ignited the divine fire and survived a life disaster. He just kept saying that he wanted Ling Xiao to take his punch, but he didn't expect that he was suppressed by Ling Xiao's punch as soon as they fought, and even his arm was shattered. Zero in the void, pale golden blood bloomed with divine light. That was the blood of a real dragon, almost atavism. A drop of true dragon blood is enough to make the human race's Tianjia cleanse his body and be reborn, but now it is flying in the void, reflecting the pale and shocked eyes of the Dragon Emperor. He never thought that he burst out the power of the true dragon treasure technique, and was one level higher than Ling Xiao, but the final result was still a miserable defeat. That is, the power of the immortal vein. Some people seemed to have thought of something, and a look of horror appeared in their eyes. They almost forgot that Ling Xiao not only has the forbidden body, but also the immortal vein. Rumor has it that Ling Xiao's immortal vein is called the true dragon vein. When he just punched down, endless chaotic light rose, as if there was really a real dragon resurrected to suppress all enemies. Is this the forbidden body? He is really a freak. Gu Tianming was also full of shock, and his heart was full of bitterness. He originally thought that even though Ling Xiao was the son of destiny and had an extraordinary talent, he had not yet grown up and was one level lower than Dragon Emperor. There should be a fierce duel between the two. But he did not expect that with just one punch, Dragon Emperor's arm was shattered and he was defeated. This realization was simply despairing. Can I really take his place and become the son of destiny in this life? Seeing such a powerful Ling Xiao, Gu Tianming's heart was a little shaken. He was afraid. Ling Xiao was too strong, so strong that he was not afraid of anything and could smash all conspiracies and tricks. Although Gu Tianming was a reborn person, he was still a little scared when he saw Ling Xiao's extraordinary fighting power with his own eyes. Ling Xiao, do you really think that you are invincible just because your physical body breaks through the extreme realm? Today, I want to kill you, and I will start by destroying your soul. The Dragon Emperor shouted loudly, his voice was extremely cold, and his eyes were full of overwhelming fighting spirit. Boom! There was a divine power in his body that was reviving, and the vast and majestic breath of life gushed out, constantly repairing his damaged body. A bright light bloomed between his eyebrows, and the powerful and unparalleled power of the soul condensed, and instantly turned into a twisted dragon-shaped swordlight, which instantly pierced through the void and slashed towards Ling Xiao. True Dragon Slaying God Sword. This is a powerful secret technique recorded in the True Dragon Treasure Technique. It needs to be activated by the power of the soul. It can instantly burst out 1,000 times the power and directly destroy the enemy's soul. He once used the true dragon god-slaying sword to kill the soul of a true god, killing him with one blow. Ling Xiao's body is indeed very strong, but his cultivation in the realm of life and death, his soul is still extremely weak. How can he block this fatal blow? Gotcha! In a blink of an eye, the dragon-shaped swordlight wrapped in a monstrous murderous aura, as if hidden in the void, came in front of Ling Xiao. Corpse. Chapter 87 on. The true dragon god-slaying sword shines brightly, containing a terrifying sound wave, like a dragon's roar, shaking the void in all directions, and the sharp swordlight is like a substance. Many young geniuses around them couldn't help but tremble all over, as if they felt a terrifying sword light coming towards them, which was going to tear their souls apart completely. Many people turned pale instantly, blood oozing from the corners of their mouths, and they could not help but retreat. Too horrible. The true dragon god-slaying sword, just the aftermath, shocked them to cough up blood and retreat, and their souls were severely damaged. It can be imagined how terrifying the power Ling Xiao is facing at this moment. However, Ling Xiao's eyes are still calm and indifferent.
A brilliant fairy light bloomed between his eyebrows, and outside of his soul, it seemed as if he was wearing an ancient scroll, on which there were countless gods and demons fighting in terrible scenes of the world being broken. Ling Xiao's soul sat in the void, eternal and immortal. Chaos God and Demon Visualization Picture. It was the gift of the Origin Heavenly Tao Monument after Ling Xiao broke through the extreme realm of the physical body, which allowed him to visualize the chaotic gods and demons and enhance the power of the soul. It is also an extremely powerful treasure, like wearing a powerful defensive armor for the soul. Before the true dragon god slaying sword entered Ling Xiao's brow, it was shattered by the immortal light emitted from the Chaos God and Demon Visualization Picture. Ling Xiao stared at the Dragon Emperor in front of him, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Then, he took a step forward, as if he was pushing the sun, moon and stars, and the chaotic light around him bloomed, revealing the mysterious scene of the ancient starry sky. He pressed down with a palm, like a real ancient true dragon pressing down on the heavens, with unpredictable power, and no one could defeat him. What? The Dragon Emperor was shaken all over, and his eyes were full of disbelief. His true dragon god slaying sword was so easily broken by Ling Xiao? Crack! Ling Xiao's palm that dominated the universe slapped on the Dragon Emperor, causing him to tremble violently. Half of his body exploded instantly, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Many young geniuses around him also showed extremely horrified expressions. The Dragon Emperor was once again severely injured by Ling Xiao. The true dragon god slaying sword, just the aftermath, can injure their souls. It can be imagined that even a god who has ignited the divine fire and survived the catastrophe, or even a true god, cannot resist it. The soul will be directly slain, and the body will die. Ling Xiao's strength is too terrifying. Is this the power of the innate holy body? Not only has the physical body broken through the extreme realm, but the soul is also almost immortal, able to resist such a powerful secret attack. Someone looked extremely solemn. Ling Xiao in front of him, the chaotic energy around him fell, the law of divine light bloomed, and the mysterious symbols intertwined, transforming into all kinds of mysterious scenes. He walked like a dragon and a tiger, pushing the sun, moon and stars across the sky, like a young emperor, with an invincible aura that swept across the sky. Young master, it's amazing. Ji Feishuan's eyes were also shining with admiration. She originally followed Ling Xiao just to take revenge with the help of the power of the Ling family in Tai Holy Land. But after following Ling Xiao, she discovered Ling Xiao's amazing talent and unparalleled strength, which seemed to be able to suppress all enemies, which was despair for the enemies. For her, it was enough sense of security. She was even a little relieved at this moment, and even the pride of being a descendant of the Emperor of Heaven disappeared, and she willingly became Ling Xiao's follower. As for Pango Chen, Shi Xinjue and Duge Ju, it goes without saying that they were full of fanatical worship and pride. Especially Shi Xinjue, who was unwilling to become Ling Xiao's mount at the beginning. He is now afraid of being driven away by Ling Xiao. This one is destined to become an emperor in the future, invincible in the world, and even dominate an era and become immortal. What an honor it is to be Ling Xiao's mount. Ling Xiao, don't be arrogant. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The Dragon Emperor's eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. He roared, and a blazing light burst out from his body. The majestic vitality quickly repaired his injuries, and then a series of blazing beams of light pierced through Ling Xiao. Various powerful treasures and magical secrets swept in like a storm, trying to completely drown Ling Xiao. Boom! Ling Xiao's eyes were indifferent, and he pressed down with a palm, directly blasting the light in the sky. All the magical secrets seemed to be vulnerable and turned into a dazzling rain of light. He punched the Dragon Emperor again. On the Dragon Emperor's body, crackling divine light burst, runes exploded, and the powerful self-defense treasures could not resist Ling Xiao's invincible power at all. He flew out again, spurting blood from his mouth. It's not that I'm arrogant, it's that you're too weak. Ling Xiao said lightly. His eyes were calm and deep, sweeping over the many young geniuses in Feixian Tower. Everyone shuddered all over. No one dared to look Ling Xiao in the face. They all lowered their heads, feeling frightened. Too strong. Ling Xiao did not use any magical powers at all. He just randomly burst out his physical strength and almost blew up the Dragon Emperor. If it were another powerful god, he would have died in Ling Xiao's hands. As the descendant of the true Dragon Ridge, the Dragon Emperor's bloodline is almost at the same level as his ancestors, and his physical body is also very strong. He is not as weak as Ling Xiao said. But Ling Xiao is too strong. Is this the forbidden body, the innate holy body in the Taoist fetus? This person has already become a peerless figure. In the distance, a young man in a black robe said with a somewhat lonely look. He is an ancient Tianjiao who was once invincible, brilliant, and was known as the Young Supreme, with a terrifyingly strong talent. However, that life was too withered, and there was no trace of the road to immortality. So he sealed himself in the source of God for billions of years before appearing in this life. But he didn't expect that as soon as he was born, he would encounter the forbidden body in the legend. He was proud of his strength, but it was just like the Dragon Emperor. Even if he was stronger, he couldn't be much stronger. Ling Xiao in front of him was crushing the Dragon Emperor, and the Dragon Emperor had no power to resist. Ling Xiao's strength made him feel bitter. In this life, the brilliance opens, and the pride is everywhere. This Ling Xiao Daozi is destined to reach the top and be invincible in the world. But I also have an invincible heart, and the Tower of Tongtian is about to open. This is my biggest chance. The black-robed young man whispered to himself, then looked at Ling Xiao deeply, and turned away directly. Pick up this armor piece by piece and give it to me with both hands. Ling Xiao's eyes were indifferent and calm, staring at the Dragon Emperor's son. The 9 dragons' holy armor was shattered by the Dragon Emperor before and was still scattered on the ground. Ling Xiao actually wanted the Dragon Emperor to pick it up with his own hands and then offer it to him with both hands? This is simply the greatest humiliation to the Dragon Emperor. Ling Xiao, you bully others too much. Dragon Emperor's face turned extremely red and he was extremely angry. But before he could finish his words, a fist seal came from the sky and hit him in an instant, making the Dragon Emperor tremble all over, and there were dense cracks like a spider web. It seemed as if the next moment, the physical body would be completely exploded to pieces. Your Highness Ling Xiao, this is the great wilderness ancient city, not your Ling family, nor is it the Holy Land of Tai. As the saying goes, leave a thin line in everything so that we can meet again in the future. Do you want to stay in the great wilderness ancient city forever? Behind the Dragon Emperor, a clan elder with an extremely powerful aura stood up and stood in front of the Dragon Emperor, his expression extremely ugly. The cultivation level of the God realm exploded in a mighty manner, and the terrifying momentum moved towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao dared to humiliate the Dragon Emperor like this, and he couldn't stand it anymore. If we don't intervene, Zenlondeling may really become a laughingstock. His voice was full of threats. Who do you think you are, you dare to stop me? Get out! Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and his tongue was full of thunder, full of endless domineering meaning. Then, a mysterious light bloomed in his palm, intertwined with ancient runes, and moved directly towards the clan elder of True Dragon Ridge to suppress it. The ancient talisman he got from the True Immortal Scroll seems to have completely revived. Boom! The blazing and dazzling fairy light seemed to be able to destroy everything, causing the void in all directions to tremble violently and spurting out in a mighty manner. It exudes a mysterious sense of eternity. It was as if all the heavens and earth, all the heavens and worlds, billions of living beings, endless gods and demons were all wiped out in that bright fairy light. Ah, the clan elder in the realm of gods had no time to react. He was shrouded in the bright fairy light and his whole body began to disintegrate in the void. Then it exploded with a bang, not even a piece of flesh and blood was left, it was directly wiped away. It's like it never appeared. There was only a scream that stopped suddenly, telling everyone that there was indeed a celestial elder who was standing there just now. What? Everyone was stunned, their eyes full of horror. That was a strong man in the realm of gods, extremely powerful, but he was directly shattered by a ray of fairy light, and then completely erased. That kind of scene is too shocking. Did the Ling family's divine son use some kind of secret treasure just now? Or did he cast some extremely terrifying forbidden technique? Can he directly wipe out a powerful man in the realm of gods? Someone said tremblingly. Even the followers of the Dragon Emperor, as well as many of the geniuses of the ancient royal family, felt their scalps numb and their eyes filled with extremely frightened looks. The unknown is the scariest thing. If that fairy light just fell on any one of them, they would definitely die, and they would absolutely be unable to stop it. Can it actually directly kill a powerful man in the realm of gods? This eternally mortal killing tribulation light is indeed powerful. Ling Xiao admired in his heart, with a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. The eternally mortal killing tribulation light is the supreme immortal technique he learned from the True Immortal Picture Scroll. In other words, it is the supreme inheritance left by that true immortal. Although those supreme immortal arts, supreme emperor arts, and handed-down holy arts seem to be extremely messy, when combined with each other, they can actually form a most powerful talisman. It merged with Ling Xiao's true dragon immortal vein and turned into Ling Xiao's natal innate magical power. Ling Xiao named it the eternal immortal killing light. Now it seems that this eternal immortal killing tribulation light did not disappoint him. The clan elder from Jinlong Ridge jumped out, and he immediately used the eternally mortal killing tribulation light to directly obliterate him.
Damn it, how could he be so strong?
The Dragon Emperor was also full of horror and frustration. He is a descendant of the true Dragon Ridge, possessing true dragon bloodline, almost returning to his ancestors. He is also the heir of the great emperor, and has a bright aura. It was originally destined to sweep away the geniuses, reach the top, and even carry the destiny and prove immortality. But in this ancient city, he was severely defeated by Ling Xiao. Maybe others thought that Ling Xiao had used some secret treasure. But in his opinion, it was clearly an extremely terrifying innate magical power.
Is the forbidden body so defiant?
This is not the immortal killing technique, but it is somewhat similar.
What kind of immortal technique is this? It's messed up. It's all messed up. Could it be that I let Ling Xiao and Dragon Emperor's son meet, which caused a deviation? Gu Tianming was also frightened.
At this moment, his eyes were extremely solemn, and his face was full of uncertainty. The eternal killing immortal tribulation light made him tremble with fear. He felt an extremely terrifying death threat and almost turned around and left in fright. But at the same time, the feeling of being out of control made him extremely uncomfortable.
However, this is fine.
He has already offended the Dragon Emperor's son to death. When the being from Zenlongdaling takes action, even if Tai ancestor is protecting him, he will probably escape death.
Then it will be my chance. Gu Tianming thought secretly in his heart.
Dragon Emperor, I will give you one last chance to pick up this armor piece by piece and offer it with both hands.
Otherwise, you will keep your life today.
Ling Xiao looked at the Dragon Emperor and his voice was extremely calm. But in the Long Emperor's ears, it was like a thunderclap, making the Dragon Emperor tremble all over. His heart was filled with endless humiliation.
But, is he really going to die here?
The Dragon Emperor gritted his teeth, bent down extremely stiffly, and picked up the armor fragments one by one. To him, those pieces of armor were like a huge weight.
In Feixian Tower, silence fell. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of awe.
Against the backdrop of the bent figure of the Dragon Emperor's son, Ling Xiao was like a banished immortal descending from the dust, his light dazzling and devastating to the extreme.
That's it, that's it.
Long Dizzy held the armor fragments in his hands and walked up to Ling Xiao. His lips were bleeding, his eyes were full of humiliation and anger, and his voice was filled with unsuppressible madness.
Ji Feishuan stepped forward and took down all the armor fragments. Go away.
Ling Xiao spoke calmly, as if dismissing a servant, his voice full of disregard and indifference. Many of the geniuses of the ancient royal family, as well as the followers of the Dragon Emperor, immediately picked up the Dragon Emperor and turned around to leave, as if they had been granted amnesty.
It's terrible.
If the Dragon Emperor's son had not been targeted by Ling Xiao, they would not have dared to stay for a moment. Ling Xiao is simply too terrifying. There is such a supreme genius of the human race who dominates the world. This time in the trial of the Tower of Babel, I am afraid that the many geniuses of their ancient royal family will have an extremely terrifying enemy.
Chapter 88. The Dragon Emperor left in embarrassment.
Not only was he defeated miserably in Ling Xiao's hands, but he also personally picked up his broken 9 dragons holy armor piece by piece and held it in front of Ling Xiao with both hands.
This is a great humiliation for a young supreme being. I'm afraid that the Dragon Emperor's son's Taoist heart will be affected.
Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with awe, especially those of the human race's geniuses, who were extremely fanatical.
Some people even regretted why they didn't go when the Ling family's godson selected his followers.
If you can follow Ling Xiao, it will definitely be a supreme honor. The ancient royal family has always been arrogant and domineering, and many of the human race's geniuses dared to be angry but did not dare to speak out. When they came to the ancient city of the wilderness, they were humiliated a lot. But Ling Xiao made a strong move and suppressed the Dragon Emperor's son, which made them all extremely excited. The reason why Ling Xiao spared the life of the Dragon Emperor's son was because as the Dragon Emperor's descendant, the protectors behind him must also be very powerful. He also has many life-saving trump cards on his body. He couldn't kill the Dragon Emperor's son yet, so he spared his life. Your Highness Ling Xiao, my landlord, wants to meet you. At this moment, the black-robed elder from Feixian Tower walked up to Ling Xiao, bowed his hands, and then said with great respect. Although he was a cultivator in the God Realm, Ling Xiao had just killed an elder of the God Realm in Jinlong Ridge with a ray of fairy light, so he was naturally in awe. But he didn't expect that the mysterious landlord would actually want to see Ling Xiao. The master of the building, the 17th city lord of Daihuang Ancient City, are all extremely respectful beings, with monstrous and unfathomable strength.
The owner of Feixian Tower? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He had also heard that the owner of Feixian Tower was an unfathomable and powerful man. After he came to Dahuang Ancient City, he had been in Feixian Tower, but his status was extremely aloof.
Even the ancient royal family respected him. My host said that if His Highness Ling Xiao wants to know about the true immortal scroll, he might be able to answer your questions. The black-robed elder continued.
True immortal picture scroll? Okay.
Ling Zhao's eyes flashed and he nodded. He was also very curious about the identity of the figure in the true immortal scroll, as well as the origin of the eternal immortal killing light. From this point of view, the mysterious owner of Feixian Tower should be related to the owner of the true immortal scroll.
Ling Xiao left behind Ji Feishuan and others, and headed towards the depths of Feixian Tower alone with the black-robed elder. The mysterious owner of Feixian Tower?
If I'm not wrong, it seems to be related to the Tiandao Merchant Alliance.
In his previous life, Ling Xiao didn't have any interaction with the owner of Feixian Tower?
Gu Tianming looked at Ling Zhao's leaving figure, his expression a little uncertain. I can't control that much anymore. The next Babel Tower is the top priority. I still need to make some arrangements to ensure that I can get the blessings of the Babel Tower.
Gu Tianming thought to himself, suppressing the uncomfortable emotion.
Then, he politely said goodbye to Ji Feishuan and others with a smile, and agreed to visit Ling Xiao again in a few days.
I don't like this guy. Pan Guchen said slowly. I don't like him either.
This guy hides a knife in his smile and brings us into this Feixian Tower.
I'm afraid he has an ulterior motive. Why do you want to date him?
Lionheart Ju nodded in agreement.
You are so stupid, you can see it, can't the young master see it?
Don't worry, the young master keeps him for his own purposes.
Ji Feishuan's eyes moved and she smiled calmly.
Pan Guchen and others nodded in agreement, and then stood there faithfully, waiting for Ling Zhao's return. Feixian Tower only has a few attics and palaces open to the public. Deep in the depths, there is an ancient and mysterious building complex, shimmering with mysterious light and hidden in the auspicious mist, which is very extraordinary. They passed through many pavilions, ancient palaces, and finally came to a bamboo forest.
In the bamboo forest, there is a very exquisite attic.
2 girls in green skirts were standing guard in front of the attic. Although they looked incomparably pretty, their auras were very powerful and unfathomable.
Master Ling Xiao, the landlord is waiting for you in the attic. Go in.
The old man in black robe bowed respectfully to the 2 girls in green skirts, and then smiled slightly at Ling Xiao.
Thank you. Ling Xiao nodded.
He discovered that the 2 girls in the green group had extremely strong cultivation, and they were at least saints who had survived the 6th level of life calamity.
2 saints guard the door, and the owner of Feixian Tower seems to be even more unfathomable. Ling Xiao pushed the door open and entered the attic.
A figure came into view. It should be a woman, with white hair hanging down, thick and shiny, wearing a red dress, with a graceful back. She stood there, as if she was not in this time and space, with an ethereal aura. At this moment, she was looking at a picture in front of her, as if she was in a trance.
True immortal picture scroll?
Ling Zhao's heart moved.
That scroll looks like an ink landscape, outlining mountains, rivers, stars and seas, filled with mysterious light.
It turned out to be exactly the same as the broken true immortal scroll on the Feixian Tower.
Yes, this is the true fairy painting.
However, this is an imitation that I copied, and the original painting has been destroyed by you. As if he heard what Ling Xiao was thinking, a clear and sweet voice came. The figure in red clothes and white hair slowly turned around, revealing a face that was pure and beautiful, extremely beautiful. She seemed to be a fairy above the 9 heavens, with peerless beauty, shrouded in fairy mist, and a mysterious and immortal aura that transcended all living beings. Especially those eyes, which seemed to be full of sadness and endless longing, making people feel pity when they look at them. Ling Xiao was quite surprised.
The owner of Feixian Tower was actually such a young woman? However, he felt a little embarrassed.
To a certain extent, the true immortal picture scroll on Feixian Tower was indeed damaged by him. Ling Xiao, I have met Senior. Ling Xiao gave a slight salute. The woman in front of him gave him a feeling that was very similar to the unfathomable and respected ancestor of the Ling family.
Could it be that he is also a supreme emperor? No need to be polite.
If you get his inheritance, you are one of your own.
Can you show me the talisman on your palm?
The woman in the red dress said lightly. Her eyes fell on Ling Xiao, and then moved to Ling Zhao's palm as if she sensed something. Ling Xiao was slightly stunned, but still gave birth to a palm. In the palm of his hand, there is an extremely mysterious talisman, intertwined with lines of laws,
outlining the principles of heaven and earth. There is a faint mysterious fairy light emerging, exuding a heart-stopping aura. Eternal and immortal killing light. Ling Xiao obtained the innate magical power from the true immortal scroll. After waiting for countless years, I didn't expect that someone would finally get this immortal killing talisman. Hey, it actually merged with your immortal vein and turned into your innate magical power? Could it be God's will?
The woman in the red dress saw the talisman in Ling Xiao's palm, her eyes full of longing. She stepped forward, stretched out her slender hand, and touched the talisman in Ling Xiao's palm, her voice trembling slightly. However, she seemed to have discovered something, with a look of surprise and joy in her eyes.
Ahem. Senior, do you recognize this talisman?
I call it the eternal immortal killing tribulation light, but I don't know its origin.
Please explain it to me.
Ling Xiao's eyes showed a hint of embarrassment and helplessness, and he coughed lightly. Being touched by a stunning fairy who had lived for who knows how many years, I felt extremely weird no matter how I looked at it. He found an excuse and stretched out his palm.
Eternal immortal killing light? What a good name.
Don't call me senior, call me senior sister. The woman in the red dress retracted her palm, her eyes fell on Ling Xiao, and she showed a smile.
Sister?
Ling Xiao was slightly startled.
That's right.
You have received my father's inheritance, so you should call me senior sister. This talisman has existed for countless years. I originally thought that no one would get it, but I didn't expect that I would meet you. The woman in the red dress sighed softly and said with a somewhat complicated expression.
Your father? Senior sister, was that immortal scroll left by your father? Ling Xiao asked.
That's right. If you want to know the origin of the true immortal scroll, I will tell you slowly. Sit down first and try the enlightenment tea brewed by my senior sister. When the woman in the red dress heard the word senior sister, her eyes softened a lot, and she invited Ling Xiao to sit down. On the coffee table, a pot of fairy tea is surrounded by bright fairy light, the Taoist rhymes are intertwined and rising, and the mist is thick, making it look very extraordinary. She poured a cup of tea for Ling Xiao with her own hands.
The legendary enlightenment tea?
Ling Xiao's heart moved. This enlightenment tea is extremely precious and comes from the innate spiritual root of the enlightenment tea tree. Even for the emperor to understand the Great Road, it has considerable benefits. He didn't expect that the woman in the red dress actually had enlightenment tea. Immediately, Ling Xiao did not hesitate and drank it all in one gulp. Boom! A cup of enlightenment tea enters the stomach, the mouth is full of saliva, the fragrance fills the nose, like a warm current, flowing through the limbs and bones, and then majestic energy rises, like a big wave, constantly nourishing the body. At the same time, a mysterious Taoist rhyme intertwined and enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body. He seemed to have fallen into the realm of Taoism, and his whole body erupted with bright rays of light. The woman in the red dress took her time, drinking tea and waiting. After a long time, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, a bright divine light bloomed, his whole aura became ethereal, and his cultivation improved even more. Good tea. He couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't suppressed his cultivation and just understood the laws of heaven and earth and nourished his soul, this cup of enlightenment tea might have allowed his cultivation to reach the peak of life and death. Truly a supreme treasure. Senior sister, now that you have drank the tea, you should be able to tell me about the true immortal scroll, right? Ling Xiao smiled slightly.
Chapter 89. Do you know about the Tiandao Merchant Alliance?
The woman in the red dress did not answer Ling Xiao directly, but asked softly.
Tiandao Merchant Alliance?
Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and he said slowly, the Tiandao Merchant Alliance is said to be an extremely mysterious immortal force. It is spread across 3,000 domains and has countless wealth. In each domain, there are businesses opened by the Tiandao Merchant Alliance. Building an auction house. Both Donglin Daoyu and Xihua Daoyu have branches of the Tiandao Merchant Alliance. Regarding the Tiandao Merchant Alliance, Ling Xiao's impression was that it was extremely rich and extremely powerful. How powerful is this force that can spread its footprints across 3,000 realms? How much wealth does he have? Moreover, the Tiandao Merchant Alliance is said to be related to the ancient heavenly court, and there is more than one immortal. Even those powerful immortal courts are very polite to the Tiandao Merchant Alliance. The true immortal scroll was left behind by my father, and my father is one of the immortal lords of the Tiandao Merchant Alliance, the woman in the red dress said slowly. Her voice was a little low and full of longing. From the mouth of the woman in red dress, Ling Xiao learned about the true immortal scroll.
There are great elders stationed at the branches of the Tiandao Merchant Alliance in each domain.
They are extremely powerful and unfathomable, at least they are at the level of the Great Saint realm. As for the Tiandao Merchant Alliance, from the leader down, the most powerful ones are the 12 Immortals. The Immortal Council composed of the 12 Immortals can decide countless major events of the Tiandao Merchant Alliance, and has the power of life and death when the alliance leader is absent.
The father of the woman in the red dress is the leader of the Tiandao Merchant Alliance and the most loyal subordinate. 12 Immortals? These are at least 12 Immortals. The Tiandao Merchant Alliance is really terrifying.
Ling Xiao was also a little shocked. Just a glance made him see how powerful the Tiandao Merchant Alliance was.
Immortal Lord is not a realm, it is just a title of honor. But to be called Immortal Lord, he must be an immortal.
The leader of the Tiandao Merchant Alliance was also a supremely powerful man with stunning talents. He once dominated an era with great splendor and brilliance, but later due to some unknown reason, he fell. What's even more frightening is that there are traitors among the 12 immortal lords of the Tiandao Merchant Alliance. My father escaped from the central immortal territory with a thing left by me and the alliance leader, and finally we arrived in the restricted area of the deserted tomb and lived in seclusion in the ancient city of the desert.
You must have guessed it. The true immortal scroll was left by my father. As for the talisman in your hand, it was not created by my father, but was left by the leader of the Tiandao Merchant Alliance. With that talisman, you have the qualifications to inherit the position of leader of the Tiandao Merchant Alliance. But you have to be careful, that talisman must not be seen by anyone, especially people from the Tiandao Merchant Alliance, otherwise life is in danger. Because the people from the Tiandao Merchant Alliance are also looking for that talisman. The woman in the red dress did not hide anything from Ling Xiao, but told the story of the true fairy scroll. According to what she said, her father, the immortal lord from the Tiandao Merchant Alliance, sealed him in the immortal source in order to protect her safety. But what she didn't expect was that when she woke up countless years later, her father had disappeared, and only the true immortal scroll remained here. I see.
Ling Xiao knew it in his heart. No wonder he could only obtain the handed-down holy method, the ultimate emperor's technique and the supreme immortal technique by studying the true immortal scroll.
I'm afraid that this is all done by the immortal lord to deceive others.
After all, the true immortal scroll is so famous, I'm afraid people from the Tiandao Merchant Alliance also came to check it out, but found nothing.
But the immortal lord hid the talisman in the true immortal scroll.
Only those who can truly understand the secret of the true immortal scroll can obtain that talisman. I also wanted to try to get that talisman, but the talisman has a spirit and is a token left by the alliance leader.
It has no chance with me. You are the real owner of the talisman, and after you have completely refined the talisman, you can also get my father's inheritance. Maybe you can also understand the secret of the talisman. The leader of the Tiandao Merchant Alliance once said that he would accept me as his disciple, so you get the talisman and call me the world, you will not suffer any loss. The woman in the red dress sighed softly. Ling Xiao also knew the name of the woman in the red dress. Feng Yinxue. A very nice name. So that's it.
Now, this talisman is integrated with my immortal vein and has become my innate magical power.
However, this talisman is very mysterious. With my current cultivation level, I still can't completely refine it.
Ling Xiao nodded. He did not expect that the origin of this talisman would be so terrifying. Obtaining this talisman is equivalent to obtaining a token from the leader of the Tiandao Merchant Alliance.
Is there a chance to inherit the Tiandao Merchant Alliance? No wonder Feng Yinxue wouldn't let him reveal it. This talisman was a treasure that could make even a true immortal extremely excited. It doesn't matter. As long as the talisman is in your hands, the leader of the Tiandao Merchant Alliance will always be vacant. I waited until I found the owner of the talisman and completed my mission. I will go back to the Tiandao Merchant Alliance in a few days. Let's see if we can find any news about my father. Feng Yinxue said softly, with deep longing and worry in her eyes. Although she didn't say it explicitly, Ling Xiao knew it in his heart. After so many years, the immortal lord has not stayed in Feixian Tower. I am afraid that the situation is already in danger. As for you, junior brother Ling Xiao, keep the secret of the talisman well, don't let others know, and then just practice hard. When I confirm some things about the Tiandao Merchant Alliance, I will naturally inform you. I hope you can really do it by then.
Ascend to the throne of Alliance Leader. Feng Yinxue looked at Ling Xiaodao, her eyes full of expectation.
Senior sister, if it is true that there is a traitor among the 12 immortals as you said, will you be in danger if you go back like this?
Ling Xiao asked. If I don't go back, some things won't be certain.
I have to go back.
But I will stay in Daihuan Ancient City for a few more days, probably after the Babel Tower is opened. During this time, you can stay in Feixian Tower for the time being.
Feng Yinxue shook her head and said, very insistent.
Good. Ling Xiao saw Feng Yinxue being so persistent and stopped trying to persuade him. Next, Ling Xiao temporarily stayed in Feixian Tower.
Moreover, it is as a young master. In Feixian Tower, there are many strong men with unfathomable auras. They are considered an extremely powerful force in the ancient city of Dahuang.
They all respect Ling Xiao very much.
There are countless rare treasures in Feixian Tower, and the various delicacies made from them are a feast for Shi Xinjue and Panguchen. Young master is so awesome.
He destroyed the true immortal picture scroll and actually became the young master of Feixian Tower. I heard that the owner of Feixian Tower is a woman.
Could it be that she has a crush on our young master?
Lionheart Ju grabbed a roasted and shiny lamb leg of the wild beast and ate it happily, his eyes full of curiosity. I think it's possible. Those saintly maidens who were on the Feixian Tower didn't look at our young master in the right way. Our young master is handsome and suave, and naturally has countless fairies admiring him.
Panguchen nodded in agreement while pouring all the food from a huge food cauldron into his big mouth.
Dozens of huge food cauldrons were placed in front of him, and he ate all the food in them.
The Pangoprotoss are extremely large, and their natural appetite is extremely astonishing. Even the 9-headed golden lion was far behind Panguchen.
I can't even keep your mouth shut when I eat. How can I be the one you talk about, young master?
Ji Feishuan glared at the two of them. Shi Xianju and Panguchen laughed, stopped, and then continued to eat happily.
Dugyuju, who didn't eat anything, sat down cross-legged at the entrance of the palace with his sword in hand, his eyes slightly closed, and a sharp sword energy loomed around him, loyally protecting Ling Xiao. For some reason, Ji Feishuan felt slightly uncomfortable when she heard Shi Xinjue say that the owner of Feixian Tower was a woman.
What are you thinking about? How could the young master fall in love with you?
Being able to be by the young master's side and serve as the young master's maid is already a great blessing.
Ji Feishuan shook her head, suppressed those messy thoughts, and thought to herself.
Behind him, in the ancient palace, Ling Xiao was in retreat. After understanding the ancient talisman in his palm, Ling Xiao stopped.
With his current cultivation level, even if Supreme Zongtong can see into the heavens, he still cannot penetrate the secrets in the talisman.
Ling Xiao is not in a hurry.
After his cultivation level improves, he will naturally understand the talisman one day.
However, the eternal immortal killing tribulation light is a great weapon and can be used as his trump card.
I wonder what kind of treasures this fragment of heaven can help me fish out. A piece of heart-protecting mirror appeared in Ling Xiao's palm. It was the piece of heart-protecting mirror on top of the Dragon Emperor's 9 dragons' holy armor.
In the heart-protecting mirror, a crystal-clear jade piece bloomed with dazzling brilliance. It looked mysterious and extraordinary.
Ding!
I found a piece of Heaven's Tao fragment, Delise, which can be exchanged for fishing in the heavens without distinction.
Do you want to start fishing? The system voice sounded. Start fishing. Ling Xiao nodded without any hesitation.
Buzz! The fragments of heavenly Tao turned into a bright light, which instantly merged into the sea of consciousness between Ling Xiao's eyebrows, and was absorbed by the sky fishing rod. The fishing pole shined brightly, blooming into 9 colors of divine glow, swirling with chaotic light, instantly penetrating through time and space, and falling towards the vast and boundless world of the heavens. In an instant, chaotic light exploded, and the heavens shook. A dazzling ball of light was fished out by a fishing pole and appeared in the sea of consciousness between Ling Xiao's eyebrows. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Emperor-level treasure and incarnation of the true monarch Qingyuan Miaodo. The system voice sounded. Ling Xiao saw that an ancient and mysterious prehistoric world seemed to emerge from the bright light. The endless fairy light was dazzling, and there was a majestic figure holding a 3-pointed 2-edged sword and a vertical eye between his eyebrows, flying in the air, like a god of war, with a terrifying aura.
Qingyuan Miao Dao Jinjuan? Is it Erlang Xinyang Jian?
Ling Xiao was shocked, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The heavenly war god of the prehistoric world, the Erlang god Yang Jian, who once cut down a mountain to save his mother and was later named the true monarch of Miao Dao and Qingyuan. Ling Xiao never expected that he would draw a wisp of Erlang Shen's incarnation. Chapter 90 Erlang Shen Yang Jian is the character that Ling Xiao is most familiar with. He is the sister of the Jade Emperor, the son of Yao Ji, who descended to the earth, and the mortal Yang Tianyu. Later, he became a disciple of the real person Jade Ding, one of the 12 golden immortals. He helped Zhou defeat Zhou, became a saint in body, and had extraordinary strength. He is the god of war in heaven, with unparalleled fighting power. He has 3 eyes, can see through the illusions of the world, discern everything, and is extremely powerful. Ling Xiao didn't expect that he would be able to fish out a ray of incarnation of Erlang God Yang Jian. How powerful can the system, the incarnation of true monarch Qing Yuan Nyodo, be able to exert? Ling Xiao asked quickly. Answer the host, a ray of incarnation of true Lord Qing Yuan Nyodo can explode the power of the peak of the true immortals in this world. After the host is fused, the specific arrival in the world will be determined according to the host's talent, cultivation, and physique. The system replied. The peak of true immortality? Ling Xiao's whole body was shaken, and his eyes were filled with a look of great anticipation. The Erlang God Yang Jian has extraordinary strength. In the original myths and legends, he may have already proven the existence of Daluo Jingxian. If his true form comes to this world, he will definitely be an invincible existence. A single ray of incarnation can bring out the peak strength of a true immortal, which is already extremely terrifying. System, the fragments of heaven are fishing for the heavens. Are all those fishing the incarnations of the most powerful? Ling Xiao asked. The fragments of heavenly Tao he had previously obtained from Yang Junfan had fished out a ray of incarnation of Emperor Sanxing, and now the fragments of heavenly Tao he had obtained from the Dragon Emperor had fished out a ray of incarnation of Erlang God Yang Jian. I'm afraid this is not as simple as a coincidence. The heavenly Tao fragments contain the origin of heavenly Tao in this world, and can have a great chance of capturing the most powerful person's Taoist body. If the heavenly Tao fragments are powerful enough, it is also possible to catch a truly powerful person or a powerful creature. The system replied. I see. Ling Xiao understood in his heart. It seemed that this piece of heavenly Tao was more precious than he imagined. This incarnation of Erlangshan can explode with strength comparable to the peak of a true immortal, so it can be used as his trump card. Ling Xiao put it away. This eternal immortal killing tribulation light is the result of the fusion of the talisman and my true dragon immortal veins. As my cultivation improves, the power it emits becomes stronger, which is just right for me to understand it carefully. Ling Xiao thought secretly in his heart. There are still a few days until the Tower of Babel opens. Therefore, he planned to stay in seclusion here for a period of time, while practicing the Sutra of Common Life, and at the same time comprehending the eternal and immortal killing immortal tribulation light. At the same time, his cultivation level has been upgraded to the realm of life and death, and he has condensed the soul. The visualization diagram of chaos gods and demons obtained from the original Heavenly Path tablet can also be visualized. Ling Xiao's physical body has broken through the extreme realm. He was not in a hurry to light the divine fire immediately and save his life. He wants to cultivate the power of the law and the soul to perfection, and even break through the extreme state, and then use the invincible resources of perfection to ignite the divine fire and survive the calamity of life. The 8 realms of rebirth are the foundation. Only by building the supreme foundation can we go further. Are you sure it's that bitch Ji Feishuan? Dahuang Ancient City, in a magnificent palace. On the huge throne above, there was a young man wearing a long robe with a feminine face, holding 2 charming women in his arms. At this moment, there was a hint of coldness in his narrow eyes. Reporting to His Highness the 9th Prince, based on the information from that mysterious person, I personally went to Feishan Tower to check, and it turned out to be Ji Feishuan. Below, a young prodigy respectfully reported. The feminine young man at the top is none other than Han Yuan, the 9th Prince of the Immortal Court of North Korea. Although Han Yuanyu is the 9th Prince, in the eyes of people in the North Korean Immortal Court, he is extremely talented, far superior to other princes, and is the most qualified candidate to compete with the prince for the throne. Very good. That Ling Xiao dared to accept my woman as a follower. This is a slap in my face. Do you really think I don't dare to kill him? Han Yuanyu sneered. His whole body exuded a chilly aura, which was as cold as bones, as if it could freeze a person's soul, and contained a monstrous evil aura. Even the few followers below could not help but tremble at this moment, and their faces turned slightly pale. His Royal Highness the 9th Prince, Ling Xiao is a forbidden body, and his strength is extremely terrifying. Even the Dragon Emperor's son was suppressed by him. The follower below smiled bitterly. In today's great wilderness ancient city, Ling Xiao's reputation is extremely high, and many people even believe that Ling Xiao is the first genius of the human race, unmatched by anyone. This time the Tower of Babel opens, Ling Xiao will definitely come out on top. So what about the forbidden body? If he offends me, he still has to die. The Babel Tower will open in a few days. Outside the Babel Tower, I can't kill him, but if I enter the Babel Tower, I can't say that. Right. Han Yuanyu sneered, his eyes extremely cold. In the North Korean immortal court, he developed a self-centered and domineering temperament, and even the prince did not take him seriously. Now, when he heard that Ling Xiao actually accepted his woman as a follower, he immediately felt murderous intention. Ji Feishuan, he has coveted her for a long time. If it weren't for the secret help of the prince's people, he would have succeeded long ago. What's more, he vaguely realized that Ji Feishuan might have a big secret, and now she is following Ling Xiao. In order to get Ji Feishuan, the only choice is to kill Ling Xiao. Dahuang Ancient City, City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord of Dahuang Ancient City is a great sage with unfathomable strength. He is a strong man of the powerful Bull Demon clan. He is the firstborn with 2 horns, tall, and his blood is as vast as the sea. He is standing respectfully in front of a hall. In front of him, there was a handsome young man wearing a purple robe, with unparalleled arrogance and incomparable cold eyes. Purple energy rises all over the body, as if an ancient unicorn has been resurrected, with an ancient and mysterious aura. It is the genius of Qilin Valley, Gu Lin. Your Highness, have you not come out of seclusion yet? The city lord of Dahuang Ancient City asked cautiously. When the Tower of Babel opens, my brother will be out of seclusion. But how did you become the city lord? The territory of my ancient royal family was allowed to be arrogant and domineering by Ling Xiao? Gu Lin glanced at him and scolded. His Royal Highness Gu Lin, there are 2 immortal forces standing behind Ling Xiao, and now even the one from Feixian Tower wants to protect him. I have more than enough ambition, but not enough power. The city lord of Dahuang Ancient City smiled bitterly. Although their powerful Bull Demon clan also belongs to the ancient royal clan, they are incomparable to the immortal forces like Qilin Valley. At best, they are slightly stronger than the Qingjiao royal clan. Although he knew what was happening in the ancient city of Dahuang, how could he dare to interfere? That dragon emperor's son is also a waste. He was suppressed by Ling Xiao so easily. It really embarrasses Jin Longling. However, when my eldest brother comes out of seclusion, it will be easy to suppress Ling Xiao. Gu Lin sneered. Ling Xiao was in the limelight in the ancient city of Dahuang, and he was very unhappy. However, although Ling Xiao easily suppressed the dragon emperor's son, he was still full of confidence in his eldest brother, the Qilin Prince of Qilin Valley. No one knows the power of Prince Qilin better than him. Prince Qilin can be said to be the top genius of the ancient royal family, tied with the immortal Phoenix Princess and the immortal Phoenix Nest. Because they all have true immortal blood. Compared with them, Long Dizzy was still far behind. Not to mention, Gu Lin knew that Prince Qilin was practicing a supreme secret technique. Once he succeeded in practicing it, it would be earth-shattering. Even the true gods and gods could be killed easily. In the Babel Tower, Prince Qilin is absolutely invincible. Of course I believe in His Highness the Crown Prince. The Tower of Babel will be opened in a few days, but the Lord asked me to bring a message to His Highness the Crown Prince. If possible, try to capture Ling Xiao alive. The city lord of the great wilderness ancient city pointed to the sky with a fearful expression, and then said seriously. That adult? Okay. I understand. After hearing the words of the city lord of the great wilderness ancient city, the rebellious Gu Lin also put away his proud look and nodded seriously. Of course he knew who that was. Lord of the Forbidden Zone. The true master of the desolate tomb, the one who stands proudly above the 9 heavens and is immortal. However, it is probably not that difficult to capture Ling Xiao alive. Gu Lin guessed in his heart that that adult was also after Ling Xiao's forbidden body. A few days later. Boom! In the ancient city of Daihuang, an ancient and vast aura gushed out, as if the heaven and earth were opened in an instant, alarming countless people in an instant. Above the sky of the great wilderness ancient city, the void seemed to be torn apart, chaotic light burst out from it, immeasurable fairy light bloomed, and blazing thunder intertwined. An ancient stone tower appeared in the sky above the ancient city of Dahuang. The stone tower looks extremely simple, but it feels like an immortal mountain of chaos, exuding wild and ancient aura fluctuations. In the endless chaotic light, various mysterious and unpredictable scenes emerged. There are ancient ancestors who fought against the sky and the earth, struggling to survive. Countless human ancestors sang unyieldingly, paving the way for those who came after. There are countless ancient gods, demons, and ferocious beasts standing on the earth, causing chaos in the sky and the earth. Countless human warriors conquered all directions, shed their blood, and finally fell to the earth, but their unyielding will seem to be able to tear the sky apart. Those brands and those sights seem to have inspired the marks deep in the blood of countless human monks, making their eyes widen, their blood boiling, and their bodies shaking. That's
the Tower of Babel, the holy tower of the human race?
Someone exclaimed, his voice trembling.
The human race's holy tower, the Tower of Babel.
At this moment, completeness appeared.
Countless human geniuses are excited. Chapter 91. The Tower of Babel is open.
It seems to be a mark originating from the blood, making the blood of countless human geniuses boil, their whole bodies shaking, and their eyes full of excitement and excitement.
This is the human race holy tower.
Once upon a time, the human race came from the weakest race, constantly conquering the world, fighting countless ferocious beasts, gods and demons, and paying countless blood and lives.
In the end, from weak to strong. In fact, today's human race has a faint tendency to become the masters of the fairyland.
Even though the ancient royal family still clings to their former pride, even though the demon clan is still arrogant and domineering, and even though the restricted areas are still rich in knowledge, it is undeniable that when facing the human race, they will never fight for their lives like before.
Because the human race has an emperor.
The human race has great emperors and immortals, and there is even a supreme immortal emperor who is invincible across the immortal realm, spans billions of time and space, and is immortal. In this life, the human race has become extremely glorious and brilliant. The Tower of Babel can be said to record the unbearable years in history of the human race. It is revered as the holy tower of the human race and has a special meaning for the human race.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
In an instant, countless human race geniuses in the ancient city of Daihuan jumped up and flew towards the Tower of Babel. At the same time, young geniuses from the ancient royal family, the demon family, and other powerful families also jumped up and prepared to enter the Tower of Babel for training.
Rumble!
The Tower of Babel exudes an ancient and majestic momentum, blooming with dazzling fairy light. Under the Tower of Babel, the blazing fairy light burst out, and a huge golden lotus appeared. The golden lotus slowly bloomed, and the 3,000 petals were crystal clear, interweaving with the mysterious laws of the avenue, as if containing the vast and boundless laws of the avenue.
At the same time, the divine sound of the great Tao vibrated, the Tao rhyme intertwined, and a series of divine chains of order fell from the Tongtian Tower.
Another terrifying figure emerged, and it was terrifying. The lotus of the great Tao emerged, the divine sound of the great Tao vibrated, and the Tongtian Tower seemed to be the holy tower of the human race. It has been opened countless times in the past, but it has never been as grand and strange as today. In the void, a powerful elder of the ancient royal family sighed softly. Since the Tongtian Tower fell into the hands of the owner of the restricted area in the desolate mausoleum, it has become the possession of the ancient royal family. For countless young human prodigies, they saw the holy tower of the human race for the first time, but for the ancient royal family, the Tongtian Tower has been opened dozens of times. The owner of the restricted area in the desolate mausoleum was terrifyingly powerful. With his heaven-defying cultivation, he forcibly opened the Tongtian Tower dozens of times. Countless prodigies of the ancient royal family entered the Tongtian Tower for trial, and their cultivation has greatly improved. If they had not been unable to find the path to immortality, how could they be so kind as to allow the human genius to enter it? The human race's holy tower? Humph, it's just the self-proclaimed tower of the human race.
This Tongtian Tower has long been a treasure of my Taigu royal family.
I think the reason why the great Tao Lotus appeared is because this life is extremely brilliant, and countless Tianjiao competed for it, showing an invincible posture against the sky. An elder of the Taigu royal family, with extremely cold eyes, sneered.
Yes, I think so.
The Qilin Prince of Qilin Valley has extraordinary talent and immortal blood.
Maybe it's because of him. Gulin is not bad either, his blood is almost atavistic, no worse than the Dragon Emperor's son. The Dragon Emperor's son has unparalleled talent. As the descendant of my true Dragon Ridge, he is destined to dominate the world. Many Taigu royal family elders stood in the void, looking at the ancient and mysterious Tongtian Tower in the distance, talking about it. Have you forgotten the forbidden body?
But someone suddenly said something, and they all fell silent. The forbidden body, the innate holy body in the Tao fetus.
Ling Xiao.
This name made them all silent at the same time, and their faces were full of fear, unwillingness, and coldness. Ling Xiao was too strong, so strong that when they thought of this name, they felt as if there were millions of divine mountains pressing down on their heads.
It made them a little breathless.
The son of the Dragon Emperor was suppressed by Ling Xiao, and was even forced to pick up the armor fragments with his own hands and offer them with both hands.
What a humiliation!
Although Gu Lin was strong, it was said that he was almost beaten to pieces by Ling Xiao at the Ling family's Son of God ceremony.
Who can compete with Ling Xiao?
Perhaps, the Kirin prince with immortal blood has a chance to compete with Ling Xiao, but they dare not be sure.
Ling Xiao put too much pressure on them.
In front of the Tongtian Tower, many young geniuses from the ancient royal family, the demon race and the human race have gathered here. Among them, at least they have the cultivation of the heavenly palace realm and the life and death realm, and many of them have even ignited the divine fire and passed a life calamity. The Tongtian Tower has a total of 33 levels, corresponding to the 33 heavenly worlds.
Only cultivators under the age of 100 can enter it.
This is also the holy tower of the human race, a trial place specially prepared for the young geniuses of the human race, so there is only an age limit. And the 33 heavenly worlds in the Tongtian Tower, each world is very mysterious, whether it is the laws of nature, or fierce beasts and demons, or traps and restricted areas, which are very difficult. Those who can pass all the tests and finally enter the 33 heavens are all peerless geniuses. Many of the ancient royal family's geniuses have been able to pass all the tests and enter the 33rd heaven world in the past, but they have never found any traces of the road to immortality.
Boom!
The sky was shaking violently, the vast purple air was crisscrossing the void, the brilliant fairy light was diffused, the law was rising, and a mysterious figure appeared in the sky in an instant. It was a young man wearing purple and gold armor, with a heroic figure. His whole body was full of blood and energy. Behind him, there seemed to be a purple qilin, tearing the sky and splitting the earth, with a terrifying aura. As soon as he appeared in the void, the terrifying momentum covered the sky and the sun in an instant, suppressing everyone's eyes, and it was dazzling to the extreme. Even the many young geniuses behind him were eclipsed at this moment.
Is Prince Qilin?
Someone exclaimed, with a look of great awe in his eyes. The most mysterious Prince Qilin has appeared. Prince Qilin is the descendant of Qilin Valley. It is rumored that he has immortal blood and extraordinary talent. He has also cultivated the supreme Qilin treasure technique and various magical powers of Qilin Valley. He used the Ziwei heavenly fire, which ranked fourth in the heavens, to ignite the divine fire, survived a life-threatening catastrophe, and broke through to the realm of the gods.
His strength was extremely strong.
It was rumored that he once killed a powerful true god thousands of miles away with one blow, shocking the world. Prince Qilin was the leader of the younger generation of the ancient royal family, and was even stronger than the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor, who had originally been extremely silent, became somewhat uncertain and full of deep fear after seeing the appearance of Prince Qilin. Outsiders did not know that he had fought with Prince Qilin before, but was defeated by Prince Qilin in just 3 moves.
Maybe he can compete with Ling Xiao.
The Dragon Emperor's heart moved, and his eyes were slightly bright. This might be his best chance for revenge.
Prince Qilin has arrived, so where is Ling Xiao? He is so arrogant, doesn't he want to enter the Tower of Babel?
Someone sneered, and the voice was very harsh. That was a prodigy of the ancient royal family, who worshipped and admired Prince Qilin so much. Seeing that Ling Xiao had not appeared yet, he immediately began to mock him.
The opening time of the Tower of Babel is very short.
Ling Xiao has not arrived yet.
Isn't he afraid of making things worse? Is he provoking Prince Qilin? So what if he has a forbidden body? In my opinion, Prince Qilin is the most powerful.
Suddenly, many young prodigies of the ancient royal family began to echo him.
Ling Xiao has not come out of retreat yet. Will he miss the Tower of Babel this time?
Among the human race, Gu Tianming was also a little anxious. He had made perfect arrangements and was about to enter the Tower of Babel with Ling Xiao, and then find an opportunity to get the greatest opportunity in the Tower of Babel, but he didn't expect that Ling Xiao had not appeared yet. Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan were key figures in the Tower of Babel trial. If they were not there, all Gu Tianming's plans would be in vain.
Boom!
At this moment, the Tower of Babel burst into a blazing and dazzling brilliance, with ethereal fairy light and lingering Taoist sounds.
2 ancient and mysterious doors suddenly opened.
Chaotic light flowed out from it, and it was vaguely seen that it seemed to lead to a mysterious and unknown world.
Kill! Fight! 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 I am a human cultivator, why should I be afraid of fighting?
In the Tower of Babel, there were bursts of killing sounds, a surging evil spirit, and a powerful and unparalleled fighting spirit. You can vaguely see that there are shadows emerging. There are dozens of human race strongmen with terrifying auras, some wearing animal skins, some with high crowns and wide belts, some with surging swords, and some with their backs to the common people. They were fighting against countless ferocious beasts, fighting against those innate gods and demons who were blessed by nature, covered in blood, but never retreated a step. These are the scenes of the battles of our human ancestors, imprinted in the Tower of Babel. Let the younger generation of disciples remember. An old man of the human race trembled all over, his voice was trembling, and his eyes were extremely red.
Many human geniuses also looked solemn.
Although they all knew that those scenes were just some imprints, at this moment it seemed as if they had traveled through endless time and space and brought them to that ancient time. The current prosperity of the human race is the result of countless human ancestors overcoming difficulties and fighting blood.
The younger generation should remember it. A human genius said loudly with an extremely solemn expression.
Then, he bowed deeply to the figures of the human ancestors. As if they were infected, all the human race's geniuses, many elders and clan elders were silent at this moment, and bowed at the same time.
Boom!
As if sensing the breath of many human races, the Tongtian Tower actually trembled violently at this moment, and burst into dazzling light.
An invisible force spread.
That is the luck of the human race, and also the spirit of the human race.
Many young geniuses of the ancient royal family couldn't help but change their faces. This has never happened before. Is this human race holy tower so evil? What human race holy tower? This is obviously the treasure of my ancient royal family, the Tongtian Tower. A group of old things who have been dead for many years dare to deceive people here?
At this moment, a cold and harsh voice sounded.
Next to Prince Qilin, Gu Lin took a step forward.
His eyes were indifferent, his posture was extremely arrogant, full of contempt, and then a blazing light burst out from his palm.
Roar!
A purple Qilin rushed out from his palm in an instant, and its body suddenly swelled up, as terrifying as a mountain, and it let out an ancient and vast roar. The next moment, the purple Qilin opened its mouth and swallowed suddenly.
Boom!
In front of the Babel Tower, the phantoms of the human ancestors were just the marks on the Babel Tower, activated by a ray of energy, and had no combat power. Please for flowers. The purple Qilin was transformed by Gu Lin using the Qilin treasure technique, and at this moment, it directly swallowed all the phantoms of the human ancestors into its belly. In front of the Babel Tower, all the light was swept away like a whirlwind, and all the scenes disappeared.
Many human cultivators were stunned. Then, they were angry.
The marks of the human ancestors who conquered fierce beasts and slayed gods and demons are in the blood of countless human beings, and they are worth remembering forever. Although those are just phantoms, just marks, not real, they were directly wiped out by Gu Lin at this moment, which directly angered all the human cultivators. This is humiliating the human race and humiliating the ancestors of the human race.
How can we tolerate it? You dare to humiliate my human ancestors? Damn it!
A human race prodigy could not help it and stood up directly. His eyes were full of anger and he pointed at Gu Lin and shouted.
Looking for death.
Gu Lin's eyes flashed with murderous intent.
Boom!
In his palm, a purple gold war spear emerged, bursting with dazzling divine power, and flew across the sky in an instant. The human race prodigy's face changed, and he quickly used his magical power to resist, but he was originally one realm lower than Gu Lin, and Gu Lin was attacking by surprise. Caught off guard, he was directly pierced through the chest by the purple gold war spear. Puff! Blood light filled the air, and the human race prodigy flew out and was nailed to a mountain in the distance. His body cracked, blood spurted out of his mouth, and he was severely injured in an instant.
Ancient royal family, do you think there is no one in my human race?
A cold voice sounded. The bright fairy light was ethereal, as if there was a cold moonlight falling, and a figure of unparalleled elegance stepped out like a fairy from the moon palace. She pointed her slender jade finger in the air, and the blazing beam of light penetrated the void and instantly blocked Gu Lin, who wanted to continue to attack, and shocked him back.
Zero Qin Bingyao? You dare to stop me?
Gu Lin's face changed, and he snorted coldly. The figure opposite was like a fairy from the moon palace, with a peerless appearance and coldness. She was the goddess of the Changxing Qin family.
Qin Bingyao.
The human race cannot be insulted, and the ancestors of the human race cannot be insulted even more. Qin Bingyao's eyes were extremely cold, staring at Gu Lin. The blazing beams of light rose around her, and it seemed that a bright full moon rose behind her.
The cold murderous intent actually locked Gu Lin in front of her in an instant.
Gu Lin's face changed slightly, revealing a trace of fear.
This Qin family goddess gave him a very dangerous feeling.
As expected of the Qin family goddess who possessed the Taiyin saint body, although they were both in the realm of life and death, even Gu Lin's cultivation was slightly higher than Qin Bingyao's. But Gu Lin still felt a sense of crisis.
Miss Qin, they are exchanging their cultivation, so you and I don't need to intervene, right? A calm and indifferent voice sounded.
Prince Qilin stepped out.
Boom!
Purple air rose around him, and endless starlight bloomed, as if he was pushing the sun, moon and stars, and there was a vast momentum of heaven and earth, pressing towards Qin Bingyao. Although there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, the terrifying momentum caused great pressure on Qin Bingyao. The human race cannot be insulted, and those who insult it will die. At this moment, a calm and domineering voice came from a distance. That voice, though seemingly plain, seemed to contain millions of raging waves, and it was like endless thunder roaring and exploding in the sky and earth in an instant.
Everyone was shocked and felt their blood boiling. Boom! The sky and earth seemed to light up in an instant.
A figure in white clothes, whiter than snow, came from afar, spotless, ethereal, like a fallen immortal, shining brightly to the extreme.
Is it Ling Xiao, the son of God?
Someone exclaimed, with a look of great surprise in his eyes. That figure came from afar and arrived in front of the Tower of Babel in an instant.
If it wasn't Ling Xiao, who else could it be?
Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely plain, and he swept over Gu Lin, as if he was sweeping over an ant, and then punched him directly. Crack! The fierce fist print burst out endless brilliant chaotic light, like a black python pressing the sky, coming across the sky.
Gu Lin's face changed drastically.
He had never thought that Ling Xiao would attack him as soon as he appeared.
Ling Xiao, you are looking for death.
Gu Lin was furious, his eyes were full of cold murderous intent, and he instantly sacrificed a purple divine sword secret treasure, which burst out with a blazing and dazzling brilliance and rushed towards Ling Xiao.
Boom!
That fist print contained the power of the extremely sublimated flesh, and at the same time blessed the Tianmong immortal vein, and it was fierce and exploded to the extreme. The divine sword secret treasure trembled violently, as if it was made of paper, and then it exploded with a bang. Ling Xiao's punch came with great momentum and hit Gu Lin's body directly. Ling Xiao, show mercy, the face of the Qilin prince changed, and a fiery purple air rose.
Instantly,
an ancient and ferocious Qilin behind him jumped up and pounced on Ling Xiao.
He wanted to save Gu Lin. But, it was too late. Boom!
Gu Lin exploded directly in the void. The blood mist was everywhere, and even Gu Lin's soul could not escape. It was swept by an eternal and indestructible light of the immortal killing tribulation and turned into powder in an instant. Gu Lin, a Tianjiu of Qilin Valley and the younger brother of Qilin Prince, was killed by Ling Xiao with one punch. Corpse.
Chapter 92 Boom!
The purple Qilin was extremely majestic and lifelike, just like the resurrection of the ancient Qilin, exuding a tremendous divine power. It was extremely fast and arrived in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. Ling Xiao's eyes were indifferent and he just punched out. The purple Qilin exploded instantly, creating a dazzling purple rain of light, shaking the void and trembling the sky. And in that purple rain of light, the face of Prince Qilin, full of murderous intent, was reflected.
Gu Lin is dead.
Prince Qilin didn't even have time to stop Ling Xiao. Gu Lin was blown up by Ling Xiao's punch, his body and soul were all exploded, and no bones were left. That kind of extremely fierce power, wrapped in the supreme power of the heavenly python immortal vein, was like an ancient beast suppressing the 9 heavens, tearing apart all life. Prince Qilin was shocked and angry.
Many Tianjiu were also stunned. That was Gu Lin, the younger brother of Prince Qilin. His bloodline was extremely powerful and very close to the Qilin bloodline.
In the next 3 generations, as long as he didn't die, he would definitely be a powerful person who swept the fairyland. Gu Lin had just killed the ancestor mark of the human race before the Tongtian Tower, which made many human Tianjiu extremely angry and wanted to kill Gu Lin immediately.
Not to mention, Gu Lin was even more arrogant and nailed a human Tianjiu to death with the purple gold war spear, Yen Taotian.
But even Qin Bingyao couldn't say that she could kill Gu Lin so easily. But Gu Lin still died. Ling Xiao was coming like a banished immortal, with a peerless grace and unparalleled in the world, with just one punch. He came across the sky, unstoppable, even under the scolding of Prince Qilin, he still killed Gu Lin with all his strength. How powerful is this? And what kind of great power? Many young geniuses of the human race were all shocked, and their eyes looking at Ling Xiao were full of fanatical admiration. They just felt that their whole bodies were refreshed.
Since entering the great wilderness ancient city, the humiliation and oppression suffered by the ancient royal family, the depressed air in their chests was swept away. Ling Xiao. He is stronger. Even Qin Bingyao, who was as cold as she was shining with excitement after seeing Ling Xiao at this moment, and her heart, which was always calm, was stirred. Back then in the demon ruin's secret realm, although Ling Xiao was powerful, he had not yet shown his invincibility. As the goddess of the Qin family, Qin Bingyao thought that if she could unleash the power of the Taiyin saint body and many magical skills, she might be able to fight Ling Xiao.
But now, Ling Xiao's strength made Qin Bingyao, who was so proud, feel inferior.
Is he Ling Xiao? Han Yuan-su of the North Korean Immortal Court couldn't help but change his face slightly.
He has always been arrogant and domineering, with extraordinary talent and powerful strength. Even the prince of the North Korean Immortal Court was not taken seriously by him. When he heard that Ji Feishuan became Ling Xiao's follower, he was furious and wanted to kill Ling Xiao immediately. But at this moment, the invincible fighting power displayed by Ling Xiao made him feel daunted.
This person cannot be defeated.
But if you dare to steal my woman, I will kill you in the Tower of Babel.
Han Yuan-su thought secretly in his heart.
When he saw the woman with a veil next to Ling Xiao, his eyes suddenly spit fire, and his eyes were full of cold murderous intent. Ji Feishuan, of course, also discovered Han Yuan-su, and her whole body trembled slightly. Thinking of her dead grandfather and those relatives, her beautiful eyes turned red.
Is he Han Yuan-su? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, as if he noticed Ji Feishuan's movements, and his eyes swept towards the direction of North Korea's fairy court.
Yes.
Ji Feishuan gritted her teeth. Don't worry, he won't leave the Babel Tower alive.
Ling Xiao smiled at Ji Feishuan, and his eyes didn't even stay on Han Yuan-su, and moved away directly.
Thank you,
sir. Ji Feishuan's eyes were red, full of gratitude.
As for Gu Tianming,
originally, when Ling Xiao appeared, he smiled and wanted to go up and say hello, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so fierce. He came up and killed Gu Lin with one punch.
It's a mess.
Although Gu Lin died in Ling Xiao's hands in his previous life, it was in the Babel Tower.
Could it be because of me? Gu Tianming smiled bitterly in his heart.
As a human, he was not in a good position to go forward. At this moment, many of the ancient royal family's geniuses were also showing a mixture of shock and anger.
Gu Lin's strength was unparalleled.
They knew better than anyone that Ling Xiao could kill Gu Lin so easily.
If he attacked them, wouldn't it be as easy as crushing an ant?
This made the always proud ancient royal family's geniuses both terrified and unacceptable. When they were swept by Ling Xiao's eyes, they all felt their scalps numb, and their whole bodies were about to explode, and they hurriedly retreated.
Too scary. Ling Xiao in front of them was like the resurrection of the ancient demon god. Ling Xiao, you dare to kill Gu Lin? A bone-chilling voice came out of the mouth of Prince Qilin. Rumble.
The purple divine light around him rose, interweaving with mysterious thunder, and the terrifying blood rose, just like Wang Yang covering the sky and the sun. Prince Qilin had thick and shiny purple hair, which was now flowing with a mysterious purple fairy light. It seemed that there was an extremely terrifying power about to revive. The void trembled, and the world roared. A cold murderous intent locked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao actually killed Gu Lin, his younger brother, in front of him. He didn't even have the chance to stop him. This was simply a great humiliation. His murderous intent was boiling in his heart, and he immediately wanted to use the most powerful means to kill Ling Xiao in front of the Tower of Babel.
It's not a pity to insult my human race. Do you want to avenge him? You can try it. Ling Xiao's eyes were calm and indifferent.
The terrifying murderous intent and momentum of Prince Qilin seemed to not move him at all. Even though Ling Xiao could feel that Prince Qilin was extremely powerful, far superior to the Dragon Emperor, and there seemed to be some extremely terrifying power in his body that wanted to revive.
But he was still not afraid. Boom!
The Dao rhyme around Ling Xiao rose, and a mysterious chaotic light fell down, as if resonating with the great Dao of heaven and earth, with an ethereal and mysterious aura. The aura confrontation between him and Prince Qilin was as real as substance, inspiring a blazing storm of divine light, causing the void to tremble violently. Just that kind of terrifying aura pressure made the people around him tremble all over, feel the blood surging, and couldn't help but retreat in a hurry.
No private fighting in front of the Babel Tower. Those who violate it will be disqualified from entering the Babel Tower. At this moment, an old and indifferent voice sounded in the void. Boom!
On the Babel Tower, a burly old man suddenly appeared, emitting a vast and unfathomable aura fluctuation, like a natural moat, instantly separating Ling Xiao and Prince Qilin from the aura confrontation.
It was the mayor of the great wilderness ancient city.
The cultivation of the great saint realm exploded mightily, as if covering the whole world, capable of tearing apart billions of stars and shattering a starfield. His voice was majestic and mysterious, causing everyone to tremble in their hearts. The lord of the great wilderness ancient city, with the cultivation of the great saint realm, perhaps many of the geniuses of the transcendent forces did not take him seriously. But at this moment, he represented the owner of the desolate mausoleum.
Everyone expressed obedience. Even the Kirin prince restrained his breath,
but still looked at Ling Xiao with indifference and murderous intent and said, "In the Tower of Babel, you will be killed."
"That's right, I thought so too,"
Ling Xiao responded indifferently.
"Humph. Let's go."
Prince Qilin looked at Ling Xiao deeply, then turned around instantly, and with many of his followers, he turned into streams of light and rushed into the Babel Tower.
"Let's go." Ling Xiao glanced at Ji Feishuan, Panga Chen and others, and said lightly.
They also jumped into the Babel Tower. Seeing Ling Xiao and Prince Qilin enter the Babel Tower, the other many Tianjiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then rushed into the Babel Tower. Qin Bingyao, Gu Tianming, Han Yuansu and several other descendants of the immortal forces of the human race took the lead, moved across the sky, and entered the Babel Tower. Dragon Emperor and many other Tianjiao of the ancient royal family seemed to be shocked by Ling Xiao, and became a little more low-key and less arrogant.
Also followed closely behind.
Swoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh! Figures, dazzling, like stars, gathered from all directions and all entered the Tower of Babel.
The Tower of Babel.
There are a total of 33 floors, each of which is a world.
The 33 worlds represent 33 heavens. The first floor is Taiyuan Huangxingtian.
Ling Xiao appeared on the first floor of the Tower of Babel, and all the people around him disappeared, leaving only himself.
What a mysterious Tower of Babel, is it isolated from countless spaces?
In this case, only on the 33rd floor can I see other people. Ling Xiao whispered to himself.
This Tower of Babel is extremely mysterious. Everyone who enters it will undergo their own training. Only on the 33rd floor can many trial participants meet. Boom! Endless flames rose around, as if they could burn everything.
Even with Ling Xiao's strong body, he felt a burning sensation. And in the center of the endless flames, there is a magnificent palace.
Enter that palace and you will reach the second world. Boom!
Ling Xiao punched out, and the vast flames around him surged.
In an instant, a road was automatically opened.
Ling Xiao stepped forward and walked towards the palace. In the Tower of Babel, there are yin and yang, 5 elements, water, fire, wind and thunder, as well as powerful beasts and gods and demons, all of which are transformed by the power of the Tower of Babel. Just like the endless sea of fire on the first floor, it can temper the body and soul, but for Ling Xiao, it is not very useful, so he went directly to the second floor. The second floor, Taiming Yuan Tian.
The endless Wang Yang rose up, wanting to destroy everything.
Ling Xiao still took a step across the sky, annihilating the heavy Wang Yang, and went to the palace in the center. The third floor. The fourth floor. Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast, and it didn't take long for him to reach the 25th floor of the Tower of Babel.
Hao Ting Xiao Du Tian. Roar!
One after another terrifying beast roars tore through the sky, and the murderous aura was overwhelming. In front of Ling Xiao, a group of fierce beasts appeared, including Bian, Pisho, Joyo bird, double-winged flying tiger. All kinds of powerful fierce beasts, all of which were ancient species, and could be called heaven-level fierce beasts. Their strength was terrifying. Although they seemed to be limited to the realm of life and death like Ling Xiao, they were definitely not something that ordinary people could resist.
Boom!
Ling Xiao's fist pressed the void, like the Chaos God Mountain suppressing it, and instantly shattered several powerful fierce beasts into dust. He walked like a dragon and a tiger, with surging blood and chi all over his body. He possessed the physical strength of the extreme realm.
Every punch and palm strike down could kill a large number of fierce beasts. No fierce beast was his enemy.
The fierce beasts that were killed by him had strands of blood essence, which gathered from all directions and merged into Ling Xiao's body. That was the gift of the Tower of Babel, which could enhance and sharpen the strength of the physical body. However, for Ling Xiao, it was better than nothing.
Boom!
Ling Xiao stepped into the magnificent palace in the center, and instantly burst out a blazing and dazzling fairy light, crushing all the beasts around him, and then took a step out.
He entered the 26th floor. Outside the Tower of Babel. The 26th floor?
Hiss, too scary. The elders and strong men of the major immortal forces and ancient clans all had extremely shocked expressions in their eyes. They noticed that the breath of the son of the Ling family was like rushing straight into the 9 heavens. Not long after, he had already reached the 26th floor.
Too scary. Prince Qilin, it seems that he has just reached the 20th floor? The son of the Dragon Emperor is still on the 10th floor. Is the gap so big? An elder of the ancient royal family said with a wry smile.
And the faces of several elders from Qilin Valley and Jinlong Ridge were very ugly.
This is simply a crushing.
The Dragon Emperor was suppressed by Ling Xiao, and everyone still had psychological expectations, but the elders of Qilin Valley believed that the Qilin prince would definitely be able to compete with Ling Xiao.
But now, he was slapped in the face. The gap was too big. It is worthy of being a forbidden body. This kind of talent is simply unprecedented and unique in the ages. This Ling family's son of God may really be able to find the immortal path in the Tontian Tower. Someone said with a burning gaze. Many powerful people from the ancient royal family also had different expressions and showed expectations. The immortal path. That was a good fortune that made all of them excited. However, can the Tontian Tower trial really find the immortal path this time? Chapter 93, the 29th floor. The Supreme Chang Rongtian. Ling Xiao appeared in an ancient forest. All around, there were towering ancient trees that towered into the sky, and a series of illusory dark creatures, exuding a terrifying aura, rushed towards Ling Xiao. Those dark creatures, without flesh and form, were somewhat similar to the inner demons in the legend, forming all kinds of illusions around Ling Xiao. That cold evil spirit seemed to be able to freeze a person's soul. Boom! Ling Xiao's eyebrows bloomed with dazzling brilliance, and behind him, chaos rose, as if an ancient and terrifying chaotic god and demon emerged, obliterating everything and suppressing the heavens. When those dark creatures rushed towards Ling Xiao, they began to melt like ice and snow, unable to get close at all. Ling Xiao walked away leisurely. The 30th floor. The 31st floor. In a blink of an eye, Ling Xiao arrived at the 32nd floor. Ping Yu Jia Etian. This is a vast and boundless starry sky. He stood under the starry sky, watching the big stars in the distance shining brightly, converging into a vast and dazzling galaxy, extremely gorgeous. Boom! Endless chaotic light rose, and a majestic figure appeared under the starry sky. He put his hands behind his back, as if he was pushing the sun, moon and stars, surrounded by endless chaotic light, as if the heaven and earth were wailing and trembling. He had an invincible aura that could push the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Emperor Songxing? Ling Xiao was shocked, and his eyes were full of shock. He was very familiar with the figure in front of him. He once merged with a wisp of the incarnation of Emperor Songxing, allowing Emperor Songxing to descend into this world, sweeping across the world, and successively killed 2 great emperors, the ancestors of the Ling family and the ancestors of Xiantian. Now, he actually met Emperor Songxing in this Tontian Tower? No, this is not the real emperor of the Zhongshang. It is a bit like a brand created by the Tower of Babel. Seeing that the cultivation level is the same as mine, only in the realm of life and death. Could it be? Is this the test of the 32nd floor? Ling Xiao's eyes flickered and he whispered to himself. Boom! 17 At this moment, the Songxing emperor in front of him took action instantly. Endless chaotic light rose, and his palm came across the sky, seeming to cover the starry sky. Endless chaotic light fell down, trying to annihilate everything. Ling Xiao's body suddenly felt cold, and he felt an extremely strong crisis. He did not dare to neglect. The blazing light bloomed all over his body, his energy and blood rose, and he burst out with the ultimate physical power, and rushed towards the Songxing emperor. Click! There was a huge earthquake in the void, the sky and the earth were shattered, and the bright stars were shaking violently. Ling Xiao's whole body was shaken and he stepped back repeatedly. His physical body broke through the extreme realm, and his unparalleled physical body was powerful enough to overwhelm everything. However, he was repulsed for the first time by the great emperor of Songxing. Kill! Ling Xiao's eyes were full of strong fighting spirit, and his whole body was boiling with blood. He suddenly shouted loudly and charged towards the Emperor Songxing. He once fused with a ray of incarnation of Emperor Songxing, allowing Emperor Songxing to come to this world. Naturally, he knows how powerful Emperor Songxing is than anyone else. The kind of invincible fighting power that can be pushed horizontally, one person can defeat 9 heavens and 10 earths, and kill to the point that no one in the world dares to respect him. It is terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, Ling Xiao truly faced the Emperor Songxing, and felt terrifying and powerful. Boom! Ling Xiao burst out with all kinds of powerful and unpredictable magical skills. His whole body was shining with divine light, and his innate holy body was pushed to the extreme by him. Burning Heaven Sutra. Tai Sutra. Dao Ju. Devouring Heaven Magic Art. All kinds of powerful magical skills burst out completely at this moment. The starry sky was shaking violently, endless chaotic light was rising, and the ancient stars seemed to be blown apart. The world was shaking and was about to return to chaos. The figures of Ling Xiao and the great Emperor Songxing were conquering in this starry sky, fighting continuously, and the aura was extremely terrifying. The 2 innate holy bodies seemed to have traveled through infinite time and space,
breaking through the universe, meeting under the starry sky, and then a fierce battle broke out. Since Ling Xiao broke through the extreme limit of his physical body, he has always conquered his enemies with the power of his supreme physical body, which is enough to sweep everything away. But facing the great Emperor Xingxing, who also possessed the power of a sublimated body, and even blessed by the great Tao of the heavens, his body shone with immortal light, which was even more terrifying than Ling Xiao.
Ling Xiao fell into an extremely difficult battle.
He burst out with all kinds of unpredictable magical powers and secret methods, and the whole person crisscrossed the starry sky, covering thousands of miles in an instant, killing to the point of madness. But in the end, he still coughed up blood and retreated, his body cracked, and was severely injured by a strong force, and his body was almost blown up. The 32nd floor of the Tower of Babel is called the imprint of the heavens.
It can imprint the strongest people in the heavens seen by the trialists. It is also the most difficult trial in the Tower of Babel.
More than 90% of the Tianjia will be trapped on this floor, or even completely failed, and can't climb to the 33rd floor of the Tower of Babel at all. An elder of the ancient royal family with a powerful aura said slowly, his eyes full of great emotion. Ling Xiao has already stepped onto the 33rd floor of the Tower of Babel. At this moment, Prince Qilin has just reached the 29th floor of the Tower of Babel, and is still fighting hard with countless terrifying dark creatures. However, what surprised them was that Qin Bingyao, the goddess of the Qin family, actually reached the 30th floor before Prince Qilin. Gu Tianming, the Taoist of the Pantheon, has also stepped onto the 30th floor. Han Yuansu, the 9th prince of the North Korean immortal court, has also reached the 29th floor. It seems that the human race's genius is uniquely favored in the Tower of Babel. Not only is the speed of breaking through the level extremely fast, but the aura is getting stronger and stronger. It is obvious that he has gained a lot of benefits in the Tower of Babel. Boom! At this moment, the 32nd floor of the Tower of Babel burst into a dazzling brilliance, and a mysterious light curtain appeared in front of everyone. Among them, a figure flashed by, branding the phantom of the great Emperor Xingxing. Yes, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone has taken action. A powerful saint of the human race had a divine light flashing in his eyes, and his whole body trembled slightly, with an extremely solemn look in his eyes. That kind of breath was obscure and terrifying, but it seemed to transcend the myriad ways of heaven and earth, making a saint feel like he was facing a great enemy, feeling as if he was like an ant, startled by the breath of an unparalleled dragon. Only the mysterious master of the desolate mausoleum could do this. No one expected that the master of the desolate mausoleum would control the Tower of Babel at this moment and display the scene of Ling Xiao fighting on the 32nd floor in front of everyone.
Who is the figure fighting with Ling Xiao?
Someone exclaimed, and his voice was trembling. Although that figure seemed to have only the cultivation of the life and death realm, the kind of unparalleled aura that swept across the heavens, shattered the universe, and was invincible in heaven and earth made many powerful people tremble all over.
That's Emperor Xingxing?
A powerful human suddenly trembled all over, as if he had thought of something. He had seen from a distance that Emperor Xingxing had taken action in the Ling family's ancestral land and suppressed the Ling family's ancestors and Xiantian ancestors.
At this moment, he immediately thought of the invincible Emperor Xingxing who dominated the universe. Emperor Xingxing? An invincible emperor? I remember that in the Ling family's ancestral land, he had killed the Ling family's ancestors and Xiantian ancestors with his own strength. Many powerful human beings were shocked. Emperor Xingxing, this name was originally very unfamiliar to the fairyland.
But not long ago, he was born like a comet, stunning and unparalleled, showing an invincible fighting power that shocked everyone.
In the ancestral land of the Ling family, the great Emperor Xingxing alone determined the fate of the world, and killed the two great emperors, the Ling family ancestor and the Xiantian ancestor, which shook the entire fairyland.
The Xingxing bell, a bell sound, directly wiped out the Xiantian sect from billions of miles away.
Who is the peak at the end of the fairy road? Once you see that Xingxing road, it will be empty. What kind of invincible power is this?
The fairyland has been peaceful for a long time, and no emperor has fallen for countless years. But in the battle of the Ling family, two emperors fell directly. The name of the great Emperor Xingxing also spread throughout the fairyland and countless human territories from that time, attracting countless people to be fanatical and worship to the extreme.
Many people believe that the great Emperor Xingxing is a hidden emperor of the Tai Holy Land. Or simply, he is the incarnation of the Tai ancestor.
After all, Patriarch Tai's power has long been famous throughout the entire fairyland, and is feared by countless immortal families and immortal sections. In the Tower of Babel, the great Emperor Xingxing can be imprinted. Could it be that in Ling Xiao's heart,
the great Emperor Sanxing is the strongest? You know, he is a disciple of Tai and also the son of the Ling family. Someone said tremblingly.
They suddenly realized that perhaps the great Emperor Sanxing might not be a powerful emperor. After all, the Changsheng family and the Tai Holy Land are both immortal forces, with the suppression of immortals, longevity, and overlooking billions of years. Ling Xiao's opponent is the great Emperor Sanxing, which can only mean that the great Emperor Sanxing may be stronger than the immortals. This is too terrifying. Can Ling Xiao really defeat such a powerful person? Even if it is a battle of the same realm, it is very uncertain. Everyone is full of doubts, but also expectations. However, the might of the Tower of Babel is unpredictable. Although the Lord of the Forbidden Zone intervened, everyone saw at a glance that the person who was against Ling Xiao was the great Emperor Sanxing. However, the Tower of Babel trembled slightly, and the chaotic light spread, instantly covering all the scenes again. Many people's eyes were full of regret. This unprecedented battle even alarmed the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, but unfortunately they could not see the whole picture. Boom! The battle between Ling Xiao and Emperor Sanxing continued. They were like two blazing and dazzling balls of light. Every time they collided, it seemed as if billions of stars exploded, shaking the sky in all directions. Whoosh! A brilliant light bloomed between Ling Xiao's eyebrows, and a sword light instantly penetrated billions of miles of void and slashed down towards Emperor Sanxing. Dao slashing art. That was the supreme sword art of Tai Holy Land, which could cut off the great Dao and was extremely terrifying. Boom! Emperor Sanxing also reached out with a palm, and the unparalleled palm print seemed to be able to destroy everything, and all the laws of the great Dao collapsed instantly. One palm, let all the Dao become empty. The sword light of the extremely brilliant Zhan Dao Ju could almost destroy everything, but under the palm of Emperor Sanxing, it exploded directly. That palm was imprinted on Ling Xiao's body. Crack! Ling Xiao's body instantly showed spiderweb-like cracks, golden blood gushed out, and the whole person was almost blown apart, revealing the white bones. Boom! Ling Xiao's whole body was glowing, and the vast and majestic breath of life was constantly repairing his injuries, allowing his body to begin to improve at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was a vast dragon roar on Ling Xiao's arm, and he raised his hand and pressed it down. The blazing light bloomed, the dragon's might was vast, and a real dragon crossed the void and pressed down towards Emperor Sanxing. That was the power of the immortal vein of longevity. Even a powerful god could be directly killed, but at this moment, it was easily taken by Emperor Sanxing. Whoosh! The great Emperor of Sanxing came with the sky on his back, surrounded by chaotic energy, and pointed his finger in the air. Click! The blazing finger light penetrated the void in an instant, trying to completely annihilate Ling Xiao's soul. Ling Xiao instantly felt the threat of death. Without even thinking about it, a blazing and dazzling fairy light rose in his palm. Eternal and immortal killing light. At the same time, the ancient aura spurted out from the center of his brows, the chaos visualization diagram of gods and demons bloomed with unparalleled divine power, and a light that destroyed the world filled the air. The eternal immortal killing tribulation light, coupled with the chaos gods and demons visualization diagram, was able to shatter the finger light and force the Emperor of Sanxing back. In a battle with the same realm, I am no match for the great Emperor of Sanxing. This is because his Tao is as solid as one, and the heaven and earth are one. With a casual blow, he can burst out the most powerful divine power and supreme power, not to mention, there are also the supreme magical power that makes all things empty. Ling Xiao coughed up blood at the corner of his mouth and staggered back, his eyes shining brightly, full of strong fighting spirit. He is looking for his own shortcomings. Although he is in the same realm of life and death as Emperor Sanxing. But the great Emperor of Sanxing has long been a powerful emperor. Even if he is suppressed in the realm of life and death, he still has his own invincible path, which is enough to dominate the world. Ling Xiao had no doubt that even a strong man in the realm of gods would be killed with one palm if he stood in front of the Emperor of Sanxing. Even those in the God King realm would probably be severely damaged. That kind of supreme power has surpassed the limitations of the realm and is terrifying to the extreme. Although I am not the opponent of Sanxing Emperor now, but he is only the brand of Babel Tower, but I can continue to become stronger during the war, until I can kill Sanxing Emperor. Ling Xiao's eyes were dazzling, and his fighting spirit rose to the extreme. He did not belittle himself. Even when faced with a trace of the Emperor's imprint, he still had the belief of being invincible. Boom! A more intense war broke out. The great Emperor of Sanxing was worthy of being the supreme and powerful man who was once unrivaled. Even though Ling Xiao had all kinds of means and trump cards, his physical body was broken several times and constantly reorganized. But in that kind of battle, Ling Xiao's aura and strength were getting stronger and stronger. Especially his soul, under the tempering of the great emperor of the people, and under the stimulation of the chaos gods and demons visualization chart, it became more and more crystal clear and flawless. Boom! In the end, Ling Xiao fought so hard that he almost destroyed this star field, destroyed endless supreme stars, and the whole thing was about to explode. He finally destroyed the brand body of Emperor Xanxing, and destroyed him under the starry sky with the eternal immortal killing light.
I win!
Ling Xiao whispered to himself. Although his face was pale and his breath was a little sluggish, his eyes were brighter and dazzling than ever before. Especially the invincible aura around him was like a great emperor resurrected, as if he could conquer the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Boom! A blazing and dazzling fairy light bloomed, brilliant to the extreme, enveloping Ling Xiao, and disappeared under the starry sky in an instant. The next moment, Ling Xiao appeared on the 33rd floor of Babel Tower. Boom! Endless fairy light surged around, and vast life energy continued to pour into Ling Xiao's body, repairing his damaged body, restoring his injuries, and making his aura and cultivation stronger and stronger. This is a gift from the Tower of Babel, and also Ling Xiao's reward for reaching the 33rd time. Chapter 94. Ling Xiao is indeed the first person to reach the 33rd floor.
Has he even wiped out the mark of the great emperor of the people?
Outside the Tower of Babel, many powerful men from the ancient royal family, human race and demon race had shocked looks in their eyes.
The Babel Tower is the most difficult for the human race.
The strength of the brand of the most powerful person is extremely terrifying. To defeat it, you need extremely strong strength. Therefore, at this moment, Qin Bingyao, Gu Tianming, Han Yuanyu and others are fighting against the most powerful brand, and it can be said that it is a hard battle.
And many geniuses from the ancient royal family came from behind.
Prince Qilin, Dragon Emperor and others are almost ready to defeat the most powerful brand and reach the 33rd floor. Of course, the stronger the brand of the strongest, the greater the benefits you will get after defeating it. Moreover, the first person to climb the 33rd floor of Babel Tower will be baptized by the fairy light.
The baptism of fairy light was indeed obtained by Ling Xiao.
But he is already a forbidden body, so the baptism of fairy light does not seem to have much effect on him.
An elder from the ancient royal family said with great envy and jealousy.
The baptism of fairy light can refine the physical body and improve the innate physique.
For the geniuses of the ancient royal family, it can even return their bloodline to their ancestors.
In the past, the ancient royal family who were the first to ascend the 33rd floor of the Babel Tower had undergone radical changes after being baptized by the immortal light.
But Ling Xiao itself is already a taboo body.
The innate holy body is the most powerful body in this world, so naturally it cannot be improved.
Perhaps Master Ling Xiao can really find the path to becoming an immortal?
Many powerful human beings looked at each other, their eyes full of expectation.
Boom!
All around Ling Xiao, bright fairy light descended, and the divine light of the law spurted out, flowing with rich and vast life essence, constantly pouring into his body. All around, there seemed to be vibrations from the divine sounds of the great avenue, and mysterious symbols formed a mysterious resonance with his body.
This is the baptism of fairy light. A gift from the Tower of Babel.
Although Ling Xiao's innate physique is unparalleled and can no longer be improved, the immortal light baptism still has great benefits for him. After experiencing a battle with the branded body of the great Emperor Xanxing, Ling Xiao's body was broken several times and then reassembled, becoming more and more flawless. And his soul is also ethereal and clear. At this moment, under the immortal light baptism, the power of the soul is getting stronger and stronger.
The immortal light baptism is vast and boundless, like a turbulent sea.
Ling Xiao's cultivation also began to soar by leaps and bounds. The first level of the life and death realm. The second level of the life and death realm. The third level of the life and death realm. The 33rd floor of the Tower of Babel is a vast and boundless world, like a huge floating continent, surrounded by the vast starry sky.
The world here is extremely real, with mountains, rivers, stars and seas, and even many ancient species and powerful beasts.
Even though the Babel Tower had been opened dozens of times, the Tianjiao of the ancient royal family still had not been able to fully explore the entire 33 heavens. Crack! The void twisted slightly, and the vast purple air rose. A young man wearing purple and gold armor and with a heroic appearance appeared in the 33 heavens. His eyes were sharp and bright, and it seemed that there was a purple Qilin in it, about to pounce across the sky.
The immortal light baptism was actually taken away by him?
The eyes of the Qilin prince were extremely cold, looking at the vast immortal light falling from the sky in the distance, revealing a trace of cold murderous intent. He was conceited that he had unparalleled talent and immortal blood. He was the most brilliant Tianjiu in Qilin Valley, and he knew many of the mysteries of the Babel Tower before. But he still didn't expect that Ling Xiao was the first person to ascend to the 33 heavens and snatched away his immortal light baptism. Kill my brother and steal my immortal light baptism. Let's settle this account today. The murderous intent flashed in the eyes of Prince Qilin, and he flew across the sky in an instant, rushing towards the direction of the immortal light baptism. Brother Qilin, if you want to kill Ling Xiao, count me in. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor's son unexpectedly came from behind and also ascended to the 33rd heaven. He was full of dragon power, and the blazing rays of light rose, as if a real dragon had descended to the world, looking at Prince Qilin and said, "Although I hate the arrogance of your ancient royal family, Ling Xiao stole my woman, he deserves to die." A flash of light flashed in the void, and another figure emerged. North Korean Immortal Court, the third Prince Han Yuan-su. He had an extremely feminine face, a pair of eyes like a venomous snake, and a half-smile on the corners of his mouth, but the murderous intent around him was very cold. The Tower of Babel is extremely mysterious. Although everyone's speed of passing the level is different, it took a long time for everyone to pass the 32nd level. Especially the geniuses of the human race, the Tower of Babel seems to have some preferential treatment for them, and the imprint of the strongest that is transformed is extremely terrifying. Han Yuan-su fought against a terrifying young emperor, who also took a long time to pass the test. He and the Dragon Emperor entered the 33rd level one after the other, not much slower than the Kirin Prince. Brother Dragon Emperor's Taoist son takes action, so there is no problem. But Han Yuan, as a human race, do you really want to take action against Ling Xiao now? Prince Qilin's eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Han Yuandao. If it were before, he would naturally disdain to join forces with others to fight against the enemy. But outside the Babel Tower, Ling Xiao made a strong move, and the heaven-defying combat power he displayed made Prince Qilin fearful. Ling Xiao stole my woman, so he deserves to die. You too, you should know how powerful Ling Xiao is. With my help, the descendants of our three immortal forces will use all their cards to take advantage of his baptism of immortal light. Maybe we can kill it directly. Han Yuan sneered. Good. Prince Qilin took a deep look at Han Yuan and nodded. He could feel that Han Yuan was extremely powerful and felt a little dangerous to him. He must have a powerful trump card in his body. Their three geniuses were all strong men who had ignited the divine fire and survived a life-threatening calamity. They were also the heirs of the immortal power. It was not difficult to kill Ling Xiao when all their trump cards were revealed. However, Prince Qilin has his own considerations. He did not want to kill Ling Xiao directly, but to capture Ling Xiao alive according to the order of the owner of the desolate tomb. The chance to become an immortal may fall on Ling Xiao. Boom! The three geniuses jumped up and moved towards the direction of the baptism of fairy light. Their speed was extremely fast, and almost a moment later, they saw the fairy light connecting heaven and earth falling from the sky, covering a figure below. The fairy light is vast, like the falling sky, crystal clear. The spiritual energy is vast and unparalleled, and it also contains an ethereal and mysterious fluctuation. Crown Prince Qilin, Dragon Emperor's son, and Han Yuan all had a hint of jealousy in their eyes. Kill! Then, the eyes of the three of them burst out with extremely strong murderous intent, and they shouted loudly at the same time, and charged towards Ling Xiao. Roar! Prince Qilin's body was filled with purple energy, and there was even a drop of purple blood burning in his palm, exuding an extremely noble and ancient aura. Then, a huge purple unicorn, surrounded by purple gold flames, seemed to be able to burn the sky and extinguish the earth. It was so powerful that it shot towards Ling Xiao across the sky. Hold head high. The sound of ancient dragon chants sounded around the Dragon Emperor's body, and then blazing fairy light burst out from his body. An incomparably terrifying real dragon exudes an aura of incomparable violence. Thousands of paths are intertwined all over its body. Runes rise and erupt with immeasurable fairy light. It is like a volcano that is about to erupt. True Dragon Broken Dao Immortal Technique. With the Dragon Emperor's current cultivation level, although he is still unable to practice this supreme magic, it is, after all, the magic he learned from the true immortal scroll. With the true dragon's essence and blood, he can barely activate a trace of magic. Strength. That is the power of immortal magic. Even if it is just a trace, it is enough to kill the gods, severely damage the God King, and is terrifying. Click. Behind Han Yuan, ancient divine swords appeared one after another. There were 360 swords in total, and each divine sword bloomed with unparalleled sharp swordlight. In an instant, 360 divine swords came across the sky, intertwined with each other to form an extremely terrifying sword formation, and suppressed it towards Ling Xiao.
Zhou Tian destroying divine sword formation.
With Han Yuan's cultivation, he activated 360 divine swords, and his face instantly turned pale. But 360 divine swords were densely packed, falling down at the same time like a river of stars. The terrifying sword energy seemed to be able to annihilate everything. 3 Li's great geniuses took action at the same time, instantly erupting with terrifying power. They were extremely afraid of Ling Xiao, so they took advantage of Ling Xiao's baptism of fairy light to attack Ling Xiao in an instant. The most powerful method was unleashed, and what he wanted was to kill with one strike. Boom! The terrifying divine lightstorm, with its divine power that annihilated everything, instantly penetrated the layers of fairy light and drowned Ling Xiao. Then, it was as if 10,000 suns exploded at the same time, spewing out blazing brilliance that caused the sky in all directions to tremble violently.
I've been waiting for you for a long time. Since everyone is here, it saves me the trouble of killing them one by one.
At this moment, a plain and domineering voice sounded in his ears, like thunder, making the three of them couldn't help but change their expressions. Boom! The blazing and dazzling fairy light burst out, containing a terrifying aura that would destroy the heavens and destroy all souls. In the center of the baptism of fairy light, the blazing fairy light swept across, killing everything and directly breaking the divine light storm. Endless chaotic light rises, and a figure with flying black hair, white clothes, and snowy clothes comes with his hands on his back, his feet on chaos, and the starry sky above his head. His eyes are dazzling and bright, and he has a peerless aura that is scornful and solemn for all eternity, and is invincible across the heavens.
If it's not Ling Xiao, who else? Chapter 95 The baptism of immortal light is not uninterruptible for Ling Xiao.
He has a forbidden body, an innate holy body, and the baptism of immortal light can only improve his cultivation in soul. Therefore, Ling Xiao had already discovered the three Prince Qilin the moment they appeared. The full blow of the three geniuses is indeed extremely terrifying. Even a strong man in the realm of gods will be killed directly without any accidents. However, under the eternal and indestructible light of the immortal slaying tribulation, those strongest attacks were shattered one after another, and they couldn't even get close to Ling Xiao. Kill! Prince Qilin shouted with a cold look in his eyes. He pulled his hand suddenly, and the purple-gold thunder rose up, and in an instant it turned into a purple-gold fall Tianhuaji, exuding a monstrous divine power, and fell across the sky towards Ling Xiao. Although the sneak attack did not succeed, which surprised him, he knew how powerful Ling Xiao was. Since he was determined to kill Ling Xiao, he took action directly without any nonsense. On! The Dragon Emperor's son also had a blazing divine light rising around him, and the dragon's might burst out. Together with Han Yuansu, whose sword intent was rising around him, they killed Ling Xiao from the left and right. The three of them were all strong men who had ignited the divine fire and survived the life tribulation. They were also the descendants of the three immortal forces. At this moment, they attacked at the same time, and the shocking divine power seemed to be able to kill everything. Especially the Prince Qilin, who was the strongest among the three great geniuses. He was surrounded by fairy light, purple air was rising, and the immortal breath was gushing out from his body, like a resurrected ancient Qilin, exuding a fierce and monstrous breath. The Fang Tianhuaji slashed down, and the sharp light seemed to split the world in an instant. Boom! Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely cold, facing the Fang Tianhuaji of the Prince Qilin, and punched directly. Crack! The unparalleled fist print, surrounded by chaotic light, seemed to be a real dragon, instantly pressing across the sky, and colliding with the Fang Tianhuaji. In an instant, it seemed that tens of millions of stars exploded at the same time. The terrifying storm of divine light gushed out, and the void was shaking violently. And the Fang Tianhuaji shook violently, as if it had suffered an unmatched divine power, and flew out of the hands of the Prince Qilin in an instant. The Qilin prince was shaken all over, and felt as if he was caught in a raging sea. His blood was surging, and he flew out in an instant. Dragon Emperor, I will send you off today. Ling Xiao said calmly. He raised his arm, and a mighty chaotic light burst out. A sky-swallowing python appeared above the sky and pressed down. The sky-swallowing python was fierce and monstrous, as if it had traveled through time and space and was reborn. Even when facing a real dragon, it still burst out with the supreme power of swallowing the sky and the earth. What? Dragon Emperor's face changed drastically, and he felt his scalp tingling. He had fought with Ling Xiao before, so he naturally knew that Ling Xiao was extremely powerful, but at this moment, he found that Ling Xiao was even more terrifying than before. That arm pressed down, instantly shattering the heavy protective divine light on Dragon Emperor's body, and slapped on his chest. Crack! On the body of the Dragon Emperor, a powerful defensive armor trembled violently, and the runes crackled and exploded, and then disintegrated instantly. Half of the Dragon Emperor's body exploded instantly, and blood spurted out of his mouth, and he also flew out horizontally. Get out! Ling Xiao's eyes were as sharp as lightning, and he shouted violently, as if a chaotic god and demon rose from behind him. The ancient and mysterious momentum made Han Yuansu's face pale instantly.